Theory of Society Volume 1. Niklas Luhman. Translated by Rhodes Barrett. Preface. On my appointment to the Department of Sociology established at the University of Bielefeld in 1969, I was asked what research projects I had running. My project was, and ever since has been, the theory of society. Term, 30 years, costs, none. As far as the time frame was concerned, my estimation of the difficulties was realistic. At that time, the literature in sociology gave little cause to consider such a project possible at all, not least because neo-Marxist precepts blocked any ambition of producing a theory of society. My discussion with Jürgen Habermas was published shortly afterward under the title Theorie der Gesellschaft oder Sozialtechnologie was Leistet die Systemforschung? Theory of Society or Social Technology, What Does Systems Research Accomplish? Frankfurt, 1971. The irony of the title was that neither author wished to stand up for social technology, but we differed on what a theory of society ought to be, and it is symptomatic that the theory of society first came to public attention in the form, not of a theory, but of a controversy. My initial plan had been to publish the theory of society in 3 parts, an introductory chapter on systems theory, a treatment of the societal system, and a third part dealing with the most important functional systems of society. The basic concept has remained, but I have had to correct my ideas about the size of the undertaking more than once. In 1984, I brought out the introductory chapter in book form under the title Soziale System, Grundrisse einer allgemeinen Theorie, Social Systems, Outline of a General Theory. Point 1. In essence, my aim was to apply the concept of self-referential operation to the theory of social systems. This aim has not fundamentally changed, although progress in general systems theory and epistemological constructivism has repeatedly offered opportunities to extend it. Some contributions have been published in collections of essays under the title Soziologische Aufklärung, Sociological Enlightenment. Other material is available only in manuscript form or has fed into this book. Since the early 1980s, it has become increasingly clear how important the comparability of functional systems is for the theory of society. This had already been a basic consideration in Talcott Parsons's theory construction. The theoretical importance of comparability is even greater if we concede that society cannot be deduced from a principle or a basic norm, be it the customary justice, solidarity, or reasoned consensus. For even those who do not recognize or who violate such principles contribute to societal operations, and society itself must take account of this possibility. On the other hand, it is not by chance that widely differing functional areas such as science and law, economics and politics, the mass media, and intimate relations can be shown to have comparable structures, not least because their differentiation requires systems to be formed. But can this be shown? Parsons attempted to guarantee it through the analytic of the action concept. If the thought is not convincingly elaborated, we can do no more than formulate theories for individual functional systems and test whether, despite all differences between fields, we can work with the same conceptual apparatus including autopoiesis and operational closure, first and second order observation, self-description, medium and form, coding and, in orthogonal relation thereto, the distinction between self-reference and other reference as internal structure. As a result, I gave priority to theories for individual functional systems. The following have already been published: Die Wirtschaft der Gesellschaft, The Economy as a Social System, 1988, Die Wissenschaft der Gesellschaft, Science as a Social System, 1990, Das Recht der Gesellschaft, Law as a Social System, 1993, 2, and Die Kunst der Gesellschaft, Art as a Social System, 1995. Point 3. Further texts of this type are to follow. Meanwhile, however, work on the theory of the societal system had also progressed. I had produced several thousand pages of manuscript, partly to accompany lectures, without having put the material in publishable form. My then secretary retired and the position was frozen for many months. In this situation, the university in Lecce offered me an opportunity to work. So I fled to Italy with the project and the manuscripts. There I wrote a short version of the theory of society, which, translated into Italian, revised several times and adapted for use at an Italian university, has since been published. 4 The manuscript then produced became the basis for a more extensive German edition, on which, once again provided with a secretary, I was able to work in Bielefeld. The present text is the result of this eventful history. The system under consideration is that of society itself, as opposed to all social systems that develop within society in the performance of societal operations, the functional systems of society, as well as interaction systems, organizational systems, and social movements, all of which presuppose that a system of society has already been constituted. The key issue is therefore what operation produces and reproduces this system whenever it occurs. The answer, discussed in Chapter 2, is communication. It is a circular relationship. Society cannot be conceived of without communication, nor can communication be conceived of without society. Questions of genesis and morphogenesis cannot be answered by any hypothesis of origin and are obscured rather than resolved by the thesis that the human being is genuinely social in nature. Chapter 3 entrusts these questions to an appropriate evolution theory. The thesis of self-production by communication postulates clear boundaries between system and environment. The reproduction of communications from communications takes place in society. All further physical, chemical, organic, neurophysiological, and mental conditions are environmental conditions. Society can substitute for them within the limits of its own operational capabilities. No human being is indispensable to society. This naturally does not mean that communication is possible without consciousness, without brains well supplied with blood, without life, without a moderate climate. All systems formed in society depend in turn on communication, otherwise we would not be able to say that they take place in society. It also means that system formations within society cannot connect with any section of the environment. This is true for segmentary differentiation and even more so, across all intermediate stages, for functional differentiation. In the environment of the societal system there are no families, no nobility, no politics, no economy. The assumption of reflexive self-reference is built into the concept of communication. Communication always communicates that it communicates. It might correct itself in retrospect or deny that it had meant what it appeared to mean. It can be interpreted by means of communication on a scale from credible to incredible. But it is always accompanied by memory, even though it might be only short-term, which practically excludes any assertion that it has not taken place at all. Retrospectively, norms and excuses, tact requirements, and counterfactual disregard arise, with which communication detoxifies itself in the event of the occasional malfunction. This is probably why all societies appear to ensure that communication can relate to the societal system as the framework condition of its own possibility, as the unity of the coherence of communications that is always connoted. Like Parsons, many have inferred the need for basic consensus, shared values, or unthematic, life-world concord. I make do with the slimmed-down concept of self-description, which also allows for the existence of fundamental dissension, and that this dissension is communicated about. With the concept of a system that describes itself and contains its own descriptions, we venture into logically intractable terrain. A society that describes itself does so internally, but as it were from outside. It observes itself as an object of its own knowledge, but in performing its operations, it cannot itself feed the observation into the object, because this would change this object and require further observation. Whether it observes itself from within or without is a question that society has to leave open. If it also attempts to say so, it opts for a paradoxical identity. The solution sociology found has been styled the critique of society. Effectively, this amounts to constantly renewed description of descriptions, the constant introduction of new metaphors or reuse of old metaphors, and thus of redescriptions in Mary Hess's sense. 5 This can very well bring new insights, even though methodologically steeled investigators would not accept them as explanations. This text is itself an attempt at communication. It seeks to provide a description of society in full knowledge of the predicament outlined. If the communication of a theory of society succeeds as communication, it changes the description of its object and thus the object receiving this description. To keep this in sight from the outset, the book was titled Die Gesellschaft der Gesellschaft, The Society of Society. Translator's note. Like Prufrock, the translator does well to point out that he is not Prince Hamlet, nor was meant to be. Even if no more than an attendant prince to the author, he must escape the self-deprecation of Eliot's melancholy figure to cultivate his positive qualities, deferential, glad to be of use, /politic, cautious, and meticulous. Taking on the world according to Niklas Luhman is certainly not a task not to be assumed without humility, caution, and care. Do I dare /disturb the universe? In a minute there is time /for decisions and revisions which a minute will reverse. And not without a great deal of informed help. My first venture in the field appeared in 1993 under the title Risk, a sociological theory. 1 To my great fortune I was able to discuss my efforts with Luhman to my and his satisfaction. Without the invaluable, consistent, and ever-ready help and advice of the outstanding Luhman expert Dirk Beeker, the present translation of Volume 1 of Die Gesellschaft der Gesellschaft would not have been possible. Theory of Society, Volume 1. 1. Society as a social system. 1. The sociological theory of society. The investigations that follow address the social system of modern society. Such a project, it should be said at the outset, engages a circular relationship with its subject matter. What this subject matter is cannot be said in advance. The word society does not refer to a clear-cut idea. Even the common term social has no incontestably objective reference. Nor can the attempt to describe society be made outside of society. It uses communication. It activates social relations. It exposes itself to observation in society. However we define the subject, its definition is itself already one of the latter's functions. What is described performs the description. In so doing it must therefore also describe itself. It must treat its subject as one that describes itself. Borrowing an expression from logical analysis in linguistics, we could say that every theory of society must have an autological component. 1 Whoever feels that the theory of science cannot accommodate this must do without a theory of society, linguistics, and much else. Classical sociology has sought to establish itself as the science of social facts as opposed to mere opinions, value judgments, or ideological prejudices. Within the context of this distinction, this is not to be disputed. The problem, however, is that the ascertainment of facts can enter the world only as fact. Sociology therefore has to take account of its own factuality. This requirement applies throughout its domain of research and is not to be redeemed by a special interest in a sociology of sociology. This, as we now know, violates the premises of a bivalent, or two-valued, logic. 2 In choosing limited research topics, this can be disregarded on pragmatic grounds. The investigator sees himself as a subject outside his topic. For the purposes of a theory of society, however, this view is untenable, for the work on such a theory necessarily involves self-referential operations. It can be communicated only within the system of society. Sociology has hitherto failed to address this problem with the necessary stringency and consistency. It has hence failed to produce anything approaching an adequate theory of society. Toward the end of the 19th century, any integration of a description of society into its object tended to be seen as ideology and, as such, rejected. On this basis, the raising of sociology to the academic status of a strict science would have been inconceivable. Some even felt they should make do without the concept of society and limit themselves to the strictly formal analysis of social relations. 3 Concepts concerned with difference such as individualization and differentiation seemed sufficient to mark the research interests of sociology. Others, notably Émile Durkheim, considered a strictly positive science of social facts and of society as the condition for their possibility to be feasible. Still others were satisfied with the distinction between the natural sciences and the humanities and with the historical relativization of all descriptions of society. Whatever the details, the distinction between subject and object was considered binding for epistemological reasons, leaving a choice only between a scientistically naive and a transcendental theoretical position. Many of the peculiarities of what are now classical sociologies must be attributed to the limitations of this selection schema and to efforts to get by nonetheless. This can be said of the strange links between transcendentalism and social psychology we find in George Simmel, and of Max Weber's value-theoretical concept of action, a loan from Neo-Kantianism. It is also true of Helmut Skolsky's call for a transcendental theory of society beyond the reach of normal empirical methods, which, attaching the concept of transcendental to the individual subject, made no headway. Point 4 These positions are now interesting at best for interpreting the classics. In spite of this unquestioned commitment to the subject/object schema and despite the insoluble problem of its subject matter, classical sociology has produced the only description of society to date. This perhaps best explains the lasting fascination the sociological classics continue to exert, which in a strict sense has made seemingly timeless texts of them. Almost all theoretical endeavors today are concerned with retrospection and reconstruction. It is well worth considering what made this success possible, without acknowledging a circular relationship with the subject matter. That much can be said. The solution, which hid the problem from the classics, lay in a historical self-location, in the dissolution of the circle by a historical difference in which the theory could define itself historically, and only historically. Nascent sociology had reacted to the structural and semantic problems that had arisen in the 19th century, and was aware of having done so. Even where it expressed concepts in abstract terms, they owed their plausibility to the historical situation. The end of confidence in progress had to be accepted. A belief in the positive nature of development at whatever cost was replaced by structural analysis, above all, by analysis of social differentiation, organizational dependencies, and role structures. The economy-focused, political economy, concept of society that had held sway since the final decades of the 18th century could thus be abandoned. This provoked controversy between those who defined society in material, economic, terms and those who adopted a more intellectual, cultural, approach. At the same time, the position of the individual in modern society became the central problem, a referential problem, so to speak, inviting a skeptical view of society as a whole, which could no longer automatically be considered progressive. Concepts such as socialization and role signaled the need for theoretical mediation between the individual and society. Together with the historical difference, this distinction between individual and society provided a basis for theory formation. But, as in the case of history, this context could not accommodate the question of the distinction's unity. To ask what history is was ruled out methodologically. 5 And what constituted the unity of the difference between individual and society was not even recognized as a problem, because, in keeping with the entire tradition, society was assumed to be composed of individuals. This was then the basis for a critical analysis of society, which was not to be deconstructed by questions about the unity of the difference between individual and society. In Max Weber, finally, the skepticism such a theoretical approach permitted went so far as to affect assessment of modern Western rationalism. Nor should it be forgotten that a literature arose at the same time that demonstrated that neither within nor outside society does the modern individual find a secure basis for self-observation, self-realization, or, to use the fashionable term, identity. It suffices here to mention Flaubert, Mallarmé, Henry Adams, and Antonin Artaud. 6. Since the classics, sociology has made no progress worth mentioning toward a theory of society in the course of the past 100 years or so. Following the unwelcome ideology dispute of the 19th century, the paradox of communication about society in society was addressed in theoretical controversy by such oppositions as structuralist/processualist, domination/conflict, affirmative/critical, and even conservative/progressive. 7 However, since maintaining a position within such frames required confrontation with the contrary position and thus the inclusion of exclusion, opting for one side rather than the other was always infected with paradox, and to unfold paradox through controversy was convincing only where it made political sense. Given the inherent dynamism of the political system, this has proved less and less convincing, even though intellectuals have continued to play such games. There is no denying that sociology has achieved much in other fields, both methodologically and theoretically, and especially in the collection of empirical knowledge, but it has, so to speak, omitted to describe society as a whole. This presumably has to do with its commitment to the subject/object distinction. There has indeed been specific research into a sociology of sociology, and a sort of reflexive sociology of science has recently emerged. 8 Problems of self-reference arise in such contexts, but they are, as it were, isolated as special phenomena and treated as peculiarities or methodological difficulties. The same can be said of the self-fulfilling prophecy trope. The only systematic sociological theory currently available was elaborated by Talcott Parsons as a general theory of the action system. It provides a codification of classical sociological knowledge and a treatment of the conceptual understanding of action with the aid of cross-tabulation. But it fails to answer the question of cognitive self-implication, because it has nothing to say about the degree of congruence between analytical conceptualization and actual system formation. It merely postulates an analytical realism, thus reducing the problem of self-implication to a paradoxical formula. What it leaves out of account is that the cognition of social systems depends on social conditions, not only on account of its object, but also as cognition. Indeed, the cognition, or definition or analysis, of actions are themselves actions. Parsons consequently does not himself occur in any of the many boxes of his own theory. And this is ultimately why the theory cannot distinguish systematically between social system and society. It only offers impressionistic, more or less feuilletonistic views of modern society. 9. In the long course of history, the description of human social life, for more ancient times, we can speak of society only with reservations, was guided by ideas insufficiently congruent with existing reality. This was true of the old European tradition, with its characteristic sense of the natural perfectibility of humankind and its pursuit of education and the forgiveness of sins. But it still holds true for modern Europe, for the Enlightenment and its double deity reason and critique. Even in the present century, this awareness of inadequacy has been kept alive, see Husserl or Habermas, and associated with the notion of modernity. Richard Munch still considers this focus on the tension between reason and reality to be a basic characteristic of modernity and an explanation for its distinctive dynamics. 10 However, the sense of problem has now shifted from ideas to reality itself, and only now is sociology called upon. First, we have to understand why society causes itself so many problems, even if we forego any proposals for improvement, more solidarity, emancipation, reasoned agreement, social integration, etc. Sociology must understand its relationship with society as one of learning, not instruction. It must analyze the problems it discovers, possibly postpone tackling them, possibly declare them insoluble, albeit without knowing how to proffer scientifically proven solutions. All this requires a theoretically grounded description of modern society. If sociology has to admit to not having produced a theory of society in this format, how can it explain this failure to perform a task so clearly within its purview and of such importance for its standing in society? It can obviously be argued that society is immensely complex, and that a practicable methodology for dealing with highly complex and differentiated systems, so-called organized complexity, is lacking. This argument is all the more weighty if we point out that the description of the system is part of the system, and that there can be a plurality of such descriptions. The conventional methodology, which operates on a very small scale or under conditions appropriate for statistical analysis, is particularly unsuited for hypercomplex systems of this sort. But this argument necessarily prompts renunciation of a theory of society and restricts efforts to develop methods for dealing with highly complex or even hypercomplex systems. But this has been done anyway, although with little success, since the discovery of the methodological problem some 50 years ago. 11. Another consideration might be headed epistemological obstacles, obstacles epistemologiques, a term coined by Gaston Bachelard, 12, referring to burdens of tradition that prevent adequate scientific analysis and raise expectations that can neither be met nor, despite these evident weaknesses, replaced. Point 13. Tradition might be said to have responded to natural questions, and therefore to have provided largely convincing answers. As science evolved, however, these natural questions gave way to theory-dependent scientific problems whose solution could be judged only in the scientific context. In retrospect, the guiding principles of these obstacles epistemologics are insufficiently complex, they overestimate themselves and result in a uniformization of the object matter that is finally no longer convincing. Not only have the answers we now require become more difficult, more contingent, more improbable, less convincing, extant questions and answers obstruct further development, which has to deter via implausible evidence. Such epistemological obstacles are to be found in the prevailing understanding of society in the form of four interconnected, mutually reinforcing assumptions. 1. That society consists of actual people and relations between people. 14. 2. That society is constituted or at least integrated by consensus among human beings, by concordant opinion and complementary purpose. 3. That societies are regional, territorially defined entities, so that Brazil as a society differs from Thailand, and the United States from Russia, as does Uruguay from Paraguay. 4. That societies, like groups of people and like territories, can be observed from outside. Assumptions 1 to 3 prevent precise conceptual definition of the subject society. The human being, as opposed to animals, was traditionally described on the basis of distinctions, such as reason, intelligence, will, imagination, emotion, morality, received ideas that, although revised, were specified neither empirically nor in their mode of operation. These distinctions seemed to suffice for mutual clarification, but their neurophysiological basis remained unclear. Point 15. In particular, these anthropological concepts offer no possibility for connecting with the psychic/social distinction. The difficulties grow if we abandon these distinctions in favor of scientific and empirical denotability. The problematization of human individuality with regard to the nature of the individual's associations and effective development began in about the mid-18th century, long before the Industrial Revolution. Point 16. This exploded the traditional positioning of the human being in an order that gave him status and a way of life. Instead, the relationship between the individual and society became a problem. However traditional concepts, especially reason, are maintained, it is clear that not everything that individuates the human being, if anything at all about him, belongs to society. Society does not weigh exactly as much as all human beings taken together, nor does its weight change with every birth and death. It is not reproduced, for example, by an exchange of macromolecules in the individual cells of a person or by the exchange of cells in the organisms of individual human beings. It is therefore not alive. Nor would anyone seriously regard neurophysiological processes in the brain inaccessible to consciousness as societal processes, and the same is true of all perceptions and trains of thought occupying the attention of the individual consciousness at a given time. George Simmel, who attributed this problem to modern individualism, preferred in the circumstances to sacrifice the concept of society rather than his sociological interest in individuals. Aggregate concepts, as he saw the problem, were questionable and should be replaced by relational theories. After all, he pointed out, astronomy was not a theory of the starry sky. 17. If it is no longer obvious that society by its nature comprises actual human beings whose solidarity is prescribed as ordinata concordia well-ordered concord and in particular as ordinata caritas well-ordered love, a theory of consensus can step in with a substitute concept. In the 17th and 18th centuries, this led to the resuscitation and radicalization of the theory of social contract. Point 18. At least in Hobbes, the concept of nature is reduced to the extra-social domain, in other authors, such as Pufendorf, to an inclination for contract formation. However, this theory soon had to be abandoned. It was a legally circular construction and thus unable to explain the absolute and permanent binding force of the contract, and, in the light of rapidly growing historical knowledge, it could be handled historically only as a fiction without explanatory value. It was superseded in the 19th century by consensus theories and by a notion of solidarity and integration on the basis of consensus. Finally, in still weaker dilution, legitimacy was demanded for institutions able to impose order even in the absence of consensus, and therefore against resistance. Thus, with Emil Durkheim and Max Weber, sociology begins. Despite all concessions to reality, integration on the basis of consensus has remained the principle by which society is identified as an entity, one might say as an individual. However, the whole theoretical system collapses if we inquire more closely into how consensus is to be possible at all in a psychically actualizable sense, and, moreover, how interacting expectations are to be adequately coordinated. Max Weber had taken a first step by reducing the problem to a type constraint principle as the condition for understanding socially intended meaning. Talcott Parsons, in keeping with Durkheim, sees the solution in a consensus on values that reacts to growing differentiation by growing generalization. Although this built-in abstention from concretization took account of the individuality of actors and the complexity of the societal system, it so diluted what remained of the society concept that the theory could at best function only in sufficiently dense subsections of society. Moreover, against our better judgment, we would then have to deny that social conflicts, dissent, and deviant behavior are part of society, or make do with the assertion that they, too, presuppose some sort of consensus, for example, about the offensive value of certain abuse. John Rawls conversely feels obliged to postulate that the circumstances under which contract-like principles of justice are established are concealed by a veil of ignorance, which prevents individuals from knowing their position and interests. 19 He thus posits individuals without individuality. This is merely another way of obscuring the paradox of every return to origins. Another consequence of the assumption that individuals materialize society through their behavior lies in the hypothesis that structural problems of society, e.g., excessive differentiation without sufficient integration, or contradictions in the structures and behavioral expectations of society, manifest themselves in deviant individual behavior and can be empirically ascertained in such behavior. The classical monograph on the subject is Durkheim's study on suicide. 20 But family instability, crime, drug taking, or withdrawal from social engagement could also be mentioned. While people may react to anime however they choose, we are dealing in essence with functionally equivalent attitudes that serve the sociologist as indicators of problems whose roots he has to seek in society. But even if such correlations could be demonstrated statistically, the question remains of how the individual comes or fails to display symptoms of societal pathologies. Particularly important to consider are the structural problems of society in any way liable to translate into deviant individual behavior. This question is imposed not least by ecological problems. All this should give sociology cause to doubt whether consensual integration is of any constitutive importance for a society at all. After all, it would suffice to assume that, as communication proceeds, it generates identities, references, eigenvalues, objects whatever the individual human being experiences when confronted by it. 21. This line of reflection converges with a version of systems theory that focuses constitutively, with respect to concept and reality, on the distinction between system and environment. If we accept the system/environment distinction, the human being as a living and consciously sentient being must be assigned either to the system or to the environment. Dividing a human into halves or thirds for distribution between the two sides is empirically impossible. If we see the human being as part of the societal system, we are obliged to construct the theory of differentiation as a theory of the distribution of human beings, be it among strata, nations, or ethnic or other groups. This brings us into conspicuous conflict with the concept of human rights, especially the concept of equality. Any humanism of this ilk would thus founder on its own conceptions. The only option is to regard human beings in their entirety, body and soul, as part of the environment of the societal system. If, despite all obvious discrepancies and the well-known philosophical criticism of its anthropological foundations, 22 a human-centric, Humanistic concept of society is maintained. 23. This is presumably owing to the fear that every standard for judging society and every right to demand that society be humanely constructed would have to be abandoned. Even if this were the case, we would still, regardless of such criteria, first have to ascertain what society makes of people and why. Similarly, evident objections can be raised to the territorial concept of society. 24. More than ever before, worldwide interdependencies now intervene in all the details of societal occurrences. Were we to ignore this, we would have to fall back on a concept of society defined in terms of domination or on a culturally nostalgic concept. We would have to make the concept of society dependent on arbitrarily drawn national borders. 25. Or, in spite of all concomitant uncertainties, focus on the unity of a regional culture, on language and the like. All the conditions relevant for further development would be left to another concept, for instance, the global system. 26. For Anthony Giddens, the concept of society equates with that of nation-state, and it is therefore almost superfluous. We are then left with the world-embracing nature of modern institutions. 27. But this would make the concept of global system the successor to what was traditionally called society, societas civilis. If we tie the concept of society to a premise of centralized power or values, we underestimate not only the diversity and complexity of communicative circumstances at the regional level but also the extent of worldwide, decentralized, and connectionistic communication via networks in the information society, a tendency that computerization is likely to intensify still further in the foreseeable future. Humanistic and regionalistic, national, concepts of society are theoretically no longer acceptable, they survive only in colloquial usage. Current sociological theory leaves a contradictory, Janus-faced impression. It uses concepts that have not yet abandoned tradition, but that enable questions that could explode its framework. 28. To adjust to eventual fundamentals, it treats action as a basic concept, continually recalling that only individual human beings can act. The notion of the global system enables it to acknowledge globalization, while leaving the concept of society at the level of the nation-state. In the case of the anthropocentric concept of society, too much is included, in that of the territorial concept, too little. In both cases, this insistence on such unserviceable concepts may have to do with the desire to think about society as something that can be observed from outside. However, we must then rely on a long since obsolete theory of cognition, a theory based on the distinctions between thought/being, knowledge/object, and subject/object that can grasp the real procedure of cognizing on the one side of this distinction only as reflection. This was abandoned at the latest with the linguistic turn in philosophy, notwithstanding all the logical problems that arose with the transition to a naturalized epistemology. Willard Van Orman Quine. Why does sociology find it so difficult to emulate this turn? Perhaps because it knows society too well, or must in any case claim to do so, to take any pleasure in the notion that it is itself part of this reality. Sociology would like to be able to persist in opposition to society, or at least in resolute Frankfurt-style resignation. But this would also be possible if one's own theory were to be recognized as part of its own subject matter. Indeed, precisely then, one could copy Perseus's facility and indirect sighting in lopping off the Medusa's head. In sociology, too, only heads are at issue. 29. One could point out that theology had invented the figure of the devil for the purpose of observing God and his creation, and that great sophists of the 19th century such as Marx, Nietzsche, and Freud were characterized by their incongruent perspectives. 30. The problem is therefore more likely to lie in the difficulties of a logical and technical, theoretical nature that sociology has to face when dealing with what linguistics calls autological concepts, obliging it to discover itself in its own object of study, sociology as the self-description of society. Ultimately, this means that, although the notion that reality is to be recognized by the resistance it exerts can be retained, it has to be admitted that such resistance to communication can be exercised only through communication. If we can accept this, the subject/object distinction would be deconstructed. 31. And this would eliminate the secret support for the prevailing epistemological obstacles. And then the humanistic and regionalistic conceptual traditions could be allowed to founder on their own inutility. In its present understanding of science, sociology can hardly renounce pretensions to explaining the phenomena of social reality. This requires demarcation of the phenomena to be explained and the most precise possible definition of the characteristics that distinguish them from one another. However, even as questions, what are? Questions like what is an enterprise? What is a social movement, or what is a city, require information on essential characteristics, and hence essentialistic concept formation, entrenched no longer in nature but in the methodological requirements of scientific research. How, we must therefore ask, is sociology to formulate a theory of society if it cannot say what it is after with this concept? But it should also be noted that sociology puts itself in a state of permanent restlessness with such what? Questions, thus establishing itself as an autopoietic system. There can be neither any final answers to such questions nor fixed points inaccessible to further research, only observation of what consequences certain conceptual definitions entail. In the mode of second order, self-observation, and hence in the mode of constructivist epistemology, all definitions of characteristics therefore dissolve, and we see their necessity for research as well as their contingency. They are, so to speak, self-definitions to be tried out, research programs that are indispensable, but replaceable if there is to be any question of the difference between truth and non-truth. In the broad field of interdisciplinary research, there are now many approaches that take this into account, for instance, the grounding of every sort of cognition in the operational closure of observing systems, or chaos theory, the mathematics of nonlinear functions and the prediction of unpredictability, or the evolutionary theory of the random induction of structure formation. Where need be, I shall make use of them. Particularly for sociology, these desiderata come together in the endeavor to achieve a theory of society, for in society it has an object that has always itself produced what research needs in the way of object determination, essential characteristics. At issue is therefore only how this state of affairs can be taken into account by defining what the term society means. The inquiries that follow venture this transition to a radically anti-humanistic, radically anti-regional, and radically constructivist concept of society. 32 They do not, of course, deny that there are human beings, nor do they ignore the glaring differences in living conditions between the various regions of the globe. They merely refrain from making these facts a criterion for defining the concept of society and determining the boundaries of the object under study. And it is precisely this reticence that enables one to recognize normative and evaluative standards in dealing with people, for example, human rights or Habermasian understanding-oriented communication norms and, ultimately, attitudes toward differences in development between regions, as internal achievements of society, instead of having to posit them as regulative ideas or components of the communication concept. But the preliminary issue remains: how does society bring itself to give currency to this and other matters? On the uses and disadvantages of history for life, Nietzsche rebelled against the dependence of his contemporaries on history, accusing them of adopting an ironic if not cynical attitude along the lines of, "Things can go on neither like this nor in any other way." The diagnosis may well still hold true, but instead of irony, we now encounter theoretically helpless embarrassment. It is hence of little use to focus not on history but on life and thus evoke the ability to forget. The recommendation today is therefore to make better use of the theoretical resources available, not least, for reconstructing the relationship with history and its semantic heritage. 2 Preliminary remarks on methodology. In keeping with its concept of science, sociology concerns itself with social reality as it actually exists. Normative questions have to be derived from within this reality, they cannot be submitted to society as ideal conceptions of sociology from the outside. As a result, the confrontation between ideal and reality still current in the early 19th century has been replaced by the twin questions: what's the case, and what's behind it. 33 Only for the resolution of this difference do ideal constructions, such as emancipation or a normative concept of rationality, still play a role. From Marx to Habermas, A critical sociology developed along these lines that replaced methodology by evaluation of the views of, what it regarded as, its opponents in terms of its critical ambitions. But this is to give the verdict before the trial. I shall pursue this line of argument no further. Furthermore, I shall distance myself, too, from what is usually treated as empirical research in the discipline. 34 The classical methodology requires researchers to behave as if they were a single subject, in hope of sustaining the logical and ontological tradition of a distinction between thinking and being, which seeks to attain being in thought. Agreement is doubtless a praiseworthy goal, but we must also ask what is lost if research is directed toward this goal. After all, modern society, in which research, too, has to be carried on, is a polycontextual system admitting a plurality of descriptions of its complexity. Research can therefore hardly be expected to impose a monotextual description on society at any rate, not when a theory of society is at issue. From a constructivist point of view, the function of methodology cannot be limited to ensuring that reality is correctly, and not incorrectly, described. It is more likely to be concerned with refined forms of intrasystemic information generation and processing. Methods can thus enable scientific research to surprise itself. This requires interruption of the direct continuum of reality and knowledge initially assumed by society. The confrontation between quantitative and qualitative methods that dominates the debate on sociological methods tends to divert attention from the real problems. Above all, it fails to settle how to transform distance from the object into insight, and how both to confirm and rise above the street smarts of the socially experienced participants in social communication who will be answering questions. Treating the relevant utterances as data is naturally no solution to this. The usual method recommended is formulated in terms of variables, addressing relations between variables, perhaps correlations, and the conditions on which they depend. 35 In research conducted in project form, the few variables that can be handled are treated as a closed area, while, thanks to a methodological fiction, everything else is assumed to be indifferent. What is ignored or left aside for methodological reasons is that the relationship between inclusion and exclusion is regulated by social systems themselves, and, moreover, that the use of meaning in social systems always provides reference to the unknown, the excluded, the indeterminable, to lacking information, and personal ignorance. 36 This can happen by reference to the future and to the possibilities for determination in prospect, as in Husserl's phenomenology, or in the form of a negative terminology, which only negates what it determines, leaving open what is in its stead. Although the excuse is offered that the context has to be taken into account, this remains a paradoxical demand. The context would have to be transformed into a text. Above all, however, if we assign key theoretical importance to the concept of communication, we would always have to note what is not said when something is said. 37 For reactions in social intercourse are very often determined by taking account of what remains unsaid. But if we are to do justice to social reality, we cannot abstract from the circumstance that all the forms of meaning used have another side to them, which they exclude for the moment of their use. I shall attempt to take this into account with the concept of meaning, and with the concept of form, the mathematical concept of the re-entry of a form into the form, and essentially by adopting a differentialist approach to theory. The familiar question about relations between variables corresponds very well to action-theoretical notions of the object. Not, however, because action is a particularly suitable object for empirical research. There are good reasons for questioning this. But actions are easy to imagine in interactional contexts if we follow Max Weber and attribute socially intended meaning to action. The motives of actors, and possibly their rationally selective structure, then serve to explain what form interaction takes. But this is the very circumstance that shuts out the other side of the form, or at most includes it as rationally non-selectable. The main question for a theory of society, however, is why almost all possible actions and interactions do not take place. They are apparently outside the schema of possible motives and rational calculations. How does society manage to sort out what is possible? Why is it part of the meaning of the forms of social life that these vast surplus possibilities are disregarded as unmarked space? It is at least conceivable that societal structures arise not as aggregates of preferred motives for action but much more elementarily as inclusion of this exclusion in the form. The tendency of methodological individualism, whether of necessity or not, to interrogate the individual about his knowledge or views and then to analyze the resulting data statistically misses the essence of the communication phenomenon, for communication is typically occasioned by ignorance. 38 We must be able to judge which utterances mean information for others, adding something they did not know or did not know for certain. Conversely, every participant has to be ignorant of something if he is to be able to receive information. This role of ignorance cannot be reduced to individual knowledge about the ignorance of others. It is also completely unrealistic to assume that an individual knows what he does not know. 39 Communication itself generates and tests the ignorance necessary for its continued operation. We could say that it lives from the unequal distribution of knowledge and ignorance. It is based on the form of knowledge, which always has a concurrent other side, that which is not yet known. And every participant must be able to judge what cannot be known at all so that he can avoid talking manifest nonsense. This being so, it is hardly surprising that the theoretical premises of the usual methodology address action and not communication. Another point concerns the methodological preference for the simplest possible explanation, simple in relation to the complexity of the data. At least since Henri Poincaré, we have known that this is a convention with no basis in reality, and hence a convention with which science serves itself. 40 The question of what has thus been excluded, i.e., included as excluded, has never really occupied sociology, not even where it was well aware that science is carried out within society. The problem is not to be resolved with Popper's falsification methodology. It arises in attempts at both falsification and verification. We could assume that the chaos behind all cognizable structures is excluded, but that would divide the world only into cognizable and non-cognizable. Another, probably more convincing answer would be that society itself with its other possibilities of communication is excluded and accordingly prevented from interfering in the production of scientific truth. Society can provide for scientific research within itself only if it allows research to try out the easiest possible, e.g., mathematical, explanatory models, and to cease further investigation if the explanation satisfies methodological requirements, or otherwise to venture on to more complex data specifications. There is nothing to be said against this. However, where a theory of society is concerned, this permission to certify one's own success or failure with the aid of conventions would have to be included as a particularity of the object of research in the investigation. A theory would be needed that disavows the methodological framework of research. Jacques Derrida would perhaps use the word deconstruct. After a century of the customary empirical research in sociology, we can say, if I may extrapolate, that although it can capture macro-sociological phenomena, such as rising/falling crime rates, migrations, divorce rates, it has failed to produce a theory of society, as the totality of social phenomena, and the prospects of it doing so are not exactly favorable. The ambition of empirical research is rooted in trust of its own tools and in the premise, the prejudice, that it can arrive at reality by these means, rather than only validating its own constructions. We could object that the coincidence of empirical knowledge and reality cannot be empirically determined, and from an epistemological point of view must accordingly be treated as accidental. This need not mean that the results of empirical research are to be ignored. But they typically provoke stimulating questions: why this? Why so? And not answers in the sense of established knowledge, which could be invalidated only by, albeit typically to be expected, social change. If we are guided by the alternative between critical and positive, methodologically empirical, sociology, we shall not get very far. We need not reject it. That would not help. We must complement it. Suggestions can be made in both factual and conceptual respects. As far as facts are concerned, much is obviously known and requires no further empirical study. It is also clear that the known facts often have far more serious consequences than common sense tells us or empirical research ascertains. A great deal could therefore be gained by throwing new light from unusual, incongruent angles on what is known or by placing it in a new context. Point 41. What we lack at present is an elaborated methodology, which is likely to depend more strongly than generally supposed on the development of theory. The conceptualization of a theory of society needs to enhance its potential for complexity, namely, for interpreting more heterogeneous facts with the same concepts and thus ensuring the comparability of widely differing facts. Functional comparison is a way of treating even the extremely unlike as comparable. Above all, it excludes a purely classificatory method, for classifications assume that, in the case of unlikeness, another class must be considered. I shall not, of course, cease to assign facts to general concepts, but I do not consider classification, hence a sort of naming, to be the form in which methodological efforts to attain cognition can be appeased. The methodological desideratum of functional comparison reflects peculiarities of modern society, and this is another reason for no longer relying on tradition in either theory or method. For, as I shall show at length, modern society is characterized by the functional autonomization and operational closure of its most important subsystems. Its functional systems are free to organize themselves and reproduce themselves. But this means that the overall system can no longer assert itself through operational control, but only through the structural effects of its differentiation form on subsystems. This insight has methodological consequences. Neither ideals nor norms can offer a basis for methodological guidelines, e.g., measures of approximation, for this would only shift the problem to why society burdens itself with ideas to which it can do no justice, and to how it selects such ideas. Instead, we must establish the societal contingency of findings by demonstrating that, and how, the same basal structures can be found in completely differing functional areas: family and politics, religion and economics, cognitive science and creative art or normative law. The argument is then that such coincidences cannot be accidental, they can and must be attributed to the form of the societal system. The following inquiries thus depend not only theoretically but also methodologically on very abstract conceptual decisions. The reasons lie in a circular argument. These assumptions about the specificity of modern society and about what can in this connection be considered a sufficiently evident fact naturally depend on the mode of observation and the distinctions with which the theory of society establishes itself. This cannot be avoided, for the theory of society must be formulated in society. Methodology, too, offers no a priori point of departure that can be introduced from outside. Point 42. If we wish to take account of this fact, the only possibility is to construct our theory as transparently as possible and to recognize concepts as decisions that can be revised with manifest consequences. 3. Meaning. I have sought to clarify the concept of meaning in a number of publications. Point 43. In the context of a theory of society, we must at least briefly return to this issue, because it can be assumed that neither theory nor society itself can go beyond what must always be presupposed as meaning. For no societal operation can begin without using meaning. If we take the general theoretical pattern of autopoiesis as the basis, presupposing meaning in no way contradicts generating meaning in the network of the operations that always presuppose it. On the contrary, the specificity of the medium meaning is a necessary correlate to the operational closure of cognitive systems. Meaning exists only as meaning of the operations using it, and hence only at the moment in which it is determined by operations, neither beforehand nor afterward. Meaning is accordingly a product of the operations that use meaning and not, for instance, a quality of the world attributable to a creation, a foundation, an origin. Point 44. There is accordingly no ideality divorced from factual experience and communication. Although Plato was right in thinking that ideas have to do with memory, remembering does not take us back to the real, almost forgotten meaning of that which is, its forms of being, ideas. The memory constructs structures only for momentary use to maintain selectivity and limit connectivity. Meaning constituting systems delude themselves if they think there have always been and will continue to be enduring identities, and that we can therefore refer to them as extant. All orientation is construction, is difference reactualized from moment to moment. We reach beyond this statement, which at first sounds like a mere assertion, there is no meaning outside the systems that use and reproduce meaning as a medium, if we call to mind a consequence of operational closure for relations between the system and its operationally unattainable environment. Living systems, that is, organisms, create a special environment for their cells, which protects them and enables them to specialize. They protect themselves by means of material boundaries in space. Psychic and social systems shape their operations as observational undertakings, which allow the system itself to be distinguished from its environment even though, and I must add because, the operation can take place only within the system. In other words, they distinguish between self-reference and other reference. For them, boundaries are therefore not material artifacts but forms with two sides. In abstract terms, this is a re-entry of a distinction into what it has itself distinguished. The system/environment distinction occurs twice over, as difference produced through the system and as difference observed in the system. With the concept of re-entry, I cite consequences that George Spencer Brown has described as constraints of a mathematical calculus restricted to arithmetic and algebra. 45 The system becomes incalculable for itself. It attains a state of indeterminacy that is attributable, not to the unpredictability of external effects, independent variables, but to the system itself. Memory, a memory function, is therefore needed to make the results of past selections available as a present state, in which forgetting and remembering play a role. 46 And it puts itself in a state of oscillation between positive and negative operations and between self-reference and other reference. 47 It confronts itself with a future it cannot itself determine, for which, so to speak, adjustment reserves are laid aside for unforeseeable situations. I shall be referring to the results of these consequences of re-entry apparent to the system itself as meaning. If we accept this theoretical disposition, we can neither assume that an existing world consists of things, substances, and ideas nor take the concept of world to refer to their totality, universitas rerum. For meaning systems, the world is not a gigantic mechanism that produces states from states and thereby determines the systems themselves. The world is an immeasurable potential for surprises, it is virtual information, needing, however, systems to produce information, or, in more precise terms, to give selected irritations the sense of information. 48 All identity must accordingly be understood as the result of information processing or, if relating to the future, as a problem. Identities do not exist, they merely have the function of ordering recursions so that in processing meaning, we can draw on and anticipate something that can be used recurrently. This requires selective condensation and, at the same time, confirmatory generalization of something that can be called the same as distinguished from other. 49 That meaningful identities, empirical objects, symbols, signs, figures, sentences, and so on, can be produced only recursively has far-reaching epistemological consequences. While it is clear that the meaning of such entities goes far beyond what can be grasped at the moment of observing, this does not mean that they exist when they are not observed. Beneath the premises of the traditional logical ontological view of reality, a further level, another operational activity, becomes apparent that constitutes objects and the possibilities of indicating them in the first place. Where recursions refer to the past, to tried and tested, known meaning, they refer only to contingent operations whose results are presently available and not to substantiating origins. Where recursions refer to the future, they point to an infinite number of possibilities for observation, hence to the world as virtual reality, and we cannot know whether observational operations will ever feed this reality into systems, and into which ones. Meaning is accordingly a thoroughly historical form of operation and only its use bundles the contingent emergence and indeterminacy of future uses. All determinations must use this medium, in which no registration has any other grounds than its facticity as secured by recursions. In the communicative production of meaning, this recursivity is provided above all by the vocabulary, which can be used as the same in many situations. 50 There are, however, also objects that as perceivable things can be enriched with social meaning, so that they can perform a coordinating function not dependent on language, such as religious objects or people in trances, prophets, mediums, purportedly possessed by spirits, or kings, coins, or footballs. The particular way in which home is identified can also not be attributed to language alone and can therefore not be adequately expressed in language. This is also true for the structuring of spatial relations through architecture or for the meaning of actions. We are always dealing with the basic function of ordering recursions available at the given moment, and only then. In the self-constituted medium of meaning, it is indispensable to orient operations on distinctions. This alone can produce the selectivity necessary for recursion. 51 Meaning implies that everything currently indicated connotes and captures reference to other possibilities. Each meaning thus means itself and other things. 52 It would, moreover, run contrary to our experience to assume that a thing disappears if we lose sight of it in turning our attention to other things, for then we would never be able to risk letting it out of our sight. Meaning is present as reference to the world in everything that is actualized, and it is a presentiered, Husserl's terminology, in actuality. This includes reference to the conditions of our own ability, our own capacity for achievement and the limits set them in the world. Even the distinction between actual and possible can still be rendered meaningful by considering its function in the phenomenology of the world, for example, thus reflecting on functional equivalence, on other possibilities. What this meaning thesis excludes is only the contrary, namely, absolute void, nothingness, chaos in the original sense of the word, and also what Spencer Brown calls the unmarked state of the world. At the same time, however, all meaningful operations always reproduce the presence of what has been excluded. 53 For the world of meaning is a complete world, which can exclude what it excludes only in itself. Non meaning, nonsense, too, can therefore be thought and communicated only in the medium of meaning, only in the form of meaning. 54 All negation accordingly potentializes what it explicitly negates. 55 And preserves it, hence re-establishing the unmarked space into which every operation, including the negating operation, etches itself through a distinction. How meaning functions can be discussed with the aid of specific distinctions that define meaning. Meaning can be described phenomenologically as surplus reference accessible from actually given meaning. Meaning is accordingly an infinite and hence indeterminable referential complex that can be made accessible and reproduced in a determined manner, and I attach great importance to the paradoxical formulation. 56 We can describe the form of meaning as the difference between actuality and potentiality, and can therefore also assert that this and no other distinction constitutes meaning. When talking about meaning, we then have something tangible, something we can indicate, distinguish, in mind, and this also means that the meaning thesis limits what we can otherwise make out about society. Society is a meaning-constituting system. The modalization of actuality by the distinction between actual and possible concerns the meaning actualized in system operations. It is doubly asymmetrical, for actualized meaning is and remains possible, and possible meaning, actualizable. The distinction therefore provides for the re-entry of the distinction into what it distinguishes. Meaning is hence a form that contains a copy of itself on both sides. This leads to the symmetrization of the initially asymmetrical distinction between actual and possible. 57 And meaning consequently appears to be the same everywhere in the world. Re-asymmetrization is possible, indeed, necessary for observation, but it must be introduced by further distinctions, for example, that between system and environment or signifier and signified. Systems using meaning are systems that, by their very medium, can observe and describe themselves and their environments only in the form of meaning, in other words with re-entry of the form into the form. There are no psychic and social systems that cannot distinguish between themselves and others in the medium of meaning, whatever freedoms may be actualized in matters of causal attribution. More specifically, from moment to moment re-entry is used, the treatment of actual meaning is reproduced, and possibilities are thus anticipated. Actuality is, as it were, the track on which ever new system states are projected and realized. To the system, actuality therefore appears to be a momentary present end, through self-thematization, to be of, however precarious, duration. Such systems cannot avoid the structural consequences of re-entry, especially the self-overburdening with possibilities that no observation or description can capture, and that can be observed only as selectivity. A historically much favored way of dealing with such self-overburdening is to measure the system against ideas, e.g., perfection, that it cannot realize. Systems that operate in the medium of meaning can, indeed, must, distinguish between self-reference and other reference, and they must do so in such a way that the actualization of self-reference always comprehends other reference, and that the actualization of other reference always comprehends self-reference as the other side of the distinction. All forms in the medium of meaning must therefore be constituted relative to the system, regardless of whether the accent is on self-reference or other reference at the given moment. It is this distinction that makes such processes as learning, system development, and the evolutionary development of complexity possible. And it also makes it possible to set out from two operationally very different meaning-constituting systems that reproduce through consciousness and communication, each producing its own point of departure for the distinction between self-reference and other reference, while always relating to each another through presupposed or actualized other reference, psychic systems and social systems. As the universal medium of all psychic and social systems, all consciously and communicatively operating systems, meaning regenerates effortlessly and as if of its own accord with the autopoiesis of these systems. By contrast, it is difficult to produce meaning, nonsense, because the effort to do so again produces meaning, makes sense. This problem can be observed in efforts at nonsense art. 58 meaning can be produced only if we take a narrower concept of meaningful, e.g., what is usual in everyday life, what can be expected, and then distinguish meaning from it. This is also the case where, having made an effort to achieve something particularly meaningful, we have to accept the futility of the venture. 59 in the generally unnegatable medium of meaning, secondary positive/negative breaks can be introduced, but this inevitably means that such a distinction again has meaning as a distinction and reproduces meaning. Although meaning can therefore be described as a form by distinguishing meaning from meaning, sense from nonsense, and making it possible to cross the boundary, this can happen only where the meaning/meaning difference attains meaning at the moment of its use, hence reproducing meaning as the medium of all form formation. 60. Meaning arises and is reproduced in certain, consciousness and social, systems as eigenbehavior. 61 because these systems produce their ultimate elements as events that arise at a point in time only immediately to disintegrate, can have no duration, and occur for a first and last time. They are temporalized systems, which can gain stability only in the form of dynamic stability, only through the continuous replacement of transient elements by other, new elements. Their structures have to be adapted accordingly. The given actual present is brief and so interpreted that everything that happens in this present happens simultaneously. 62 It is not yet really time. But it becomes time if it is understood as separating a before from an after, a past from a future. Meaning therefore appears in time and can at any moment switch to temporal distinctions, in other words, it can use time to reduce complexity, namely, treat what is past as no longer actual and what is future as not yet actual. 63 If, and only if, we use this distinction can we produce redundancies via the past and variety via the future, and producing means making present in the present. 64 However, temporalizing the present is only one of a number of possibilities for dealing meaningfully with variety, namely, through specific distinctions. The present is primarily the side of the form of meaning that, in contrast to the other side, I have called actuality. The other side of the form is then everything accessible from the first side, whether directly and really or only potentially, in the course of perception, or only in thought or imagination. With loose reference to Spencer Brown, we could distinguish the inside of the form from its outside as the attractor of the operation. 65 Operating meaningfully then means that all operations on the inside of the form take place, or do not take place, actually, but also that meaning requires another side of the form, the outside as a space of other possibilities reaching to infinity. That the temporal dimension of meaning can become relevant for differentiation can have a considerable impact on social conditions. The temporal dimension prevents the material consolidation of the social dimension. At the next moment, others may observe otherwise, within the factual dimension of meaning, they are temporally mobile. The extent to which societies accept this varies historically with the complexity of the societal system, which is easy to verify if we consider the context of the semantics of thing-ding semantic, res, bivalent logic, the treatment of dissenting opinion as error, and the isolation of special views as mere doxas/opinio in the old European tradition, whereas the temporal contingency of all attitudes toward the world is now much more strongly assumed. If every operation is an event dependent on a point in time that vanishes as soon as it is actualized, and that consequently has to be replaced by another event, if a sequence of operations, that is to say, a system is to come about, which need not be the case, continued operation requires the boundaries of the form to be crossed, requires a transition to something on the other side that had previously not been indicated. I shall not go into the logical or mathematical problems of this crossing, Spencer Brown, but simply note that selection is needed to reduce what is and remains possible on the other side to a specific, indicatable actuality, which in turn requires another side to the form, a surplus of references, a world full of possibilities that cannot simultaneously be actualized. Sequencing operations keeps the totality of potentialities CO present, carrying it along, regenerating it as a world without which no further operations could be selected and the operating system could never be reproduced. In short, meaning can be reproduced only as form. The world itself, as CO occurring other side of all meaning forms, remains unobservable. Its meaning can be symbolized only in self-reflection on the use meaningful operations make of the form. The problem is that, despite the clarity, or lack of clarity, distinctiveness, and factual indisputability of momentary actualization, Descartes naturally comes to mind. Meaning can represent the world of what is accessible from this perspective only as a surplus of reference, thus as a selection constraint. What has actually been appropriated is secure 66 but unstable, the other side of the meaning form is stable, but insecure, because everything depends on what will be intended in the next moment. The unity of the totality of possibilities and, of course, the unity of the form itself, the unity of actuality and potentiality, cannot be actualized. Instead of giving world, meaning points to selective processing. And this also holds true, as we shall see, if concepts, descriptions of the world, semantics referring to the world are formed, for this, too, must take place in a meaningful operation that distinguishes what it indicates from something else, e.g., scene from scenes. Without exception, actualized meaning comes about selectively and without exception points to further selection. Its contingency is a necessary element of meaningful operation. All this presupposes the operationally functioning unity of what is differentiated, comprehensible only as paradox, but not observable. 67 Meaning has to function simultaneously with the two sides of its form, otherwise, it cannot be used operationally to indicate something, and nothing else. Meaning in every sense, too, can be indicated only by actualizing a difference that entails something non-indicated as the other side of the distinction. We can, of course, also indicate the actuality/potentiality distinction itself. I have just done so, but only through a further distinction that distinguishes this from other distinctions and localizes it in the world. Meaningfully processing systems can thus well imagine and communicate that there are other systems for which there is no meaning, for example, stones. But this, too, is possible only with an appropriate distinction, hence only in the form of meaning. Meaningfully operating systems remain bound to the medium of meaning. It alone gives them reality in the form of the sequential actualization of their own operations. They can neither understand nor simulate meaning-free systems. They remain dependent on meaning as the form of complexity reduction specific to them. Whereas the use of a distinction is necessary and cannot be avoided, the determination of a distinction takes place explicitly. It presupposes visible selection and may need to be justified. Linguistically, the distinction implied in every phrase is not expressed. When we talk about an apple, for example, it is often not clear what we are distinguishing it from. The determination of a distinction, in contrast, is clearly marked and used to direct further communication. 68 But, of course, in the medium of meaning. That all observation depends on differences explains the wealth of meaning in the world, for we can identify what we are indicating by exposing it to one difference after another. Various observations by various observers can hence be coordinated, and coordinated in their very diversity. This applies to differences in the temporal dimension and in the social dimension. It holds true for the use of a succession of distinctions and for various observers focusing on the same thing. Traditional ontological metaphysics had given free rein to this backed, however, by transcendental critical values. Scenes was understood under the form of thing. Time pointed to an origin, arch, origo, principium, source, ground, that, despite changes in currently actualized distinctions, remained the same, and did so in the given present. And this origin was ultimately God as the sole being not defined through distinctions. 69 The radicalization of the meaning concept as a medium for distinction-dependent observation allows these premises to be cancelled. In all the dimensions of meaning, the world can now be understood as the framework, or as Husserl puts it, the horizon, that permits the exchange of distinctions with which we observe the same. However, this presupposes that the world is no longer understood as the totality of things and their relations but as that which cannot be observed, which is reproduced with every change of distinction. Every distinction represents the world by entailing its other side, what is not indicated at the moment. As Spencer Brown puts it, distinction is perfect continence. 70 Distinctions exercise self-control, they spare themselves external references because they already contain them as their other side. They contain continence. For this reason alone the meaning form can never go beyond itself. But in its particular case, it can also itself distinguish only by using itself, in other words autologically. It is the absolute medium of itself. This does not exclude taking further steps toward the inquiries into the theory of society that follow. We take recourse to the paradox of differentiation that secures perfect continence. As an operational unity of distinction and indication, meaning is a form that contains itself, namely, the distinction between distinction and indication. A form is essentially a distinction that recurs in itself as what is distinguished. We can escape this situation only by a leap, by a deparadoxization directive, by concealing the paradox with a further distinction. To this end, Russell and Tarski have proposed distinguishing between types or levels. Despite widespread criticism, this may be useful for the purposes of logic and linguistics. Spencer Brown manages by ignoring the initial paradox, carrying out his calculus on the basis of a directive, draw a distinction, to the point where the possibility of an imaginary re-entry of the form into the form emerges. 71. With respect to the specific form of meaning, namely, the distinction between actuality and potentiality, meaning therefore becomes operational only by the form re-entering the form. The inside of the form must be able to accept this re-entry. The difference between momentary actuality and open possibility must itself be actually available for consciousness and/or communication. We must be able to see in actuality how the crossing of this boundary is possible and what subsequent steps come into consideration. This cannot mean that the unmarked space of everything possible can be accommodated in the marked space of what is actually indicated, for it constitutes what is actual precisely by crossing the boundary. Nevertheless, certain possibilities can be captured and indicated in actuality and preorient a crossing of the boundary between actual and potential, only, however, where this possibility is realized as an actual operation, hence reconstituting the difference between actuality and potentiality. In this fashion, namely, through re-entry of the form into the form, meaning becomes a continually self-regenerating medium for the ongoing selection of particular forms. The description of this state of affairs verifies it itself, so to speak, and is thus an autological operation. But it also shows that it is possible only in the form of a paradox, for the form re-entering the form is the same and is not the same form. This well-considered audacity in unfolding the meaning paradox can encourage us to look at other distinctions capable of re-entry into themselves. In what follows, systems theory is understood as the theory of the distinction between system and environment, with re-entry possible on the side of the system if the system itself, that is to say, in its own operations, distinguishes between self-reference and other reference. Treatment of communication as the operation that reproduces specific social systems is guided by the distinction between medium and form. This distinction occurs within itself inasmuch as loosely or strictly coupled elements are presupposed on the two sides that are cognizable only as forms, that is to say, they presuppose a further distinction between medium and form. 72 The final medium that meaning systems cannot transcend is therefore meaning. But in this medium, forms have to be constructed through system operations, whether by directing conscious attention or by communicating. In the case of linguistic communication, 73 words are joined to form sentences complying with the rules of grammar and the requirements of meaning formation. Finally, the theory of societal evolution also uses a distinction that unfolds its paradox. The paradox that something persists that changes is not resolved in the old manner in the distinction between mobile and immobile, mutable/immutable, elements or parts. On the model of Darwinian theory, it is replaced by the distinction between variation and selection, in which variation itself proceeds selectively, since the system cannot be arbitrarily but only highly selectively irritated, in other words, stimulated to variation. For the distinction between system and environment. The theoretical resources for a meaningful revolutionization of the theory of society paradigm are not taken from sociological tradition. Rather, they are introduced from outside the discipline, based on recent developments in systems theory and developments in fields such as cybernetics, the cognitive sciences, communication theory, and evolution theory. In any case, the discussion runs in interdisciplinary contexts, which have changed radically over the past 2 to 3 decades and now have little in common with the systems concepts of the 1950s and 1960s. These are quite new, fascinating intellectual developments, which for the first time make it possible to avoid the old confrontation between the natural sciences and the liberal arts, the hard sciences and the humanities, or between subject matter in natural law form and in text, hermeneutic, form. The farthest reaching change, indispensable in understanding what follows, is that we speak no longer of objects but of distinctions. Moreover, we understand distinctions, not as existing facts, differences, but as deriving from directives to draw them, because if we did not we would be unable to indicate anything. We would have nothing to observe and hence nothing to pursue. 74 George Spencer Brown conceptualizes forms, not as beautiful or otherwise shapes, but as boundaries, as markings of differences that oblige us to make clear which side we are indicating, and thus which side of the form we are on, our point of departure for further operations. The other side of the boundary, the form, is given simultaneously. Each side of the form is the other side to the other side. Neither side is anything on its own. We actualize a side only by indicating it and not the other side. In this sense, form is unfolded self-reference, to be more precise temporally unfolded self-reference. For we must always set out from the indicated side and need time for a further operation in order to stay on the indicated side or to cross the boundary constituting the form. Crossing is creative. For whereas repeating an indication merely confirms its identity, and we'll say later, tests and hence condenses its meaning in various situations, crossing back and forth is not repetition and can therefore not be contracted into a single identity. 75 This is merely another way of saying that a distinction cannot identify itself in use. And this, as will be shown in detail with regard to binary coding, is the basis for the productiveness of crossing. Although this concept of form somewhat resembles Hegel's concept of the concept in that the inclusion of a distinction is constitutive for both, Hegel built in much farther-reaching pretensions, which we cannot accept and do not need. Unlike form in our sense, his concept undertakes to solve the problem of its unity itself. It eliminates the autonomy of what is distinguished, in the concept human being, for example, the independence of the opposing elements sensibility and reason, doing so through the specific distinction between general and particular upon whose dissolution the concept constitutes itself alone. This can be countered only by recalling that form is the distinction itself, in that it imposes the indication, and thus the observation, of the one side or the other and, quite differently from the concept, can for this very reason not realize its unity on its own. The unity of the form is not its higher, intellectual meaning. It is rather the excluded middle that cannot be observed as long as we observe with the aid of the form. The concept of form also presupposes that the two sides are determined by reference of the one to the others. This should, however, be regarded as prerequisite, not for a reconciliation of opposites, but for drawing a distinction. Determining, indicating, cognizing, acting are all operations that establish such a form. Like the fall of man, they cause a break in the world, give rise to a difference, to simultaneity and a need for time, and render inaccessible the indeterminacy ahead. The form concept no longer differs only from the concept of content but also from that of context. 76. A form may consist in the difference between something and everything else, in the difference between something and its context, for instance, between a building and its urban or rural surroundings, or in the difference between a value and the counter-value to the exclusion of third possibilities. Whenever the form concept marks the one side of a distinction on the condition that there is another side determined by it, there is also a superform, namely, the form of the distinction of the form from something else. 77. With the help of this concept developed for a calculus of forms, for processing distinctions, we can also interpret the distinction between system and environment. 78. From the point of view of a general calculus of forms, it is a special case, a case of application. From a methodological standpoint, it is therefore not merely a matter of replacing an explanation of society in terms of a principle, be it mind or matter, by one in terms of a distinction. Although we assign key status to the distinction between system and environment, and thus to the form system, we do so only in the sense that this is the point from which we organize the consistency of the theory, the coherence between a multiplicity of distinctions. This is an inductive procedure, not a deductive one. It tries out what generalizations of a form have to say for others. And consistency in this regard means nothing other than the production of sufficient redundancies, in other words, the parsimonious handling of information. This form concept helps systems theory make it clear that it is concerned, not with special objects, let alone technical artifacts or analytical constructs, but with a special sort of form, a special form of forms, so to speak, that explicates the general properties of every two-sided form in terms of system and environment. All the properties of form apply here, too, such as the simultaneity of system and environment, and the time requirement for all operations. Above all, this mode of presentation can show that, although system and environment are separate as two sides of a form, neither can exist without the other. 79. As a difference, the unity of the form remains presupposed, but the difference itself is not a vehicle of operations. It is neither substance nor subject. From a historical point of view, it replaces these classical figures. Operations are possible only as operations of a system, hence only on the inside of the form. But the system can also operate as observer of the form. However, it can observe the unity of the difference, the two-sided form as a form only if it constitutes another form for this purpose, only if the distinction itself can distinguish. Systems, if sufficiently complex, can then apply the distinction between system and environment to themselves, but only if they perform an operation of their own that does this. In other words, they can distinguish themselves from their environment, but only in an operation within the system itself. The form, which they generate blindly by operating recursively, thus differentiating themselves out, is available to them again if they observe themselves as systems in environments. And only thus, only under these conditions, does systems theory provide the basis for a certain practice of distinguishing and indicating. It uses the distinction between system and environment as the form of its observations and descriptions, but in order to do so, it must be able to distinguish this distinction from other distinctions, for example, those of action theory, and if it is to operate in this manner, it must form a system. Here, too, it must be science. When applied to systems theory, the concept therefore satisfies the requirement we set, namely, the self-implication of theory. Its relationship with its object obliges it to make autological inferences about itself. If we accept this difference theoretical point of departure, all developments in recent systems theory can be seen as variations on the theme of system and environment. The initial concern was to use notions of metabolism or input and output in explaining that there are systems not subject to the law of entropy but able to develop negentropy, and thus to reinforce the distinction between the system and its environment precisely through the system's openness and dependence on the environment. This invited the conclusion that independence of and dependence on the environment were not mutually exclusive characteristics of the system, but could under certain circumstances be enhanced alongside. The question was under what circumstances? Evolution theory pointed the way to an answer. The next step in development was to include self-referential, that is, circular relationships. At first, consideration was given to the structures of the system being organized by processes intrinsic to the system, by what was called self-organization. The environment was understood as the source of unspecific, meaningless, noise, from which the system could nevertheless obtain meaning in the context of its own operations. It was then postulated that the system could organize itself and develop its own order in dependence on the environment, and never without the environment, but without ever being determined by it. Order from noise. Point 80. From the perspective of the system, the environment acts randomly on the system. 81. But this very randomness is indispensable for the emergence of order, and the more complex order becomes, the more this is the case. At this stage of the discussion, Umberto Maturana introduced a new element with the concept of autopoiesis. Point 82. Autopoietic systems are systems that themselves produce not only their structures but also the elements of which they consist in the network of these same elements. The elements, which from a temporal point of view are operations, that constitute autopoietic systems have no independent existence. They do not simply come together. They are not simply connected. It is only in the system that they are produced, on whatever energy and material basis, by being made use of as distinctions. Elements are information, distinctions that make a difference in the system. They are hence units of use for the production of further units of use for which there is no counterpart in the environment of the system. In the light of a far-reaching and critical discussion, the low explanatory value of the autopoiesis concept should be pointed out. It requires only that all explanations start with the specific operations that reproduce a system, both the explained and the explaining system. It says nothing about what specific structures develop in such systems owing to structural couplings between system and environment. Nor does it explain the historical states of the system from which further autopoiesis proceeds. The autopoiesis of life is a one-off biochemical invention of evolution, but this does not mean that worms and humans had to be. Similarly for communication. The autopoietic operation of the communication presupposing communication produces society, but this does not yet decide what sort of society. Autopoiesis is accordingly an invariant principle for the system in question, and, once again, for both the explained and the explaining system. This is to abandon the ontological mode of explanation with its invariance of being and hence the distinction between subject and object. But this does not yet tell us what historical situations set the course for specifying structures via structural couplings. It tells us only that to answer this question, we must examine the system itself. Autopoiesis is therefore not to be understood as the production of a certain gestalt. What is decisive is the production of a difference between system and environment. Point 83. Uncoupling the system from what then remains as environment affords internal latitude, since the system is not determined by its environment. Correctly understood, autopoiesis is in the first place the generation of indeterminacy within the system, which can be reduced by the system itself forming structures. This explains not least of all why societal systems have invented the medium of meaning to take account of this openness for further determinations in operations within the system. The only operations of their own they know are therefore communications selecting meaning forms. This autopoietic reproduction naturally cannot happen without an environment, otherwise, as we know, the other side of the form would not be a system. But we now have to state much more precisely, for the benefit of our theory of society, how autopoietic systems, which themselves produce all the elements they need to continue their autopoiesis, organize their relations with the environment. All the external relations of such a system are therefore unspecific, which naturally does not exclude an observer being able to specify what he himself wants to see and can see. Every specification, including that of relations with the environment, presupposes action by the system itself and a historical state of the system as the condition of its action. For specification is itself a form, and thus a distinction. It consists of selection from a self-constructed selection area, information, and this form can be produced only in the system itself. There is no input of elements into the system and no output of elements from the system. The system is autonomous, not only at the structural level, but also at the operational level. This is what autopoiesis means. The system can constitute operations of its own only further to operations of its own and in anticipation of further operations of the same system. But these are far from all the conditions for existence, and I repeat, how can we now distinguish this recursive dependence of operation on itself from its doubtless continuing dependence on the environment? The answer can be found only by analyzing the specificity of autopoietic operations. In other words, the answer does not lie in the often superficially understood concept of autopoiesis itself. These reflections will lead us to assign key importance to the concept of communication in the theory of society. To begin with, the concepts as so far defined also clarify the now frequently used concept of operational, or self-referential, closure of the system. This does not, of course, imply that the system is causally isolated, without contact, or self-contained. The insight offered by the theory of open systems that independence and dependence can increase with and through one another remains intact. The wording merely changes. We now say that all openness is based on the closure of the system. In somewhat more detail, this means that only operationally closed systems can develop a high level of inner complexity, which can then serve to specify the respects in which the system reacts to conditions of its environment, while in all other respects, thanks to its autopoiesis, it can remain indifferent. 84. Nor does this contradict Gödel's insight that no system can close itself off to form a logically consistent order. 85. In effect, it says no more than what we presuppose, that the system concept refers to the environment concept and can therefore be neither logically nor analytically isolated. At the operational level, in our case with regard to communication, Gödel's argument is based on the insight that a statement about numbers implies a statement about numbers. In other words, communication can function only self-referentially. It should be stressed, however, that this concerns only an observer observing with the aid of the system/environment distinction or with regard to operations, and does not yet settle the question how the unity of the system comes about. Insight into the circular, self-referential, and hence logically symmetrical structure of these systems has raised the question how this circle can be interrupted and asymmetries produced. Who is then to say what is cause and what effect? Or, putting it more radically, what happens before and what after, what inside and what outside? The authority that decides is now often called the observer. But we are not thinking only about processes of consciousness, only about psychic systems. The concept is used highly abstractly and independently of the material substratum, the infrastructure, or the specific mode of operation that enable observations to be carried out. Observing means simply distinguishing and indicating, and it is in this sense that I shall be using it in what follows. The concept of observing draws attention to the fact that distinguishing and indicating constitute a single operation. We can indicate nothing that we do not, in so doing, distinguish, just as distinguishing makes sense only in that it serves to indicate one side or the other, but not both sides. In the terminology of traditional logic, the distinction is, in relation to the sides it distinguishes, the excluded middle. Observation in the performance of observing is thus also the excluded middle. If, finally, we consider that observing is always an operation that has to be performed by an autopoietic system, and if we term the concept of this system in this function observer, we can say that the observer is the excluded middle of his observation. He cannot see himself observing. As Michel Serres has put it, the observer is the non-observable. 86. The distinction he uses to indicate the one side or the other serves as the invisible condition of seeing, as blind spot. And this can be said for all observation, whether the operation be psychic or social, whether it be carried out as actual process of consciousness or as communication. The system of society is accordingly characterized, not by a specific nature, let alone a specific morality, spread of happiness, solidarity, the harmonization of living conditions, reasoned consensual integration, and so on, but solely by the operation that produces and reproduces society. 87 Communication. Point 88 By communication, as by operation, we consequently mean historically concrete and hence context-dependent activity and not merely the application of rules of correct speech. Point 89 If communication is to occur, knowledge and ignorance are required of all participants. I noted this as an argument against methodological individualism in my preliminary remarks on methodology. For how can we understand ignorance as a state of consciousness if not in dependence on communicative situations that specify certain requirements or signal certain information opportunities? For this reason alone, communication is an autopoietic operation, because it produces the distribution of knowledge and ignorance only by changing it. In the practice of meaning, communication, too, is obliged to draw distinctions to indicate one side and to ensure connections on this side. The autopoiesis of the system is thus continued. But what happens with the other side? It remains non-indicated and therefore does not need to be controlled for consistency. No attention is paid to contexts. We thus soon forget what that which was indicated was distinguished from, whether unmarked space or counter-concepts to be left out of account in further operations. Although the other side always occurs, because no distinction would otherwise be drawn, it is not used to achieve anything specific. That the elementary operation of society is an event bound to a point in time that disappears as it occurs is an insight that takes us further. This is true of all components of communication, information, which can surprise only once, utterance, an act tied to a point in time, and understanding, which also cannot be repeated but at best recalled. And it is true of both oral and written communication, with the difference that the dissemination technology of writing can distribute the communication event in time and space to many addressees and can thus be realized at unpredictably many points in time. With this time point related concept of communication, we also correct a popular conception of information. Information is a surprising selection from among several possibilities. As a surprise, it can be neither enduring nor able to be transported, and it has to be produced within the system, since it presupposes comparison with expectations. Furthermore, information cannot be gained purely passively as a logical consequence of signals received from the environment. It always contains a volitional component, that is to say, foresight into what can be done with it. 90 Before information can be produced, interest in it must therefore develop. If we understand communication as an entity comprising the three components information, utterance, and understanding, which are produced only in communicating, this excludes the possibility of assigning ontological primacy to one of these components. It can neither be assumed that there is a factual world that can then be talked about, nor does the origin of communication lie in the subjective act of communicating that imparts meaning, nor is there a society at the outset that prescribes via cultural institutions how something is to be understood as communication. The unity of communicative events cannot be deduced objectively, subjectively, or socially, and for this very reason communication creates the medium of meaning in which it can decide continuously whether further communication seeks its problem in information, utterance, or understanding. The components of communication presuppose one another, they are circularly connected. They can therefore no longer fix their externalizations ontologically as properties of the world, they have to seek them in the transition from one communication to another. The time-boundedness of the communication operation relates to the time point of understanding on the basis of observing a difference between information and utterance. It is understanding that then generates communication. We need this to be established to enable us to include written communication, as well as communication by means of money. Communication is thus a certain way of observing the world by means of the specific distinction between information and utterance. It is one of the possibilities for obtaining universality by means of specification. It is not transmission of meaning. 91. Although at the time point of understanding wide time horizons can be constructed for better understanding communication with regard to the point in time of the utterance. However, communication cannot control what happens simultaneously at the time of understanding, and must therefore always rely on inferences from its own past, on redundancies, on self-constructed recursions. In communicative contexts, understanding would therefore be quite impossible if it depended on deciphering what was going on psychologically at the same time. Although it must be assumed that consciousness is involved, no one participating in communication can know the details of what happens either for the others involved or for themselves. Communication, hence society, must rather procure the necessary understanding itself. This is achieved through non-arbitrariness in connecting communicative events, hence through the self-referential structure of communication processes. For each individual event gains meaning, equals understandability, only because it refers to others and restricts what they can mean, and this is precisely how it determines itself. 92. A communication system accordingly exists only at the moment of its operation, but to determine its operations, it uses the medium of meaning, which enables it to relate selectively from each operation to other operations, and to do so within horizons that present the simultaneously existing world to the system. 93. All duration must therefore be produced by transition to other events. Communicative systems are possible only as recursive systems, since their single operations can be produced only by recursion to an anticipation of other operations of the same system. 94. This in turn imposes the double requirement of continuity and discontinuity, raising the question how meaning can be treated in other situations as the same. It is necessary to install cognizable repetition. Only if and insofar as this is the case can the classical conceptuality, which speaks of elements and relations, and that presupposes stable objects, be retained. 95. And the question is how this is possible in the medium of meaning. In George Spencer Brown's theory of form, this desideratum is expressed by the double concept of condensation and confirmation. 96. Which cannot be reduced to a single concept. Recursions must produce identities suitable for reuse. This can be done only through selective condensation, by leaving out unrepeatable elements of other situations. However, they must also preserve the condensed meaning in new situations, and this requires generalization. If these requirements have to be repeatedly met, for instance, with the aid of language, generalized meaning variants develop whose signification cannot be sufficiently captured in the form of definitions. They arise from experience in use, which depends entirely on the user system. I consider this a cause of the evolution of symbolically generalized communication media. 97. Jacques Derrida has argued in the same vein under the heading difference. 98. Not only in writing but also in speaking, indeed in every type of experience, signs have to be set and transferred to other situations. Distinctions, fractures, ruptures, thus have to be transported in time. This can be done only if what the sign refers to, above all the intention, is absent. 99. In short, the necessity of temporal sequencing imposes differentiation between system and environment and the operational closure of recursions in the system. The concept of self-referential, operational closure alters the concept of system boundary, complicating it in a way that requires careful analysis. For living systems, for the autopoietic organization of molecules in space, we can still speak of spatial boundaries. Indeed, boundaries in this case are special organs of the system, membranes of cells, the skin of organisms, that perform specific functions in shielding the system and in the selective mediation of exchange processes. This form of boundary, which is of course visible only to the external observer and simply lives in the system, does not occur in the case of systems that operate in the medium of meaning. Such systems are not limited in space at all, they have a quite different, namely, purely internal, form of boundary. This is the case with consciousness, which thus distinguishes itself from the brain and can externalize the neurophysiological self-observation of the organism only in this manner. 100. And it applies a fortiori for the communication system society, as has been evident since the invention of writing and at the latest since the advent of telephony. The boundary of this system is produced and reproduced in every single communication, in that the communication determines itself as communication in the network of the system's own operations and does not accept any physical, chemical, or neurophysiological components. In other words, every operation contributes to the ongoing differentiation of the system and cannot otherwise attain its own unity. The boundary of the system is nothing other than the type and concretion of its operations, which individualize the system. 101 It is the form of the system whose other side thus becomes the environment. The same can be formulated with the aid of the distinction between self-reference and other reference. Meaningfully operating systems reproduce themselves in ongoing implementation of the distinction between self-reference and other reference. The unity of this distinction cannot be observed, it is carried out only operationally and only internally, otherwise we could not speak of self-reference and other reference. Like living systems, systems operating with meaning never go beyond their own boundaries with their own operations. But in the medium of meaning, boundaries always have another side. As forms they always exist as two-sided forms, and not as pure facticity of the operational act. This means that the observation accompanying progression from operation to operation always notices the selectivity of the recursive connection and hence something that belongs not to the system but to the environment. In communication, information about something is actualized and changed that is not communication itself. In the network of communication, other reference always occurs in the search for suitable connections. The boundary of the system is therefore nothing other than the self-produced difference between self-reference and other reference, and as such is present in all communications. With the continuously reproduced distinction between information and utterance, a social system can observe itself. An observer of this observing, a second-order observer, for example, the social system science, can also distinguish between the topics and functions of communication and thus observe the conditions for the iterativity of operations, in this case, communications. Topics enable a distinction to be drawn between topics and items, hence between structures and operations, which then attach to the inner side of the boundary to the environment. This allows the sequential ordering of communication, leading to a memory ordered by topic, locally, topically, as it were. 102 Functions, by contrast, relate to the autopoiesis of the system and the required reproduction, alteration, or development of structures. In communication about communication, topics and functions of communication can in turn become a topic or re-entry of the distinction into itself. The system closes itself at the reflexive level, thus attaining a state of double closure. 103 which guarantees high internal flexibility but also imposes intransparency for every observer. As we shall see, this analysis commits us to assuming a single system of world society, which, so to speak, pulsates as it grows or shrinks depending on what is realized in the way of communication. A multiplicity of societies is conceivable only if there are no communicative links between them. 5. Society as a comprehensive social system. In the understanding elaborated here, the theory of society is the theory of the comprehensive social system that encompasses all other social systems. This definition is almost a quotation. It recalls the opening sentences of Aristotle's Politics defining the political community, koinonia politic, as the supreme, kiritat, community that includes all others within it, pausis peri ekousa tas alas. 104 We thus follow in the old European tradition as far as the concept of society is concerned. However, all components of the definition, including the concept of inclusion equals perichon, resolvable for the purposes of systems theory with the concept of differentiation, are understood differently, for we are concerned with a theory of modern society for modern society. The link with the old European tradition is hence retained, but a redecryption of its key statements is called for. 105. Society is therefore understood as a system, and the form of the system, as we have seen, is nothing other than the distinction between system and environment. But this does not mean that general systems theory suffices to deduce by logical inference what society is about. We also have to determine the specificity of social systems, and what within the theory of social systems constitutes the specificity of a system of society, in other words, what is implied when we refer to society as the comprehensive social system. We must therefore distinguish between three levels in analyzing society. 1. General systems theory and, within it, the general theory of autopoietic systems. 2. The theory of social systems. 3. The theory of the societal system as a special instance of social system. At the level of the general theory of autopoietic, self-referential, operationally closed systems, the theory of society draws on conceptual decisions and findings of empirical research that also apply to other systems of this type, e.g., brains. Far-reaching interdisciplinary exchanges of experience and ideas are possible in this regard. As explained in the previous section, I base the theory of society on innovative developments in this field. At the level of the theory of social systems, we are concerned with the specificity of autopoietic systems that can be understood as social systems. Here we have to determine the specific operation whose autopoietic process leads to the formation of social systems in corresponding environments. This is communication. The theory of social systems thus brings together all statements that apply to all social systems, even to interaction systems of short duration and little importance, and only such statements. 106 Society at this level, like the classical Societas Civilis, appears to be one social system among many others, and can be compared with other types such as organizational systems and systems of face-to-face interaction. Only at the third level does the specificity of societal systems come to bear. It needs to be explained at this point what is meant by comprehensive, an attribute that goes back to the beginning of Aristotle's Politics. It is clearly based on a paradox. It states that one social system, koinonia, among others includes all others within it. Aristotle resolved this paradox through emphasis and ultimately through an ethical understanding of politics. It was thus rendered invisible for tradition. This paradox is unfolded by the distinction between levels proposed here for the analysis of society, occasionally permitting recollection of the paradoxical foundations of the overall theory. For the distinction between levels in my conceptualization is a form that has two sides. The concept of level implies that there are other levels. Notwithstanding the distinction made between these levels, the subject of the inquiry, its system reference, remains the system of society. In other words, in the context of distinguishing between the levels to analyze the subject, society, we are not concerned with systems that could also be addressed on the other levels. Methodologically, drawing a distinction between levels invites us to exhaust the possibilities of abstraction, to extend comparisons between systems to systems that are as diverse as possible, and to make any knowledge gained from the analysis of society available in the greatest possible measure for exploitation at more general levels. This is not, as sociologists so often fear, a matter of analogical inference, nor is it a merely metaphorical use of biological ideas. The distinction says nothing about the being or the nature of things in the analogy of being, analogia intus, sense. It is nothing other than a form for unfolding the paradox of self-inclusive unity, and has the specific function of encouraging the exchange of ideas between disciplines and enhancing the potential for mutual stimulation. Nonetheless, it is not a statement of fact but a construction specific to science. I shall use systems theoretical means at all levels in analyzing the system of society to specify the necessary theoretical decisions. The general theory of autopoietic systems requires precise identification of the operation that carries out the autopoiesis of the system and thus demarcates the system from its environment. In the case of social systems, this is done through communication. Communication has all the required properties, it is a genuinely social operation, and the only genuinely social one. It is genuinely social in that, although it presupposes a multiplicity of participating consciousness systems, it cannot, for this very reason, be attributed to any individual consciousness. Moreover, under the conditions of its own functioning, it excludes consciousness systems knowing the given inner state of the other or others. 107 In oral communication, because interlocutors participate in utterance/understanding simultaneously, in written communication because the partners participate in their absence. Communication can therefore only assume that adequate understanding also has psychic correlates. 108 In this sense, and interpenetration can mean no other, it depends on operational fictions that have to be tested only occasionally and only through communication. Communication is also genuinely social in that a common, collective, consciousness can by no means and in no sense be produced, and that consensus in the full sense of complete agreement is hence also unattainable. Communication operates in its place. 109 It is the smallest possible unit of a social system, namely, the unit to which communication can still react through communication. 110 In another version of the same argument, communication may be said to be autopoietic in that it can be produced only in recursive relation to other communications, thus every single communication contributes to reproducing only in a network. 111 A unit of communication is completed with understanding or misunderstanding regardless of the essentially infinite possibilities for clarifying what has been understood. But this completion takes the form of a transition to further communication that can pursue this clarification or turn to other topics. The production of elements is autopoiesis. Communicating acceptance or rejection of the proposed meaning of a communication is already another communication, and, regardless of all thematic ties, does not arise of itself from the preceding communication. An essential precondition for the autopoiesis of society and its structure formation is that communication does not of itself contain its own acceptance. This has to be decided through further, independent communication. Since communication requires time to connect communications to communications, this mode of operation results in a temporal uncoupling of system and environment. The system and the environment nonetheless exist simultaneously, and this simultaneity underlies all constitution of time. 112 But within the limitations this imposes, the system has to constitute an eigentime that adapts the speed of operation and the temporal perspectives of the system to internal possibilities. The system must then renounce one-to-one couplings between environmental events and systemic events and create arrangements within that take into account that other temporal relations obtain in the environment than in the system. The system develops structures, memories and expectations, to enable it in its operations to keep the temporal relations in the system and those in the environment apart and to organize eigentime. To some extent, the system must gain time vis-a-vis the environment, in other words, take precautions, and to some extent, too, it must be able to accept and cope with surprises. It must be able to delay or accelerate reactions while something quite different has begun to happen in the environment. But this becomes a problem only because system and environment inevitably operate simultaneously, and because the system can neither forge ahead into the future of the environment nor lag behind in its past. The system can hence never attain a temporal situation in which it can be sure that nothing is happening in the environment. This is particularly true for the relationship between communication and consciousness, for processes of consciousness and, above all, for processes of perception that are to be presupposed in the environment of society. This difference, too, requires and permits temporal decoupling and indisputably simultaneous interaction. Since George Herbert Mead's pioneering studies 113 we have known that communication does not come about only through an organism perceiving how another behaves and adapting accordingly, nor does it come about by imitating the gestures of the other, for instance, threat gestures or play gestures. Such behavior leads only to mutual irritation and stimulation of the autopoiesis of organisms, to more or less occasional and possibly relatively frequent coordination. According to Mead, what is decisive is that symbols come into being that enable the individual organism to coordinate within itself with the behavior of others, while itself using the appropriate vocal gestures, to permit the coordination of the coordinations of organisms. As Umberto Maturana puts it. 114 This explanation can be developed in the direction of a social semiotics. However, it does not lead to a theory of society as a social system that differentiates itself from an environment, also of the organisms involved. Through communication. 115 All propositions about communication remain propositions about the behavioral organism, about the nervous system, biological, or consciousness, psychological. This does not yet take account of the fact that participation in communication requires a high, steady speed in identifying successive particles of meaning. Otherwise, the short-term memory of communication would fail. On the other hand, the consciousness is not prepared for this in its neurophysiological basis and must evolve in a very specific sense if it is to keep up. 116 For this purpose, communication has clearly distinct combinations of sounds at the ready. At any rate, this is where the real problem of the co-evolution of the brain, consciousness, and language lies, and not in the mere treatment of signs. Nothing about these insights requires to be corrected or withdrawn, but there remains the question of whether and how communication can be an operation that leads to the emergence and operational closure of an autonomous social system with its own environment that cannot be perceived, but only denoted. Or, to transfer an argument of Maturana's from cell biology to the theory of social systems, a description of the totality of the states of participating nervous systems or consciousness systems does not suffice to tell us how autopoiesis is possible for social systems. What is likely to be decisive is that speaking, and gestures imitating it, makes the intention of the speaker apparent, thus imposing a distinction between information and utterance and then a reaction to this distinction that also employs linguistic means. 117 Only thus as a component of this distinction can information with informational value arise, in other words, information that changes the state of the system processing it, in the sense of Gregory Battison's famous dictum a difference that makes a difference. Moreover, and this distinguishes communication from biological processes of all types, it is an operation endowed with the capacity for self-observation. Every communication must at the same time communicate that it is a communication and mark who has uttered what so that follow-up communication can be determined and autopoiesis continued. It therefore not only generates a difference through mere implementation as operation, this as well, but also uses a specific distinction, that between utterance and information, to observe that this happens. This realization has far-reaching consequences. It means not only that the identification of utterance as action is the construct of an observer, that is, the construct of a communication system observing itself. It means above all that social systems, including society, can come about only as self-observing systems. This obliges me, in contrast to Talcott Parsons and everything currently on the market in the action theory sector, to renounce an action theoretical, and hence individualistic, foundation for sociology. 118 At the same time, it presents us with a problem, but initially nothing more than that of a system forced to observe itself continuously, observation that, as we have seen, is an operation contingent on a distinction that at the moment of operating itself functions as the excluded middle. All self-observation, too, is conditional on a blind spot. It is possible only because it cannot see its seeing. Communication thus functions operationally as the unity of the difference between information, utterance, and understanding without being able to communicate this unity. But for subsequent self-observation, it uses the distinction between information, utterance, and understanding to determine whether further communication has to react to doubts about information, to presumed intentions of the utterance, e.g., deception, or to difficulties in understanding. No self-observation is therefore in a position to capture the full reality of the system that carries it out. It can only do something instead, only choose substitute solutions, and it does so by selecting distinctions with which the system observes itself. If sufficiently complex, a system can pass from observation of its operations to observation of its observation, and finally to observation of the system itself. In this case, it must take the distinction between system and environment as the basis, and thus be able to distinguish between self-reference and other reference. However, this too takes place through operations of the system in the system, otherwise it would not be self-observation. The distinction between self-reference and other reference is one practiced within the system and thought about as such. One might also call it a construction of the system. Given the impossibility of capturing the fullness of being or making the system transparent to itself, a complex structure of distinctions develops that guides the observation process of the system, steering it inward or outward depending on which side of the distinction is indicated as inside and outside. If the system has appropriate storage capabilities at its disposal, for example, writing, it can then gather experience, condense situational impressions through repetition, and develop an operational memory without running the risk of constantly confusing itself with the environment. All this takes place following the basal distinction between self-reference and other reference with other suitable distinctions. The concept of self-observation does not assume that there is only one such possibility in a system. Many communications can be simultaneously performed and self-observed. This also holds true for observation of the unity of the system in distinction to the environment. A social system particularly, of course, a society can observe itself at the same time or successively in quite different, we could say polycontextual, ways. As far as the object is concerned, there is therefore no obligation to integrate self-observations. The system does what it does. What has been said so far applies to social systems of widely differing types, for example, to organizations or, as family therapists well know, to families. Turning now to the third level on which the specificity of a societal system is to be treated, the problems posed by the diversity of possible self-observations prove particularly evident and far-reaching. For society as the comprehensive social system knows no social systems outside its bounds. It cannot thus be observed from without. 119 Although psychic systems can observe society from outside, this has no social consequences if it is not communicated, if, that is to say, the observation is not carried out within the social system. In other words, society is the extreme case of polycontextual self-observation, the extreme case of a system obliged to observe itself without functioning as an object about which there can be only one correct opinion, so that all deviation is to be treated as error. Even if society routinely distinguishes itself from its environment, it is by no means clear in advance what is thus being distinguished from its environment. And even where texts, that is to say, descriptions, are prepared to guide and coordinate observations, this does not mean that there is only one correct description in each case. One cannot without further ado claim that South Chinese fishermen regarded Confucian ethics as the basis of the empire as did mandarins and bureaucrats. The Indian caste system as a representation of unity through difference, too, takes widely varying forms incompatible with the unity of a hierarchical order. And it remains an empirical question who in the late Middle Ages outside the clergy, the nobility, and the legally schooled magistrates and administrative officials knew and believed in the three estates theory. From the peasant's point of view, society was rather a one-class affair, with the exception of the lord of the manor and his family. For in the case of society, there is no external description that allows correction, however much men of letters and sociologists may aspire to such a position. Tradition had externalized interest in an infallible description, naming the relevant position God. God could do everything except err. It had, however, to be conceded that the judgment of priests about the judgment of God could be fallible, and that the correct description, the true catalogue of sins would be known only when the world came to an end, at the last judgment, and then in the form of a surprise. In the light of this thesis of surplus possibilities for self-observation and self-description, I shall attempt in the final chapter of Volume 2 to show that self-descriptions are nevertheless not the product of chance. There are structural conditions for the plausibility of descriptions, and there are historical trends in the evolution of semantics that severely restrict the scope for variation. Sociological theory can then recognize interrelationships from the type of correlations between societal structures and semantics, but it can also realize that such theories are their own constructs and should not be confused with the current description of the societal system. In sum, society has no essence. Its unity cannot be discovered by reduction to the essential, allowing contradictory views to be rejected as erroneous, for this, too, would have to be communicated in society and would thus change what is being spoken about. The unity of the societal system therefore lies only in external demarcation, in the form of the system, in the difference reproduced continuously through its operations. This is the point any redescription of the old European tradition has to emphasize. When we say that only communications and all communications contribute to the autopoiesis of society and thereby redefine the attribute comprehensive, this thesis also contains a far-reaching break with tradition. At issue are neither goals nor good convictions, neither cooperation nor conflict, neither consensus nor dissension, neither acceptance nor rejection of the meaning propounded. Nor does individual happiness play a role, or at best only as a topic of communication. 120 Only autopoiesis itself is conveyed by all these communications, and a fortiori by all communications to be attributed to the subsystems of society. Distinctions like those between economy and society, law and society, school and society are therefore confusing and, in our theory, not allowed. They give the impression that the components of the distinction are mutually exclusive, whereas in truth the economy, law, school, and so on, are not outside society but can be considered only as societal performance. Attempting to distinguish between women and human beings is just as nonsensical, it is merely much more widespread nonsense. All communications means communications have an autopoietic effect insofar as their difference makes no difference. That communication takes place is therefore not a surprise in society, and therefore not information. It is naturally different with psychic systems that are addressed unexpectedly. On the other hand, communication is the actualization of information. Thus, society consists of the linkage between operations that make no difference in that they make a difference. This relegates all assumptions about understanding, progress, rationality, or other appealing goals to a secondary theoretical position. But precisely this lends particular weight to the theory of symbolically generalized communication media. All communication even includes paradoxical communication, communication that denies that it says what it says. We can communicate paradoxically and do so without communicating meaninglessly, in the sense of ununderstandably equals autopoietically ineffectively. 121 As an operation, paradoxical communication functions even though it bewilders the observer, which is well understood to be its intent. Both classical rhetoric and modern literature, both the Nietzsche-Heidegger tradition of philosophy and the family therapist make use of open paradox. What is more, it has become usual to watch for hidden paradoxes in observing the observation of others. The function of paradoxical communication is not fully clarified and is presumably itself paradoxical, namely, as an attempt to destroy and create in one act, which does not cause difficulty for the autopoietic operation, only for its observation. 122. 6. Operational closure and structural couplings. If we describe society as a system, it follows from the general theory of autopoietic systems that it must be an operationally closed one. At the level of the system's own operations there is no ingress to the environment, and environmental systems are just as little able to take part in the autopoietic processes of an operationally closed system. 123 This is the case even, indeed especially, where such operations are observations or operations whose autopoiesis requires self-observation, a difficult thought that runs counter to the entire epistemological tradition. Observations can only affect observations, can only transform distinctions into other distinctions, can, in other words, only process information, but they cannot touch things of the environment with the important but narrow exception of everything involved through structural couplings. Observing systems, too, have no contact with the environment at the operational level. All observation of the environment must be carried out in the system as an internal activity with the aid of the system's own distinctions, for which there is no correspondence in the environment. Otherwise, it would make no sense at all to speak of observing the environment. All observation of the environment presupposes the distinction between self-reference and other reference, which can be made only in the system itself, where else? And this also makes it clear that all observation of the environment stimulates self-observation, and every gain in distance from the environment raises the question of self, of one's own identity. Since we can observe only with distinctions, the one side of the distinction makes us, as it were, curious about the other, stimulates us to cross the boundary, as Spencer Brown would say, that is marked by the form, system and environment. At the level of first-order observation, however, this distinction between contact with the environment and only internally connective other reference is not taken into account in either consciousness systems or communication systems. All traces of operational closure are deleted. Consciousness systems know nothing about the operating conditions of their brains, but they think within their heads. Communication systems do not know that communications contact nothing else but communications. Systems therefore operate under the illusion of having contact with the environment at least as long as they only observe what they observe and do not observe how they observe. The experience of the resistance and non-arbitrariness of operational outcomes are registered externally and therefore present a world we have no choice but to accept. Phenomenology is practiced as ontology. This condition is easily understood. It can be revoked in second-order observation, but this happens without the possibility of completely renouncing first-order observation. Even second-order observation must still be able to observe an observer. Even the recognized illusion of reality therefore remains a fact in the real world. We see that the sun comes up and cannot see it otherwise, even though we know we are deceiving ourselves. In other words, at the level of first-order observation, which can never be completely abandoned, no distinction can be drawn between reality and the illusion of reality. One consequence of operational closure is that the system has to rely on self-organization. A system's own structures can be built up and changed only through its own operations, language, for example, only through communication and not directly through fire, earthquakes, radiation from space, or the perceptions of the individual consciousness. All operations, communications, therefore have a double function. They, 1. Establish the historical state of the system, the point of departure for the system in ensuing operations. They determine that the system is the way it is and not otherwise. And, 2. They form structures as selection schemata that make recognition and repetition possible, hence condensing identities, many say with Piaget invariances, which they confirm in ever-new situations and thus generalize. This structure formation that permits remembering and forgetting is not possible through external agency. We therefore speak of self-organization. Closure, self-determination, and self-organization, and this is the evolutionary advantage, make a system highly compatible with disorder in the environment, or more precisely with only fragmentary, only incomplete environments not organized as a unity. Evolution hence leads necessarily to the closure of systems, which in turn contributes to overall disorder, against which operational closure and self-organization hold their own. In precisely this sense, the operational closure of the communication system society is in keeping with the emergence of mobile organisms endowed with nervous systems and finally with consciousness. And society, because it tolerates the uncoordinated multiplicity of perspectives of these endogenously restless individual systems, reinforces this diversity. Within the tradition of systems theory, the closure of systems must appear an extravagant thesis, for, with the law of entropy in mind, it constitutes itself as a theory of open, and therefore negentropic, systems. This position in relation to the law of entropy is naturally not to be retracted. By closure, I do not mean thermodynamic closure but only operational closure, which means the recursive enablement of a system's own operations through the outcomes of its own operations. For real operations can be assumed to be possible only in a simultaneously existing world. This excludes one operation influencing another. If this is nevertheless to occur, it can do so only in direct connection between one operation and another. However, such recursive relations, in which the conclusion of an operation is the condition for another to take place, leads to differentiation between systems whose closure is often realized in a structurally highly complex manner and their simultaneously existing environment. I call the outcome operational closure. We can also look at this whole subject in relation to consciousness systems and show why and how the modern distance between the individual and society induces the individual to reflect, to ask about the I of I, to search for an identity of his own. What had always been seen and what the world was is now outside. What, then, is inside? An indeterminable void? If we apply the theory of autopoietic systems to the case of society, we come to the same conclusion, naturally with regard to another mode of operation, namely, communication. Society is a communicatively closed system. It generates communication through communication. Its dynamics consist in the effect of communication on communication in the sense of transforming current distinctions and indications but never in the sense of reshaping the external environment. 124 We can no less talk things into shape than we can think them out of existence or rethink them. Society is hence a system that is completely and exclusively determined by itself. Everything that is determined as communication has to be determined through communication. Everything that is experienced as reality arises from the resistance of communication to communication 125 and not from any imposition of an outside world ordered in one way or another. This naturally includes communication about dependence on the environment, but then what is communicated is determined with the aid of the distinction between self-reference and other reference intrinsic to the system and through recursive recourse to an anticipation of further communication. This self-determination is a precondition for the toleration, indeed, the deliberate placing of indeterminacies, for example, of questions, of ambiguities, of paradoxical utterances, of irony. The communication itself decides, if necessary after checking or disregarding matters, on the degree of determinacy required and on a specific illocutionary meaning of indeterminacies. And the final check on self-determination in the determinacy/indeterminacy dimension is to ask what contributes to the continuation or termination of current communications. As a communication system, society can communicate only within itself, neither with itself nor with its environment. It produces its unity through the operational performance of communications in recursion to an anticipation of other communications. Operating on the basis of the observation schema system and environment, it can then communicate within itself, or about its environment, but never with itself and never with its environment. For neither it nor its environment can reoccur in society as partner in, as addressee of communication. Any such attempt would be talking into the void, would initiate no autopoiesis and would therefore not take place. For society is possible only as an autopoietic system. This closure has to do with the specific operational manner in which the system reproduces, namely, communication. It does not have to do with causality as such. The environment is, of course, always involved, and without it nothing, absolutely nothing can happen. The term production, or simply poiesis, always refers to only part of the causes an observer can identify as required, namely, the part obtainable through the internal networking of the system's operations, the part with which the system determines its own state. And reproduction in the old sense of the term means production from products, determination of the state of the system as the point of departure for every further determination of the state of the system. And since this production/reproduction requires a distinction to be drawn between external and internal conditions, the system always reproduces its boundaries in the process, that is to say, its unity. Autopoiesis accordingly means production of the system by itself. But communication only comes about because a distinction is drawn between utterance and information and the distinction is understood. All further communication can then relate either to the utterance or to the information, but it can do so only by means of follow-up communication, which in turn reproduces the difference between utterance and information. In operational performance, by taking place in fact, communication reproduces the closure of the system. Through the mode of observation, how it takes place, namely, by distinguishing between utterance and information, it reproduces the difference between closure and openness. A system thus arises that, owing to its closure, is open to the environment in its operations, because its basal operation is geared to observation. For the system, the difference in form between utterance and information is therefore an inevitable condition for autopoietic reproduction. In other cases, there would be only cessation of communication, an end to the system's operations. This necessity relative to the form of communication also means that, as we have seen, the system always reproduces a double reference, the distinction between self-reference and other reference. Through utterance the system refers to itself. Utterance actualizes the possibility of recursively relating further communication to the system. Through information, in contrast, the system typically refers to its environment. 126 The structure of the communicative operation therefore has precisely the form needed to transfer the difference between system and environment into the system and to treat it there as a distinction between self-reference and other reference. Merely operating reproduces only the difference between system and environment through always selective recursion. The distinction then re-enters what is distinguished through the distinction between utterance and information. 127 The difference between system and environment appears in the system in the form of directions of reference and only thus. The problem of the operationally inaccessible environment is hence transposed from operation to cognition. 128 The system reproduces itself in the imaginary space of reference by renewing the distinction between self-reference and other reference with every communicative operation as the form of its autopoiesis. The autopoiesis of the communication system society hence always and necessarily reproduces the distinction that divides reference into self-reference and other reference. It can still refer to this distinction by subsuming it as a distinction in its own right under self-reference. This would then be the re-entry of a distinction into an already completed re-entry of the distinction between system and environment into the system. At the operational level, this distinction is always presupposed as an operationally inaccessible condition of reference. All internal transformations, all information processing, all transformations of distinctions into distinctions can therefore have to do only with communicative reference. It cannot intervene directly in the environment. For the system, objects are accordingly always references, they are never things that exist in the outside world, but structural entities of the system's autopoiesis, that is to say, conditions for the continuation of communication. 129 Nor can the system intervene in its own unity. If it does so, it merely actualizes self-reference, only the one side of the distinction that permits reference. The other side remains unmentioned. For this reason, all self-descriptions of society are concerned only with the half of the reality that they actualize as a unity of self and other reference. As an observer, the system operates blindly, because it can accommodate the unity of the distinction that permits observation on neither side of the distinction. And because everything that happens as an operation within the system, neither the unity of the environment nor the unity of the system's autopoiesis is accessible to the system. There are only the abridging indications used in observation. This account does not yet provide an adequate picture of how the system of society relates to its environment. For the real possibility of communication, as an observer can discover, has many factual preconditions, which the system can neither produce itself nor guarantee. Being closed is always being enclosed in something which, seen from inside, is outside. In other words, the establishment and maintenance of system boundaries including those of living beings presuppose a continuum of materiality that neither knows nor respects these boundaries, which is why Ilya Prigozhin can speak of dissipative structures already in the physical and chemical fields. But this raises the question of how a system, here, the system of society, organizes its relationship with the environment if it maintains no contact with this environment and has only its own referential capacity at its disposition. The entire theory of society depends on the answer to this question, and we now see that, and how, humanistic and regionalistic concepts of society have avoided even posing this question. The answer to a difficult question is a difficult concept. Following Umberto Maturana, we speak of structural coupling. 130 Structural couplings limit the scope of the possible structures with which a system can carry out its autopoiesis. They presuppose that every autopoietic system operates as a structurally determined system, in other words, a system that can determine its own operations only through its own structures. Structural couplings hence preclude environmental factors from specifying in accordance with their own structures what happens in the system. Maturana would say that structural coupling is in orthogonal relation to the self-determination of the system. 131 It does not determine what happens in the system, but must be presupposed, because autopoiesis would otherwise come to a standstill and the system would cease to exist. To this extent, every system is adapted to its environment, or else it does not exist, but within the given scope, it has every possibility to behave aberrantly. The result is particularly apparent in the ecological problems facing modern society. In the terminology of informatics, we could say that structural couplings digitize analog relations. 132 Since the environment and the other systems within it always operate simultaneously with the given reference system of observation, we are initially dealing only with analog, parallel, relations. The participating systems cannot extract any information, for this requires digitization. Structural couplings must therefore first convert analog into digital relations if they are to influence a system. In relations between the communication system and consciousness systems, this is a function of language, which converts a continuous alongside into a discontinuous succession. Less attention has been paid to another precondition for structural couplings, which must therefore be particularly stressed. Structural couplings presuppose that the system produces surplus possibilities internally, e.g., possibilities for movement defined in direction neither by space nor the organism. This alone allows the system to accept restrictions on its freedom, and to do so in a way that can vary from situation to situation. For psychic and for social systems, these surplus possibilities are set through the medium of meaning. To resolve these indeterminacies, which has to be done internally, the system requires pointers, which can be supplied by its own memory or by structural couplings. The body remembers the limits to its possibilities for movement and sees them in the terrain. The concept of structural coupling allows us to take into account that the adaptedness of the system cannot be adequately explained as an outcome of either natural selection or the system's cognitive performance. For no system can muster the requisite variety, W. Ross Ashby. It can only compensate for the unknownness of the environment by the internal surplus of possibilities, by matching indeterminacy with indeterminacy. This is true a fortiori if, unlike Maturana, we define cognition as an indication on the basis of a distinction, thus presupposing a capacity for distinguishing for which there is no correlate of any sort in the environment of the system. If this is to be achieved, the system must be able, first, to close itself operationally and reproduce autopoietically, and, second, to rely on extremely limited structural couplings with the environment. Eyes and ears and the corresponding connective operations in the brain are prime examples. Structural couplings must have a basis in reality independent of the coupled autopoietic systems, although this alone naturally does not explain the function of structural coupling. Point 133. In other words, they presuppose a continuum of materiality, or energy, in which the boundaries of the system are not marked, and thus above all a physically functioning world. They are moreover very stable precisely because they are compatible with all the autopoietically possible structural developments of systems. But of course this also means that their endangerment or destruction must have catastrophic consequences to which systems cannot react, because all possibilities for reacting depend on preliminary filtration by structural couplings. Finally, it should be remembered that structural couplings, too, are two-sided forms that include something by excluding other things. They bundle and intensify certain causalities that affect the coupled system, irritating it and thus stimulating it to self-determination. And they exclude other forms of influence. On the outside, there is also causality that can affect the system, as an observer might be aware, but such causality can be only destructive. In the sense of this already complicated concept, all communication is structurally coupled with consciousness. Without consciousness, communication is impossible. Communication is totally dependent, in every operation, on consciousness if only because only consciousness and not communication itself can perceive sensorily, and neither oral nor written communication could function without perception. Point 134. Moreover, communication, at least in its primary, oral form depends on reciprocity being established within the perceptual scope of the participating consciousness systems in the form of perception of being perceived. Point 135. It is thus a special capability of the consciousness, which permits the almost simultaneous processing of utterance and understanding, and that can provide for primary self-correction of communication, for example, in stopping an utterance when the sender sees that the receiver is not paying attention. Nonetheless, consciousness is neither the subject of communication nor in any other sense a vehicle of communication. It contributes no operations of any sort to communication, e.g., in the sense of a successive thought-speech sequence. Communication functions only because no recursions have to be produced between such heterogeneous modes of operation and because communication has no need to thematize the presupposition of consciousness, but accepts it through structural couplings. We must therefore abandon the classical metaphor that communication is a transmission of semantic content by one psychic system that possesses it to another. Point 136. If we abandon this notion of communication as transmission, it must have far-reaching consequences for general systems theory and its application to social systems, which are difficult to assess. Classical systems theory, Wiener, von Bertalanffy, Forrester, posited a concept of transfer or flow and had understood systems to be their regulation. This was the case for all types of transfer, for biological and economic systems, for organizations, for consciousness systems, and for machines, and made it possible to compare them. Environmental relations were described either with the aid of an input/output model or a feedback loop, always on the assumption that the system controlled or even generated this process through regulation. If, however, we are unable to see communication as transmission, this eliminates one of the key premises of this systems theory. We must either affirm the old suspicion that social matters are quite unsuitable for systems theoretical treatment, or we have to rethink systems theory. This could be done by asking how the production and reproduction of a difference between system and environment comes about in the first place. For a specific type of system, namely, the social system, the answer to this question lies in the concept of communication. If reproduced autopoietically through recursions, communications form an emergent reality sui generis. Human beings cannot communicate, only communication can communicate. Like communication systems, consciousness systems, and brains, cells, and so on their other side, are operationally closed systems that can maintain no contact with one another. There is no non-socially mediated communication from consciousness to consciousness, and there is no communication between the individual and society. Every sufficiently precise understanding of communication excludes such possibilities, as well as the other possibility that society could be conceived of as a collective mind. Only a consciousness can think, but not think its way into another consciousness, and only society can communicate. And in both cases, we are dealing with self-operations of an operationally closed, structurally determined system. Particular to this instance of structural coupling between consciousness and communication is that autopoietic systems are involved on both sides. It is therefore not a matter of coupling an autopoietic system to invariant environmental conditions as the musculature of self-propelled organisms is adapted to the gravitational force of the Earth. In the relationship between consciousness and communication, too, there are some structural invariants, for example, the limited speed of changes in states of consciousness, which communication must not overtax. More important, or at any rate evolutionarily less probable, is that communication presupposes endogenously restless environmental systems that inevitably and repeatedly change their state. This means that communication has to be prepared to cope with continual irritation by its environment without its vocabulary and rules of grammar being allowed to change from moment to moment. Indeed, language has the peculiar ability to convey irritations to communication without breaking down. In the case of structural coupling, this works as always incessantly and invisibly. It works also and especially when we are not thinking about it and not talking about it, as when going for a walk. We can take the next step without thinking about the weight that is physically required to do so. And just as our weight narrowly limits our scope for walking, in other words, the gravitational force of the Earth must be neither too strong nor too weak, consciousness systems and communication systems are adapted to one another to allow them to function in unobtrusive coordination. The mutual intransparency of the coupled systems has not only to be accepted in practice, it is a necessary condition for structural coupling, for the endogenously determined operations of the systems could otherwise not be synchronized. That such highly improbable conditions are to be expected, and that so very few of the many possibilities are realized on both sides of the coupling, can, like the possibility of going for a walk, be explained only in terms of evolution theory. This unseen, quiet functioning of the structural coupling between communication and consciousness does not exclude participants in communication from being identified and even addressed in communication. Following an old tradition, I shall refer to them in this context as persons, 137, and thus say that the communication process is in a position to personify external references. Every communication must be able to distinguish between information and utterance, otherwise it would not itself be distinguishable. But this means that corresponding objective and personal references form. Following Spencer Brown 138, we could also say that the reuse of such references condenses persons, or things, defining them as identical while confirming them, that is to say, as enriched with new charges of meaning from different sorts of utterance. If this happens, a corresponding semantics develops. Persons have names. What personality means and how it is to be handled may be described in greater detail in complicated forms. But all this does not alter the separateness and operational closure of structurally coupled systems. And the modern semantics of life, of subjectivity, of individuality give the impression of being invented to compensate for this irrevocable being for itself. 139. Through structural couplings, a system can be connected to highly complex environmental conditions without having to acquire or reconstruct their complexity. As we can recognize from the physical constraints of eyes and ears, structural couplings always cover a very restricted portion of the environment. Everything that is excluded cannot have an irritating and stimulating effect on the system, but only a destructive impact. This is the only way to safeguard the autonomy of the system's autopoiesis and the development of the system's own complexity. This is already true of the physical environmental couplings of the nervous system and particularly impressively for the coupling of the communication system with individually dispersed consciousness systems. For the system, the complexity of coupled environmental systems remain non-transparent. It is not taken over by the system's own mode of operation because the requisite variety, as W. Ross Ashby puts it, is lacking. 140 It is mostly reconstructed in the operations of the system only in the form of precondition and malfunction, or of normality and irritation. In communication systems, general indications like names or concepts such as human being, person, and consciousness serve in the system's processing of reference to environmental complexity. It is always a matter of utilizing ordered, structured but certainly not predictable, complexity in accordance with a system's own operational possibilities, and in society this means using it linguistically. Where such relations develop in mutual co-evolution and none of the systems thus structurally coupled could exist without them, we can also speak of interpenetration. 141 The relationship between nerve cells and brains is a good example, the relationship between consciousness systems and society is another, also quantitatively more or less comparable. Plainly, the regular structural coupling of consciousness systems with communication systems is made possible by language. 142 A topic also much discussed in sociology concerning the relationship between society, culture, language, and psychic mentalities. 143 is thus expressed in a concept that is necessary for theory construction. In subtle analyses, Wilhelm von Humboldt examined both the subjective and objective character of language. The speaker has to choose an objective form and surrender ownership of the spoken word, with the result that in spoken communication, no participant thinks exactly what another thinks. Language frees itself from its creator's sic as form. But he goes on to say, the true resolution of this contradiction lies in the unity of human nature. 144 A theory of society that took communication, not language, as its point of departure was lacking, and this gap was initially filled by a philosophical anthropology. Only the postulate of two different types of autopoietic system makes it possible to replace the unity of human nature with the concept of structural coupling. This choice of concept implies that language functions without psychic reflection or social comment, which does not exclude choosing our words when the consciousness sees cause to do so, or talking about ways of expressing oneself if a problem of understanding arises for the social system. But such rather exceptional concerns also presuppose that language works unobtrusively, in other words, that it is in orthogonal relation to the autopoietic processes of the systems participating in it. In the evolutionary context, language is an extremely improbable sort of noise, which, precisely because of its improbability, has high attention value and highly complex possibilities of specification. A consciousness present when speech is proceeding can easily distinguish this noise from other noises and finds it difficult to escape the fascination of current communication, whatever it might be thinking within its own inaudible system. At the same time, the possibilities language offers for specification permit highly complex communication structures to be developed. First, through the complexification and subsequent smoothing out of linguistic rules themselves, and, second, by developing social semantics for the situational reactivation of important possibilities for communication. The same applies mutatis mutandis for language transferred from an acoustic to a visual medium, that is to say, for the written word. Chapter 2 will examine the enormous, often underestimated effects of this visualization of language. Whereas language as a structure has to be relatively permanently fixed, there is a second coupling mechanism that is both unstable and, as it were, capable of learning, for which we may borrow the concept of schemata from cognitive psychology. 145 In a poorly coordinated area of research, it goes by many other names, as well: frames, scripts, prototypes, cognitive maps, and implicit theories, to mention only a few. These terms denote meaning combinations that serve society and psychic systems to form a memory that can forget almost all their own operations but can nevertheless retain and reuse something in schematized form. Examples are standardized forms of defining something as something, e.g., a beverage as wine, attribution schemata that link causes and effects, possibly vesting them with demands for action or blame apportionment, where they are called scripts. 146 But time schemata, especially past/future or preference codes such as good/bad, true/false, and property/non-property also perform the schematization function. In using schemata, communication presupposes that every participating consciousness understands what is meant, but also that this does not determine how consciousness systems handle the schema, let alone what follow-up communications result from the use of schemata. Schemata can be concretized and adapted to every need. For example, corporal punishment can be deemed educationally beneficial or detrimental. In concrete situations, they help fill gaps in the search for supplementation and completion. 147 In any case, as extracts from memory, they cannot be used schematically. 148 They serve as reductions of structural complexity in the development of operational complexity, and hence in the ongoing adjustment of structural coupling between psychic and social systems to changing conditions. Here, too, the function and mechanisms of coupling do not have to take effect in the operations of the systems, they can be supposed to act noiselessly. In the context of a theory of the system of society, it is not useful to develop in the form of a vast excursus, as it were a theory of language and a theory of schematisms based on this function of structural coupling. I would merely point out that doing so contradicts fundamental principles of Saussurean linguistics. Language does not have its own mode of operation, it has to be realized either as thought or as communication, it consequently does not form a system of its own. Language is and remains dependent on the circumstance that consciousness systems, on the one hand, and the communication system of society, on the other, continue their own autopoiesis with completely closed operations of their own. Were this not to happen, speech would immediately cease and thinking in language would no longer be possible. Loosely following Talcott Parsons, we can also call this form of structural coupling symbolic generalization. 149 However, the term symbolic is used differently in this context than with regard to symbol development within societal communication, when, for example, genealogies are compiled on the principle of descent to explain similarities between persons. As a coupling between consciousness systems and communication systems, the symbol means only that there is a difference that can be treated as the same from both standpoints. In this sense, a symbolic use of linguistic generalizations, equals reuses, presupposes the referentiality of language, that is to say, the ability to distinguish signifier, words, from signified, things, in consciousness and in communication. Only the signifier is suitable for symbolic use, not the signified things themselves. In other words, contrary to the assumptions of our tradition, conveying humankind and society cannot depend on nature. Just as important as artificiality, condensation, confirmation, and the symbolic use of linguistic signs is an element that often attracts less attention, the binary coding of language. All communication offers two possibilities, acceptance and rejection. All, condensed and confirmed, meaning can be expressed in an affirmative version and in a negative version. This sets the course for the further treatment of the topic. Point 150. The same arrangement is also important as a form of structural coupling and presumably came about for this reason. For the bifurcation of the communication code, language also allows consciousness to opt for one side of the form or the other. With this minimum of freedom, it can elude determination by the course of communication and give itself over to, for itself non-transparent, self-determination. For unascertainable reasons, it says yes or no, accepts or rejects, supports or blocks the further course of communication, and does so in a communicatively comprehensible manner for motives that may remain incomprehensible for itself and for others, and that play no thematic role in communication, except in exceptional circumstances. This state of affairs is imposed universally by the code of language, independently of words, topics, motives, and contexts. It is given always and at every moment. In this form, it is an indispensable condition for the structural coupling of different instances of autopoiesis. That communication systems are coupled to consciousness systems through language, as are consciousness systems to communication systems, has far-reaching consequences for the structural development of the systems involved, for their morphogenesis, for their evolution. Unlike consciousness systems, which can perceive sensorily, communication can be affected only through consciousness. Everything impacting society from outside that is not communication must therefore have passed through the double filter of consciousness and the possibility of communication. The structural coupling of consciousness and communication is hence a form that includes and excludes. It increases the possibilities of mutual irritation in its channel, but can do so only on condition that all influences not covered by it are excluded or limited to destructive effects. We must literally keep an eye on what this means. The entire physical world, including the physical basis of communication itself, can affect communication only via operationally closed brains, and these brains only through operationally closed consciousness systems, and thus only through individuals. This involves an enormous and, from an evolutionary point of view, very improbable process of selection, which at the same time determines the high degree of freedom in societal development. Physical, chemical, and biological processes have no direct access to communication if not in the sense of destruction. Noise or the withdrawal of air or spatial distance can exclude oral communication. Books can burn or even be burned. But no fire can write a book or even irritate the author strongly enough to cause him write differently while the manuscript burns than had there been no fire. Consciousness is hence in a privileged position under all the external conditions of autopoiesis. It controls the access of the outside world to communication, but it does so, not as the subject of communication, not as an entity underlying communication, but thanks to its capability for, highly filtered, self-generated, perception, which, under the conditions of structural coupling, depends in turn on the neurophysiological processes of the brain and through these on further processes of the autopoiesis of life. That communication systems are coupled directly only with consciousness systems and accordingly profit from their selectivity without being specified by them provides a defense that largely prevents the total reality of the world from affecting communication. No system could be complex enough to endure this and maintain its autopoiesis. Only thanks to this protection has a system been able to develop whose reality consists in the processing of mere signs. It should be remembered that consciousness systems exist in large numbers, now more than 5 billion units, all operating at the same time. Even if we take into account that consciousness systems on the other side of the world are asleep at the moment and others are not engaged in any sort of communication for other reasons, the number of simultaneously operating systems is still so great that effective coordination, and hence the formation of consensus in an empirically evident sense, is completely excluded. The communication system is therefore necessarily left to its own resources. It has to direct itself, and it can do so as long as it succeeds in activating the required consciousness material in its environment. There can thus be no question of any sort of homogeneity between the operations and states of structurally coupled systems. The use of language and cognitive schemata does not change this. There must be other reasons why structural couplings nevertheless come into being. They are likely to lie in the temporality of the operations not only of neurophysiological and conscious systems, but of communicative systems. 151 Always with an eye on their structural couplings, we must take a closer look at this temporal structure of autopoietic systems, for, although the world exists simultaneously for every system, brains, consciousness systems, and communication systems form differing sequences of events and thus operate at different speeds. What consciousness perceives as intensity is developed in the nervous system by a sequence of impulses. There are such time differences in the experience of volition and emotion. 2.152 The consciousness has accordingly already been in action when communication produces events. The consciousness, we could say, interprets what has already happened in the brain as a decision, a feeling, or an insight. Communication actualizes and thus captures in consciousness what has already been decided. For its part, this peculiar belatedness in structural couplings remains unnoticed. It is interpreted as simultaneity. It is, as it were, translated into the assumption of a reality that exists independently of cognitive operations. The need to synchronize time to suit the requirements of the given system's own autopoiesis thus explains the emergence of a world that is the way it is independently of cognition. Systems convert temporal relations into reality without specifically anticipating particular meaning forms. Following this analysis, we can do without the assumption that there is an ontological substratum to the world and at the same time explain this assumption itself. We have to assume that the operations of structurally coupled systems are temporal because the basal elements of these systems are produced in relation to time. As more precise analysis can show, all conditions are quite complex. All operations in coupled systems are only events that are over as soon as they occur. They must therefore produce the difference from the environment through a sequence of matching operations. This requires memories specific to systems. Although the memory participates only in the system's own operations, remembering or forgetting only its own operations, it presents the outcomes, products, of operations on the basis of the distinction between self-reference and other reference. Every system therefore projects synchronization with other systems and similarity of other referential matters into the world, although there are neither checks nor any meta-guarantees for agreement. At the same time it knows itself to be different and the outside world to be also accessible to others. Therefore, in the field of intentional and thematic other reference, consciousness, like societal communication, develops the idea of things that exist externally, although a system is nothing other and has nothing else but the history of its own movement. 153 This paradox of supposing similarity despite separateness explains that consciousness systems experience continuous irritation when participating in communication, causing a structural drift, which in turn affects the conditions for further participation in communication. In this sense, communication regenerates conditions for the continuation of communication through the way in which it affects its environment. However, what in communication is registered as consensus or dissension remains completely open. The sole alternative to the consciousness/communication structural coupling that is emerging with unpredictable consequences is the computer. There are already computers in use whose operations are accessible to neither consciousness nor communication, neither simultaneously nor reconstructively. Although they are manufactured and programmed machines, such computers function non-transparently for consciousness and for communication. Their operations nevertheless affect consciousness and communication through structural couplings. Strictly speaking, they are invisible machines. If we ask whether computers are machines that work analogously to consciousness and can replace or even outdo consciousness systems, we are putting the problem wrongly and probably playing it down. Nor is it relevant whether the internal operations of the computer can be understood as communications. We must presumably leave aside all analogies of this sort and ask instead what consequences it would have if computers could establish a quite independent structural coupling between a reality they were able to construct and consciousness or communication systems. This question deserves greater attention. It is impossible to judge at present what consequences it would have for the further evolution of the societal system. At any rate, any theory of society should reserve an indeterminacy position for the issue, and the structural coupling concept offers such a possibility. Although we assume in what follows that communication systems are coupled to consciousness systems through language and only for this reason can afford indifference toward everything else, the computer can also be considered likely to make other forms of structural coupling possible. Finally, the concept of structural coupling explains that, although systems are completely self-determined, they develop by and large in a direction tolerated by the environment. In structural coupling, the inside of the system can be termed irritation, or disturbance or perturbation. Autopoietic systems react directly to negative and non-typifiable stimuli. At any rate, they are not, as economic theory would suppose, utility maximizers per SE 154 in their irritability. 2. Both consciousness systems and the communication system society are completely autonomous. Irritations arise from an internal comparison of, initially unspecified, events with the system's own possibilities, especially with established structures, with expectations. There is hence no irritation in the system's environment, and there is no transfer of irritation from the environment into the system. It is always a construct of the system itself, always self-irritation, albeit occasioned by environmental effects. The system then has the possibility of discovering the cause of the irritation within itself and learning from this discovery, or attributing the irritation to the environment and treating it as accident, or seeking its source in the environment and exploiting or eliminating it. These various possibilities, too, are provided for in the systemic distinction between self-reference and other reference, and if the system has the possibility of drawing distinctions, it can shift perspective and combine reactions, for example, learning while identifying environmental causes. Continual irritations of a certain type, for example, the repeated irritation of an infant by the peculiarities of language, or the irritation of an agricultural society by the perception of climatic conditions, steer structural developments in certain directions, because these systems are exposed to very specific sources of irritation and are therefore constantly concerned with similar problems. Of course, this does not mean that we could return to the climate and culture theories of the 18th century, nor does it mean that we are prepared to accept a purely sociological theory of socialization. In all these questions, a multiplicity of system references have to be taken into account and correspondingly complex theory models applied. In any case, the environment gains influence over the structural development of systems only under the condition of structural couplings and only within the framework of the possibilities of self-irritation they channel and accumulate. All this also holds true for modern society. What is more, the environment itself is changing more strongly than ever before under the influence of society. This is true of the physical, chemical, and biological conditions of life, in other words for the complex usually termed ecology, but it is also particularly true for the deformation of psychic systems under modern living conditions, for example, for everything covered by the concept of modern individualism or the theory of a growing entitlement mentality. As in an ecological hypercycle, structural couplings between the system of society and the environment are under pressure to vary at a speed that raises the question of whether and how society, thus irritated, which has itself to thank for all this, can learn fast enough. Finally, operational closure provides the key to the theory of system differentiation. However society differentiates social systems within itself, the occasion is always a bifurcation of its own operations. It is never a matter of reflecting distinctions that already exist in the environment. Only very primitive societies have experimented on the basis of anthropological parameters like gender and age, but this has proved an evolutionary dead end. Even family formation and segmentary differentiation go beyond this. If discriminatory significance is later lent to structural distinctions, e.g., farmers/nomads, city dwellers/country dwellers, or now on occasion racial differences, this is clearly a matter of social aspects important only insofar as they can be linked to forms of system differentiation. From a genetic point of view, it is always a matter of performance by the communication system. A deviation is proposed, observed, tested, rejected, or intensified and used for more and more connections. Self-referential and other referential components contribute. The differentiation of a system therefore always brings about its further out-differentiation in the sense of interrupting the point-by-point coincidence of components of the system and components of its environment. And precisely this interruption makes it inevitable that society has to cope with an interpreted environment. 7. Cognition. When we begin to examine communication systems as sui generis autopoietic systems, traditional ideas about cognition have to be reviewed. It is also a question of redscribing the humanistic heritage of the European tradition. It had attributed cognitive abilities to humans and defined the particularity of humankind in function of two distinctions, that between human and animal and that between human and machine. In search of characteristics attributable only to humans and not to animals or machines, theories of cognition provided a sort of reserve conceptuality defined in terms of reason, intellect, and reflective capacity. The faculties of sensory perception that humans share with animals were consequently played down. They were counted among the lower, as opposed to higher, faculties. 155 Machines, in contrast, only supplemented and facilitated the human capacity to act, while action itself could be attributed to free will and the possibility of reasoned control. Developments within science and technology have invalidated this premise of a specifically human-centric theory of cognition. Modern physics allows cognition to be described at best as a special case of changes in relations between electromagnetic fields. This might give us an answer to the question of how the world makes self-observation possible. But this provides no access to the phenomenology of the world. Neurophysiological research describes the brain as an operationally closed system, and the question of how we nevertheless come by the idea of an outside world arises for both animals and humans. The answer lies only in the concept of sensory perception, which is thus preordinate if not superordinate to all reflective processes. In still unfathomable manner, perception externalizes the results of neurophysiological processes in higher species of animals and in humans. Electronic data processing technology has changed relations with machines. This technology can no longer be regarded as supplementing bodily activity, hence imposing a redescription of the relationship between man and machine. 156 Research into artificial intelligence shows such change, even questioning whether couching the problem in terms of the relationship between man and machine is still appropriate for the purposes of cognition theory. In the circumstances, we need to restate and come up with new answers to the question of a reserve category of specifically human characteristics. 157 Examining the medium of meaning can contribute. 158 However, this medium is used by both psychic and social systems. We can therefore just as well define the specificity of humans as a matter of their participation in meaningful communication. But this alone does not produce an adequate concept of cognition commensurate with the new conditions. For this purpose, we take the concept of observation as our point of departure, treating observation as an indication in the context of a distinction and requiring memory to be defined as the ability to forget and remember. Meaningful cognition is then only another special case, the only one, however, that comes into question for the theory of society. In other words, cognition is the ability to connect new operations to remembered operations. It presupposes that forgetting releases capacities in the system, but also that new situations can lead to highly selective recourse to condensations of past operations. These considerations oblige us to abandon a traditionally dominant notion, which many still consider self-evident, that a system can adapt to its environment through cognition, and that evolution is hence made possible by improving cognitive capabilities, through more profound, more exact, premonitory knowledge of the environment. There is of course no denying a link between evolution and changes in the cognitive faculties of highly developed systems, but the thesis of a conditioning relation between cognition, better adaptation, and evolution is untenable in this simple version, not least in biology. 159. Even older cybernetic systems theory gives cause for doubt, as in W. Ross Ashby's thesis that systems are energetically open but informationally closed, and that they lack the requisite variety. 160 The cybernetic control loop is also geared to function without knowledge of the environment, so to speak without subject and without object. The theory of operational closure and the thesis that autopoietic systems must always be adapted in advance if they are to realize their evolutionary potential go beyond this. The first question is then always what operations the reproduction of the system carries out and how the system can already be adapted on this precognitive level. 161 Only then can we ask how specific observational operations come about and how cognitive abilities, digitization, memory, learning, distance orientation, anticipation, error correction, can develop on this basis. From a functional point of view, cognition is not a copying or representation of environmental conditions in the system. Its job is rather to produce redundancies that spare the system repetitive information processing. 162 Redundancies are marked as knowledge, registered as recognizable, and then used economically to concentrate and expedite any checking of new information. Cognition can accordingly help the system to adjust temporarily to situations, a major advantage in a volatile world. But this very specialization prevents cognition from guaranteeing the structural adaptation of systems to the world. Whereas organisms primarily secure the metabolic processes for reproducing life and have to be adapted at this level before going on to develop specific cognitive abilities, the only basal operation available for the formation of social systems is communication. And whereas organisms can react only to irritation of their outer surfaces, however they interpret these irritations internally, communication systems intensify their irritability by replacing spatial boundaries by meaningful distinctions. As an operational necessity, communication always requires self-observation of the operation, in other words the possibility of distinguishing between information and utterance, and with this distinction it separates off a domain, namely, information, to which it can attach cognition. Here, too, the basal operation is not cognition. But it guarantees that cognition inevitably occurs and can be developed. The distinction between utterance and information and the dependence on understanding make it clear that communication as an operation, too, must adapt to the environment without being able cognitively to control this dependence. No communication process can monitor step by step, in other words, communicatively express, whether participants are still alive, whether there is sufficient air to carry sound waves, whether electronic equipment is still in working order. Such demands would paralyze the efficiency of the evolutionary advance of communication. If they had to be met, communicative systems would not have developed in the first place. 163 In other words, the sequence of communicative operations requires what constitutes its environment to enable and tolerate its mode of operation. Should failures and disturbances occur, they can still be taken into account as events and processed in the form of the communication relating to them. Only thus can communication concentrate on itself. Only thus can it perform its operations. Only thus can it digitize the information it produces, and does not, for example, take from the environment. Only thus can it test the connectivity, intelligibility, possibly the consensual capacity, of its operations. Only thus is it able to produce vast amounts of information, to distribute it in complex systems and to process it both simultaneously and sequentially. And only thus can it continually cross the inner boundary of its own distinction and treat the utterance of information as information about what has been uttered or about the utterer, or, vice versa, draw conclusions about the quality of the information on the basis of information about the type or motive of utterance. Communication thus requires no guarantee of congruence with the environment to allow it to proceed. It uses cognition instead. In any case, the environment contains neither information nor topics. Nor does it contain any equivalence of the forms with which communication operates. Instead of a guarantee of congruence, we have only the temporal reference of communication, that it consists of operations, events, that pass as they occur, that it consequently prefaces an uncertain future, that it can reconfirm or change all self-formed structures, including those of knowledge, that it always operates recursively, connecting to itself. But for this very reason, it is able to reflect about and correct itself. These considerations have far-reaching consequences for the theory of society. In continuing its own operations, society has to presuppose its adaptation to the environment without being able to monitor it cognitively. It can recognize disturbances and address them in further communication, but in so doing, it must again presuppose that communication can be achieved through communication and can thus continue to reproduce the system. This cannot in principle be changed by developing cognitive abilities through sign systems, especially language, generalizations, one-to-many rules, and dissemination techniques, through well-assorted semantics that make what is worth preserving available for reuse, and through the differentiation of a functional system of science specialized in cognitive innovation, learning, and reserved for this purpose. Recourse has always to be taken to the same basic prerequisites. This means above all that society has to come to terms with a world that remains unknown. It must accordingly develop specialized systems of symbols, particularly religion, as well as contingency formulae in the individual functional systems. Finally, it means that, seen over time, society cannot anticipate and cannot plan its own future. In morphogenesis and in far-reaching structural change, it has to depend on evolution. We can even expect that the development of cognitive abilities, which can be used only self-referentially, will not improve the system's adaptation to the environment but at best intensify its irritability, with ongoing self-irritation a source of stress. If all cognition has to rely on operations made possible in advance, this has far-reaching epistemological consequences. Kant's question about the conditions for the possibility of cognition remains. But the answer is now operational closure, and research turns from the conditions for possibility to the possibility of conditioning in increasingly complex contexts. 164 The classical idea that reality shows in resistance to cognition or to volition also remains. Now, however, the resistance is within the system itself, in the resistance of operations of the system to operations of the same system, and hence of communications to communications. 165 We can also still say that science has to do with self-generated, and only for this reason absolute, uncertainties. 166 But if we admit this, we have to accept a much farther-reaching premise, namely, that science has to do entirely with self-generated uncertainties. For certainty is a form we can use only if we also accept its other side, uncertainty. Systems theory does not claim that the certainty of knowledge has its fundamentum in re within the system, so to speak as the result of its performance, and that uncertainty is to be found outside as the excessive complexity, if not chaos, of the world. It says rather that the certain/uncertain schema is a contribution of cognition itself, which it can use as long as its autopoiesis functions. 8 Ecological problems. Classical sociology had treated social systems, social facts, social relations, social orders, or whatever, as particular objects. What is environment for society was considered the object of other disciplines whose province was to be respected. The rapid growth of interest in ecological problems over recent decades has therefore come as a surprise to sociology, finding it unprepared and to this day in a state of theoretical helplessness. In accustomed critical fashion, sociologists were able only to lament that modern society deals so heedlessly with the environment. But what they have had to say is at best literary in nature, lending political support to the ecology movements that rightly and successfully call general attention to this problem. If, as I have proposed, we regard the system form as the form of the difference between system and environment, we establish a fundamentally different theoretical basis. For the moment, however, confusion reigns. The mass media have merged the terms ecology and environment. 167 And everyday speech has adopted this confusion, giving expression to perplexity and annoyance without clarifying the concepts. The term ecology is no longer understood in the original sense of establishing a livable world, even though this wishful notion implicitly dominates the discussion. On the other hand, the implication cannot be that all the physical, chemical, and biological circumstances of the world have become a problem. For ecological circumstances are of interest only where they affect society as its environment, either because society causes them to change or because they impact society. But we then need a concept of society to clarify what the environment is from this point of view. Only then can each advance in theory design contribute directly or indirectly to understanding the evident ecological problems that have always accompanied the evolution of society, but that have dramatically intensified over the past century. Sociology is accordingly responsible for a certain system reference, for the system of society and its environment. It can no longer limit its attention to an INTR social perspective. Its subject matter is society and everything else that is environment from the standpoint of society. Among the basic concerns addressed by systems theory is the maintenance of this difference between system and environment. The conceptual configuration of operational closure, self-organization, and autopoiesis is particularly important in this connection. As has been noted, an operationally closed system cannot reach the environment with its own operations. It cannot adapt to the environment through cognition. It can operate only within the system, not partly inside and partly outside. All structures and all states of the system that function as a condition for the possibility of further operation are brought about by the system's own operations. This obliges us to distinguish between operation and causality, without denying the causality of system operations. Operations, as classical concepts such as poiesis or production indicate, control and vary only part of the causes necessary to reproduce the system. The environment is always involved. Moreover, causal determinations always require specific performance by an observer. Certain causes have to be attributed to certain effects, choosing from infinity of causal factors. Depending on the interests concerned, attribution can vary considerably. This has been such a commonplace of legal and economic attribution research, and for some decades now of social psychology studies, that no further argument is required. If we wish to know what causal relations are assumed, selected, we therefore have to observe observers, and we must know that every attribution is contingent, which does not mean arbitrary or purely fictitious. There is hence no denying that system operations depend causally on environmental conditions that are either mediated through structural couplings or, where they occur, have a destructive effect. Nor can it be denied that system operations causally change environmental states. In other words, in no direction do system boundaries block causalities. A communication causes air to vibrate or marks paper, changes the electromagnetic states of devices and the states of the consciousness systems involved. This concerns the media used for communication 168 whose loose coupling is temporarily converted into fixed couplings. There can be no doubt about this, nor can it be disregarded if communication is to take place. The question is only how important such environmental causality is for society. Does it somehow change the conditions for selecting further operations in the system, and if so, within what time horizons? We are clearly dealing with minimal effects or defects easy to offset in the system when they cause disturbance. We take a different paper or a different consciousness. In the communication system that is society, it is easy to communicate about disturbances. The resorption capacity of the system generally suffices. This is at any rate how communicative operation normally sees its own conditionalities. Materials or motives may become scarce if used to excess. Scarcity is then the form that communication must and can use to continue taking place in the system. Are there then no serious problems? With this theoretical approach, we open an explanatory gap. How from this perspective can we explain that modern society has special, acute problems with its environment, even though evolution has been generating disastrous impacts on itself for billions of years and the societal systems of our history have never really been in a position to control the ecological conditions of their reproduction? Has anything changed? In other words, has society changed itself? What forms, what variables vary? One useful hypothesis is that changes have to do with the form of societal system differentiation and with the increasing complexity it provokes. 169 Functional differentiation means above all the operational closure of functional systems. 2. This produces subsystems with capabilities that the overall networking of society, we could also say on the basis of language alone, could not supply. Subsystems assume universal competence for their specific function. This has vastly increased the capacity for resolution and recombination in functional systems' own operations and in their environment within and outside of society. Moreover, organization takes on an importance of its own. The characteristic inclusion/exclusion mechanism for membership allows members' behavior to be regulated with great precision and directed in very concrete terms, in other words, under the influence of communication relatively independently of members' other obligations in the environment of the given organizational system and hence independently of their own, other roles. These structural changes do not affect the principle of operational closure. On the contrary, they are based on this principle, repeating it with the autopoiesis of the functional systems within the system of society. What does change? however, are the causal interfaces between communication and non-communication, thus between the system of society and its environment. This also changes the observation and thematization of causalities through communication. Since the advent of science, they can be formulated with much greater depth of field, but only with much greater uncertainty. The types and quantities of production that the market can profitably absorb can be calculated and checked against experience. The market can then be allowed to determine within society what raw materials are to be extracted from the environment of society and what wastes are to be discharged into this environment. This communication is converted into causalities that affect the environment essentially through organization, but naturally also through the temptations of proffered consumption. But precisely because functional systems produce these effects without society as a whole controlling and limiting the process, the outcome is difficult to assess. Integration and controllability are lacking, as well as possibilities for giving expression, be it only normatively, to the order of society within society itself through a morality of measure or the notion of justum pretium just price. If we pay attention to causalities and communicate about them, we find more possibilities, hence greater choice, but also a complexity that escapes prognosis. We can only experiment, not least of all in the field of technologies that are seemingly so controllable. 170. This invites two conclusions. Systems theory must abandon the cherished idea of inferring the adaptation of the system to the environment from the causal relations between system and environment. Evolution theory, too, will have to abandon this notion. Through operational closure, systems produce their own degrees of freedom, which they exploit as long as possible, in other words, as long as the environment tolerates it. Very few, structurally sufficiently amenable forms of autopoiesis can serve this purpose, above all the extremely robust biochemistry of life. As far as I can see, however, the overall effect is not adaptation but greater deviation. Second, both the potential for self-endangerment and the capacity for recuperation are, for the reasons stated, increasing in modern society. The unintended or at any rate unpurposed effects on the environment appear to be proliferating, and every thought of entering them under costs in evaluating economic efficiency is illusory in view of the extent and time horizons of the problem, and in view of communicable non-knowledge. The widespread inclination to evoke responsibility in this situation can be seen only as a gesture of despair. At the same time, a greater degree of freedom in reacting to sufficiently clear situations can be noted. Even normative structures are contingent, are subject to change without any recourse to a natural order of things. This is particularly the case with positive law. In the economy, communication about ecological problems produces not only costs but also markets. Above all, the mechanism of organization permits an improbable specification of human behavior under rules that can be changed when needed. From this point of view, organization, like money, is a societal medium for only temporary forms. On the other hand, the possibilities for using organizations are limited by the conditions for reproducing functional systems. Salaries must remain attractive and affordable, and this cannot be assured without an efficient economic system, which in turn puts a strain on the environment. Maladjustment to the environment is accordingly not infrequent. 171 The theoretical explanation lies in the thesis that operationally closed systems can orient themselves internally only on internal problems. What is unusual and needs explaining is the extent to which this particular problem occupies communication in today's system of society. 9. Complexity. The attributes listed so far, namely, meaning, self-reference, autopoietic reproduction, and operational closure with monopolization of a specific type of operation communication cause a system of society to develop its own structural complexity and hence to organize its own autopoiesis. 172 In this connection, we often speak of emergent orders in the sense of phenomena coming into being that cannot be reduced to the properties of their components, for example, the intentions of actors. But emergence is more a component of a narrative than an explanatory concept. 173 We shall therefore have to make do with the idea that differentiating a system and cutting links with the environment are required if the complexity of a system is to develop within protective boundaries. Organized, structural, complexity has long since been a point of intersection for theoretical and methodological considerations. Point 174. According to Helmut Wilke, it is the key issue in systems theory, and a problem whose handling through self-organizational, control, and steering processes gives modern society growing cause for concern. Point 175. Many aspects of the phenomenon need to be discussed, including system differentiation, medium/form differences and duplication processes, codification, and the ego/alter distinction, see especially Chapter 2. Before proceeding, however, certain matters need to be looked at in brief. Our point of departure is the link between the operational closure of the system and an evolutionary tendency to develop intrasystem complexity. Only if the system isolates itself sufficiently from the environment, only if it thus renounces developing its own internal equivalents for all environmental states, can it be distinguished from the environment through its own internal order of interconnecting elements. Only the production on this basis of a system's own elements by its own elements, autopoiesis, can lead to the development of system complexity. The extent to which this happens and where it stops, how viable even relatively simple systems are in a highly complex environment, i.e., whether they can continue their autopoiesis, are questions I must leave it to evolution theory to answer. For the present, I shall merely note the connection between operational closure and the enablement of system complexity development. It is this link that determines the direction of evolution. But what is complexity? What does this term denote? 176. Complexity is not an operation, something that a system does or that happens within it. Rather, it is an understanding of observation and description, including self-observation and self-description. We must therefore ask what the form of this understanding is, what distinction constitutes it. This question alone produces a cascade of considerations, for the concept of complexity is not simple, it is itself complexly constituted, that is to say, autologically. It is often said that a system is complex for an observer if it is neither completely ordered nor completely unordered but a mixture of redundancy and variety. This is particularly the case for systems with self-generated indeterminacy. The question why a multiplex state of affairs needs to be subsumed under a concept that presupposes its unity is a more profound one. The distinction that constitutes complexity then takes the form of a paradox. Complexity is the unity of a manifold. A state of affairs is expressed in two versions, as unity and as manifold, and the concept denies that we are dealing with different matters. This blocks the easy way out of treating complexity now as a unity, now as a manifold. But this takes us only to the next question, namely, how this paradox can be creatively implemented, or unfolded. The usual answer is to decompose complexity with the aid of the concepts of element and relation, and thus with the aid of a further distinction. The more elements a unity has and the more it interconnects these elements through relations, the more complex it is. We can map this out not only by counting elements but also by taking qualitative differences into consideration, and, furthermore, by including the temporal dimension and allowing for sequential difference, hence for unstable elements. This makes the concept more complex and more realistic, but it also becomes multidimensional, so that we no longer compare complexity in terms of greater or lesser. Is a brain more complex than a society because there are more nerve cells in a brain than there are people in a society? Another distinction is more important for the theory of society. It presupposes the distinction between element and relation, but stresses that possible relations between elements multiply in geometrical progression with the rise in the number of elements and thus the growth of the system. Since there are drastic limits to the real connectivity of elements, this mathematical law imposes the selective interconnection of elements even at very low magnitudes. From this point of view, the form of complexity is the boundary to orders in which it is still possible to connect every element with every other element at any time. Everything that goes beyond this is based on selection, thus generating contingent states, states otherwise possible. All recognizable order is based on a complexity that demonstrates that things could be otherwise. 177. If for the purposes of societal theory we assume the individual communication to be an element, connectivity is clearly extremely restricted, a sentence can refer to only very few other sentences. 178 Over and above the improbabilities apparent in mathematical abstraction, highly evolved systems have drastically to limit the connectivity of their elements and must therefore invent something to compensate the concomitant losses in relationization. For evolution evidently does not halt the growth of systems at the point from which it is no longer possible to connect every element with every other element at any time and then to monitor every disturbance from outside throughout the system. 179 It is this analysis that brings us to the problem that makes the unfolding of the complexity paradox productive. The key distinction is now between systems with complete interconnection between elements and those with only selective interconnection, and the real systems of the evolved world are obviously to be found on the latter side of the distinction. In brief, the form of complexity is hence the necessity to sustain an only selective connection between elements, in other words, the selective organization of the system's autopoiesis. The concept of complexity can be used as a tool for observing and describing all sorts of things as long as the observer is in a position to distinguish between elements and relations in the state of affairs he calls complex. They need not be systems. The world, too, is complex. Nor does the concept assume that a complex matter is complex in only one way. Various descriptions of complexity are possible depending on how the observer resolves the unity of a manifold into elements and relations. Finally, a system can also describe itself as complex in various ways. 180 This follows alone from the paradoxical nature of the concept, but also from the fact that an observer can describe the complexity descriptions of another observer, so that hypercomplex systems can come into being that also contain a plurality of complexity descriptions. And it should be clear that hypercomplexity is an autological concept. Only if we take formal conceptuality to such lengths can we recognize that, and why, the theory of society needs the concept of complexity. Finally, there have been recent developments in the conceptuality of complexity, which, limiting attention to systems, emphasize their inevitable intransparency. It is a question of how time is taken into account. Even the classical theory of complex systems had taken the time dimension into consideration, describing complexity as, among other things, the sequential diversity of system states. We reach beyond this if we treat the elements to be connected themselves as point-in-time related entities, as events or operations. 181 The theory of complexity then requires recursive operations, in other words recursion to an anticipation of other, non-actual operations in the same system. It then no longer suffices to represent system development as a decision tree or cascade. Recursion itself becomes a form in which the system enables boundaries to be drawn and structures to be formed. 182 Dealing with complexity is therefore often described as a strategy without a fixed beginning and without a set goal. 183 This means not least that the system sets in with all its own operations at the point of its own historical state, hence operating one-off in each case and having artificially to build all repetitions into its own mode of operation. 184 Certain redundancies can be inserted in proceedings, and they help the system to cope within itself. But this does not change the principle that what is produced as operation depends on a point in time and is unpredictable. 185 This means not least of all that communication can be registered only in retrospect, while observing that there is a future still to be decided. 186 Resolved into the temporal dimension, complexity appears not only as a temporal sequence of different states but also as a simultaneity of already determined and still to be determined states. Society is clearly an extreme case in the field covered by the concept of complexity. Extreme not because it is more complex than other systems, such as brains, but because the nature of its elementary operations, namely, communications, places considerable constraints on it. It is indeed astonishing that and how highly complex systems can be formed through operations of this type. For communication is extremely narrow-gauged and must rely on sequencing for interconnection. It hence requires a great deal of time, which always threatens it with deterioration. We shall be continually concerned with the structural consequences of this initial situation, that is, with forms that prove their worth especially in connection with the dissemination media of writing and printing, with the problems of concatenation and ramification, and the advantages of system differentiation. At present, we are considering only the general form that has developed because the system of society has to operate under these constraints if it is to evolve. We see two closely related solutions to the problem: 1. A very high measure of self-reference in operations, and 2. The representation of complexity in the form of meaning. The recursivity of societal autopoiesis is organized neither through causal results, outputs as inputs, nor in the form of results of mathematical operations but reflexively, that is to say, through the application of communication to communication. 187 Every communication exposes itself to query, to doubt, to acceptance or rejection and anticipates this. Every communication, without exception. If attempts to communicate try to escape this form of reflexive recursivity, they fail as communication, they are not recognized as such. This answer to the complexity problem implies the ineliminable non-finality of communication. No one has the last word. There are, of course, ways to make people stop talking. It also means that the representation of the complexity of the system and its environment within the system can remain open as a phenomenon still to be clarified. 188 Moreover, it means that communication has to claim authority in the sense of an ability to say, explain, and justify more than appears expedient at the given time. The reflexive solution to the problem of sequential recursivity converges with the most important evolutionary achievement that makes societal communications possible in the first place. We can speak of coevolution, namely, the representation of complexity in the form of meaning. Here, too, form means distinguishing two sides. We have already discussed the two sides of the meaning form. 3. They are reality and possibility, or, looking ahead to their operational use, actuality and potentiality. It is this distinction that makes it possible to represent the selective constraints of complexity, the one side, the other being the complete relationization of elements, in meaning processing systems. Every actualization of meaning potentializes other possibilities. 189 Whoever experiences something determinate is referred by this determinacy to other matters that he can also either actualize or merely potentialize. This makes the selectivity, or, in modal theoretical terms, the contingency, of all operations an inevitable necessity, the necessity of this form of autopoiesis. The whole world is thus present at every moment, not as plenitudo intus fullness of being, however, but as the difference between actualized meaning and the possibilities accessible thence. The world is always present simultaneously. At the same time, the form in which this occurs is geared to sequential processing. All other forms that can guide observation and description in such systems participate in this meaning form, for, as we have seen, they presuppose the form as a two-sided form in which both sides are simultaneously given, but, as we can now assert, the one in actualized, the other in potentialized mode. Time is needed to pass from one side of the form to the other, to cross the boundary, just as we always need time if we wish to actualize potentialities. As with distinctions in general, the repetition of an operation also has a double effect in the context of the meaning imparting distinction between actuality and potentiality. On the one hand, it creates and condenses identity. The repetition recognizes itself as repetition and makes what it has repeated available as knowledge. On the other hand, this takes place in a somewhat different context, at least later in time. 190 Meaning is accordingly enriched through suitability for use in various situations. As a result, meaning gains surplus reference and, strictly speaking, is indefinable. We can only invent new denotations, words, names, definitions, to ensure operational reuse. Ultimately, every meaning refers to the world, making it inevitable that operations are generated as selections. If we speak of reducing complexity, following Kenneth Burke or Jerome Bruner 191, we cannot mean by this a sort of annihilation. 192 It is merely a matter of operating in the context of complexity, of a continuous shift from actual to potential. And even at a more complex level, this can mean that certain complex descriptions, for instance, of the system or its environment, can fail to do justice to the complexity of their object, reducing it to the simplified form of a model, a text, a map. The conclusion to be drawn from all this for the scientific treatment of complexity is that idealization or the simplification of model building do not suffice. Such proceedings misunderstand complexity as complication. Nor do classical anthropomorphisms based on assumptions about the human being suffice, which understand meaning subjectively. These approaches can, however, be replaced by a methodology of second-order observation. We hence abandon the idea of making complexity transparent and intelligible, while retaining the option of asking how it is observed. The first question is always who the observer is whom we observe. Without an observer there is no complexity. The observer is defined by the schema on which he bases his observations, and thus on the distinctions he uses. The concept of observer thus brings together the traditional notions of subject and of ideas or concepts. And the autology on which second-order observation is based, namely, the insight that this, too, is only observation, guarantees the cognitive closure of this treatment of complexity. There is neither recourse to external guarantees nor is it needed. 10. World society. The consequence of defining society as the comprehensive social system is that there can be only one system of society for all connective communication. In purely factual terms, a number of societal systems may well exist, just as one used to speak of a plurality of worlds, but only in the absence of communicative links between these societies or, from the point of view of the individual society, where communication with others is impossible or without consequence. In this regard, too, our concept both continues and discontinues the old European tradition. The concept of the inclusion of all other social systems stems from this tradition, as do characteristics such as autarky, self-sufficiency, and autonomy. However, a closer look soon reveals that the meaning of these concepts in the traditional context differs from that in our present context. City systems in antiquity were considered autarkic in that they offered people everything needed to perfect the conduct of their lives. As one would later say in Italy, the civitas had to be in a position to guarantee, no more no less, the bene e virtuos vivere. There had been discussion since the Middle Ages about the extent to which larger territories, regna, were necessary, be it for reasons of security or the endogamous marriage practices of the nobility. 193. In any case, there was never any suggestion that all communication had to take place within this one civitas civ societas civilis, and the old European tradition naturally did not think in terms of economic independence. Indeed, the very concept of economy in the modern sense was unknown. These societies accordingly had a thing-centered concept of the world, in which things could be classified by name, type, and kind. The world was considered an aggregatio corporum, a huge, visible living being embracing all other living beings. 194. There were mortal and immortal living beings, humans and animals, cities and countries, and it was reputed, without any direct communicative checks, that in far-off places fabled creatures and monsters existed outside the typology known to society, which in their strangeness functioned, so to speak, as wild cards for what lay beyond the frontier. This world order assumed that as spatial distance increased, communication became more difficult and uncertain. Although far-ranging trade relations had existed even before the advent of advanced civilizations, they had little communicative effect. Technology was passed on from society to society, e.g., metalworking, and it was also possible to diffuse knowledge in accordance with the receptive capacity of second and third recipients. 195. Technologies and forms of knowledge often matured only in the process of adjusting to conditions for adoption, e.g., phonetic script. All in all, however, these processes took a long time and, although they finally found a response in the universalization of individual religions, they failed to produce a notion of a regionally unbounded world society. Knowledge about distant parts of the world remained sporadic, it was spread by people and obviously amplified and distorted rumor-like by reports of reports. Armed conflicts and certainly not communicative coordination appear to have been primarily responsible for the world beyond the borders being described as a plurality of nations. 196. And until well into the modern age, political empires built as communication improved faced the problem of how to rule over a large territory from the center, in other words, how to control it through communication. 197 This experience is probably at the origin of the tendency we have described to identify societies with political territories and hence in regional terms. The concept of God was a last chance of saving the thing-centered concept of the world. He was posited, as it were, as a duplicate of the world. 198 Defined as a person for the functions of second-order observation. The attempt could then be made to observe God in the world and on the basis of the world, and to observe him as observer of the world. Although this produced the paradox of docta ignorantia, learned ignorance, divine revelation offered an escape, and, incidentally, this absorption of paradox sufficed to form a world free of paradox in an ontologically logical sense, accessible for sin-laden, contracted, finite cognition and action. As long as the world was understood in terms of things as the totality of things or as creation, everything that remained unaccountable had to be provided for in the world, as an object of admiratio, as a miracle, a secret, a mystery, an occasion for terror and dismay or for helpless piety. 199 This changes when the world has only one horizon, only the other side of every definition. This conception of the world was attained at the latest in the philosophy of transcendental consciousness. 200 The mystery can then be replaced by the distinction between marked and unmarked in the everyday usage of observers without the possibility of summing the totality of what is marked, let alone of equating it with what is unmarked. The world of modern society is a background indeterminacy, unmarked space, that allows objects to appear and subjects to act. 201 But how did this change of mind come about? How can it be explained sociologically? Presumably, the full discovery of the globe as a closed sphere of meaningful communication was the decisive factor. Older societies had had to take account of boundaries set by things themselves, while simultaneously indulging in observations and communication that could transcend these boundaries and address admirabilia in every sense. Since the 16th century, these conditions have changed gradually and finally irreversibly. Starting from Europe, the entire globe was discovered and by stages colonized or integrated into regular communicative relations. Since the second half of the 19th century, there has also been a uniform world time. This means that anywhere on Earth, regardless of local time, we can establish simultaneity with all other places and communicate worldwide without loss of time. Like the constancy of the speed of light in physics, world time in society guarantees the convertibility of all temporal perspectives. What is earlier or later in one place is also earlier or later elsewhere. Society similarly adapted to differentiation into functional systems. This eliminated the possibility of defining the unity of a societal system in terms of territorial borders or members as opposed to non-members, e.g., Christians as opposed to heathens. 202 For functional systems like the economy or science, politics, or education, medical care or law have their own requirements in setting their boundaries, which can no longer be concretely integrated with a given space or group of human beings. The final, irrefutable evidence in favor of world society is the adaptation of time semantics to the past/future schema and, within this schema, the shift in primary orientation from past, identity, to future, contingency. 203 With regard to its origins and traditions, world society still appears to be regionally strongly differentiated. If we look to the future, however, there can be little doubt that world society has to negotiate its fate itself in ecological and economic respects and as regards technology. The differences between functional systems are of interest for their future consequences. Where all functional systems agree, where they do not differ, is only in the fact of communicative operation. 204 In abstract terms, to repeat the paradoxical formulation, communication is the difference that makes no difference in the system. As a communication system, society differs from its environment, but the boundary is external, not internal. For all subsystems of society, boundaries of communication, as opposed to non-communication, constitute the external boundaries of society. In this, and only in this, do these systems coincide. All internal differentiation must and can connect at this external boundary by establishing different codes and programs for individual subsystems. Insofar as they communicate, all subsystems participate in society. Insofar as they communicate in different ways, they differ. If we proceed on the assumption that communication is the elementary operation whose reproduction constitutes society, world society is clearly implied in every communication, regardless of the specific topic and spatial distance between participants. More and more possibilities for communication are taken for granted, and symbolic media are used that cannot be contained within regional boundaries. 205 This is also true of the conditions under which territorial boundaries are spoken about. 206 For on the other side of every border, there are countries with borders, which in turn have another side to them. This is naturally only a theoretical argument, which would not apply in another conceptual field. But the reality content of such map awareness is nevertheless strong, for there is now unlikely to be any successful communication that calls the fact of borders behind borders into doubt. World society is the occurrence of world in communication. Apart from minimal uncertainties, e.g., doubts about whether perceivable behavior is meant as an utterance or not, the boundaries of the societal system are clearly and unambiguously drawn by the operation of communication. Ambivalence continues to be possible and is cultivated, e.g., in the forms of rhetorical paradoxization, humor, or irony, but it is treated as a discretionary mode of expression liable to be called to account and subject to query. The definiteness of the external boundary, equals the distinguishability of communication and non-communication, enables the operational closure of the world societal system, and thus generates an internal indeterminacy of open communication possibilities no longer decided by the environment, possibilities that can be given shape only through the system's own resources, only through self-organization. Moreover, since the advent of printing, the communication network of society has multiplied and intensified enormously, gradually at first and finally with irreversible effect. In principle, society today does not depend on the increase or decline of the population. At any rate, sufficient capacities are available to continue the autopoiesis of the societal system at the development level achieved. And as soon as we become aware of this, we can start describing demographic growth not as a blessing but as a problem, if not a curse. Finally, all functional systems were adapted operationally to second-order observation, to the observation of observers relating to the given intrasystemic perspectives of the distinction between system and environment. Society thus loses the possibility of a binding representation of the world. The concomitant acknowledgement of cultural diversity, for which purpose the reflexive concept of culture, culture that reflects culture, was introduced in the late 18th century, requires abandonment of the thing-oriented concept of the world. 207 It has been replaced by the assumption of an unobservable world. Everything depends on which observer we observe, and the recursive reuse of observations in observing produces only an unobservable unity, the total world as formula for the unity of all distinctions. What is more, new communication technologies, especially television, have effects that can scarcely be overestimated. They trivialize, we could say, the place from which we see things. What we see on television takes place elsewhere and nonetheless almost simultaneously, at any rate, independently of the time we would require to reach the place where events could be directly experienced. But this trivialization of location provokes no doubt about the reality of events, which is guaranteed in a purely temporal sense by the real-time correspondence of filming and events. Nothing can be filmed before it happens or after it has happened, notwithstanding scheduled time lapses between filming and transmission and the selective combination of simultaneous takes. In other respects, too, we can assume that, thanks to greater freedom of movement and higher speeds, there has been a shift in reference from place to movement. Notions about the world as the framework for the accessibility of perception and communication adapt accordingly. This in turn depends on the convertibility of local time. Since the 19th century, the division of the globe into time zones has made it possible to assume the simultaneity of events in the world without them being anchored in the physical setting of day and night time, even when communication about them reaches a place at night while it is day elsewhere. This is followed by the temporalization of the difference between present and absent. Across the globe, we can take part in simultaneous events and produce simultaneity through communication even where what is concerned is out of reach for interaction and perception. In this sense, only the past or the future is absent per se. These structural shifts change the concept of world. The old world had debated whether the world was finite or infinite and whether it had a beginning and would have an end. This controversy was both inevitable and undecidable, because it is not possible to conceive of a boundary without conceiving of another side to the boundary. 208 The change is not in this dimension. In present-day thinking, the world is neither a beautiful living being nor an aggregatio corporum. Nor is it the universitas rerum, the totality of visible and invisible objects, things, and ideas. Nor, finally, is it infinity to be filled, absolute space or absolute time. It is not an entity that contains everything and therefore lasts. All these descriptions and many more are provided by the world. The world itself is only the overall horizon of all meaningful experience, whether directed inward or outward and forward in time or backward. It is not closed off by boundaries but by the meaning that can be activated within it. The world is to be understood not as an aggregate but a correlate of the operations taking place in it. 209 Once again drawing on George Spencer Brown's terminology, it is the correlate to the unity of every form, or the unmarked state that is violated by every interruption, by the boundary line of the form, which can then be probed only in relation to difference, only in movement from one side of the distinction to the other. 210 And for a system's theoretical concept of the world, this means that the world is the totality of what constitutes system and environment for each system. The old world was full of unfathomable secrets, indeed, like the nature of things and the will of God, it was itself a mystery and made not, or only to a very limited extent, to be known but rather for astonished admiration. Even naming had to be considered dangerous because it opened up the world to communication. A knowledge of names was accordingly associated with the magic that provokes nature to emerge. This, too, was in keeping with the spatial limitations to an understanding of society for which the unknown and unfamiliar could begin a few yards underground or on the summits of the highest mountains or beyond the horizon at sea. The modern world is no longer to be honored and feared as a mystery. And in this sense, it is no longer sacred. Nevertheless, it remains inaccessible, because, although operationally accessible, e.g., amenable in principle to investigation, every operation of cognizance and communication is inaccessible to itself. Observation is possible in the world. In this operation, however, the observer himself functions as the excluded middle. The unity of the world is therefore not a mystery but a paradox. It is the paradox of the observer of the world who is in the world but who cannot observe himself observing. This appears to have eliminated a premise that had been rashly accepted in the old world. Namely, that the world was determinable for all observers of the same world, and that it was determinable through observation. The remaining problematic state of affairs was unloaded onto religion, which was expected to explain the transformation of indeterminability into determinability. As soon as we problematize the relation of observation to the world, this meta-unity of unity, sameness for all, and determinability dissolves, and the contrary assumption becomes more plausible. If the world is the same for all observers, for every choice of a distinction, it is indeterminable. If it is determinable, it is not the same for all observers, because determination requires distinctions to be drawn. For this very reason it is essential to ask whether and how the system of society connects observation in such a way that the autopoiesis of communication remains possible even though the world has to be presupposed, be it as indeterminable, be it as variously determinable. Society thus becomes the primordial relation of observation to the world. As a far-reaching debate on relativism and pluralism has shown, it is difficult to draw conclusions from this state of affairs for the theory of knowledge. It is even conceded that all societies, cultures, and so on, produce a world of their own, and that the social sciences have to accept this. But then the location of the observer who accepts pluralism still needs to be clarified. We can hardly describe him, in succession to God, as a worldless observer or freely floating intelligence. A theory of cognition must therefore be found that allows him to be localized as the observer of other observers in the world, although all observers, including him, produce different projections of the world. There can therefore be no pluralistic ethics, or, if so, then only as the paradox of a demand that allows no alternatives to itself. 211 We can accordingly not assume that the world is a whole that is divided into parts. It is rather an incomprehensible unity that can be observed in various ways, and only in various ways. Its decomposition is not to be found, it can only be constructed, and this requires distinctions to be chosen. 212 Radical constructivism takes this into account by assuming that the world cannot be described and by shifting the business of self-observation of the world to the level of second-order observation. All this is connoted when we refer to modern society as world society. On the one hand, this means that there can be only one society on Earth and even in the entire communicatively accessible world. This is the structural and operational side of the concept. At the same time, however, the expression world society means that all societies, including, retrospectively, societies in the traditional view, construct a world, thus resolving the paradox of the world observer. The possible semantics must be plausible and fit the structures of the societal system. The semantics of the world varies with the structural evolution of the societal system, but seeing and saying this belongs to the world of our society, is its theory and its construction of history. And we can only observe that the old societies could not observe themselves and their world in this manner. With its particular characteristics, the modern world is an exact correlate of modern society. A society describing itself as nature and consisting of human beings was matched by a world consisting of things, in the sense of Latin res. A society describing itself as an operationally closed communication system, and that grows or shrinks depending on how much is communicated, is matched by a world with precisely the same characteristics, a world that grows or shrinks depending on what occurs. Older societies were organized hierarchically and in function of the distinction between center and periphery. This was in keeping with their world order, which provided for an order of rank, series rerum, and a center. Modern society's form of differentiation requires these structural principles to be abandoned, so that this society has a heterarchical world and an acentric world. Its world is a correlate to the networking of operations and is equally accessible from every operation. Owing to their form of differentiation, older societies provided for the fixed inclusion of human beings in certain social positions. They were therefore obliged to understand the world as a totality of things. Its functional differentiation has obliged modern society to give up this notion of inclusion. The individualism of modern times, and above all the freedom discourses of the 19th century, hence gave urgent occasion to develop a notion of world society. 213 Functional differentiation has affected the concept of world even independently of this development. Modern society regulates its own extent, the modern world as well. Modern society can only change itself and is therefore prone to constant self-critique. It is a self-substitutive order, the modern world, likewise. It, too, can change only in the world. The semantics of modernity/modernization is one of the most important indicators of this, not as a convergence thesis, but because it allows the regions of world society to be described as more or less modernized, developed, and through this distinction enables a complete description with possibly changing markings. Nothing is not more or less modern. And if society consists of the totality of communications, the rest of the world is condemned to uncommunicativeness. It withdraws into silence. Not even this is a suitable concept, for to remain silent one must be capable of communicating. And where does this leave God? In parallel to the development of society, the figure of communication through or with God has steadily weakened. Today, divine communication is represented only as a historical, textual, a tangible fact, as revelation given once and for all time. We can only guess at the degree of adaptability religion forfeits with the loss of this figure without any prospect of asking God to comment on modernity. Despite the incontestable worldwide interconnections in modern society, sociology persists in its refusal to recognize this global system as society. Sociologists habitually refer, as in everyday speech, to Italian society, Spanish society, and so on, although names such as Italy or Spain should not be used in a theory, if only for methodological reasons. Talcott Parsons gave the well-considered title The System of Modern Societies to one of his publications. 214 Although Emanuel Wallerstein uses the term world system, he means a system of interaction between different regional societies, also with reference to modernity. 215 In particular, authors who attribute a central role to the modern state in societal theory, however, refuse on these grounds to recognize the global system as society. 216 The phenomenon of modern society is then relegated to the figure of response to globalities. 217 I have already spoken about this fixation as one of the current epistemological obstacles to a theory of society. Political scientists, too, general speak only of international relations or the international system. 218 Thus focusing primarily on the nation-state. If they exceptionally refer to world society, they mean a system that is differentiated segmentarily into nation-states and not functionally differentiated into various functional systems. 219 On the other hand, it is difficult to deny that, setting aside all regional specificities and all differences in political ideology, what we mean when we speak of state schools, and so on, is predetermined by modern worldwide culture. 220 If we ask why a regional concept of society is retained, the response is generally to point to the drastic differences between regions in their state of development. Neither this fact nor its importance are to be denied. A closer look, however, shows that sociology has fallen victim to an artifact of its comparative methodology. Comparison at the regional level will understandably reveal regional differences, which will increase in the course of time. If, in contrast, we undertake a historical comparison, congruent trends will be discovered, such as the worldwide dissolution of family economies in all strata, the worldwide dependence of lifestyles on technology, worldwide, unprecedented imbalances in demographic development. The functional differentiation of society also has so strong a hold on world society that it cannot be regionally boycotted by even the most drastic of political and organizational means. This has been demonstrated most conspicuously by the collapse of the Soviet Empire. 221 Depending on the comparative perspective adopted, we can throw light on divergence or similarities in regional development. This discrepancy cannot be resolved methodologically, and we must know that we reproduce it with our choice of comparative perspective. For this very reason, a theory must be sought that is compatible with such differences and that can interpret them. Such a theory will not claim that regional differences are gradually disappearing, convergence thesis, for there is too little indication that this is so. 222 On the other hand, the assumption of a world society is not refuted. The dissimilarity argument speaks not against but for world society. The interest in development, like the interest in maintaining the cultural diversity of individual countries, is itself shaped by society, and this is particularly evident when we consider the typically modern paradox of simultaneously striving for change and conservation. Turning again to Spencer Brown's concept of form, we can also say that development is a form whose one side, according to current understanding, consists in industrialization and whose other side consists in underdevelopment. It is the differing state of development in the various parts of the globe that a theory of society needs to explain, and this explanation cannot follow the plurality of nations pattern offered for thousands of years. The point of departure must be the unity of the system of society that produces these differences. For example, if we compare modern society with traditional societies, we note a trend toward transferring educational and training processes to schools and universities and toward using these institutions as centers to promote careers and life opportunities. 223 However, this new mobility allows regional differences to intensify inequalities. 224 And museums or museum-ified knowledge are now everywhere considered the context within which and against which new art has to assert its newness. At the same time, the idea of the universal museum has failed, and the contexts that permit novelty to be seen in functional equivalents are reinvented over and over again in innumerable, also regional, refractions. Only the opus/context structure has become established in the world society perspective, but precisely this structure now permits contexts to be differentiated that offer varying possibilities for expressing various innovations. The extent to which individual regions share in the advantages and disadvantages of functional differentiation clearly varies greatly, and where disadvantages are involved, differentiated functional systems such as politics and the economy already appear to obstruct one another. But this does not justify positing the existence of different regional societies, for it is the very logic of functional differentiation and comparison not with other societies but with the advantages of fully realizing functional differentiation that brings these problems to light. A glance at the methodology of functional comparison also justifies taking the system of world society as our point of departure. If we assume the existence of regional societies, we shall get no further than listing and compiling their specificities. We shall be able to show different cultural traditions, geographical peculiarities, natural resources, demographic characteristics, and so on, in comparing countries on the basis of these rather descriptive categories. If, in contrast, we take world society and its functional differentiation as our starting point, we find pointers for the problems confronting individual regions. We are better able to see and especially to explain why certain regional data make a difference and why given differences grow or diminish depending on how they interconnect with world societal givens. This will certainly not result in linear causal attributions, which systems theory has long since considered obsolete. 225, but it will give us a better understanding of surprising, unpredictable, nonlinear causalities, such as dissipative structures, deviation amplifying effects, the disappearance of initially significant differences, and, vice versa, the substantial effects of minimal differences, not least the random factor of regional policies. Problems for comparison can naturally also be formulated in abstract terms, and systems theory is known for taking such initiative. In examining a system as complex as modern society, however, it is of considerable advantage to work with empirically saturated problem concepts even at the level of the overall system, for example, in investigating how the central machinery of the modern state can be introduced into regions divided on ethnic, religious, or tribal lines, or whether and how jobs can be saved under global economic conditions in regions with high consumption and correspondingly high wage expectations, or what institutions of the science system promote the internationalization of research topics in the absence of global research facilities. 226. From the standpoint of this conceptuality and this comparative methodology, to continue arguing in species theoretical terms, to make the attribution of individual countries to a society conditional on the similarity of prevailing living conditions is obsolete thinking. It would be useful only if the nature of the thing offered the corresponding criteria and imposed the conceptuality. No one today would accept this precondition. Theory must then take account of the consequences. The modernity of society lies not in its characteristics but in its forms, that is to say, in the distinctions it uses to direct its communicative operations. And typical modern concepts of concern such as development or culture draw attention to quite specific distinctions, and, as we can say on the basis of the theory of observation, without seeing that we then do not see what we cannot see in this way. It is not surprising that certain differences are brought to the fore while others remain invisible. At the level of distinguishing between distinctions, or observing observations, the process remains contingent. But every society conceals its contingencies from itself, and modern society, albeit with less self-assurance because with less tradition, conceals the contingencies of development and culture from itself. Instead, it observes itself and concerns itself in the context of the preferred distinctions. In pre-modern society, far-reaching inter-regional contacts involved a few family households, either from the nobility or from a few major trading houses. Trade dealt above all in prestige goods, which demonstrated an intensified stratificatory differentiation. In this fashion, the external contact of regional societies was linked to their internal differentiation. This differentiation was based, first, on the segmentary differentiation of family households, and, second, on their classification, be it in terms of stratification, urban/rural differences, or occupations. This made it possible to single out certain households for cross-border contacts. In today's society, interregionality is based on the operation of or cooperation between organizations, especially in business, the mass media, politics, science, and transport. The economy is closely interlinked worldwide not only through its markets, financial markets, commodity and product markets, and increasingly even labor markets. It also increasingly creates organizations that operate worldwide, seeking to profit from the differences that exist. 227 Even mass tourism is organized. At first glance, intellectuals could appear to be an exception, but what would they be and who would know their names without the mass media? Organizations, too, are differentiated social systems. We shall be coming back to this, but with their intrinsic dynamics they permeate the functional systems of society. They evolve in function of the need for decisions and the necessity of communicating decisions to set points of departure for further decisions. They place themselves between society and its functional systems on the one hand and face-to-face interactions on the other. And they make worldwide interlinkage unavoidable in all sectors of society. Since this occurs within society and against society, however, it is hardly possible to hold to a regional concept of society. Even if no regional societies can exist under modern conditions, we could perhaps consider a regional differentiation of the world societal system as if society were divided into subsocieties. This, too, cannot stand up to closer examination. Primarily regional differentiation would contradict the modern primacy of functional differentiation. It would come to naught because functional systems cannot be contained within uniform spatial boundaries applicable to all. Only the political system along with the legal system of modern society can be regionally differentiated in the form of states. All others operate independently of spatial boundaries. The very definiteness of spatial boundaries shows that they are respected by neither verities nor diseases, neither education nor television, neither love nor money, if borrowing requirements are also taken into account. In other words, the total phenomenon of the comprehensive system society cannot be repeated within spatial bounds as a microcosm in a macrocosm. The importance of spatial boundaries lies in the interdependencies between the political system and the legal system, on the one hand, and the other functional systems, on the other. They take effect via the influence of differences in currency rates and central bank systems on the economy, via educational qualifications on education and on occupational regulations. Such differences can very well be understood in the context of a world society and be intensified or weakened by political means. But we would misjudge their specificity if we were to see them as differences between regional societies or as the result of regional differentiation of the societal system. Only if we proceed on the assumption of a societal system that embraces the entire world can we explain that there are still regional differences today, and especially today, and much more so than in times of archaic tribal societies, but that they do not take the form of system differentiation. They are to be explained by differences in the involvement in and reaction to the dominant structures of the world system of society. They vary greatly from region to region and cannot be dealt with in detail in the present context. Nevertheless, certain general points can at least be mentioned for future investigation. 1. As modernization in the sense of the diversification of needs proceeds, regions become dependent on the world economic system for production and sales, labor, and financing. 2. Under the regime of functional systems, rational modes of selection in particular enhance variance, rather than equality. Whoever has money or an income can borrow more easily. Small differences in performance in the early stages of schooling grow as education proceeds. In centers of scientific research, whoever does not work with state-of-the-art information facilities is left behind and can at best take belated cognizance of what has been done elsewhere. The Nobel Prizes in the sciences show a marked regional distribution. The result is a center-periphery pattern, which, however, need not necessarily remain stable. The focus can shift. 228 This invention or reconstruction of a tradition of one's own is a world societal phenomenon that reacts to modern possibilities of comparison. 229. 3. The sharp opposition between traditional and modern societies has had to be abandoned. There are various conditions under which tradition-bound structures have a favorable effect in the transition to modern society. World society selects from tradition, so to speak, what benefits it in such fields as stratification, organization, work ethics, or religion. 230 Hardly any autochthonous ways of life are still extant, what we do find are states that can be explained in terms of differential effects arising from the meeting of world societal structural requirements and operations and special regional geographical and cultural conditions. 4. Adaptation to the development status of world society through politically driven industrialization and the concomitant urbanization leads to the dissolution of old stratification structures based on landed property. Similarly, small business family economies in both the agricultural and crafts sectors are dissolving worldwide into mobile money and mobile individuals. They are, temporarily, replaced by a sharp inclusion/exclusion difference with corresponding impoverishment among large sections of the population. The state becomes a mechanism for perpetuating this difference, especially in pursuit of development policy that seeks to seal a country off from the world economy. 231. 5. This inclusion/exclusion difference has serious effects. First, because it is provoked by the functional differentiation of world society, and, second, because it hampers, if not prevents, the regional establishment of conditions for functional differentiation. It presents the development of sufficiently big and differentiated regional markets as the precondition for market-oriented mass production, making peripheral countries so dependent on exports that their economies suffer considerable fluctuation. Furthermore, it results in wide sections of the population being denied inclusion in the legal system, so that the legal/illegal code of the legal system cannot be enforced or can be enforced only to a very limited extent. We can accordingly not rely on legal programs, legislation, including constitutional law, to really regulate the attribution of right and wrong, even though they naturally do so to a substantial extent, but then on the basis of the inclusion/exclusion difference. 232. In all, this means that money and the law are formative resources in politics only in a very limited, and often corrupt, sense. People find it correspondingly difficult to prepare for the realities of life in the educational system of schools and universities. What they learn remains abstract and legitimated largely by foreign models. This in turn transfers career recruitment to other mechanisms specific to certain strata or contact configurations. Traditional sociology still explains all this in terms of stratification, but stratification is a principle of social order, whereas the division of society in terms of inclusion/exclusion, insofar as it is no more than a state of transition in political development, can breed turbulence of a nature quite different from that produced by efforts merely to achieve social advance, leveling, or redistribution. 6. Differences in involvement in and dependence on the modernization of world society give impetus to seemingly anachronistic tendencies, especially in religion and the ethnic movements developing within nation-states. The universalism of functional systems operating in world society does not exclude a wide range of particularisms, indeed, it tends to encourage them. The ease with which world society changes structures is thus compensated for by longer established and at any rate strongly demarcatory ties. 7. There are, of course, still problems of intercultural communication, linguistic difficulties in understanding, and misunderstanding at the interaction level. But this has nothing to do with the coming into being of a world society. 233. They are to be expected in all cultural contacts. The hypothesis might, however, be defensible that the diversity of cultures together with the diversity of their ethnocentrisms can today be considered known, and that problems of understanding are therefore less often attributed ethnocentrically to others. These arguments in favor of world society can be well substantiated empirically. All that is lacking is a theory that could take them up and process them. The much-discussed concept of the capitalist world system elaborated by Immanuel Wallerstein assumes the primacy of the capitalist economy. 234. Thus underestimating the contribution made by other functional systems, especially science, as well as communication through the mass media. This is not adequately corrected if, taking up a stratification-oriented distinction from the 19th century, we play culture off against industry. 235. Only in reviewing the widely differing globalization tendencies in individual functional systems does the scale of change compared with all traditional societies become apparent. In view of such heterogeneous sources of globalization, a uniform concept of society is wanting. The system's theoretical concept of society as an operationally closed, autopoietic social system that includes all other social systems, and hence all communication, seeks to fill this gap. 11. Demands on rationality. The humanistic tradition of Europe gave a very specific form to the concept of rationality, and hence to the expectations addressed to it, and at the same time concealed the specificity of this form by a self-evidence that admitted no other way of thinking. According to this traditional notion, ratio was part of human nature. As a natural being, the human being was defined in distinction to the animal. Unlike today, the concept of nature included a normative component. A normative concept of rationality was thus grounded in a normative understanding of nature. In the Aristotelian context, nature was understood as a movement directed toward an end, telos, which, however, that did not necessarily ensure that this end would be attained. Until well into modern times, history as opposed to poetry was understood as a collection of facts and experiences that teach us what can go wrong. Translated into our conceptual language, telos was thus considered a two-sided form, namely, a state of rest, of satisfaction, of perfection, which could be attained or not. The opposite of perfection was corruption. The positive value of the natural state faced a negative value, stersis, privatio, that indicated a lack, a failure. From a sociological point of view, it is no accident that this concept found exact correspondence in the nobility theories of the time and above all in theories about the education of the nobility. People were noble by birth into a family of ancient wealth, and one had under all circumstances to avoid forfeiting one's nobility through disgrace. But this alone was imperfect nobility. Perfection, the telos of nobility, was achieved only through special deserts, through the bene e virtuos viverum made possible by hereditary nobility but not guaranteed. 236 Education and moral instruction on personal conduct had the task of supporting the noble on his path to rational perfection and preserving him from the temptations of corruption. The noble was expected to invoke his ancestry only when he had proved his worth through his own achievements. With all these aspects later to be variously refined, elaborated for instruction and education, for ethics and rhetoric, the concept of natural rationality offered a stable tension. A continuum of rationality was accordingly posited that could span all differences, even those between action and occurrence and between thinking and being. In retrospect, we can see that the tension between reality and rationality was absorbed and stabilized in the teleological form and in the difference between perfection and corruption. The special problems of the nobility, with their double criterion of birth and merit, were countered by distinguishing the differences between perfection/corruption and perfection/imperfection. The solution found was accompanied by the cantillations of ethics, knowing what to praise and what to blame, and leaving rhetoric to cope with the values thus lost. This made it possible to communicate paradoxically, so to speak, to establish one's own intentions and attitudes on the good side of the world and accordingly to imply that not everything was as good as it appeared to be. But as always with paradoxical communication, the paradox itself was discounted in communication or treated in rhetoric as mere intellectual training. The ambivalence and inconsistency of communication was consistently treated as incommunicable or relegated to the field of religion, where it could be dealt with as a problem of original sin and of the presumed degeneracy of this world. In its structural conditions, noble society, and in its semantics, this world has passed away. However much we might admire bygone times, we have to accept this, for we live today. But if this is so, can we continue to adhere to a normative concept of reasonable rationality, as Jürgen Habermas proposes? And if we can, what distinctions could serve to reformulate this concept of rationality? The unbroken faith in rationality showed first cracks in the 17th century. The old continuum of rational nature, well-ordered creation, fractured. The claims of rationality and in this Descartes' the authority were reduced to mental states, hence to subjects. This made it possible to understand purposes as notions of control, as corrections to the course of the world and consequently as deviations and no longer as perfect states in nature itself. For the first time, this made the choice of purpose, and no longer the means for fulfilling evident purposes, an acute problem. Soon a distinction was drawn between motives and purposes. Motives, in contrast to interests, came to be regarded as inscrutable, and thought was given to the corresponding problems of communicating sincerity and of the criteria for authenticity. Not only the continuum of rational nature but also the continuum of the rational subject was thus split by a difference, namely, that between motive and purpose, so that further inquiry was concerned only with distinctions that breached the continuum of rationality. This dissolution of purposive rationality led initially to the conception of other, better, more rational, sorts of rationality, for instance, value rationality, disciplined by consequential considerations, or communicative rationality, disciplined by reasonable grounds. It has now reached the point where we have to admit that purposiveness can be judged only in relation to a given point in time. We remain impressed by 18th century efforts to reclaim rationality and to secure it as a guiding principle for the conduct of life. In the face of resistance which tells us a great deal, the violations of the rationality continuum persisted. It was the century of the Enlightenment and of sentiment, the century of Newton and of Munchausen, the century of reason and of history. And it came to an end with Hegel's problem of bifurcation. Everywhere rationality was now the marked side of a form that had another side to it. 237 More clearly than before, the insistence on rationality became paradoxical communication, but this communication continued to seal itself off, for there were no good arguments against rationality. Crossing the boundary to the other side of the form was treated as cynicism. Further cracks had already begun to appear in the 18th century, for example, in attempts at a theory of humor. 238 Since the 19th century, continued reductions have relegated the rationality concept to subsystems of society, to either the economic calculation of utility relations between means and ends, optimization, or the application of scientifically established knowledge. Toward the end of the 19th century, finally, the rationality concept itself began to dissolve, permitting the development of general skepticism toward it. Max Weber. This, too, took place by means of a differentiation technique. The rationality concept itself was divided, for example, along the lines of the old distinction between poiesis and practice, into purposive rationality and value rationality, or, belatedly echoed by Jürgen Habermas, into the rationality of strategic action and that of communicative action, monologistic versus dialogistic rationality. 239 Thanks to the passing of other concepts of rationality, Habermas could, even toward the end of the 20th century, persist in the thesis that the theory of society and the theory of rationality are mutually dependent, that every sociology with a claim to societal theory, if it proceeds radically enough, faces the problem of rationality both at the metatheoretical, the methodological, and the empirical level. 240 Rationality is thus not only a problem of historical semantics but even today makes unreasonable demands on the concept of society. The question that then fails to be raised, typically for 19th century differentiation techniques, Hegel accepted, is that of the unity of the difference, the question of what is meant by rationality per se. Instead, a distinction is made only between rationality and irrationality, between consciousness and subconsciousness, between manifest and latent functions, once again without noticing that the question of the unity of each of the differences needs to be put. Another distinction, now more widespread, is that between substantive and procedural rationality. 241 In the face of growing complexity and criterial uncertainty, we are told, one should switch from substantive to procedural rationality. This will not help much if by procedure we understand a chain of means and ends. However, a set procedure has the advantage that, despite an uncertain future, we can begin and as things develop orient ourselves retrospectively on the results already achieved. I shall not, therefore, engage in a discussion of these various fractures of the old European rationality continuum but accept the development of rationality semantics as outlined to indicate that the societal system has changed so radically in the transition to modern times as to affect the understanding of how reality relates to rationality. And just as the modern concept of world can be qualified neither as positive nor as negative because every qualification is an observable operation in the world, this can well be said of modern society, too. This is precisely what the concept of autopoietic communication systems propounds for the purposes of science. For when applied to society, this concept means that all communication rational, irrational, irrational, by whatever criteria continues the autopoiesis of society. This need not mean that we have to abandon any expectations of rationality and face reality bereft of criteria. The failure of the old European concept need not mean that the problem disappears, and the insufficiency of reconstructions to date can well be attributed to the transitory situation and the lack of an adequate theory of society. Even the natural sciences, even physics, no longer see any possibility of providing society with a basis for rational judgment in the form of assured knowledge. 242. If the criteria for rationality are thus uncertain and this affects the concept of rationality, pluralistic solutions offer themselves. Setting criteria, and not merely determining preferences in the sense of rational choice theory, then depends on the given observer, who describes behavior as rational or irrational. But this provides no stable solution, it merely dissolves the problem. Re-establishing the unity of the plurality of observers would require all to proceed rationally in accordance with their own criteria in determining their criteria of rationality, in utilitarianism, for example, to show the utility of utilitarianism itself. Today, however, we lack the logical and theoretical means for such reflexive loops, not to mention the problem of how they are to be handled in everyday life. At any rate, classical bivalent logic does not suffice for a more demanding concept of rationality capable of reacting to this situation. 243 It would have to be able to include the observer who judges rationality, thus reformulating the problem at the level of second-order observation. As always, our reaction in this situation can only be sharp abstraction. If we adopt the proposed difference theoretical approach, the problem of rationality is likely to lie in the question of the unity of the distinction used. Optimization of the relationship between means and ends, or consensus between ego and alter, communicative rationality in Habermas's sense, would then be no more than special cases of a more general principle, and systems theory, too, with its form, with its distinction between system and environment, could lay claim to rationality. As the congruence of the social structure and semantics of traditional society dissolve and the associated plausibilities lose their binding force, a freer conceptuality becomes possible. The problem of rationality can be put in more abstract terms. It can no longer be understood as orientation on the ways of life of a center or apex, and thus no longer as approximation to an idea or, with reference to some normative requirement, as fulfillment or deviation. For the erosion of such ideal conceptuality also affects the counter-conceptuality of an imperfect, corrupt, deviant, and resistant reality. The traditional form of rationality, that is to say, the distinction whose one side it marks, dissolves. Instead, the problem of the relationship between reality and rationality becomes acute, because every cognitive and every actional operation as observation requires a distinction in order to indicate the one, and not the other, side of the difference. It must use the distinction that guides its observation as a difference, and not as a unity, not in the undifferentiatedness of what has been differentiated, not in what is common to both sides. What it may not do is to proceed dialectically in Hegel's sense, it must exclude itself as observation from what it observes. The observer, regardless of the distinction he uses, becomes the excluded middle. But it is the observer, he alone, who with his autopoiesis guarantees the reality of his own operations and hence the reality of everything that must be presupposed as world in the mode of simultaneity. The practice of indicative differentiation does not occur in the distinction. It cannot be indicated except by another distinction. It is the blind spot of observation and for this very reason the locus of its rationality. There is no satisfactory solution to a problem thus posed. Nor does it help to draw once again on the distinction between thinking and being or that between subject and object. Theory cannot purge itself merely by treating its object, in this case, society, as paradoxical and thus, so to speak, eliminating the paradox in order to be rid of it. For all concepts with which theory analyzes its object, system, observation, blind spot, meaning, communication, and so on, also apply to theory itself. The level of analysis on which the above inquiries have been operating imposes autological conclusions. But precisely because the problem of rationality is formulated as a paradox and because the communication of rationality is possible only as paradoxical communication, ways out, remedies can be found that can be regarded in this perspective as functionally rational. The problem of rationality is split by reference to a fundamental paradox. Because paradox leads to nothing but itself, it follows that something has to be done about a problem not to be mastered in observation, and it has to be done operationally. And always has been. For every paradox is paradoxical only for an observer who has already systematized his observations. In other words, the paradox cannot unfold itself, it finds itself in observation, but only on the basis of a distinction, which, renouncing the question of its own unity, it has already unfolded. For example, the distinction between system and environment. The course of the world can be set in motion only operationally. Or, as Heinz von Foerster has put it, we can decide only those questions that can in principle not be decided. 244. The concept of re-entry of the form into the form or of the difference into what has been differentiated offers a way out as resolution of a paradox. 245. Since the form in the form is both the form and not the form, we are dealing with a paradox, but with an unfolded paradox, for we can now choose among distinctions, not all are suitable, whose re-entry can be interpreted. An observer of this re-entry then has a double possibility of describing a system both from within, understanding his self-description, and from without, and thus of adopting both an internal and an external standpoint. 246. Of course, he cannot do both at the same time, for he has to use the internal/external distinction. But this impossibility is compensated for by the possibility of observing his own observation from the given other position. In retrospect, we realize that this figure of re-entry of the form into the form has always underlain the concept of rationality as a covered structure without becoming an argument. 247. A distinction was drawn between being and thinking as the condition for rationality was also expected to be congruent with being. In this official version, rationality was congruence itself, and in this regard, I have spoken of the old European continuum of rationality. But before the invention of an extramundane subject that exploded the old European tradition, thinking itself had to be. Hence, the distinction between being and thinking was based on a re-entry of the distinction into what it distinguished, into thinking. And was not this figure perhaps always the covered reason for pretensions to rationality? The same is true for the distinction between nature and action, which could also achieve convergence only on the condition of action being considered rational if it was in keeping with its own rational nature. However, this structure could not be taken into consideration in the description of rationality as convergence. The old European tradition therefore produced only a parallel ontology of being and thinking, of nature and action. It could only assume they were interrelated, and thank God for it. What distances us from tradition is thus only the discovery of this re-entry. 248. It requires more abstract conceptual means, which in turn give cause to distance ourselves from the anthropological version of rationality articulated in terms of thinking and acting, and to move on to a more formal, systems theoretical description. If purposive rationality is copied into itself as form, this means that rationality itself is conceived of as a means. But to what end? The purpose itself must clearly be externalized so that rationality can serve it. This had been prepared by the distinction between purpose and motive. Furthermore, we could say that rationality serves self-description as rational, or legitimation, or the justification of action. In all these variations, rationality is, as it were, godized. It relies on externally specified meaning to describe itself internally as closed, as complete distinction. 249. Including this external specification in the calculus can only repeat the problem. Russell's and Tarski's attempts to solve the problem by drawing a distinction between levels get us no further. With the implementation of its re-entry, rationality is therefore always ideology from the outset. It remains dependent on operations it does not itself perform and that it cannot explain. For every re-entry places the system in a state of unresolvable indeterminacy. 250. Systems theoretical analysis can supplement this interpretation of the fate of modern rationality and state it with greater precision. Applied to the distinction between system and environment, the rule of re-entry requires the distinction between system and environment to reoccur in the system. In the system, it therefore requires no recourse to an all-embracing system, no ultimate world guarantee of rationality, and therefore no dominance as the form of its realization. The system itself produces and observes the difference between system and environment. It produces it by operating. It observes it in that this operation in the context of the system's autopoiesis requires a distinction to be drawn between self-reference and other reference, which can then be objectivized to a distinction between system and environment. The system can as always connect its own operations only to its own operations, but it can obtain directive information either from itself or its environment. There can be no doubt that this is actually possible, even, indeed especially, in operationally closed systems. It is a matter of trying out distinctions, operationally trying out in the sense that their use produces differences that either continue or do not continue in the form of systems. Very similar views are to be found in the conceptuality of more recent semiotics. In this field, the primary difference is set by signs. Efforts to render the world legible with the aid of relative few signs are considered rational, signs for which, however, a practically infinite number of combinations is available. Tradition had thought of signs as referring, pointing to something given, something present. Critics of this tradition, such as Jacques Derrida, retain only the operational fact of takeoff, of supersession, of the generation of difference through difference. The sign is based on its other side, which is not available for indication. Spencer Brown's unmarked space, the blank paper, the silence in which sounds make their mark. 251 Keeping silence silent remains the precondition for the combination game of signs that uses its own distinctions. As we see, it is a question of producing difference through indifference. The only functioning distinctions are not the final distinction, not even if they add up to the distinction between system and environment. Or, as Ranulph Glanville put it, when the final distinction is drawn, i.e. the ultimate, there has already been drawn another, in either intention or extension, namely the distinction that the final distinction is not the final distinction, since it requires in both cases, identical in form, that there is another distinction drawn, that is, there is a formal identity that adds up to re-entry. 252. If we accept the concept proposed above, system rationality presupposes such re-entry of the form into the form. But it is not achieved by this alone. We must also keep in mind that rationality has to be defined and pursued in the context of a distinction of reality. It is therefore due to a distinction that is not the final distinction. Autopoiesis must continue under the condition of reality. If not, the corresponding reality is lost. In operating autopoietically, the system does what it does and nothing else. It draws a boundary, forms a form, and leaves everything else aside. It can thereupon observe what has been excluded as environment and itself as system. It can observe the world on the basis of the distinction between self-reference and other reference, and in so doing perpetuate its own autopoiesis. Self-observation can never reverse what has happened, for it uses and continues it itself in the context of autopoiesis. It can never overtake what it has produced autopoietically as a difference. In actual operation, it divides the world, the unmarked space, into system and environment. The result eludes observational capture, just as, in traditional terminology, no eye is in a position to see the plenitudo intus. After all this reformulation of the problem, rationality no longer appears paradoxical, it appears impossible. However, this has the advantage of allowing us to consider how to approach the issue. A system can develop internal complexity and thus irritability. It can supplement the system/environment distinction on both sides through further distinctions and thus extend its observational possibilities. It can reuse indications and thus condense references, or not reuse them and thus delete them. It can remember and forget and hence react to irritation frequencies. With all this, the re-entry of the distinction into what has been distinguished can be enriched and rendered more complexly connective. In contrast to traditional concepts, it is not a matter of approximating to an ideal, no longer a question of equity, of education, of the self-realization of a subjective or objective mind. It is not a matter of attaining unity, for this, as we have seen, would be a return to paradox or its substitute, namely, impossibility. System rationality means exposing a distinction, that between system and environment, to reality, and testing it against reality. We can illustrate this with a look at the ecological problems of modern society. Point 253. First of all, it must be assumed that, for example, the market economy functions as an operationally closed system and can therefore not at the same time optimize the ecological system. If this is a system, point 254, it would certainly not be rational to ignore these conditions, to turn a blind eye to them. Nor can the problems be resolved by refraining from intervening in the environment or even eliminating the difference between system and environment, thus discontinuing the operation of society. This would mean aspiring to rationality as the final catastrophe. It is not difficult to imagine the same principle in a smaller format, for example, proposals to cease power generation, chemical production, and so on. A rational approach to the problems can be sought only in society and only under the condition of continued societal autopoiesis, and this always implies maintaining difference. This problem reoccurs within society at the level of its individual functional systems. Here, too, the opportunities for rationality lie in maintaining and exploiting differences, not in eliminating them. The irritability of systems must be intensified, which can take place only in the context of its self-referentially closed operation. But this is precisely what systems theory is after when it treats the distinction between system and environment as the form of the system. More than in any other theory of society, this focuses the theoretical conception on ecological problems and in exactly the same sense on human problems. Centering thus on difference sharpens the eye for the problems mentioned in a way that dashes all hopes that they could be resolved and thus disappear. Only if we accept this can we deal with problems as work programs and seek to improve the position of the societal system relative to its human and non-human environment in accordance with criteria that have to be constructed and varied in society itself. These considerations also show how much the rationality problem of modernity has to do with the differentiation form of the societal system. If in the transition to predominantly functional differentiation, modern society has to renounce a guidance system, an apex, or a center, it will no longer be able to generate a uniform claim to rationality for itself. This does not prevent functional systems, each for itself, from pondering the unity of the difference between system and environment. In the process, the natural environment and the human environment can also come under scrutiny, and both ecological and humanistic sensibilities show these possibilities and their limits. However, in this question, too, system references must be kept apart. No functional system can reflect on society in itself because this would require the operational limitations of all other functional systems to be taken into account in each and every one. 255 Under modern conditions, societal rationality literally means a utopia. It no longer has a locus in society. But this at least we can still know, and, of course, there is nothing to be said against. Indeed, this argument strongly favors giving greater consideration to the macro-societal environment in the functional systems of society. For no one else can do it. A system rationality based on the paradox of observation makes no claim to reason. For a competence concept of this sort, the subject is lacking. Reason was a title attributed to nescience where means and ends were in contradiction. In this sense, reason was taken to be innocent. It claims to be critical. However, the emotive term critique hides a weakness that we can no longer ignore. Reason has to rely on world states, in practical terms texts, being submitted to it for assessment. However, the problem is that criticism of states does not bring us to a rational concept for changes. This is apparent wherever we look today in corporate production planning and in ecological policy, in the design of works of art and that of theories differing from the usual. Routines are always required that allow the need for change to be recognized and thus guide intervention. However, this provides no indication for the rationality of change, let alone a concept for rational adaptation to change. Criticism of routines tends rather to dismantle the cognitive basis for the perception of a need for change. This is likely to be one reason why evolution theories always prove fascinating where the claims of rationality cannot be upheld. Nor can reason be understood as a set of criteria, or an institution for determining criteria, for deciding manifestly before and after communication whether this communication is to be accepted or not. Acceptance or rejection is always a new, discrete communication. Reason can therefore at best be retrospectively cited to symbolize successful agreement, and it is needed above all where interests are to be disregarded. If we consider the basic paradox of observation and the re-entry of distinctions into themselves, the problem of the blind spot remains, the need to render the paradox invisible. Every observation must unfold its own paradox, in other words, it must replace it with an adequately functioning distinction. Every theory that claims to describe the world, and in this sense aspires to universal application, has to take account of this necessity for invisibilization. It must take it into account at least in others, as their ideology, their subconscious, their latent need. It must therefore be formulated on the level of second-order observation. But then the autological recourse to one's own observation cannot be avoided. Looking back, we can now better understand why the rationality continuum of the old European tradition had to be abandoned. Every observation, including cognition and action, is tied to the selection of a distinction, and selection necessarily means leaving something out of account. The labels pragmatism, historicism, relativism, and pluralism were applied to this in the 20th century. They were, however, formulated as restrictions on universalistic rationality claims. But if every observation is obliged to resolve its own paradox and can give no reasonable, innocent, grounds for doing so, incompleteness theorems of all types lose the smack of falling too short, which would in itself be desirable. We now have to assume the universality of selection constraints, the universality of differentiation and boundary drawing. Reason that refuses to acknowledge this is not far from totalitarian, if not terrorist, logic. And it, too, has its, well-concealed, invisibility theorem. For it cannot say what is to happen with those who refuse to accept what reason proposes. Rationality appears to have been the vanishing point at which, in view of society's growing complexity, one could still believe in an ultimate harmony. Business still benefits from this in legitimizing its self-description on the basis of assumptions about the rationality of its decision-making practices. On this assumption, however, we also see that the perspective of rationality registers the dissolution of this notion of ultimate harmony first, through the assumption of an invisible hand that guarantees good results, then, through evolution theory up to and including reduction to subjective preferences that can be assumed to be socially interdependent but not stable. Finally, we must even question whether relating the problem of rationality to the individual is tenable, be it in the sense of rational choice or of communicative understanding. For this, too, is perhaps only a traditional element. We would expect rationality from members of an organization or professions, but hardly from people in their private lives. Sociology can offer no hold on this decreasing order, and quite certainly not by means of concepts such as ethics, culture, or institution. Systems theory can at least make use of the reduction to system references to discover for which system the question of rationality weighs most heavily. The answer is likely to be clear: for the comprehensive social system of society and its forms of respecifying overly general criteria, namely, organizations and professions. However, this is not to assert that, through norms, rules, or directives, society can provide guidelines for what would earn subsystems of society the epithet of rational. As we shall repeatedly see, society steers itself by means of fluctuations that force functional or regional systems to process dissipative structures and thus to organize themselves. Quite different paradoxes and quite different distinctions, at any rate, other distinctions, between self-reference and other reference are likely to play a role. This must be left to more concrete investigation. However, this does not change the fact that we must apply the concept of rationality primarily to the system of world society if we wish to understand how the context is reproduced for other system rationalities. But whatever we decide about the concept of rationality and its conditions, the appeal to rationality serves in ongoing communication to mark the non-negotiability of a position. There is a need for it. At the same time, we speculate in such a procedure with the inertia of the communication process. It will not abandon its topic and turn to the conditions for rationality merely because someone claims that something is rational or not rational. Even if conceptual clarification leads nowhere, this need not discourage an appeal to rationality in ongoing communication. It is, so to speak, the ever-fertile breeding ground for the need to clarify the conditions of rationality. 2. Communication media. 1. Medium and form. Setting aside for the moment the fact that a system of society actually exists and reproduces communication through communication, such a state of affairs is extremely improbable. Only communication makes itself probable. It cannot occur as an isolated event. Every communication presupposes other operations of the same type to which it can react and which it can stimulate. Without recursive reference of this sort, it would have no occasion whatsoever to take place. This means above all that communication cannot be connected to communications arbitrarily, for otherwise communication would not recognize communication as such. There must be probabilities to guide expectations if the autopoiesis of communication is to be possible. However, this merely shifts our problem to the question of how communication itself can overcome the improbability of its own occurrence. The improbability of a communicative operation is shown by the requirements that have to be fulfilled for it to come about. Communication is a synthesis of three selections. As we have seen, 1. It comprises information, utterance, and understanding. Each of these components is in itself a contingent occurrence. Information is a difference that changes the state of a system, thus generating another difference. But why should one particular piece of information and no other impress a system? Because it is uttered? But the selection of a particular item of information for utterance is also improbable. Why, given the many possibilities for meaningful activity, should anyone turn to someone at all, and why with this particular utterance? Finally, why should anyone concentrate his attention on another's utterance, seek to understand it, and adapt his behavior to the information uttered when he is free to refrain from doing so? All these improbabilities are then multiplied in the time dimension. How can it be that communication attains its goal rapidly enough? And, above all, how can it be that one communication is succeeded by another, not the same, with expectable regularity? If the individual components of communication are in themselves improbable, their synthesis is all the more so. What gives anyone the idea not merely of perceiving another person, whose behavior may be dangerous or perhaps odd, but also of observing him with regard to the distinction between utterance and information? How does the other come to expect observation and adapt to this expectation? And how is anyone to feel encouraged to venture an utterance, and what one, if understanding the meaning of the utterance enables the understander to reject it? If we consider what is probable for the participating psychic systems, it is thus hardly possible to explain that communication takes place at all. Questions of this sort are in principle to be addressed to evolution theory and systems theory. This will be dealt with in detail subsequently. But communication itself also has to cope with its imminent improbability. How communication is possible and what is suitable for communication is determined by the resolution or rather transformation of this problem. It is hardly ever posed so drastically. It is usually deemed sufficient to explain the occurrence of communication through its function and to see its function in relieving and expanding the cognitive faculties of living beings. For compelling biological reasons, living beings exist as individuals. But they not live independently of one another. The more highly developed species are endowed with independent mobility and the faculty of distal perception. Where this is the case, it can bring evolutionary success not only to increase the reach of one's own perception too but also to exchange additional information instead of procuring all information alone. The literature has a number of terms for this state of affairs, including vicarious learning 3 and economy of cognition 4. The view is taken that we can obtain much more information more rapidly with the aid of others than if we rely only on our own senses. Recent theories on hominization correspondingly stress that the evolutionary branching off of Homo sapiens is to be attributed not directly to superior abilities in dealing with external nature but to the special cognitive requirements of the social field in which the primates evolving toward humans existed. 5. The resulting challenge was met by the simultaneous development of extreme social dependence and a high degree of individualization achieved by building up a complex order of meaningful communication, which then determined the further evolution of humanity. The argument is helpful but not a sufficient explanation. It offers us particulars about the environment of the communication system that is society, or of corresponding systems of animal communication. If living beings did not have to exist as individuals, if there were no advantages in distal information, and if it were not helpful to expand the range of one's own sensory apparatus even if adapted to distal perception through distal perception of the distal perception of other living beings, no communications systems could have developed. The environment that makes this possible explains a great deal. But it does not explain the autopoiesis of communication, the operational closure of communicative systems, any more successfully than chemistry can explain the autopoiesis of life. Even in general terms, stating the function of something cannot explain its existence or the structures by means of which it makes itself possible. In particular, a functional explanation that points to needs or advantages in the environment does not suffice to explain how the system functions. As soon as we realize the extreme improbability of something coming about and functioning, we must, while accepting the need for a conducive environment, seek the explanation in the system itself. If we want somewhat greater conceptual precision, we soon see that the advantages of socially expanding the cognitive faculties of living beings cannot be achieved by making them dependent on one another. The long tradition of talking about relations between living beings, including humans, obscures this state of affairs. Living beings exist individually, they exist as structurally determined systems. From this point of view, it is a constellation ally determined accident if the one, although it does what it does, can benefit the other. Dependency means multiplying improbabilities by each other. Advantages are therefore only to be gained by living beings becoming dependent on a higher order system under whose conditions they can choose contact with one another and thus escape dependence on one other. For humans, this higher order system, which is not itself a living being, is the communication system society. 6 In other words, at the level of the emergent system, there had to be an intrinsic mode of operation, in this case, communication, an intrinsic autopoiesis, a self-produced continuability of operations, otherwise the evolution of vicarious learning possibilities would never have succeeded. This also means that a transmission of information from one living being to another, or from one consciousness system to another, is impossible. 7 Communication can therefore not be understood as a transmission process. Items of information are always time differences constituted within the system, that is, differences with respect to states of the system, which are the result of interaction between self-referential and other referential, but always internally processed indications. This is true of neurophysiological system formations and even more so of communication systems. Communication systems constitute themselves with the aid of the distinction between medium and form. 8 This distinction replaces the concept of transmission, which proves implausible for systems theory. 9 Moreover, it spares us the search for ultimate elements, which nuclear metaphysics a la Heisenberg tells us do not exist anyway. Ontological points of reference, the subject of controversy between reductionism and holism, are replaced by a distinction dependent on the observer. When we speak of communication media, we always mean the operational use of the difference between medial substratum and form. 10 Communication is possible only, and this is the answer to the improbability problem, as the processing of this difference. Like the information concept, the closely associated distinction between medium and form is always an intrasystemic matter. And as with information, there is nothing in the environment corresponding to the medium/form difference, although there are naturally conditions of possibility in the environment and corresponding structural couplings. Thus, communication presupposes no ultimate identities, atoms, particles, that it does not itself constitute through its own distinctions. Above all, neither information nor medium/form represent physical states of affairs of the environment in the system. This is true of perceptual media. Light is not a physical concept, and all the more so of all communication media, as we shall see. It also means that complexity adequacy always has to take account of how the information processing system structures its own autopoiesis. The distinction between medial substratum and form decomposes the general problem of structured complexity with the help of the distinction between loosely and strictly coupled elements. Point 11. This latter distinction assumes that not every element can be connected to every other, but it reformulates the selection problem this poses before tackling it, once again by means of a further, prior distinction, in order to describe forms, in this narrower sense strict coupling, as a selection in the field of a medium. Such a distinction already underlies the perceptual processes of organisms. Point 12. They require specific perceptual media such as light or air or electromagnetic fields that can be tied to certain forms by the perceiving organism and can then appear and be exploited as certain things, certain noises, specific signals, and so forth, on the basis of complex neurophysiological processes. Already at this point, the medium can become form. Light is let into the cathedrals and becomes form to play on pillars and arches. The physical structure of the world must make this possible, but the difference between medium and form is an achievement of the perceiving organism itself. On a quite different basis, we find the same distinction underlying the operation of communicative systems. As I have pointed out in explicating the meaning concept and in analyzing language 13, there is a medium specific to the system here, too, and related forms that make their mark in the medium. Loosely coupled words are joined to become sentences, thus gaining a form that is temporary in communication, a form that does not consume but reproduces the word material. Point 14. The distinction between medium and form translates the improbability of the system's operational continuity into a difference that can be handled within the system, transforming it into a framework condition for the autopoiesis of the system. The system operates in tying its own medium to its own forms without consuming this medium, just as our seeing things does not consume light. The actualized forms, the things seen, the sentences spoken, couple the elements of the system for momentary use but do not destroy them. The difference between medium and form is maintained in operational use and thus reproduced. What counts is the difference itself and not only the form condensed in the operation. For the possibility of seeing colors or pronouncing words presupposes that these entities are not consumed in the operation but are reproduced in their availability for use in the context of other forms. At this point we need to recall that by form, we understand the marking of a distinction. The distinction between medium and form is hence also a form. The distinction implies itself. It makes every theory that works with it autological. To explain what we understand by medium and form, we have to use language. We accordingly use the distinction between medium and form. From the point of view of traditional epistemology, this would be an error rendering everything that follows from it unusable. We shall encounter the same problem in the discussion in the chapters to come of the distinctions between variation and selection, evolution theory, and between system and environment, theory of system differentiation. For theories taking a universalistic approach, autologies of this sort are unavoidable, and if we come across them, this is no objection, on the contrary, it is evidence for the theoretical standing of the conceptuality. It is all the more important to describe the distinction between medium and form as precisely as possible so that in each case we can establish what difference an operation uses and where its blind spot, which it cannot itself observe, is to be found. We do this with the aid of the distinction between loose and strict coupling of elements. A medium consists of loosely coupled elements, whereas a form joins the same elements in strict coupling. Let us take the example of action as a medium and imagine society as the totality of its actions. Freedom is then based on the strict coupling of actions and their attribution to individual persons who are to be recognized by the form of their actions, and loose coupling would offer the possibility of recruiting actions for purposes as they arise, because they are not bound to persons. Societies that guarantee a high measure of freedom end up with action becoming unavailable for collective purposes. 15. It is only seemingly a paradox that this leads to gigantic government, needing a great deal of money to carry out its programs in the face of freedom. Coupling is a concept that implies time. We should speak of coupling and uncoupling, of an only momentary integration, which gives form but can be reversed. The medium is bound and released. Without medium, there is no form, and without form, no medium. Over time, it is possible to reproduce this difference repeatedly. In whatever objective shape, on whatever perceptual basis, the difference between loose and strict coupling enables the temporal processing of operations in dynamically stabilized systems, thus making autopoietic systems of this type possible. With regard to this repeated binding and releasing of the medium, we can also say that the medium circulates in the system. It has its unity in movement. This temporal process of repeated coupling and uncoupling serves both to continue autopoiesis and to form and modify the structures it requires, as with a von Neumann machine. It therefore circumvents the classical distinction of structure and process. This means not least that the unity of the system can no longer be defined in terms of relative structural stability, although system maintenance remains the issue, but in terms of the specific conditions for a medium to form forms. The same temporal reference is also apparent in the general medium of meaning, which serves to produce both psychic and social forms. Since meaning can always be actualized only as event, and this takes place in horizons that present many further actualization possibilities, every meaning experienced or communicated at the moment is a form, that is to say, the marking of a difference and hence a determination. At the same time, however, following references to an and so on of further possibilities manifests a relationship of loose coupling, which can be bound only by further actualizations. Strict coupling is what is realized at present, even if as concrete memory or anticipation. Loose coupling is to be found in the possibilities of transition from one to the other, not thus determined. Circulation arises where the form is stronger than the medial substratum. It imposes itself in the field of loosely coupled elements, and regardless of selection criteria, rationality considerations, normative directives, or other value preferences. In fact, it does so simply as strict coupling. Unlike Jürgen Habermas in his theory of communicative action, I avoid building pretensions to rationality into the concept of communication. 16. Postulating only that there is a connection between the assertive force and temporal transience of the form. Communication media entail no bias in the direction of rationality any more than do the concept of system or that of evolution. At this elementary level, all that can be said is that what happens happens. On the other hand, forms are less permanent than the medial substratum. They endure only through special arrangements such as memory, writing, and printing. But even when a form is preserved because of its importance, and here the concept of semantics comes into play, the free capacity of the medial substratum remains available for ever new couplings. Unbound, or scarcely bound, elements are innumerable. Words, for example, can be used at will without depleting a limited fund of possibilities for use. However, frequent use also condenses the meaning of words, so that the combinatorial capacity, the type, and reach of possibilities for use are subject to variation in the course of processing the difference between medial substratum and form, and hence in the course of the history of a language. Finally, it must be noted that it is not the medial substratum but only forms that are operationally connective in the system. The system cannot handle formless, loosely coupled elements. This can also be said of the perceptual media. We do not see light but things, and when we see light, it is by the form of things. 17 We do not hear the air but noises, and the air itself has to make a noise if it is to be audible. The same is true of communication media. In the case of language, it is not words but sentences that make sense that can be processed in communication. 18 In the distinction between loose and strict coupling, there is not only temporal but also substantive asymmetry, and this asymmetry is one of the conditions for the autopoiesis of the communication system society. Communication systems process communication on the basis of this in itself asymmetrical form of the distinction between medial substratum and form. They focus attention on the meaning of what is happening and seeking connection. Thus society emerges, and thus society reproduces itself in the medium of its communication. This more complexly structured concept replaces the usual notion of a transmission medium whose function it is to mediate between organisms existing independently of one another. The old sense of communicatio, the establishment of commonality of experience, is therefore abandoned or reduced to the status of a side effect. This is the consequence of the view that it does not suffice to see the function of communication in expanding and relieving living beings' cognitive faculties. Indeed, it is difficult to see how living beings, including humans, can have anything at all in common in the dark inwardness of their consciousness. 19 Instead, the concept of communication media is intended to explain that and how the improbable is nevertheless possible on the basis of communication, the autopoiesis of the communication system society. 2. Dissemination media and success media. The inquiries that follow are based on a distinction that needs an introductory explanation. Societal communication produces various media/forms depending on what problem is to be solved. I speak of dissemination media Verbreitungsmedien with reference to the scope of social redundancy. Dissemination media determine and extend the circle of those receiving information. To the extent that the same information is disseminated, information is transformed into redundancy. Redundancy makes information superfluous. It can be used to confirm social belongingness. People relate what is already known to show their solidarity. But this does not involve any gain in information. We can ask anyone who has received the information. If we ask repeatedly, no new information arises. 20. Dissemination can take place in face-to-face interaction. Writing increased the circle of recipients in an initially still controllable manner. But with the spread of literacy, it was soon impossible to know who had read what and remembered what texts contained. The invention of the printing press and then the advent of modern mass media compounded the anonymization of social redundancy. When in doubt, we must now reckon with disseminated information being known and cannot once again communicate it. New information is continually needed to satisfy the mass media system, which has its own autopoiesis to thank for the self-generated loss of information. 21. Not only does time pass faster as the dissemination media generate social redundancy, it also becomes uncertain and finally impossible to ascertain whether uttered information is accepted or rejected as the premise for further behavior. Too many, immeasurably many, are involved, and we can no longer determine whether a communication has had a motivating effect and to what end. There is controversial discussion on the subject in the mass media, and their system loves conflict. But this can at most simulate but not elucidate which communications are accepted throughout society and which are rejected or simply forgotten. In this situation, evolution can stagnate or it can come up with solutions to the new problems. Consequent on the invention of writing, it seemed politic to tauten religion for more intensive deployment as a homogenized motivation tool. However, this demanded too much of the cosmology of this instrument. Society finally found a quite different solution, only superficially integrable with religions, in a new type of media, which we call success media, namely, symbolically generalized communication media. Symbolically generalized communication media establish a novel kind of link between conditioning and motivation. They gear communication in a given media area, for example, in the money economy or the exercise of power in political office, to certain conditions that enhance the chances of acceptance even in the case of uncomfortable communication. For example, goods are supplied or services rendered if, and only if, they are paid for. Government authorities are obeyed under the threat of physical force and because it must be assumed that society regards this threat as legitimate, e.g., as lawful. The institutionalization of symbolically generalized communication media thus raises the threshold for the non-acceptance of communication, which is very low when communication extends beyond face-to-face interaction. In the cultural self-description of society, too, these success media play such a prominent role that no information at all is gathered about how much communication is afterward ignored or how much information is simply forgotten. Society then describes itself as if general consensus secured by principles, codes, and programs can be relied upon. As if there were a public opinion. The rest is left in the dark in the form of pluralistic ignorance. 22. Language alone does not decide whether the reaction to communication is acceptance or rejection. As long as language is used only orally, that is to say, only in face-to-face interaction, there is enough social pressure to say pleasant rather than unpleasant things and to inhibit the communication of rejection. If communication is only oral, language also acts as an intrinsic persuader. Talcott Parsons. Symbolically generalized communication media develop only when societal evolution has overcome this threshold to allow complexity to develop in greater spatial and temporal dimensions, even though in the same society. Communication must then be increasingly geared to still unknown situations. Society helps itself if evolution helps it, first, with system differentiation. 23 and, second, with the formation of special media for restricting contingency by linking conditioning and motivation, namely, symbolically generalized communication media. The differentiation of these media also drives system differentiation, providing occasion for the out-differentiation of important societal functional systems. In this brief overview of the hypotheses that will be guiding our inquiries, I note solely that they draw theoretically on the assumption that society is an operationally closed social system based on communication, and that its evolution therefore follows the problems of the autopoiesis of communication, the conditions for which evolution is constantly changing. A complex research program is hence envisaged, which is pursued in the coming sections and chapters with all the necessary detours across a wide range of issues. 3. Language. The fundamental communication medium that guarantees the regular autopoiesis of society in its promise of continuation is language. Although there is communication without language by means of gestures or the interpretation of basic behavior, for example, of how a person handles things, whether or not communication is intended, we can well ask whether such communication could exist, whether we could observe a distinction between utterance, behavior and information, if there were no language and hence no experience with language. Furthermore, interpretable behavior is always so specific to the situation that there is hardly any scope for differentiating between medium and form, and this is precisely what language does. In any case, the autopoiesis of a communication system, which requires the regular prospect of further communication, is impossible without language, even though it permits, where enabled, non-linguistic communication. A prelinguistic communication medium that did not yet constitute meaning can have lain only in the totality of the behavioral options of individuals in each other's presence. Movement in space will have played a considerable role. Following George Herbert Mead, we could also speak of a recursive sequence of gestures, in which not the single act but recursivity, connection with what has preceded, prompts emergent effects. 24. In such episodic contexts, we also find species-specific signals, which are, however, of very limited use. Signals are not yet signs, do not yet point to something else, they are only a factor activating anticipatory reactions owing to typical, repeated complexes of present and future events, which are, however, not recognized as complexes. 25. Such conditions can enable the morphogenesis of relatively complex social orders if reactive patterns of behavior are reapplied to their own outcomes. Participants do not need to be able to recognize the structures that consequently emerge and to react to them. The potential for form building must therefore have been correspondingly limited, but apparently sufficient to establish hierarchies and individual partner preferences. 26. In the prelinguistic field, indeed, even in relations between humans and animals, we find what is probably the most important preparation for the evolution of language, the perception of perception and, in particular, the perception of being perceived. Even in developed societies, even today, these are still indispensable forms of sociality, especially in relations between the sexes. At this level, sociality uses the complexity and focusability of perception and generates a present almost without a future. Even if we can assume this as, so to speak, a prehistorical given, and accordingly that life in society adapted to this possibility, this social state of affairs would have allowed of no metacommunication, no communication relating to communication, no, for example, confirmation of the receipt of an utterance, no repetition of the same utterance, no development of sequential, punctuated complexity in which communication presupposes that it has already operated successfully with other content. Point 27. It remains to be seen whether, under these circumstances, we can already speak of autopoietic closure of a social system independent of the course of life, for example, enduring beyond the death of whole generations, and whether and to what extent we can already speak of language in Umberto Maturana's sense, of coordinating the coordination of living beings' behavior in their individual existences. Point 28. In any case, language in the usual meaning of the term, with its clear preference for acoustic media and the optical media deriving from them, is a singular historical construction of evolution based on a stringent selection of resources. Point 29. However, this is not the place to launch into a study of the evolution of language. I merely assume that, as in all evolution of autopoietic systems, a sort of auxiliary construction made take off possible. Point 30. The use of gestures and sounds as signs presumably played a role. Signs are also forms, that is to say, marked distinctions. According to Saussure, they distinguish the signifier, signifiant, from the signified, signify. In the form of the sign, that is to say, in the relation of signifier to signified, there are references. The signifier signifies the signified. The form itself, and only the form, should be called a sign. 31. Has no reference, it functions only as a distinction and only when it is in fact used as such. Signs are therefore structures for repetitive operations that require no contact with the outside world. They do not, as so often assumed, serve within the system to represent states of affairs in the outside world. The distinction between signifier and signified is rather an internal difference that does not require what is signified to exist in the outside world. Its specific nature lies rather in the isolation of this distinction, which has the effect of stabilizing the relationship between signifier and signified regardless of the context in which it is used. 32. The involvement of other meaning references, other contexts, mediated, for example, by the materiality of the sign vehicle, are left out of account. What is decisive for the cultural invention of the sign, as for technology, is a relationship with the world characterized by differentiation, isolation, and consequent repeatability. This also explains why errors are possible. The smallest deviation or confusion can put signs out of action. It suffices to say line or sight or scene instead of sign to make what we mean incomprehensible. The generation of redundancies, of limitations to the surprise effect in the use of signs thus depends on the accuracy with which known patterns are copied. But this can be achieved, like isolation itself, only through the arbitrary determination of signs. The evolution of a stereotyped use of signs is, however, only one precondition for the evolution of language. It fails to explain important properties of language, above all, the most important, the operational closure of the communication system that uses language. The recursivity of gesture sequences, which can be realized only episodically, develops into the recursive use of signs, producing a world that can be referred to over and again even after substantial interruptions. The preconditions and opportunities that lie in the evolution of the form sign must therefore be carefully distinguished from the coming into being of the operational closure of a communication system that has language at its disposition. 33 Language generalizes self-reference, and does so with the aid of signs, which themselves are this generalization. They do not consist in reference to something else. Giving a sign in particular situations that make this comprehensible may have given occasion and opportunity for frequent repetition, but something quite different has resulted. We see the improbability threshold in the question of how anyone comes to observe another from the standpoint of a difference between information and utterance behavior. 34 Our point of departure is accordingly not the speech act, which occurs only when one can expect the act to be expected and understood, but the situation of the utterance recipient, of the person who observes the utterer and attributes the utterance, but not the information, to him. The recipient of the utterance must observe the utterance as indicating a piece of information, thus the two together, as form of the distinction between indicator and what is indicated, as sign, even though other, for example, purely perceptual, possibilities of observation are available to him. This does not necessarily presuppose language. The housewife, for example, bravely swallows the burnt fare to indicate, or so one presumes, that it is edible. However, the facts of communication remain vague and ambiguous, and the utterer can, if questioned, deny having intended to make an utterance, and for this very reason he chooses nonverbal communication. But this also means that it is difficult to add another utterance to the first and thus form a communication system. Language changes this. Whereas before the development of language, living beings lived in structural coupling, and were therefore subject to coevolution, language also enables operational coupling, which can be reflexively monitored by participants. This increases the possibilities of exposing oneself to certain environments or withdrawing from them, and enables participants' self-organization to dissociate from what is communicated. One remains perceivable but comprehensible only in what one wittingly contributes to linguistic communication. With the normalization and recursive stabilization of these coupling operations, a special autopoietic system of linguistic communication takes shape that is self-determined in its operations and fully compatible with the deliberate participation of individuals. Coevolution between individuals and society now develops, which overdetermines any coevolutive relationships between individuals, e.g., between mother and child. Far-reaching changes also take place at the level of the perceptual media. Speech is a behavior specialized in communication, differentiated out for this function and consequently highly perceivable. In the acoustic, and, in the case of the written word, the optical, perceptual medium, language is so distinctive in form that when used, there can be no doubt about it, nor can the relevant perceptions be imputed to others. Every participant knows of himself and of his interlocutor that linguistic specifications of meaning are chosen contingently, which repeatedly confirms that only signs are involved. A second mode of selection is imposed on what can be acoustically or optically perceived and thus distinguished. The material of language, too, is formed and perceivable only because this is so, but it is also invested with references that function independently of the setting and thus make repeated use possible. Linguistic signs are always possible in various guises. At the same time, however, they take on a form that enables queries and, if writing is used, text interpretation. The conclusion of communicative episodes can hence be delayed and the succession of elementary statement sequences can be directed back on itself. 35 This makes the language process in its self-determination independent of participants' perceptions, which it presupposes. The system shields itself from the noise of perceptions through its own recursions, admitting only irritations that it can handle in its own language. In linguistic guise, communication reproduces what it needs for autocatalysis, namely, double contingency, thus continually renewing its own prerequisites, whatever had made it possible to start. Neither the speaker nor the listener can deny the fact of communication as such. The receiver can at most misunderstand or have difficulty in understanding or interpret, or subsequently communicate in some other way about the communication. The problems of communication feed back into communication. The system closes itself. A normally entropic development of approaches to communication in the direction of non-communication is reversed by language and directed toward building up complicated, interpretable ways of communicating on the basis of what has already been said. The autopoiesis of a communication system, in itself improbable, thus becomes probable. At the same time, however, it retains its improbability in that, given the host of other possibilities, every statement made is extremely improbable. The clear external boundary of the system leads to the development of structured complexity, which in turn makes every single event in the system improbable. But this is precisely where the system can help itself by processing recursively and ensuring that the choices actually available are limited. Speech is tied to audition, which, unlike vision, imposes the temporal sequencing of communication, the establishment of order in temporal progression. The distinctions evoked must lend each other meaning in succession. Recursion requires time and cannot result from the world we see at the same time, not even if we see someone speaking. Language accordingly requires flexible organization that does not already predetermine possible sequences at the structural level, in other words, grammar. Even sign language is adapted to this temporal flow, not to mention the written word. The acoustic medium therefore demands a higher level of abstraction from the outset and hence requires the meaning of individual components to be fixed more definitely. This alone makes repeatability possible, and this alone, despite non-simultaneity, despite a non-simultaneity that differs from that of movements in the world outside, allows a context of meaning to be produced, a second world of communication to be superimposed on the first, visual world. Language therefore has a quite peculiar form. As a form with two sides, it consists in the difference between sound and meaning. Whoever cannot handle this difference cannot speak. As always with forms in my definition, we find a condensed referential complex of the two sides. The sound is not the meaning, but with this not being, as it were, it determines what meaning is spoken about in each case. Vice versa, the meaning is not the sound but determines what sound is to be selected if this meaning and no other is to be spoken about. In Hegelian terms, language is determined by a difference in itself and, we can say, differentiated out by the specifics of this very difference. In the first place, linguistic communication is hence the processing of meaning in the phonic medium. We speak of medium in this regard not because sounds are forms in the perceptual medium of the consciousness but because they are condensed into words that can be used repeatedly and as such are then available in loose coupling. This in turn presupposes grammar and perhaps Chomsky's deep structures 36 which ensure that there is sufficient scope for building sentences and that the process is nevertheless not arbitrary, but that sufficient redundancy is available for recursion, for rapid understanding, and, above all, for rapid language acquisition. If a difference between medium and form specific to language is to be established, the medial substratum of language, the difference between sound and meaning must be underspecified. 37 Without underspecification, there would be nothing more to say, because everything would always have already been said. This problem is resolved by differentiating between words and sentences. Although words, too, are constellations of sounds with meaning, they do not yet determine what sentences they will be combined to form. Only through this difference does language lend communication the capacity for temporary adjustment to temporary situations, and the capacity for temporary meaning constructions, which can later be confirmed or withdrawn. Only then can we expect that communication will connect with communication and that there will always be something to say. Mere perceptual media are bound by the simultaneity of perception and what is perceived. This is also the case when we perceive others' perception, and it is also the case for simple forms of perceiving indexical signs. The operationally determined simultaneity of observation and the world that is observed cannot be overcome, and this is also true where meaning, as in hearing, arises only through sequencing. The future reference of perception depends on the environment sufficiently guaranteeing through its constants that a now reaction adequately prepares the future. Only language permits this simultaneity premise to be overcome and enables the preparatory synchronization of temporally distant events independently of whether language has forms at its disposition with which the difference between past, present, and future can be expressed, e.g., through the inflection of verbs. For language makes it possible to look ahead or to restrict what can later be said. In the first place, it is simply a matter of temporally decoupling the recursive course of language from the temporal sequences of the environment, of differentiating an eigentime of the communication system that makes it possible to distinguish the communication process taking place in the system from sequences of environmental events. Only when this is ensured can linguistic forms arise that express temporal relations, for example in the simple form of if-then conditionalization. Language can, in more or less elaborate form, also refer to something that can no longer or not yet be perceived. And it is this that allows synchronization to be problematized, making learning by trial and error possible. Only this out-differentiation of an eigentime of linguistic communication achieves what must be regarded as the most important evolutionary accomplishment of linguistic communication. With the aid of language, things can be said that have never been said before. Elvira is an angel. We understand a sentence, unlike gestures and unlike simple behavior or the use of things, even if it is completely new to us. 38 Strictly speaking, it is not even important whether the sentence is original in the history of the world and has never been uttered before. What is decisive is that the meaning and context of earlier use do not need to be remembered. In other words, language facilitates forgetting. It relieves the social memory and therefore constantly frees capacity for new communication. This capacity for new, never used meaning is naturally not boundless. It generates contexts on which it becomes dependent. But however little possibility there may have been in the early stages of evolution of saying something never before heard, it provides an evolutionary potential that can be increasingly exploited as society becomes more complex and differentiated, hence creating special conditions for recognizing and understanding novelty. This was already fully developed when language was only spoken, oral. In today's written cultures, it is hard to imagine situations where language was only oral. For sounds are extremely unstable elements. Moreover, their reach is limited, requiring speaker and hearer to be present. Space and time must be present in compact, situational forms to make spoken language possible. The moment sentences are pronounced, they vanish into inaudibility. System formation on the basis of communication therefore needs provision for reuse, in other words, memory. This suggests, and in a certain sense correctly, that societies that have to rely on oral communication remain dependent on purely mental memory. But this does not explain enough and, incidentally, applies even more so in written cultures, which function only if all members can constantly remember how to read and write. A social memory must therefore be developed beyond, which does not mean independently of, mental memory. It consists solely in the delayed reuse of words and the expressed meaning formed with their aid. 39 Psychic systems are used, as it were, only for intermediate storage. What is decisive for social memory is the retrieval of memories in later social situations, and over extended periods of time. The psychic substratum can change. 40 If we want to comprehend what advantages the invention of writing has brought, we must first of all understand the preceding mechanism that all recall has to perform through the temporal form of delay. However, if distinct phonic perception and its reactivation in the course of later communication are ensured, this does not yet explain how language organizes its recursive use, how it can enable communication. Old European sign theory had argued in terms of external relations. It had reckoned with a world holding the language community of humanity and had attributed a representational function to language. Recognizing names and giving names accordingly presupposed a knowledge of nature. 41 If this is abandoned and recent linguistics has done so, what, if not the world, guarantees the sustainability of language? The solution to this problem might lie in the concept of eigenbehavior taken from mathematical logic. 42 It refers to a stability arising in the recursive procedure of applying the procedure to the results of the procedure. 43 Language comes about through the reuse of sounds and groups of sounds. To be more precise, in the course of reuse it first generates the identity of words, condenses language-specific identities. In the same move, it also confirms these condensates in ever-new situations, generalizing them. This process of language formation therefore differentiates an eigenbehavior of the communication system and in second place produces a language-dependent order of perceptual tasks for the individual consciousness. This reuse succeeds only if words are not confused with things, however much one had initially operated with the auxiliary assumption of a mysterious relationship between words and things and a corresponding influence of language on things. It is, after all, obvious that language functions only if we become aware and become aware that others have become aware of the fact that words are not the objects of the factual world but only indicate them. This gives rise to a new, an emergent difference, namely that between real reality and semiotic reality. 44 Only then can there be a real world at all, because only then is there a position from where reality can be indicated as reality, that is to say, distinguished. This does not mean that reality is a mere fiction and that, as some have felt, it does not exist in reality. But it does mean that we must introduce this distinction between real reality and semiotic reality if anything at all, even semiotic reality is to be indicated as real. However, this distinction, which alone lends the world its severity, its fatefulness, its inadequacy, must itself be generated. It is not given simply because it is called on as a transcendental condition of possibility. To this extent, we follow the linguistic turn, which replaces the transcendental subject by language. Now we say by society. 45 The eigenbehavior of the communication system. Society stabilizes the imaginary space of meanings, which the recursive application of communication to communication does not destroy but establish thanks precisely to its eigenvalue, hence through the experience that it is one's awareness of others' awareness of the nature of language that produces the results that enable recursive communication to continue, that make the autopoiesis of society possible. This does not necessarily succeed. But systems of this type arise and evolve only if it does succeed. We could also say that language arises in a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy, not in the classical sense of the term propounded by Robert K. Merton, and thus not as a mere methodological problem of empirical social research, but as constitutive for society as such. 46. With the aid of what is already form, that is to say, with words, a new medial substratum can be generated, a very large, only loosely coupled set of such words, which are then linked into strictly coupled forms, that is to say, sentences, with the medial substratum in the given coupling not being consumed but renewed by use. Every sentence therefore consists of components that can be reused at will, ongoing sentence building, regenerating the lexical inventory of a language, condensing and confirming and thus enriching the meaning of words, but also relegating never reused words to oblivion. Only sentences are connective in the recursive network of linguistic communication. They can be anticipated with a vague idea of word structure and recalled as fixed meaning. They can be quoted, their gist can be passed on, they can be confirmed or withdrawn, and in this sense they transport the autopoiesis of the system through the coupling/decoupling of the lexical inventory. They form the emergent level of the communicative constitution of meaning, and this emergence is nothing other than the autopoiesis of the linguistic communication that it creates in its own medial substratum. It is for this function that the peculiar structures of language are created whose details occupy the linguists, but which function as latent structures and are not themselves objects of communication. If we ask about these linguistic structures, we are normally referred to restrictions on the use of words, to syntax, to grammar, and the like. 47 The corresponding deep structures, too, result from the urgency involved in the use of language, including the urgency of social language acquisition by succeeding generations. 48 It is easy to see that this condensed complexity serves to generate improbable probabilities. For it makes every specific sentence extremely improbable, but also quite normal that this is so in every communication. However, this paradox unfolds only in communication. It does so through the autopoiesis of the communication system, hence through the restrictions imposed on what can meaningfully be said by recursion to previous communication and the prospect of later communication. If we assume that language structures the autopoiesis of communication, a radical and much simpler structure comes into focus. I shall call it the binary code of language. 49 Language offers a positive and a negative version of everything that is said. This duplication serves as a structure concerned exclusively with linguistic communication and which can be learned mentally only by participating in communication. 50 Moreover, coding presupposes that language has already constituted identities, hence that it can distinguish and indicate, so that what is affirmed and negated can be established. Coding changes and expands the need for identities. It must be able to presuppose negation-proof identities. It is no longer only a matter of enabling recognizability, including the recognizability of words, for perception and its memory. Identities must now be required to remain the same when communication shifts from affirmation to negation or from negation to affirmation. This allows the repertoire of possible communication to extend beyond the perceivable that can be pointed to, and only thus can communication generate controversy, and hence socio-cultural evolution. In contrast to classical logic and the corresponding ontology, there is therefore no primordial distinction between being and non-being or between positive or negative referring operations. The world itself cannot be qualified in terms of positive and negative. For this very reason we must distinguish if we wish to indicate something. In other words, a distinction does not negate what it does not indicate. It presupposes it as unmarked space. 51. To understand this achievement, it is also important to realize that the use of negations does not yet lead to logical inconsistency. Point 52. It merely opens a contingency space. It is to be assumed in communication that everything that is affirmed can also be negated and vice versa. Only on the basis of this assumption can positive and negative propositions be tested for their truth value, and only for this purpose can a logic be developed in addition to other tools. This presupposes, as an added invention, the law of the excluded middle, tertium non datur. We do not know whether this is an evolutionary condition for the genesis of negation or only a successfully used side effect. In any case, negation permits the domestication of the determinate/indeterminate schema, one of the fundamental distinctions enabling us to deal with meaning. Point 53. Through negation we can indicate something in such a way that it remains uncertain what is actually going on. No one in the desert does not tell us what else there is in the desert, or where people really are, or who is meant at all. The communication is nonetheless immediately comprehensible and ready to be dealt with further, for example, as a warning. Even the simplest of societies are apparently quite essentially concerned with normalizing the unusual and stabilizing their own pathologies through repetition. For this purpose, negative reference builds bridges to normality. However, all this remains an internal problem of the communication system society. Since nothing negative exists in the outside world, and hence nothing indeterminate, the coding of language amounts to the doubling of propositional possibilities. The first question would thus be, what is this all about? Why does language afford itself this luxury? In this structure, we see a compensation for problems resulting from the out-differentiation of the communication system of society, hence a condition and consequent arrangement of autopoietic autonomy. An autopoietic, self-referential system requires such a code to symbolize its own self-reference and to ensure the interruption of its constitutive circularity. The two values can be translated into each other to negate calls for a positive operation of the system, and the position is logically equivalent to the negation of its negation. At the same time, however, this tautological structure implies a latent propensity for interruption. It makes the system sensitive first to chance, then to self-organization, offering an indication of whether yeses or nos are appropriate. Society thus comes into being through this breach of symmetry intrinsic to language, to which conditionings can then connect. The mere relation of the values would not yet constitute a system, but it is generated only with regard to its capacity to prompt system formation. Point 54. This state of affairs, in itself complex, but clearly capable of evolving, also regulates the coming into being of time. Point 55. The system needs time alone to cross the boundary between the two values, for the negating of something that remains identical. And this holds all the more for the unfolding of the tautology, for the asymmetricizing conditioning, because the given starting situation has to be kept in sight while projecting the BIST ability of the system into the future. In order to continue its autopoiesis, such a system needs, to use Spencer Brown's terminology, memory and oscillation, and to distinguish, observe, these two conditions, it forms the difference between the time horizons past and future, which can be observed simultaneously from the operationally current present as its past or future. On the one hand, it must know in each case whether a yes version or a no version of communication is to be assumed and what this means in the current context. On the other, it is not yet certain whether the meaning communicated will subsequently be accepted or rejected. And even if, by and large, we can expect the world to continue as it is, the future of communication itself can be presented only through an oscillation function realized in dependence on what is involved at the time. These are historical universals given with the coding of language, which can assume widely varying semantic forms depending on the social structures realized. Point 56. It is no exaggeration to say that linguistic coding is the muse of society. Without doubling all signs that fix identities, evolution would never have been able to form society, and we hence find no society without this requirement. The out-differentiation of a society that uses language and employs signs gives rise to the problem of error and deception, of the unintentional and intentional abuse of signs. It is not only that communication occasionally miscarries, goes astray, or takes the wrong track. The problem, since it can occur at any time, is always present. 57. A sort of universal problem of the type discovered by Hobbes with his example of violence. With this in mind, it is understandable that society morally appreciates sincerity, truthfulness, and the like, and in the communication process has to rely on trust. 58. But this only confirms that what nevertheless remains possible should not occur. If we ask how the communication process itself reacts to this problem, we realize the advantage of coding, for it makes it possible to doubt what has been uttered, to refrain from accepting it, to explicitly reject it, and to express this reaction understandably, thus reintroducing it into the communication process. Reference to psychological and moral qualities such as uprightness and trust retains its sense, but because no communication process can test psychic premises of this sort, the test itself would destroy what it seeks. The conditions have to be psychologically deconditioned and treated as topics of communication itself. This requires the yes/no coding of language. Since the problem is a general one affecting all use of language, solving it through coding must also be a general solution. The entire language is coded, this means that every sentence can be negated. Coding transforms the general uncertainty about the misuse of linguistic signs into a bifurcation of connective options. Further communication can be based on either acceptance or rejection. There are only these two possibilities, but for this very reason we can also express indecisiveness or defer the decision, leaving it up to further communication. Without binary coding, not even deferral would be possible, for we would be unable to recognize what is deferred. The coding of linguistic communication has such far-reaching consequences that it is worthwhile considering some of its characteristics. Above all, it affects the entire system of linguistic communication. Whatever is contributed faces the alternative of acceptance or rejection. Every word pronounced evokes its opposite. 59. If we wish to avoid this risk, we have to eschew communication. This generality and inevitability of coding also means that it does not serve to sort good news from bad. Bad news can very well be formulated positively, the faucet is leaking, and thus, as communication, left to face the alternatives of acceptance or rejection. The precondition is that what is to be accepted or rejected is kept identical. This shows once again that the code is a duplication rule. In accepting or rejecting something, modifications can, of course, be made, especially if we wish to tone down rejection. The faucet isn't leaking, it just wasn't turned off properly. But communication always proceeds along thematic identities, and this, too, is an effect of coding. It has a thematically disciplinary effect, because it requires us to ensure that the same thing is being talked about. 60. Coding as such contains no preference for yes versions or no versions, just as language as such is not there to favor the acceptance of communication over rejection. In principle, yeses and nos must therefore be equally easy to understand. It could be that the production and understanding of sentences containing negation takes somewhat longer for the information to be processed and require somewhat more mental effort. 61. But in practical terms, this is hardly likely to count if there are reasons for a negative statement. More important are the social conditionings for the use of negation, and any difficulties psychic systems may have are only one more indication that they are operations of systems in the environment of society. That coding relates to communication and not to the views and attitudes of participants can also be formulated as a self-correction proviso of the communication process. Correction, negation of preceding communication, is not necessarily incumbent on the recipient of the utterance. The utterer, too, can correct what he has himself said in further communication. Furthermore, correction need not concern explicitly and precisely remembered communications. It can also concern expectations resulting from earlier communication, so that negation is already expressed in the initiative taken to communicate and take the form of negating an external state of affairs. The faucet wasn't properly turned off. We presume that all negations directly referring to states of affairs in the world are occasioned by earlier communication and by the assumption that the communication process takes place under the influence of remembered communication and therefore has to be corrected through negation. Two other peculiarities of linguistic communication follow from its coding. The first is that all use of negation at least implicitly presupposes distinctions to allow the options available if something is negated to be established. If something is referred to as not red, other colors come into question, and, conversely, a positive statement such as the car traveled slowly has its prescribed negatives. One cannot, e.g., negate this by saying it traveled on 4 wheels. Point 62. The prospect of yes/no bifurcation can also be directed by marking point 63. We mark the components of a communication that we assume offers informational value and the possibility of objecting and leave others unmarked. In particular, value attitudes assumed as a matter of course to be shared are generally communicated without being marked. Point 64. Erroneous markings are typical of speakers insufficiently familiar with the cultural or situational context of communication and therefore unable to assess probabilities correctly. But the problem of this intensification arises only because communication is coded and therefore seeks to control where it has to reckon with acceptance or rejection, surprise, and resistance. However, the most important effect of coding is probably that the elementary operation of a communication is concluded with understanding and that the message of acceptance, rejection, or indecision requires further communication. For the understanding of a communication is the precondition for its being accepted or rejected, and which path communication chooses at this point can be made clear only by further communication. In understanding, interests converge, for one normally has no particular interest in speaking incomprehensibly or in failing to understand. Point 65. Thus only the yes/no bifurcation offers the opportunity to bring interests into the communication process, and the common interest in comprehensibility is acceptable only because it immediately precedes this bifurcation. In sum, linguistic communication has its unity in the yes/no coding. When taken seriously, this excludes derivation of an ideal norm for the endeavor to reach agreement from language itself. Point 66. Only the autopoiesis of communication is necessary, and this autopoiesis is guaranteed not by a telos of agreement but by the binary code. For a coded communication there is no end but only the option reproduced in all understanding to continue via acceptance or via rejection. In other words, coding excludes every meta-rule, since the communication of such a rule could be received affirmatively or negatively. Point 67. The coding of language overcomes the evolutionary improbability of an operationally conclusive communication system. As far as this is possible in the system itself, it guarantees the autopoiesis of societal communication by transforming it into the freedom to say yes or no, with far-reaching consequences, to everything that has been determined. In complex societies, what therefore evolves are not obligations for consensus but symbolically generalized communication media. For morality and the secrets of religion, coding closes the system. It leaves everything else open. But the decision whether to accept or reject communicated offers of meaning cannot be left open. The bifurcation the code imposes leads the system to develop conditions pointing to when acceptance or rejection is more appropriate. As systems theory knows, 68 conditionings are among the most general requirements of all system formation. They establish non-arbitrary relationships in the sense that determining certain characteristics limits the scope for determining others. In other terms, considering how we obtain information about a system, we speak of redundancies limiting the variety of the system. Where a certain characteristic occurs, others are either more or less probable. In this theoretical framework, we can also say that the linguistic code is the form through which a system exposes itself to self-conditioning. The coding of language therefore means that the self-conditioning of society develops structures that enable expectations to be formed about the acceptability and rejectability of communications. Only such structures allow the improbability of communication to be transformed into probability. Only such structures permit the closed system to be opened up to influences from the environment. There is still nothing in the environment of the system corresponding to the operation of linguistic communication or to the binary code of the system, but self-conditioning by forming structuring expectations allows the system to take account of success and failure and thus to react to irritation from the environment. Even the simplest societies appear to make provision for developing the linguistic code in two different directions. The one consists in applying the code to communication itself, hence in the prohibition of communication deemed necessary for secrecy 69, which we assign to religion. Here, the other side of communication is placed under a taboo and hence made accessible for communication again. Such a taboo makes it possible to include exclusion. This does not exclude communication with gods, but it typically takes the form of offerings and sacrifices explained through prayer. 70 The other solution to the same problem, initially scarcely distinguishable but increasingly superseding the first, lies in a further coding, namely a moral code that sets forth what is to be accepted and what is to be rejected. The taboo is displaced by a distinction that offers broader societal connectivity. Religion has to do directly with peculiarities of observing. All observation must draw distinctions if it is to indicate something, and in so doing it, separates off an unmarked space into which the ultimate horizon of the world withdraws. The transcendence accompanying all that can be comprehended thus shifts with every attempt to cross the boundary with new distinctions and indications. Never within reach, it is always present as the opposite side to everything determined. And this very unreachability binds the observer, who also escapes observation, to what he can indicate. In whatever cultural guise, the reconnection of what cannot be indicated to what can be indicated is religio in the broadest sense of the term. In its origins, religion can best be understood as semantics and praxis concerned with the distinction between the known and the unknown. This distinction classifies the world without considering that this classification differs for every observer, every settlement, every tribe. By allowing the unknown to appear in the known, giving access to the inaccessible, religion formulates and practices the situation in the world of a societal system aware of being surrounded in space and time by the unknown. Reaching beyond everyday life, it can process self-reference and other reference in society for society. It is accordingly decisive for how the operationally closed societal system in its dependence on communication sets itself up in relation to the world. 71. Even before the mediatory figure of the symbol had been invented, the figure of the secret was able to represent the unknown in the known. The semantic form of being in something, easy to render plausible, served this purpose. The divinity was not the phenomenon as such, it was in it. 72 This mysterious figure was protected by bans on communication and by corresponding rights and sanctions. The Batamen offer a good example of a society structured almost exclusively by the communication ban, one of the rare cases in which communication has been studied in a society still unaffected by contact with civilization. 73 The result is simple: communication problems are resolved or at least structured by suppressing communication. The essential knowledge considered worthy of preservation, knowledge of sacred matters, is made accessible only to men, and then only after they have passed through a 7-stage initiation rite, so that, given the high mortality rate, only a small section of the population who can separate themselves off and control one another in the men's house gain possession of this knowledge. 74 Only in this protected domain does socially structured complexity arise. Other fields, including illness and empathy with fellow humans, remain semantically undeveloped. The result is organized mistrust along this main cleavage between knowledge and ignorance that differentiates society. Community life must assert itself against this structure. Families are not formed, there is no segmentary structuring and hardly any means for expressing commonalities. The striking fact of Batamen life is the absence of such common premises and shared knowledge between persons in intimate interaction. 75. The sacred is not to be found in nature, it is constituted as a secret. Later it will be said that it cannot be adequately described in words. 76 Secrecy keeps arbitrariness and irresponsibility in dealing with non-empirical knowledge a variant of the deception risk within limits. In this fashion, the knowledge to be kept secret is produced. In other words, knowledge must be protected against communication because it is generated in the first place only through this protection. Otherwise, it would soon be discovered that holy bones are only bones. High religions explain that a mystery cannot be profaned by revelation because what the curious have before them is a triviality, not the mystery itself. We are well justified in assuming this to have been an evolutionary dead end, offering hardly any further scope for development. The package of improbability, propitiousness, and risk of communication is handled all too directly. The problem is at least attenuated by limiting potency and by exclusion. At the same time, however, we see certain lines of development branching off in refined form. A very common reaction, indeed, a complementary institution to the recognition of unfathomable secrets, is to be found in the widespread techniques of divination. They typically keep to the surface of phenomena, to lines drawn in space or time from which they attempt to infer about the depths, about the past or future, about distant things, about things inaccessible to the senses. Divination techniques presuppose the difference between surface and depth, between visible and invisible. At the same time, however, they sabotage this difference through knowledge about how to cross the boundary. Only against this normal backdrop of older religiousness, incidentally, can we grasp how dramatically religion has been recast by the self-revelation of God. This dogma of revelation can be understood only if we take account of what it is directed against. Another solution to the same fundamental problem, a functional equivalent of the communication ban upheld by awe and fear, lies in the invention of the symbolic presentation of the unity of visible and invisible, present and absent. A symbol is not only a sign, like, e.g., a word. It not only indicates unity, it affects unity. 77 The underlying paradox is precisely concealed. Symbols can therefore not be replaced by concepts, because this would result in a contradiction in the concept. But for this very reason, the form of the symbol, and not the form of the concept, is appropriate when it comes to dealing rationally with what cannot be expressed in words. The cultic form of ritual has the same origin. Rituals enable communication, avoidance communication. The literature stresses that forms are stereotyped and other possibilities are excluded, thus reducing contingency to necessity. 78 The opening for a yes or no to the meaning offered is replaced by the directive to avoid errors with grave consequences. Even more important is that ritual is not performed as communication at all. It takes effect as an object, as a quasi-object in Michel Serres's sense. 79 It does not differentiate between utterance and information but provides information only about itself and correctness of performance. It presents itself in a well-chosen, striking form of perception, like language. But this takes place not just anywhere but only where it is believed that no communication can be risked. The practice of secrecy and the restriction of communication to the statement that this or that is a secret have found ample emulation. The name of God is kept secret, even if only to uphold the monopoly of access. For the same reason, formulas for enforcing rights are subject to secrecy wherever disclosure would lead to open conflict about the law. Lifting controls on important communication is always a risk. However, the dense, political communicative relations in the cities of the ancient Mediterranean basin appear to suggest an increase in the field of public communication and its separation from the practice of the mysteries by recognized cults. 80 The coexistence spared society the notion of a radical break, a substitution of religion with politics and law. The evolution of Roman civil law began with enactment of the 12 Tables and publication of the promising legis actions. Even in early modern times, the technique of secrecy was used to protect the infant sovereign state. But now there was the printing press. Secrecy now had itself to be kept secret and could no longer serve to mark the big things. 81 Only in religion has the secret preserved its original meaning, for religion presupposes that exposure does not destroy the secret but punishes the curious with incomprehension. Still under the dominance of the schema known/unknown, occult, secret, wisdom teachings developed with the aid of writing into highly complex structures in the transition from archaic to highly cultivated societies. Above all, in Mesopotamia and China. 82 They were based on divination practices used partly for political and partly for, hardly to be distinguished, ritual purposes, and partly for everyday situations in the normal conduct of life. Divination and writing were closely linked, because no distinction was drawn between the nature of the thing and the written character, the latter being considered the form of this nature, nor could such a distinction be drawn before the advent of purely phonetic script. 83 Divinatory signs, like writing and early ornamental forms of art, were considered visible line work pointing to something invisible. In China, openly displayed objects, the bones or entrails of sacrificial animals, bird flight, dreams, of sufficient complexity served as signs of other, hidden states of affairs. The latent function of divination was to neutralize other influences on decision-making, for instance, the accidents of personal memory or the pressure of social influences. We could also speak of a random mechanism intrinsically capable of learning. 84 The result was the development of a fully rationalized system of behavior toward the unknown, of divination, with multiple safeguards against the probability of deception and error. For example, the vast number of specific conditional programs, if/then, that left selection and combination choices open. Mesopotamia, the gradual trend toward abstracting divination, toward restricting the assessment of signs to either favorable or unfavorable, built-in self-fulfilling prophecies, which are fulfilled precisely through the failure of those involved to believe them or their efforts to evade them. Oedipus, or incorporated ambiguities, Greece, that make misunderstanding almost normal and confirm the oracle only post factum. However, the guiding schema of surface/depth, open/secret, known/unknown, clear/unclear, was duplicated, was repeated in the signs for states of affairs, and always involved a doubled relation to the object. 85 And not observation of observations. What is most striking about the text corpus of wisdom teachings and what determined the expectations they raised about the wise is that knowledge was now understood as self-referential, although it remained at the level of first-order observation in the immediate view taken of the world. 86 Despite the use of writing, there was still no holy scripture that confined further evolution to the interpretation of canonized texts. The world of the gods was disciplined by copying societal structures into it, especially in the form of the family, political rule by a principal god. 87 And the notion of heavenly bookkeeping. 88 These analogies to societal structures, not the specific meaning of a text, made it possible to pass on religious knowledge. The wise man could, it was his art, ask questions and interpret answers. He was not moved, not deranged, verrucht, by a spontaneously active God. Since education was still oral, and texts could be understood only with the aid of the wise, wisdom was, despite the existence of texts, not generally accessible, nor, however, was it strictly secret. It was grounded in particular qualities of the wise, in the way in which they knew what they knew, and how they brought life and teaching into line with it. Wisdom presented knowledge against the backdrop of ignorance and hence self-referentially. Its relation to the world, however general, could be handled only situationally and hence in similar fashion to the popular wisdom expressed in Proverbs. The many pronouncements were not related, contradictions were not monitored, not systematized. Wisdom was not the outcome of logical analysis, of a methodology for avoiding inconsistencies. Inconsistencies in the use of wisdom either went unnoticed or were not considered disturbing because one knew anyway that one did not know, and that all knowledge could do was transfer something from the domain of the unknown to that of the known. Precisely this acknowledged insufficiency was compensated for by living by wisdom, guaranteeing it through purity. 89 And presenting it and attesting to it in given situations as the rule of the wise for the conduct of life, with the difference that without wisdom, one would behave differently. Reference to the conduct of life also ensured that the wise man maintained a certain distance from the normal conduct of the upper stratum, indeed, lived in a certain sense outside the class system, for example, as prophet or monk, as admonisher and warner. 90 And it must naturally be assumed that the authenticity of his statements was not called into doubt but inferred from his wisdom itself. Second-order observation was precluded, both for coordinating views with those of others and for controlling for differences between views of one's own. Wisdom was a cultic form of naivete. Outpourings were direct, and for this very reason, as the written culture of the 18th century would say, 91 made a sublime impression. Among the most important evolutionary effects of the practice of divination was its circular relationship with writing. Sometimes writing developed in the first place only because divinatory signs could already be read and had only to be separated from their objects, heated bones, tortoise shells, in the form of ideograms. 92 Sometimes writing, invented initially for registration purposes, found so complex a field of application in divination and its need for records that phonetization was introduced, but also blocked as in Mesopotamia. In any case, the symbiosis of divination and writing is among the characteristics that distinguish advanced civilizations markedly from late archaic societies, although oral communication long remained dominant. We can well ask ourselves how the wisdom culture that developed in this form related to the differentiation techniques of all meaningful communication. On the one hand, it is inconceivable without differentiation of what is hidden, and also tended itself to develop a code of favorable/unfavorable signs. On the other, it clearly lacked the relation to binary schematisms that characterized the prudentia of the Greco-Roman tradition, which had determined old European semantics until well into modern times. For prudentia are concerned with rationality in a quite different sense, namely, with advice on modes of behavior that found themselves confronted by a difference that between past and future, or by moral difference, namely, the possibility that others can act both well and badly. Prudentia can then relate to the time dimension and the social dimension in a quite different sense than wisdom, and in an evolutionary sense can therefore be regarded as a pre-adaptive advance for new types of rationality. Another, less direct sort of reaction to linguistic coding not doomed to esotericism has generally proved more successful: morality. Contrary to the everyday understanding we bring home from church, the symbiosis of religion and morality must be understood as a cultural artifact that is and remains precarious and contingent. When it comes to imagining a high God, for example, in the African religious circles influenced by monotheistic religions, the moral ambivalence of the sacred is preserved and imputing bad will to the high God is avoided even though he allows bad things to happen. 93 In high religions, the tension between religious and moral coding is suppressed. On their fringes, however, the independence of the two semantics is repeatedly manifest, for example, in forms of cult widespread in Central and South America that work with states of trance, which make no distinction between black and white magic, generate possession as a morally ambivalent state, and are fully geared to procedure and effect. 94 The congruence of religion and morality with which we are familiar is presumably useful only to solve a communication problem caused by language, offering both a yes and a no version of everything that can be said. There can therefore be no justification without negatability, and morality must accordingly shift its basis to the incommunicable secrets of religion, and those who disregard this necessity, like Kant or Bentham or the value ethicists of our times, are punished with the unproductive maxims. Morality is always symmetrized meaning. It operates under the prohibition of self-exemption. Whoever calls for morality must accept its application to his own behavior. As always, the exception is God. The religious justification of moral rules does not know this constitutive rule. It preserves its secret by not subordinating itself in turn to morality. It proceeds on the assumption of asymmetry. Jesus modifies the law that adulteresses are to be stoned in a scripture invisible to others, and by the new rule, he that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. 95 The rule stands and is beyond communication. It does not read, he that is without sin among us. For then Jesus would himself have had to cast the first stone. The problem with all secrets is that they cannot be constructed but only deconstructed. They cannot feed into communication without raising the temptation to open what is closed to have a look. Prohibitions may well be imposed, but they can point to the possibility of contravention. The asymmetry of construction and deconstruction exposes the great secrets of society to a ruinous evolution, necessitating ever new substitutes. Among the most important mitigating devices is the figure of the paradox, which is secret and no longer secret in that it blocks and does not reveal what can be done with it. From a historical point of view, the most important solution is probably to shift the secret of religion into the unacknowledgeable paradox of morality. 96 Morality itself can, indeed must, largely forego secrets, and hence religion. If it is to fulfill its own function, it cannot be secret, it must be known. Only for morality's own paradoxicality, for suppression of the question why it is good itself even though it provides for good and bad behavior, does morality initially require religious foundations in the will of God, who for his part is constrained to do only good. 97 Religion itself is moralized so that it can justify morality, and why wickedness exists at all when God could make the whole world good with a word remains the ultimate secret of religion. At the same time, this alliance between morality and religion has the advantage of compatibility with the written word and with the objectification of the world. 98 Mystifications can thus be largely replaced by structured complexity, at least at the more concrete levels of meaning in communication. Above all, we are dealing with a novel code in relation to language, namely, the distinction between good and bad behavior. Like the linguistic code itself, this code has only two values, positive and negative. But the moral code is in orthogonal relation to the language code, with the result that both the acceptance and the rejection of a communication can be both good and bad. Therein lies the improbability of morality when compared with the restriction of communication discussed above, and specifically the improbability that the risks arising from language can be controlled in this manner. I shall speak of morality wherever individuals treat one another as individuals, that is to say, as distinguishable persons, and make their reactions to one another dependent on a judgment about the person and not about the situation. In this sense, morality is a societal universal, since there is no society in which individuals do not distinguish one another as individuals. 99 Variable is, of course, how personality is interpreted and what is attributed and not attributed to the individual, and in this regard the evolution of society brings about evolution in morality. As always, morality is not a special sort of norm, indeed, it does not even depend completely on normativization. There are primarily meritorious moralities. It is a coding based on the difference between respect and disrespect and which regulates the corresponding practices. A fully developed morality is already a quite complicated mechanism of social coordination and not, as present-day ethics would have us believe, merely the application of rules that can be justified by reason. Like the coding of language, the moral code of good and bad, when used in communicative practice, generates a quite complex structure of conditionings. Specifically, moral complexity. 100 Several distinctions have to be practiced at the same time and in relation to one another. First, there is the social dimension, that is to say, the difference between ego and alter. On both sides of this form another two-sided form is used, namely, that of respect and disrespect. This gives expression to the actual moral quality of the communication. Both ego and alter can be both approved of and disapproved of owing to their behavior. This generates an artificial range of combinatory possibilities 101 which urgently needs to be narrowed. Morality, in the usual sense of the word, accordingly comes about by reducing the complexity of morality. To achieve such reduction, conditions for respect or disrespect are formulated in the form of descriptions of behavior, in the form of virtues and vices, in the form of purposes or of rules. 102 The rule also applies, as a principle of morality, that such conditions also apply to whoever sets them. Anyone who informs others of the conditions under which they are respected or disrespected is himself bound by them. Therefore the symbolically generalized form good/bad suffices for the code of morality without reference to the inner attitudes of the person whose behavior is being judged. 103 The moral failings of the heroes of antiquity, matricide, patricide, and so on, were presented as fate, not guilt. They proved the power, not the morality of otherworldly powers. Interpersonal self-reference and symbolic generalization of the moral code have dramatic effects first, on the disciplining of moral demands, but also on the insistence and obtrusiveness with which they are upheld when once installed, and on the inevitability of their conflict. Further refinements are decidedly culture-dependent and serve to adapt the moral regime to the given stage of societal development. The moral symmetry of ego and alter can thus be reasymmetrized in adaptation to societal stratification. What applies for the nobility does not apply for the commons. Heroes and ascetics, knights and the monks had possibilities to distinguish themselves that could elicit the admiration of the common man, but which could no longer bind him. Morality then takes on meritorious traits. Or, in adapting to the division of labor in society, it separates off an area with the aid of a distinction between respect and regard in which achievements expected only of specialists are recognized and judged. One does not need to be as good at math as a mathematician. Finally, in the Middle Ages, and probably under the influence of regular confession, morality comes under the control of consciousness. After all, it now only dealt with the inner side of behavior, hence presupposing that people knew the rules and, even as far as their own behavior was concerned, note this extravagance, had to consider inwardly if they wished to respect or violate morality. This finally even made it possible under the combined pressure of theology and morality to demand the inconsistency of contrition, contritio, in relation to a person's own behavior and to develop a priestly advisory apparatus solely in order to achieve this. Since the High Middle Ages and certainly in modernity, the specification of accountability has been held up as a condition for qualifying an action as moral. It must supposedly be borne by inner consent. 104 This considerably restricts morality's area of application and detaches it from social status. The heroes of the Old World were entirely responsible for how they behaved, not least because their social status guaranteed them independence in their conduct. Since the Middle Ages, this link to social inclusion has been progressively abandoned, to be replaced by a novel combination of universality and specification, a typically modern syndrome. After the introduction of printing, the link between religion and morality also weakened. The religious civil wars, conducted with moral fervor on both sides, demonstrated this to the whole world. In the 17th century, morality came to be problematized psychologically, and in the 18th century, in terms of justification theory. In parallel, religion was no longer thought of as organization of the world to be understood communicatively in appropriate fashion, but as a special type of communication conveying special meaning and performing special functions. The perspective shifted from first to second order observation. Religion was now seen as a particular sort of reductive structure, and thus as contingent. People were no longer bound by it because the alternative was to live in error and sin. One could believe in it or not. As a result, we have now attained a state of society where moralizing continues to be widespread, where, indeed, the genteel discretion the upper classes had acquired with such difficulty has been abandoned. But this moralizing no longer generates societal integration, any more than religion itself does. The good/bad code is in use, but it is, so to speak, running idle. Consensus is lacking on the criteria for assigning the values good and bad. The bistability of the code, excluding all other values, guarantees abstractness, accessibility, invariance. But religion no longer prescribes the programs, necessary for this very reason, that regulate what behavior is to be judged positive or negative, and no substitute has been forthcoming. Moral communication still claims to speak for society. But in a polycontextual world, it can no longer do so in unanimity. It is not as if immorality were spreading at the cost of morality. There are always good moral reasons for rejecting the forms for which morality has opted. This precarious situation of morality in today's society is matched at the semantic level by the individualization of moral reference, its insistence on inner conviction, as opposed to external coercion, hence on self-motivation. This individual ethic is detached from religion and distinguished from law. This leaves us with the question of how moral perspectives are to be coordinated at all in society. If ethics are now everywhere in demand, in business, in politics, in ecological issues, for doctors, for journalists, we miss any in-depth specification of what social mechanisms could provide such a moral coordination of morality. And for this very reason, institutions that appear to do so, such as television, must keep their function latent. But we are jumping ahead to very late conditions. Morality appears to be a universal with which society reacts to the improbability of communicatively propounded meaning being accepted. Very simple forms for moralizing communication can be expected even in simple societies that are not yet rule-oriented, let alone acquainted with internal accountability, but that are content to concretely categorize people and behavior with little consistency. Even then, judgment of a behavior will have had the surplus effect of tying both actor and speaker down to certain expectations. The function of such morality in society may well be minor. At any rate, we are not obliged to accept Durkheim's views, but we shall have to reckon with a generative mechanism that, connected to the yes/no coding of language, ensures that conditionings develop to indicate which communications are to be accepted and complied with and which not. Only in historical retrospect do we call the functional cycle operating with communication bans religion and that which codes behavior as good and bad morality. The theoretical reconstruction I have proposed should, however, keep us from projecting too much modern-day meaning via these terms into societies whose way of communicating was organized quite differently from ours. 5. Writing. Language developed to be spoken, as a medium of oral communication. Communication was therefore tied to systems of face-to-face interaction, but as a society grows, the social relevance of physical presence diminishes. Having to rely on oral communication also had far-reaching consequences for the social structures and differentiation forms that could be attained under these conditions. In the case of oral communication, sociality is, as it were, automatically ensured. Speakers and listeners hear the same, and in hearing what he says, the speaker includes himself among his listeners. This is also true, and particularly so, for staged and stylized communication. For storytelling, terms such as oral texts, oral literature are inappropriate and comprehensible only in retrospect, and for the reading aloud of texts that have already been written down. Communication extracts the narrative from the performer, as it were. We recognize this from the forms it requires, such as rhythm, music, set phrases, and, above all, an audience, without which even a personal memory of the singer would not function. A very limited and standardized vocabulary appears to suffice for normal communication, too. Another characteristic of oral communication is that metacommunication necessarily occurs. We had already postulated that metacommunication is not possible in a prelinguistic exchange of signals. However, as language evolves, it becomes the focus of communication, at any rate, the focus of face-to-face communication. We cannot speak without conveying that we are speaking and wish to be heard and understood. Now provision can be also made for disturbances, interruptions, repetitions, for special accentuation. Whenever communication takes place, the stress is thus on the fact that communication is taking place. Non-communication would be paradoxical communication, namely, the communication of non-communication, and the paradox would typically be interpreted as a refusal, and thus taken to be intentional communication with serious consequences for those who really only want to be left in peace. Translated into our conceptuality, the autopoiesis of communication, namely, that it takes place at all, is at the same time the subject of metacommunication and usually also a communal norm that is difficult to evade unless by the very simple means of being absent. But whoever is present has to take part in communication even if he has nothing to say. Then it is not so much information that matters but rather keeping communication going at all. Furthermore, the voice, to put it in extreme terms, contradicts the recognizability of meaning. It can be heard only at the moment of speaking, after which it falls silent. Oral communication therefore obtains the necessary redundancies from the personal identity of speaker and hearer, from assumptions of consistency gauged from people and further processed in the schema of conformity and deviation. Only written communication comes under pressure to provide for the necessary redundancies itself, and this requires a quite different sign and word culture. At the same time, however, this releases individuals in great measure from having to answer for recognizability, while enabling special communication contexts to be differentiated out for very personal communication. Having to rely on oral communication also limits the possibilities for conserving and remembering, and thus what the narrative tradition of such societies can develop in the way of semantics. The spatial boundedness of communication and its dependence on presence has important consequences. What counts in possible, useful or dangerous, interaction is proximity. Greater distance means declining utility and increasing dangerousness, and finally a boundary to the unknown. One knows or suspects that other people live beyond the mountains, but they do not belong to one's own society and their language is often difficult or impossible to understand. There can be no ties with them, no religio, no morality in their regard. 105. Under these conditions, notions of space and time are difficult to keep apart and ultimately merge. The world is concentrated in space and time around an inhabited center. Time can be experienced in concrete events, like space in concrete places, and is also ordered in terms of proximity/distance. 106 As in space, there is a countable, conditionable near time and an unreachable, dark remote time in which past and future cannot be distinguished. The near past goes back as far as the individual memory, i.e., the memory we can presuppose and activate in others in communication, and the near future reaches as far as present behavior manifestly conditions future states of affairs. 107. Orally communicating societies can presentiate their religion through ecstasy, through states of trance, whose non-everydayness impresses those present. 108 They dispatch shamans on journeys to unknown worlds. Nor are they slow with sacralizations. 109 Initially, this means only that there are limits to the comprehensible everyday world at which questioning is discontinued or compensated for by a sort of defensive meaning. Such meaning has to be accepted. No recourse is possible to the assumption that there are texts, or people versed in texts, and hence authorities who could explain what it is about. Further oral communication would merely meet with resistance against a hopeless undertaking. What can one say, or with more or less circular confirmation of the accepted meaning. This is also particularly the case where no elaborated religion is yet available that covers the sacred with myths, symbols, and explications. A very pragmatic approach to the sacred when it is no longer appropriate is by no means excluded, it forms part of the picture. Orality is characterized by the capacity to forget, to devalue, to adapt. The sacred therefore has no inherent guarantee of endurance, of veneration, of tradition, and if it does become tradition, this is the first step toward dissolution of its sacrality. Also characteristic of orally communicating society is that a great deal of communication takes place simultaneously, occurs and passes, and can therefore not be coordinated. One must think of many different informants passing on information simultaneously. 110 The intelligibility of communication depends on the given situation. There can therefore be few consistency constraints and hardly any postulates of consistency monitoring and consistency assurance. The framework of knowledge about the world is restricted anyway, so that agreement in substance can be assumed without further ado. There are few occasions and possibilities for making a personal effort in this direction. Even esoteric knowledge, even mythologies, even divination teachings, even genealogies are passed on from generation to generation without inconsistencies posing a problem. The notion of a uniform collective memory is therefore unlikely to fit in with the reality of such societies. It is rather to be explained by the assumption that societies without writing must have had some functional equivalent to the written word. This state of affairs changed gradually but fundamentally with the invention and dissemination of writing. Writing also increased the number of differences that a society could use, conserve, and recall. This also multiplied the things or aspects of the world that could be indicated. Nevertheless, the increase was not only quantitative. The change is so profound that it is not possible to give oral communication the form of written text, in analogy to a text in one language being translated into another. 111 Of course, the meaning of an oral communication can be written down, and now even electronically recorded. But not the communication of the meaning. Indispensable elements of oral presentation, especially the simultaneous involvement of speaker and listener, the simultaneous utilization of several perceptual media, above all audition and vision, and the use of changes in the tone of voice, gestures, pauses, and the constant possibility of the audience intervening, of turn-taking, cannot be translated into the form of a written text. What is essential is that the simultaneity of speaking and listening consists, not simply in a chronometrically measured process, in regular progression from second to second, minute to minute, but in a structured process with accelerations and decelerations, with acoustically filled stretches and with breaks, with periods of waiting and points in time that build up and release tension. It is this joint experience of a structured sequence that gives speakers and listeners the impression of experiencing the same thing. Reading, too, does not take place evenly, but with meticulously varying speed, but these differences have no social relevance. Nor is there any one-to-one equivalence between oral and written communication. Even in the case of phonetic script, phonic units cannot be represented as optical units. It is not a question of representing units but of reconstructing differences. It is not the sounds that are fixed in writing but the differences between sounds. Writing is therefore possible only as a system that can represent all possible or at least the usual differences between sounds. Only thus, and not in the form of one-to-one representation, can the difference of perceptual media be used for hearing and seeing. Furthermore, written texts, as we know, require an independent analysis of the phonetics of speech that takes account of the circumstance that differences cannot be exactly copied when translating into another medium. Only if this is taken into account can one grasp that and how the difference between sound and meaning, which is at stake, can be translated into another medium. Whereas language in general takes form as the difference between sound and meaning, writing makes it possible to symbolize precisely this difference in another perceptual medium, that of vision. By symbol in this context, I mean neither a sign nor the representation of something by something else on the basis of natural similarity. Symbols mark a form. An I is not an R, which in speech we often cannot hear and therefore cannot know. This means that written characters express the unity of a difference in such a way that we can continue to operate with this unity and hence make other distinctions. The introduction of written language allows quite novel operations, namely, reading and writing, precisely because in these operations a distinction has to be made, not between sound and meaning, but only between combinations of letters and meaning. Before writing was invented, the form of language could not be symbolized. The realization that sound and meaning were not identical had to suffice, and this means that the distinction itself was a difficult one to make. There was always a tendency to take the word itself for the meaning, to consider names lucky or unlucky, and to attempt to influence things themselves through speech. Once writing had been invented, only the gods could still directly change things with words. 1:12 And God said, "Let there be light, and there was light." 1:13. The translation of language into an optical medium reinforces an element that, with retrospective reference to Saussure, we can also attribute to the spoken word, namely, that language lives from the difference between its signs and not from conformity with non-linguistic reality. Oral cultures could, indeed had to, ignore this because they could not reflect on their medium. With the introduction of writing, the nature of written language as sign and word, the spaces between words, their combination, grammar, in short, the remoteness from the world become a problem that was addressed in communication to begin with as criticism of the innovation, but finally as restriction of form underlying all improvements to the efficiency of the communication system. With the written word, telecommunication begins, the communicative accessibility of those present in space and time. Now the distinction between words and things was given an additional dimension. Telecommunication made it possible to transport signs instead of things. It works more rapidly, and with less effort, and the energy needed for transmission, initially only 4 times the time needed to learn to write, and to write, does not have to be produced where transmission takes place. Writing had already offered these advantages, but the printing press and modern electronic communication were to enhance them immensely, albeit it with the critical consequence that societal communication now comes to depend in broad areas on industrial energy production. Writing thus achieves a great deal more than we imagine offhand. In particular, it achieves more than is conveyed by writing. First and foremost, written communication makes metacommunication optional. Metacommunication no longer necessarily accompanies communication, if not in the trite form of inference that a written text is written to be read. Textual and contextual references, e.g., author, sender, addressees, have to be introduced explicitly, and there is no social expectation of direct transition to active participation, to response, or to intimation that the text has been understood. The assumption that the real meaning of communication lies in metacommunication, namely, in participation in communication, is accordingly abandoned. Instead, we expect information and stop reading if our expectation fails to be met for too long. The reader confronts the utterance process in reduced form, as text. The composition of a text often takes place at a remote place and time. Concrete motives for communicating therefore become less interesting, who wants to know why Thomas Aquinas wrote his Summas, and what use would it be if we knew? Instead, new scope for interpretation opens up, which can be exploited in very different ways. Where questions about the motivation and context of communication play a role, e.g., when we ask whom or what the text was actually written to attack, they serve to interpret the text. That we can have differing opinions about identical texts hence makes it possible to differentiate texts and inhibit immediate reactions. For although the written form leaves the link between the two selections information and utterance intact and is therefore suitable for communication, it makes it possible to postpone understanding and allows it to be realized at any time, anywhere, by anyone without interaction. As a dissemination medium, written language extends the reach of social redundancy. It enlarges the circle of recipients while limiting what can still be spoken about informatively, i.e., surprisingly. In using writing, society thus waives the temporal and interactional guarantee of the unity of the communicative operation, and this waiver requires compensation for what has been abandoned. This leads to an immense, unpredictable expansion of connectivity potential. Greater demands are made on the textualization of utterances that have to be comprehensible even under hardly foreseeable conditions, but that are nevertheless not suitable for monitoring the reactions of the reader. Finally, where writing is used not only for recording purposes but also for communication, problems arise with the self-authorization of the written text that represents an absent source. 114. In oral communication it was possible to assume that information, utterance, and understanding were generated operationally at the same time, even where information concerned something that was no longer immediate but had to do with the distant past. Myths, too, which were set in times immemorial, were present as narratives and it therefore did not matter that the story could presuppose, indeed, had to presuppose, that it was known. The sense of communicating myths lay not in surprise but in participation. This is different in the case of written communication, because temporal distances between utterance and understanding occur and have to be reflected on. Utterances must be geared to be understood not immediately but later, not in the course of their own flow but in accordance with a later reader's interest. For understanding, too, it can be important to remember that the utterer had a future in mind that was already past for the understander. This double reflection disciplines not only the textual version of communication, it must remain understandable, for example, abstracted from time, it also enhances the surprise quality of the information. Above all, it abstracts the notion of the world as what is to be assumed simultaneous with communication, for example, as being, nature, the omnipresence of an observer God. It must hence have been difficult and is now even more difficult to understand written communication as communication. Since the world is still only actual in terms of points in time, we are now theoretically obliged to decide when written communication really takes place. We could say, whenever writing and reading take place. But they can no longer occur simultaneously. Communication is realized only when understanding brings it to a conclusion. If this is so, it may seem important or unimportant to reconstruct when an utterance has been written, by whom and why. In any case, written communication works only in retrospection on itself. It must therefore accept an inevitable belatedness. It has to cope with recursions that are no longer self-evident. It has to construct redundancies, take note of what has been prescribed vorgeschriebens and keep it on hand as a prerequisite for further writing. 115 All this makes communication independent of spatial integration, physical presence, while having to cope all the more with time problems. Not only the medium of writing is stable, the forms given shape in this medium, namely, texts, are also still relatively stable. Texts thus serve as a secondary medium for actual form formation, which is realized only through interpretation. Using writing thus presupposes a double utilization of the distinction between medium and form. First, in connection with language, a set of written characters for still undetermined but regulated coupling options, which serves as a medium for text production. At this first stage, writing must function physically and is susceptible to destruction, all the more so because the recognition value of signs depends on the precision of their reproduction. In the second stage, meaningfully comprehensible texts have to be produced that can be read differently, interpreted in various ways. Here, too, there can be errors of reproduction, which interpretation can correct or not, as the case may be. An interpretation can generate new texts, which give rise in turn to a tradition in need of interpretation. But final form formation in individual understanding is just as transient a process as communication itself, and it regenerates communication only through the continuous use of the medium of writing. Of course, writing did not develop as a means of communication, for this would have presupposed readers. As so often, a provisional function intervened to sustain the innovation until it had developed sufficiently to assume its final function. 116. The oldest extant, albeit controversial writing from a Balkan culture of the late 6th millennium, almost 2,000 years before the first writings in Mesopotamia, appears to have served purely sacred purposes, namely, commerce between priests and gods. 117. It may have involved some sort of management of religious secrets. There is no indication that such writing was involved in the communication problems of everyday life, hence offering evidence for the evolution of new achievements that attained their final function only at a later date through a shift in function. Probably the best known reason for the development of written language already directed toward societal communication was the need of large, complex economic households to keep records, and subsequently to aid memory in other matters, for example, to back up messages that themselves still had to be delivered orally. 118. In the beginning, this presupposed no direct relation to language, but only the marking of objects. 119. In China, the point of departure appears to have lain in divination practices, which had developed into a highly complex decipherment of signs, on appropriately prepared bones, tortoise shells, and so on. People could therefore read before they could write, and the practice of divination had a very concrete and differentiated relationship with the problems of everyday life, and a corresponding need for a wealth of signs. Increasing artificiality may have developed in elaborating the meaning of the lines, then also in the representation of question and answer on the magic corpus. The signs then had only to be detached from their substratum and adapted for artificial use, an evolutionary mutation that apparently took place in a very brief space of time. 120. In Mesopotamia, too, the use of writing for recording divination programs, wisdom teachings, contributed crucially to its development, in this case to the beginnings of phonetization and then to the blocking of transition to a fully phonetic script. 121. All this was possible without having to consider communicative uses. For the written word, the communicative use of writing presupposes readers, and hence the spread of literacy. Long before this can be attained, we must therefore reckon with a politically and religiously expressive use of writing, where written language, certainly closely associated with notions of magic, impresses an illiterate population. This was the case in the Egypt of the Old Empire, but in many other places, too, especially with the diffusion of writing to hitherto uncivilized or little civilized areas. 122. Writing was then established on a functional level where pomp, images, and buildings were also designed to impress. Nor was the conversion of the Phoenician syllabic script into an alphabet inspired by the wish to produce literature or the need to jog the memory of singers, but, as we now believe, by economic conditions, which were developing rapidly in the 8th and 9th centuries BCE. 123. The wish for a written record of orally performed epics presumably did not come from the singers themselves. 124. After all, it was hardly in their professional interest, and there could be no question of reading aloud. Here, too, there was a shift in context, and literary production, not economic convenience, determined the historically significant impact of the alphabet. It was now possible to do without the rhythmically bound form, without dependence on the links between music, memory, and communication. However, since at least the second millennium before Christ, writing had also been used communicatively, for example, in the form of letters, which initially presupposed a messenger and served as mnemonics, and in the form of texts that explicitly addressed a reader with the intention of telling him something. Communicative use developed parasitically, benefiting from a universal script that had already been developed, adding a further function to it, and, above all, new occasions for writing and reading. The development and dissemination of writing thus shows typical characteristics of an evolutionary process in the course of which functions were complemented, substituted, or even exchanged. Unlike speech, however, writing did not rely on the co-evolution of the human organism. It could thus become established relatively rapidly in only a few thousand years. Over this period, it led to a far-reaching transformation of communication options, and thus to a fundamental reorganization of the societal system, which now had to be grounded in oral and in written communication. The implications of this historical turning point have been discussed from many perspectives in recent decades. 125 However, its theoretical ramifications become apparent only if we consider society as a communication system. The importance of writing lies in a completely new sort of temporality in the communicative operation. What is achieved can only very superficially be described in such terms as permanence, stability, and memory. I naturally do not deny that this was the perspective from which oral cultures had to experience the benefits of writing. Writing does not alter the fact that everything that happens in the present and simultaneously. No system can act outside its present and in a non-simultaneous world. But precisely these shackles of the present lend writing its importance. Four different presents, which are for each other future or past, can now be combined in every present through writing, and only through writing. What was future when the text was written or what is future in the narrative of the text can already be past when it is read, and we can know that the writer or the hero could not know what has meanwhile happened. 126. Nevertheless, this does not provoke doubts about the unity of time. But writing generates a novel presence of time, namely, the illusion of the simultaneity of the non-simultaneous. The merely virtual time of past and future is present in every present, although something quite different is simultaneous for it than for the present. And precisely this illusion of the written culture to which we are accustomed makes it difficult to return to the basic insight that everything that happens in the present and simultaneously. Writing imposes a fixing of time which passes nevertheless in texts, which survive the passing of time, which hence remain the same at a point in time in which something that was previously future is past. A written culture must therefore break with any direct living with time. It must offer descriptions of time that resolve the paradox of constant reference to the transitory. It must be able to refer to time as if we had it before us like a thing or movement. It must adopt a perspective, and integrate it in its time semantics, which lies both within and outside time. Among other things, this requires the original congruence of space and time to be dissolved. When guided by texts, the observer, although still in the world that is, at a particular point in space and time, here and now relates to space and to time in a quite different sense and is personally affected in various ways. 127. This concerns the observational, not the operational aspect of communication. Communication is and remains an event bound to a point in time. Nothing changes this. A communication system can attain dynamic stability, that is, stability due to continuation, only through ever more and different communication. Here, too, nothing can change. Unlike a mere record, communication is completed only through understanding. This, too, remains, and for this reason it must initially have been far from self-evident to use writing not only for recording but also for communicating. The effect of writing lies in the spatial and temporal uncoupling of utterance and understanding and in the dramatic increase in connectivity options that it engenders. The direct consequences are, 1. To waive the beneficent immediate disappearance of the spoken word, and thus the ease of forgetting, and, 2. To gain scope for reorganizing sequences. For all communication runs on very narrow gauge lines and is strictly sequential. One speaks after the other. Otherwise no communication process could be organized. In principle, this also applies to written language. But writing conserves what has been uttered for sequences that cannot be foreseen at the moment of utterance, for parallel continuations, and, above all, for indirect connections. The systems that reproduce themselves in this manner thus operate more connectionistically, to use the current term, than sequentially. As I have indicated, the preconditions for this are to be found in reorganization of the difference between medial substratum and form. I have defined the concept of communication medium in terms of the difference between medial substratum and form, the difference between loose and strict coupling. In the case of oral communication, this difference can refer only to single communicative events to this or that which is said. Writing, in contrast, uncouples the communicative event itself. This produces a new sort of medial substratum, which makes quite new demands on strict coupling through sentence forms. The elementary unity of communication is dissolved and can become communication again only through recombination. To put it more simply, where the material substratum suffices, written sentences can be read at any time by any number of unknown readers, but these sentences must themselves establish the context needed to understand them. They must be understandable in themselves. They must put the reader in the picture about many things that can, indeed must, be taken for granted in oral communication, where stating what is visible and known to everyone would have no information value. It would, for example, make no sense to describe the scenery for those standing in it anyway, whereas written forms, even where they simulate oral communication, for instance, in dialogues, must at least indicate who is speaking at a given moment. In oral communication, including long recitations for ritual purposes or on solemn occasions, it will have been assumed that the world in which communication takes place and the world about which communication takes place are not in principle different but constitute a continuum of reality. Long after the introduction of writing, and even printing, a concern with purely fictional texts was considered reprehensible. However improbable narratives might be, they were concerned with the world everyone had before them, with the communicatively extended situation that was presupposed and shaped in narration. Only when topics were given written form did purely textual problems of composition arise. 128 In the factual dimension, the adoption of the written form prompted efforts to eliminate the inconsistencies that only now came to light. Situational forms of imparting meaning become cosmologies, gods entered into family relations with one another, genealogies were reconstructed. 129 And in the High Middle Ages, all theology found itself committed to theoretical consistency, with far-reaching consequences for controversies, school formation, ecclesiastical intervention, and finally for schisms. The incentives for more abstract content in communication that this produced can hardly be overestimated. Probably the most important tool for assuring consistency is, paradoxically, the introduction of distinctions. And thus a reduction in unreasonable consistencies. 130 Writing is highly effective in drawing distinctions. This is the basis for its semantic effectiveness. And this is the basis for the conceptual typification of single words, and also for a tradition that reduces demarcations, divisions, categories, sorts, and types, namely, the tradition of ontological metaphysics, and this provides the basis for also passing down what has been excluded, controversy, and dissent as resources for redefining problems. From a social point of view, many more people can thus be reached with one communication than would be possible if it were restricted to physical presence. In order to stress this, I have called writing, and hence the printing press, a dissemination medium. However, this should not take us back to the idea that the medial aspect consists in the transmission of information from one person to others. The effects of writing cannot be explained in terms of the mere multiplication of addressees, however important this aspect might be. It lies in the reordering of time and culture. Above all, writing increases uncertainty about understanding intended meaning. 131 Whenever one has the potential to read, one has the potential to be uncertain. 132 And this applies not only for the reader but a fortiori for the author's anticipation of understanding. The semantics induced by writing then has to do with the reduction of this uncertainty. Finally, if we wish to assess the semantic effects of writing and attribute them to written language, we must analyze the particularities of written communication much more precisely. We must limit ourselves to only a few points. Since writing is always also a technical mnemonic, it modifies the importance of memory. 133 If we are to grasp this, we must understand that the memory of psychic and social systems cannot simply be seen as storing past states or events and keeping them available. 134 What is past is and remains operationally unavailable. The memory, too, can be used only in given, actual operations, and thus only in the present. The real function of memory lies not in preserving the past but in regulating the relationship between remembering and forgetting, or, as Heinz von Foerster puts it, in the constant selective re-impregnation of one's own states. 135. It is memory that makes the eventness of communication possible at all in both oral and written communication. For as an event, communication refers to itself, but can do so only by understanding present as different from past and future and reaching back or forward into these non-actual time horizons. 136. This in turn is possible only if there is a material basis in neurophysiology or the substrata of writing that is not remembered as such. For written communication, too, does not recall writing. 137 but only the texts that are used as communication. From this perspective we can better understand what the invention of writing means for the differentiation of a specifically social memory and for the re-equilibration of the relationship between remembering and forgetting this made necessary. Whereas pre-writing cultures had to preserve their memories in objects and officiations, quasi-objects, of all sorts and were only in this fashion able to become independent of mortal human memories, the use of writing makes discriminating between remembering and forgetting a matter of decisions to be made. For writing something down always means that something else is not written down. Writing is self-made memory. It can remember more and leave more to be forgotten than before. Writing aids the memory but it burdens it, too. It enables communication to be constantly re-impregnated by rereading texts or referring orally to texts presumed available, even if difficult of access. The prevention of forgetting is also a process that accelerates learning. This in turn imposes the development of semantic schematisms that resolve more inconsistencies, and that can at the same time cope with more redundancy and more variety. This produces a more abstract conceptuality, which oral communication would never have been able to develop alone. Time, for example, is treated chronometrically in order to accommodate various events at various points in time. What is decisive is that all movements, regardless of their speed and regardless of their beginning and end, can be related to the same temporal measure, even if this is itself a movement, for example, of the sun or a clock. It follows that no movement can move time itself. 138 The being of time is a metaconstruct beyond all movements. As soon as the keeping of records began to solve problems of memory, it is hardly possible to understand time any longer as a power of forgetfulness, LTH, to be escaped only with the aid of the muses. The old, and necessary, link between oral performance and music is replaced and destroyed by writing. 139 The rhythmically supported time of recalling other times is replaced by the notion of a measurable movement, that of a describable dimension in which this simultaneity of the non-simultaneous is ensured. On the other hand, where oral modes of passing on knowledge, especially in teaching, prevail, a psychic memory is indispensable. The sacred nature of memory enters into a complicated relationship with the techniques of the art of remembering. The solemn, formulaic mode of expression typical of oral cultures wanes or is reserved for poetry, as opposed to prose. 140 Formulation can thus adapt better to expressive requirements. On the other hand, the veneration of memory cannot be abandoned. The sacred quality of memory assumes a new form as remembrance of a founding past. 141 So that highly developed memory training can become established alongside an artificial recording practice. At the same time, the past gains unprecedented power over the present as recorded history and as existing text. With reference to the China of the 10th to 13th centuries, Jacques Journet writes of a retour du passé, inevitably calling to mind the recording of the Homeric epics. 142 The same can be said of Mesopotamia. 143 In the old European tradition, symbolizing what is absent by means of writing enables the past to be present, origins, e.g., of noble families, to be actual, and hence the legitimating force of arch, origo, grun to take effect. The consequences are notoriously ambivalent. One is oriented on the past, which draws attention to what is different in the present. History becomes a drama of the presence of the past, the simultaneity of the non-simultaneous. Among the losers is the segmentary system of the family clan, whose influence on the imperial bureaucracy declines in the face of writing-oriented and therefore verifiable knowledge. 144. In the social dimension, writing came to prevail over the possibility and necessity of roles continuously switching between speakers and listeners, turn-taking. This has far-reaching consequences. Communication was dereciprocated, it was linearized and thus became capable of organizing very long but diverging sequences, which has to happen and requires competence. A new sort of authority arose. Self-confidently assuming the role of speaker time after time no longer counted for so much. 145 Authority instead now developed in the form of pretension to an assumption of the ability to know more and to say more than could enter into the necessarily sequential structure of communication. Authority was now the capacity for reasoned elaboration, 146 which, like a shadow, long accompanied the still relatively rare written utterance. At the same time, problems developed in linking this form of authority with the status positions that had developed in society through societal differentiation for the representation of society. Liberation from having to switch roles in speaking and listening also made the corresponding roles of writing and reading into unsocial activities. Writing as such became a special type of skill, and thus a problem, as the difficulties various scriptoriums in the early Middle Ages experienced in coordinating their different ways of writing show. 147 Only communication itself is social. A person necessarily has to write and read on his own, and even when others are there watching, observing him too intensely is pointless, indiscreet, and suspicious. 148 The writer or reader, acting alone and without social pressure, also has more time and opportunity to exercise care in doing justice to the formal exigencies of the text. Expanding the medial scope for combination means greater selectivity in the forms to be included, and this needs monitoring. In general, the problem now is that a full understanding requires grasping the context, understanding what the selection was made from. As we know, shortcomings in this regard are now quite normal. Writing thus makes it possible to shift the focus from communication to information. In oral communication, the talented distinguish themselves by an ability to talk even when there is nothing to say. And in simple societies, there is not enough information to keep communication going. Communication serves essentially to activate and confirm social convictions and mutually positive attitudes. People chatter, and anyone who persistently remains silent is regarded as dangerous because he refuses to betray his intentions. 149 With writing, this primary dependence on communication declines along with the certainty engendered by the physical presence of interlocutors that everyone already knows everything or is at least acquainted with the nature of things. Only now is information conveyed with increasing intensity, producing the artificial redundancies that make it possible to obtain information from someone or other who happens to have read it. Compared with the close merging of reciprocity and time in oral communication, the factual dimension accordingly becomes more important. Written texts have a more objective relationship with their subject matter, which makes it possible to take note of the subjective way in which the topic is handled and to attribute it to the author. The object and only now are their objects stays put and lets itself be tackled from all sides. Greater demands are made of persuasion than in the rhapsodic flow of speech. The written text must reckon with more critical attitudes, with knowledge of other texts, and with time for criticism. It must reckon with readers who know better. The word remains authentic, and does so in a new sense directed against falsification, but it can no longer guarantee itself. It must refer in the text to other sources of reliability. Writing generates concepts for cognition and for right thinking. 150. Compared with oral communication, which is articulated by a voice filling a space, writing occupies only a tiny section of reality. In the medium of its perception it is more clearly differentiated and can therefore also be more easily laid aside or disregarded for the moment, and postponed as communication. The spoken word intrudes, imposes itself, demands and receives precedence. It is far more identical with the situation than the written text, but for this very reason, it can also not outlast the situation. For written utterances, it is not even necessary for the writer to be still alive, and one of the earliest, specifically communicative uses of writing was to allow the dead to speak to the living. The Egyptians, in particular, made intensive use of this possibility of self-perpetuation beyond death in their funerary inscriptions. Eve Beryl refers to another, Long-term effect of writing as potentialization. 151. The textual fixation of meaning solidifies what has once been formulated even if it is rejected or not used. Whereas practically only what rapidly impresses the communication process survives in oral communication, writing can delay the decision to accept or reject, can socially diversify and also record what does not convince. It takes the form of a mere possibility of meaning. And it is quite possible to rediscover this possibility at a later date, to take it up again, to rethink it when its time has come. To the extent that communication produces and records such potentializations, semantics as a whole is modalized. Reality is seen on the basis of its potentiality, partly as necessity, partly as contingent realization, partly also as mere possibility. To begin with, one is satisfied with rejected or extremely remote, monstrous, possibilities. Antiquity had, however, already reacted to writing with a theory of modalities. 152. It seems that only with the advent of printing did explicit nowheres, fictions, fantasies, such as those of Sir Thomas More, Giordano Bruno, the modern novel, the utopias of the late 18th century, and the poetry of the Romantics, come to be considered publishable and to justify their existence as unrealizable, mere possibility. 153. And then it finally made sense to use the question about the conditions of possibility as a lever to uproot the ontological view of the world and its metaphysical description. Finally, we should recall that written language no more doubles the world than spoken language does. Despite all system differentiation, there is not one world that we perceive mentally and another that is a correlate of the spoken word and yet another that is a correlate of the written word. New autopoietic modes of operation and observation evolve in one and the same world. The new accomplishments are registered, not as multiplication of objects, but as differentiation and refinement of observation. This is why the evolution of writing gradually prompts the evolution of higher-order modes of observation, in particular the observation of other observers who are not as wise as Socrates and write down what they observe. An awareness of the usefulness and necessity of writing down one's own observations developed very early on, especially in the medical writings of antiquity, precisely because what was important in this field more than elsewhere was to make one's own observations available for other observers. 154. Over the long term, systems thus developed on the basis of writing that converted their own autopoiesis entirely to second-order observation, the functional systems of modern society. These complex characteristics of written communication were naturally not realized in one fell swoop. Even the transition from written record to written communication must have been a problem that took time to resolve. To begin with, being able to write and read was no more than a sort of craft, a matter of special roles, and not everything that could be said could also be written, because the need to keep records and the need to aid communication were also specific needs. Only the development of phonetic script produced an exact and full parallel between oral and written communication. It duplicated not the world of objects spoken about but the communication itself, so that we can speak of a secondary coding of language in terms of oral/written. 155. After an intermediate stage of syllabic scripts, which, depending on the nature of the language, still had to accept ambiguities and reading problems, and, as in the case of the Cretan Mycenaean linear B script, were often supplemented by ideograms, the final form was achieved in Europe with the letters of alphabetic script. 156. Letters not only make the distinction language requires between sign and meaning. In relation to the phonetics of language, they are still artificial, but for this very reason they enable phonetic script to be completely standardized. The advantages were immediate, the alphabet was easy to learn, so that the ability to read and write could spread without presupposing role-specific skills, and, above all, it allowed new words to be formed, e.g., making adjectives and verbs into nouns, combining words into compounds. Language could thus immediately adapt to all the expressive requirements that arose in cultural development and was much less of an obstacle than ever before to conveying what one wished to say. In retrospect, the special achievement of the alphabet as perfect phonetic script has perhaps been overestimated. A universally untypical evolutionary development branched off to make history. But why did this happen in the light of so many cultures producing systems of writing they found functional? It is difficult to give a satisfactory answer. What is striking, however, is that alphabetized writing soon went beyond the narrow, functional contexts of long-distance trade and temple and palace administration in political centers of government to become a system of writing used by the public. 157 Not only the alphabet but also the limitation of the horizon to perceivable cities with their specific laws of life, nomoi, is likely to have contributed. In any case, a society accustomed to the written word develops, which can use the general medium of writing to differentiate special areas. Above all, a city government organized on the basis of offices with changing incumbents, and that finds continuity in its locus and its written laws. But the written word is then no longer a special resource of political rule. The same system of writing can be used for many other purposes. Above all, as a medium for a culture of debate in many fields, from medicine and geometry to poetry, theater, rhetoric, and philosophy. Naturally, this does not mean that the whole population learned to read and write. These skills spread only long after the introduction of the printing press, and only in the mid-19th century did they become universal in a few countries of the world. However, what counted was not complete coverage, and, even in the Athens of the classical period, literacy was widespread enough for literary texts with a far-reaching impact to be written for unknown readers and unforeseeable situations, and for controversies, even in such specialized fields as medicine, to be conducted in writing. 158 The direct consequences included training in criticism on the basis of second-order observation of other observers. The consequences, in both the short and long terms, were immense. Writing, too, could after all also be understood as communication and no longer only as a form of recording and an aid to oral communication. 159 Communication as written text and not only as ongoing oral communication could then become the subject of communication. Translation and monitoring became possible. Novel sorts of consistency constraints developed, since texts could be read over and over again and could be compared. For example, genealogies, a tried and tested means of symbolizing unity and difference in a structure. 160 had to be freed from contradictions. 161. But writing is suitable not only for communication, it also enables oral communication to be represented in written texts. This had been recognized and exploited at an early date, for example, in the old Egyptian tomb inscriptions by means of which the dead speak to the living, and above all in the philosophical and literary form of the dialogue, which in the written version is represented as if it were being conducted orally, with all the advantages of multiple perspectives without any obligation to reach agreement. Finally, the special literary form of the novel develops, in which the characters themselves act communicatively. We thus find communication in communication, real communication as a copy of fictional communication, and fictional communication in real communication, which at the same time allows us to forget that the fictional communication is fabricated by the real communication. 162 This makes it possible to communicate, not only the advantages, but precisely also the failures of oral communication. 163 All this does not call the predominance of oral communication in society into question. The oral recitation of written texts is common if for no other reason than because the capacity for routinized, effortless reading cannot be expected of the public. But oral communication is enriched in the so-called literate cultures by the possibility of reference to written texts, even if the texts are not on hand. The boundary between the communication system and the environment is drawn all the more distinctly, for if one were still able to assume that extra-human forces communicate with one another and address humans, they are unlikely to write books or leave notes. 164 From a formal point of view, written texts change in comparison with the texts of the solemn oral address, and naturally even more in comparison with everyday speech. They can do without formulaic modes of expression, needing completion, they are worded more concisely, and consequently more carefully, they waive redundancies, but they have to replace situational self-evidence by explicit statement. In semantics, too, the effects are hard to overestimate. Everything becomes different when conveyed in writing. We have already noted that time becomes a dimension. It enables heterogeneous situations to be joined in sequence, thus enabling greater complexity in myths that can still be presented as a unity. The return to unity becomes a problem, the God concept is only one possible solution. We cannot go into all this in anything like adequate depth at this point. It can be said, however, that the most momentous innovation was the wedding of religion and morality. 165. Advanced civilizations are societies with moralized, and moralizing, religion. They formulate the unity of the world as a good principle, as a good spirit, and a good God, and good is always understood as contrasting with bad. It will be difficult to prove that this merging of previously separate semantics of the secret, the holy, in the double meaning of the enthralling and the awesome, and the supernatural with the moral code can be attributed directly to writing. The need to legitimate differentiated palace economy and / military systems of dominance offers a more likely explanation. But if this was the inducement, the elaboration into religious moral cosmologies required the production of appropriate texts, and hence presupposed writing. Heaven itself was assumed to engage in moral bookkeeping, so that nothing, either good or bad, was forgotten. 166. On this basis, moralizing religion was then able to gain stability and endurance even where critical of the powers that were and prophetic, and quite independently of specific political interests, of the rise and fall of empires. In response to its own problems, including what later came to be called theodicy, how a good and omnipotent God could permit evil in the world and allow the righteous to suffer, it increasingly developed in the evolution of ideas. 167. And it was this problem that brought religion and morality together, for the answer is, we cannot understand it, it is a mystery, we have to accept it. As we have mentioned, the first religious reaction to writing had been the development in the Near East of an elaborate culture of divination, which, assuming that fate was written down, specialized in the reading of signs. Prophets, in contrast, had a quite different relationship with their God. He inspired them concretely with instructions and warnings, in brief with acts of will, which they learned in dreams and visions and reported orally. 168. In opposition to the elitist culture of divinatory sign reading, a new form of communication developed on the spontaneous basis of an old familiarity with dreams and states of trance, and thus on the basis of an oral culture, in which the initiative no longer lay in questions and answers but in acts of will by the divinity himself. However, this sort of communication was very rapidly reabsorbed by writing, through written reports of such events, including the reactions of those involved, so that for those who had not been present, a tradition of faith developed in which the unbelievable was to be believed now, however, with a quite different, communicatively active, caring, intervening God, an observer God. It gradually became more difficult to imagine God as a speaker, even when Scripture preserved his words. For what would happen if he suddenly said something that contradicted Scripture? And who would be legitimated to hear it and inform others? Sacred writings must then themselves be legitimated as the Word of God, as dictated or delivered Scripture. In the end, doubts even arise about whether he had ever really spoken. 169. The revolutionary importance of the new dissemination medium writing should not, however, lead us to imagine that communication important for society was immediately transferred from oral to written language. The opposite is true. Communication continued to be understood as oral communication, and the discovery of the uses to which writing could be put was to take centuries. Even after the introduction of the alphabet. 170. Writing was not seen as serving to record new thoughts or new knowledge or even what occurred to the writer only when writing. Despite a well-developed written culture in the monasteries and universities, no one in the Middle Ages thought yet of a creative use of writing. One thought primarily of commentary, analysis, and explication. In the light of texts recorded in writing, the importance of oral communication was also enhanced. As interpreted by the Talmud, the revelation on Mount Sinai was to be seen as a double one, revelation of a text to be handed down in writing and to be interpreted orally. 171. Both faithfulness to the text and interpretative flexibility could appeal to the same revelation, and it also legitimized the difference. Where this religious mystification of the unity of difference is not used, the written word attracts a great deal of criticism. It is claimed to undermine the cultivation of memory, to replace mnemosyne as the mother of the muses. 172. To be sterile, unable to add anything to the truth and certainty of an opinion, to have nothing to say when one has questions, one cannot turn to a text, for it does not respond. 173 Higher knowledge, it was said, remained necessarily unwritten, in law, nomoi, agraphoi, as in philosophy. 174 For this reason, the development of writing skills initially stimulated the parallel development of oral communication. 175 Precisely when the public could be expected to have textual knowledge, the techniques of persuasion and rhetoric were particularly strongly cultivated, although logographoi speech writers were then employed to set out in writing the texts to be presented orally. Thus the technique I have mentioned for training the memory developed, along with the concomitant topos that imagines places where words, phrases, sayings, and arguments that might be useful can be found. The shift of important communication from rhapsodic speech to dialogue, and thus to a social model of establishing the truth, is to be seen in this context. 176 This shift can be considered the point of departure for the development of a logical terminology, which in turn abstracts from the social situation of dialogue. The sophists competed with the philosophers, the speakers with fact-oriented thinkers, for the upper hand in educating the nobility. The controversy was concerned with oral teaching and with its use in oral communication, but it is recorded in textual form and has left behind a semantics that occupies those who call themselves philosophers to this day. Even the printing press did not make rhetoric obsolete, but in the 16th and 17th centuries provided it with new motifs. For example, that the truth cannot impose itself by its own force, but must rely on appearance and on dissimulation. 177 Until well into the 18th century, eloquence was held to be more important than detailed factual knowledge and book learning in the education of the nobility, and the view was taken, especially in religious matters, that there were important communications that should be reserved for oral delivery. 178 Written and oral communication were available as alternatives, and this very functional equivalence made it possible to develop and refine each mode of communication in its specific potential. These thoughts about the evolutionary gain built into society by the new medium of writing also mark the threshold from which discrepancies between textual affixed semantics and social circumstances have to be expected. After the invention of writing, it can no longer be assumed that social structure and semantics are in constantly synchronized agreement. Especially when stimulated by internal problems and inconsistencies, semantics can change more rapidly and possibly anticipate or even initiate potentials for development in society. But they can also conserve obsolete traditions and thus prevent the production of historically and factually appropriate descriptions. 179 The difference itself then stimulates the observation and description of societal states in both directions. The discrepancy is reproduced in the evolution of society. This has to be imputed to writing having desynchronized the old temporal rhythm in the autopoiesis of societal communication, which is addressed inter alia under the heading Evolution of Ideas below. 180. We can summarize the effects of writing as follows. 1. Writing intensifies the differentiation of the societal system by processing communicative signs in a manner possible only in society and by the resulting expansion and self-determined restriction of scope for selection. 2. Writing changes the possibilities for establishing a social memory independent of the neurophysiological and psychological mechanisms of the individual human. The recording of memories and repeatability in objects and officiations, rites, celebrations, is not immediately given up, but the constant selection of what is written down now produces remembering and forgetting in the form of decisions that are subject to criteria and monitoring. 3. Because interactional control is eliminated, writing increases the risk of self-deception and deception by others and the risk of communications being rejected. More information normally means less acceptance, and only remedies internal to society can counteract this. 4. Writing leads to greater differentiation and elaboration of the various dimensions of meaning with the aid of specific distinctions. It objectifies the time dimension, objectivizes the topics of communication regardless of who is being spoken about and when, and separates off a social dimension where the views and opinions of participants in a communication process can be reflected upon. 5. Writing uses abstracted signs and thus enables signs to be applied to signs, hence a special sort of double, operational and reflexive, closure of communication. 6. Writing modalizes the understanding of reality, vastly expanding and correspondingly restricting what is treated in communication as necessary or contingent reality. 7. Writing symbolizes what is absent, and in this context symbolize means that both what is absent and what is present is accessible for operations of the system. This provides a basis for second-order observation that is free of restrictive face-to-face social control and permits criticism to an extent that exposes social structure and the semantics of society to far-reaching transformation. 6. Printing. 2,000 years after the alphabet had come into use, the printing press gave an immense boost to the dissemination of the written language. We still have no clear picture of the significance of this turning point in the practice of societal communication. 181 At any rate, there was more to it than an increase in the mere number of books and readers, which had already set in the High Middle Ages. 182 We can rightly speak here of a shift from quantity to quality. Communication, one should remember, is to be understood in terms not of the action of uttering but of understanding. Written language accordingly presupposes readers if it is to be used not only to record but also to communicate. 183 This makes it clear that the immense increase in what would come to be called the reading public revolutionized societal communication. And in a relatively brief space of time. To realize the direct effects of printing, it suffices to observe the first century following the invention of the printing press. Printing made it possible to reproduce in volumes that enabled market mechanisms to be used for distribution. In other words, the production of texts was guided by demand and thus detached from the personal interests of the writer or his client. This was, however, not a necessary effect of the technology as such. In contrast to China and Korea, where printing was in the hands of the ruling bureaucracy, and was thus limited to disseminating material produced centrally. 184 In Europe, distribution was organized on a decentralized basis via the market and price. Under these conditions, it was possible to translate the Bible, have it printed, and set up schools to teach as many people as possible to read it. The problem was only that readers who could read the Bible could also read other texts, so that it became necessary and possible to make framework decisions on preferred reading, which as distinctions could no longer be made only in religious terms. The dissemination technology could no longer be controlled through preferred content, and consequently no longer by authority. That in Europe it was the economy that did the selecting means that everything that sold could be printed and that the religious and political censors had to impose market controls, which very soon proved unsuccessful. Not all territories had such a market. In Russia, printed books became cheaper than manuscripts, and thus competitive, only in the 18th century. 185 But this remained an exception. On the whole, the speed of innovation was impressive, even for contemporary observers, who took note of changes in their lifetimes and therefore tended to exaggerate. 186 Nevertheless, it is not easy to discern what was really new and what had a far-reaching impact on how society communicated. The rationalization of book production had already begun in the big copying workshops of the late Middle Ages. Only in this context, and not as a singular event, is the invention of the printing press to be understood at all. It saved time and expense and avoided the mishearings and slips of the pen that occur in dictation. The relationship with the text probably changed because the tactile element, the movement of the hand, the personal, bodily effort and formative action were relegated to the background by the typographical end product. The hand continued to play a role at best in preparatory work, but this, too, was now concerned with printing. The reader was no longer present with a manuscript. The almost physical presence of the writer was limited to the production of the setting copy. Above all, however, the technical advantages had economic consequences. Lower prices created a market that in turn created a need, for only when texts were available was it worthwhile learning to read or maintaining one's reading skills through practice. The technology of the printing press generated the supplementary technology of reading, that is, a technology of the minimal motor function of perception, which is not constantly interrupted by decisions. It could be relied upon without further examination. One now hoped, and the books themselves recommended their use to this end, to learn without the aid of others whenever convenient. Reference in books to books and the quoting of specific passages were facilitated and encouraged by the fact that the books could be assumed to be available. 187 The ponderous apparatus of glosses, post-glosses, and comments that were added page for page could be abandoned. Indeed, browsing more extensively through new reading matter for information and entertainment gradually superseded the intensive, repeated reading of the same texts that vested them, as if automatically, with authority. 188 Instead of repeating reading, it seemed more useful to compare different, now easily accessible texts. Texts now had to be interesting. Since books were distributed via the market, claiming that they contained something new became an important selling point at first, mainly for small, cheap texts such as pamphlets, ballads, and accounts of crimes on the occasion of executions. The buyer clearly did not want something he already knew. And this was true not only for scientific and technical innovations but notably for fictional literature chosen for its entertainment value, which people did not buy if they had already read it. The book market favored alleged novelty, regardless of whether originality and novelty were endorsed by the arts and sciences. 189 The self-advertising of printed products under their own names is likely to have contributed not inconsiderably to the corresponding change of values. As early as the 17th century, it was becoming difficult to understand the pleasure taken in the repeated narration or performance of familiar stories, in the enjoyment of recognition. 190. Printing and school instruction on the basis of printed texts required the language to be standardized. 191 Since the 16th century, national languages had been developing, which were soon to become tools of political nationalization and increasingly replaced Latin as the language of knowledge transfer. 192 Moreover, printing now made it appear worthwhile to record texts transmitting knowledge that had formerly been passed on orally. This was particularly the case with craft technologies. In print, this knowledge was now presented as the state of the art and as encouragement to improvement. But the literature existing in manuscript form was also gradually published in print, and this, too, was to have far-reaching consequences. First, the complexity of existing material became apparent, for example, in jurisprudence. The material could be reviewed, sorted, compared, improved. Typical lower-class jargon could be indicated and class differences confirmed. 193 Regional legal customs were recorded for printing and thus withdrawn more and more from the hands of local, manorial, jurisdiction. Arrangements could now be made centrally. Only now did it become apparent how confused, contradictory, and almost unlearnable existing arrangements were, and an urgent need developed for an overall picture and simplification, for new methods, for systematization, for sorting out what was obsolete and of no use. This led to new demands for intellectual mastery of the material, but also to pedantry. Gradually, the conviction spread beyond the entertainment sector that new knowledge was better than old. When copying texts by hand, each successive copy was worse, because old errors were overlooked and new ones were added. New editions of printed material, in contrast, could be expected to eliminate the errors of preceding ones. What is more, printed knowledge was an inducement to increase and improve existing knowledge. In other regards, too, printing affected temporal orientation. For example, it now made sense to address communication to many people living at the same time. The prefaces of printed books clearly indicate that this possibility was felt to be a new one. The process of increasing and improving knowledge made it independent of the physical presence of people at the place where the knowledge was gained and thus independent of the social prestige of these people. 194 Finally, it can be assumed that printing, and especially the inexpensive printing of tracts, contributed considerably to the rapid spread of religious heresies. 195 It led to the public articulation of radical demands, which, once known, could hardly be withdrawn. 196 At any rate, the traditional, practically exclusive channels for the exercise of political influence, whether by corporations, such as guilds or municipalities, or by local magnates and patron/client systems, were undermined. Printed pamphlets were clearly no longer intended for specific addressees but for the public as a whole. And even the practice of petitions, which was retained and developed, made use of printing from the 17th century on and thus helped prevent decisions being made on recommendation and in secret. With all this, printing covertly furthered the trend toward individualization of participation in societal communication, and did so in two regards. If something was known, but there was someone who did not know it, he had himself to blame. He had not read enough. He lacked education. On the other hand, when something was known, this was an incitement to draw attention to oneself as an individual with dissenting opinions or new interpretations. Only in the 18th century were these consequences of printing, namely, education and criticism, now also formulated in positive terms, to produce an independent semantics of enlightenment and individualism, because this gave hope of natural safeguards for the already irreversible structural transformation of society then taking place. 197. One effect of printing, already mentioned, was the standardization of national languages employed over wide areas. Strongly varying local dialects making mutual oral understanding difficult, if not impossible, are still to be found even in the 20th century, but people can read the same books. Only now do rules, and a sense of rules, for the correct use of language develop, up to and including the absurdities of complete academic governance of the written word Tudenizierung, whose modification can then be decided only by experts and authorities. More than a culture based on manuscripts and oral tradition, printing reveals inconsistencies in tradition and thus leads indirectly to arrangements for the semantic resolution of contradictions. This can be achieved, for example, by linearizing chronologized time, making it possible to separate things by situating them in time and thus making them historically compatible. In the longer term, this destroyed myths of origin, which had assumed the presence of origin and a past existing simultaneously with presence, without sequential, or with only briefly remembered sequential, order. This affected the justification and motivation of the nobility by dynastic origins and ultimately transformed tradition into an ideological option that had, so to speak, to be explained against the advance of time. The numerous evident effects of printing are difficult to assess in their totality. In many regards they were still outcomes of the adoption of writing that had failed to come to bear only because of insufficient dissemination, and that now, with the lifting of this limitation, were suddenly triggered, as it were, by delayed reaction. This is likely to have been the case with everything that we might describe as descriptive and explanatory texts, which have to supply everything that is necessary for understanding them within the text itself. Until the advent of printing, the primacy of oral communication had been assumed, and writing had been seen above all as a means of registering and recording matters that were then to be communicated, or at least no clear distinction had been made between recording medium and communication medium. 198 Communicatio meant establishing agreement, making known, and after the invention of the printing press, it could also be claimed that the machine itself communicated. Finally, printing made it impossible to understand writing as mere recording. The self-recommendation of books, which, as in the past, initially spoke on their own behalf, addressing the reader as books, showed the difference. Although more precise research on this question is lacking, we may assume that the understanding of communication changed, and if this was the case, it could well have been the most momentous effect of the printing press. For how communication is understood is how society is understood. It took well over 200 years after the invention of printing for its function to become apparent as a technical infrastructure for the maintenance and updating of a societal memory. 199 Separate from what individuals more or less accidentally recall and that dies with them. In order to make this memory generally available, public libraries were set up. The associated guarantee of stability, independent of the succession of generations of individuals, is renewable and open for a future it does not itself determine. It replaced the guarantees of stability that older, orally communicating societies had found in the family and spatial structures of the community, and it replaced it by forms that could be used by the various functional systems, by science and by literature, by the legal system with its increasingly legislative activities, and, finally, by the economy, through the printing of bank notes. It was the technical grounding of this form of distributing and conserving knowledge that made it possible to uncouple it from already structured forms of societal differentiation, and it could therefore be left up to the given functional system whether to use it and how. Further developments followed step by step. Negative effects of reading books were noted, for instance from women's delight in love stories or night's pleasure in tales of chivalry, Don Quixote. Production began to be oriented to the reader. 200 But for the time being, the belief persisted that communication was interaction. Interaction remained the model for social rationality, however insular this might appear in a society that was already acquainted with a carefully calculated money economy, reasons of state, and theory-guided scientific research. The Enlightenment still espoused the interaction model, and thus ultimately that of oral communication, but for the mutual disciplining of those physically present it substituted the assumption of a rational interest ascribed to the individual members of the reading classes. The concept of the human being was accordingly generalized. This was then outbidden by the theory of transcendental consciousness, the paradoxical assumption that self-reference is generalizable. It was only the Romantics, who, seeking to include infinity, incommunicability, and deviant views of reality in communication adapted to written and printed language, only then was the failure to communicate to become a favorite theme in literature. When the entire population might be expected to have attained literacy, this development would be taken a stage further. Only in the mid-19th century did an inexpensive, daily mass press begin to publish, requiring a deliberate lowering of the understanding threshold, which in Japan also required a, not always observed, limitation to the written characters that could be assumed to be generally known. 201 I have discussed some of the consequences elsewhere apropos of public opinion. 202. Finally, we can assume that the concept of action had to be modified if it was to include the writing of books for the printing press. Activities could no longer be easily regarded as following the pattern of interaction between physically present interlocutors, who could draw on numerous implicit pointers to understanding. In the course of the 18th century, it also became clear that the author could not appear in his own text, because he already knew the end of the story and by referring back to himself would repeatedly interrupt the course of events. He therefore had to limit himself to the role of author external to the text, just as an artist had to sign a work. If the concept of action was to include this case, and how could it avoid doing so, it had to be decontexted and freed of all narrative restrictions. But what then is the unit of action? Where does it start, where does it end? In effect, action could no longer be anything else but the embodiment of a subjective intention, with the result that the legitimacy of action could now be called into question. 7. Electronic media. In our century, the use of electricity that technology offers has broadened options for communication and, above all, reduced the obstacles to natural communication based on the human organism. The energy needed for communication can now be produced and supplied quite independently, e.g., in quite different places, of the operational implementation of communication. The technical network of energy flow is completely neutral to communication, in other words, information is produced outside the network and can only be disturbed by noise. Causal relations between technological physics and communicated information are freed of overlap and take the form of structural coupling. In the first place, this means that the communication system society is becoming more and more dependent on technologically determined structural coupling with its environment. Susceptibility to failure is increasing, and with it the technical and economic cost of safeguards against breakdown. On the other hand, this has led to the technically induced but use-determined, endogenously dynamic proliferation of communication options, and has done so almost simultaneously in several regards. It is still too early to judge the consequences, but we can at least describe the structures of these innovations. Telecommunication from telephone to fax and email reduces the remaining spatial, and therefore temporal, restrictions on communication to more or less zero. The technical possibilities are supplemented by recording facilities, which also permit utterance and reception to be separated, permitting different temporal arrangements on the two sides and hence facilitating communication. Electronics calls neither oral nor written communication into question, merely providing more potential applications, albeit at the cost of the restrictions imposed by the technology. The really momentous change, however, appears to lie in the invention and development of electronic machines for information processing. Under the spell of a long humanistic tradition, the issue had first been defined in terms of whether the computer and its artificial intelligence achieved anything comparable or superior to human consciousness, and how superiorities and inferiorities were distributed across the various areas of performance. The human subject has always been the vanishing point for the humanities. The question is whether this is the right definition of the problem, and whether the computer will not sooner or later emerge victorious from this competition if society grants it equal opportunities. Quite another question is whether and how computers can replace or outbid communication, an achievement constitutive of society. They would have to treat knowledge as form, and thus know what other computers do not. At the cybernetics conferences of the 1950s, claims had already been made that human consciousness could be constructed as a machine if only it were possible to say precisely enough what the machine was to do. But this means that the area of research that came to be called artificial intelligence is concerned only with programming. This shifts the problem to linguistic communication, which has the advantage of also operating with fuzzy expressions, as long as self-correcting operations can be undertaken should the need arise. Communication is the ongoing processing of the difference between knowledge and non-knowledge, with no need to establish what stocks of knowledge/non-knowledge the individuals or machines involved have. They are both outcome and precondition of communication. There are good arguments, at least at present, for the indispensability and superiority of oral and written communication, which can, however, use the computer to enhance their own capabilities and concentrate on essentials that cannot be delegated to technology. But comparing computer performance with consciousness or communication is probably a secondary issue. I leave aside the question of whether working or playing with computers can be understood as communication, whether, for example, there is double contingency on both sides. Nor do I consider whether and how we have to change the concept of communication if we wish to include this case. More interesting is how societal communication is affected if influenced by computer-mediated knowledge. What we actually observe are worldwide, connectionist networks for collecting, assessing, and accessing data, for example, in medicine, which address specific topics but are not spatially limited in operation. This offers a further argument for the fact of a world society, which intensifies and accelerates communication in a fashion impossible without these new dissemination media. Compared with what tradition had defined through religion and through art, the computer changes above all the relationship between accessible, surface and depth. It is no longer a matter of croquelure that allows divination or of ornaments that emphasize meanings. The surface is now the monitor, which makes extremely limited demands on the human senses, whereas depth is the invisible machine, capable of reorganizing itself from one moment to the next, for example, in response to use. The link between surface and depth can be established by commands instructing the machine to make something visible on the monitor or as printout. The machine itself remains invisible. We can only assume that this structure considerably influences both the possibilities of and restrictions on communication. On the one hand, it requires specific skills in coupling surface and depth. Only for this reason can we describe the invisible machine as virtual reality. Only presupposed ability virtues distinguishes virtuality from mere possibility. On the other hand, the structure can be used only if it sets off changes, information, in psychic or social systems. Mediation appears to require forms to be temporalized. Fixed forms are no longer taken as given, to be judged true or false, useful and useless, and so on, by the codes of functional systems. Every determination produces an unmarked space and hence another side that can be determined only through further operations, with the same consequences. Although they can be understood and used as such in applied contexts, these transclassical transclassiscan machines are more than just powerful tools. 203 What is involved is the marking of forms that enrich distinction and indication with unforeseeable consequences for the communication system society. At any rate, as ability increases, so does inability, as measured against it. The possibilities of arguing by accessing the invisible machine are clearly diminishing and the susceptibility to failure is increasing. Further technical inventions, namely, cinema and, in the telecommunication field, television, enable moving pictures to be communicated. Sound can also be synchronized with pictures so that the whole reality can be multiplied and reproduced for secondary experience with guaranteed faithfulness to the original. Optical and acoustic reproduction, so strictly separated by writing, now merge. The guarantee of reality, which language had had to forego because everything that is said can be contradicted, shifts to moving, optically/acoustically synchronized pictures. 204 Although we still have to watch the replay and understand that there is no sense in contradicting the pictures or destroying them, the screen quite obviously presents an alibi reality. Photography also guarantees correspondence between the photographed reality and the reality that appears in the picture. The whole of communication thus mediated once again becomes dependent on real time. A film can only be shot when what is to be filmed actually happens, neither beforehand nor afterward. And we can view it only when it is screened or broadcast. This relapse into quasi-oral temporal relations can rapidly be compensated for by cutting and recording techniques. The problems caused by technology can be resolved by technology. But this dependence on real time produces a certain credibility bonus. There is no time for complex manipulation or to check for such manipulation either during shooting or viewing. This does not exclude a general suspicion of manipulation, but such a suspicion must remain distant and abstract, and therefore lacks evidence in communication. The result of these inventions is that the entire world has become communicable. 205 The phenomenology of being is replaced by the phenomenology of communication. We see the world as visual communication suggests it to us, even if not so dramatic, not in such high contrast, not so flawless, not so colorful, and, above all, not so select. The world we perceive, both the normally perceived world and the television world, pales under the constant drive to outbid. 206 What is more, the very aspect that had been fascinating in language now declines, namely, the possibility and necessity of distinguishing between information and utterance. Although we still see people talking on television, indeed, even viewers again play a part in the medium, be it only as ridiculous background laughter indicating that there is something to laugh about. 207 The entire arrangement evades the controls that had been developed over thousands of years on the basis of distinguishability between utterance and information. For this reason, the yes/no coding of linguistic communication also fails. We can be positively or negatively affected by a film, we can find it good or bad, but, in the overall complex of what is perceived, the intensification is lacking that would allow a clear distinction to be drawn between acceptance and rejection. Although we know that it is communication, we do not see it. This can raise suspicions of manipulation, which cannot, however, be substantiated. We know it, we live with it. Television produces a produced form that binds all everyday means of persuasion. And the other side of the form is precisely the suspicion of manipulation. Since audio-visual transmission can convey perception completely, the possibilities and necessities of individual imagination do not come to bear. 208 At the same time, individual mass reception obviates communicative efforts to persuade. Similarity of purpose is established before the screen but naturally does not exclude differences of opinion any more than does the natural perceptual world. There is therefore little sign of culture and worldviews homogenizing, but shifts in attunement are perhaps taking place in more rapid rhythm. What then is communication if everything can be communicated, and if in important, impressive fields, the difference between information and utterance that is constitutive of communication becomes unrecognizable? Does the totalization of communication lead, as Baudrillard claims, to the disappearance of communication? Or does the blind closure of the system of societal communication only now become full reality? Is communication then only invisible assistance in the self-observation of the world, and is society the boundary per se across which the world observes itself? Let us leave these speculative questions aside and consider how under these conditions the selectivity of communication reorganizes itself. In many cases, with the exception of telephony, technology imposes unilateral communication. This is partly inevitable due to the interposition of technical apparatus, but also partly a necessity of mass communication that printing had also had to accept. 209 This changes the process of selection, and does so on both sides of the apparatus. One no longer selects in communication but for communication. The sender chooses topics and forms, productions, and above all the time and duration of transmission as he sees fit. The receiver chooses what he wants to see and hear. Communication then takes place as in a hypercycle of mutual selection, but, where it occurs, it can no longer correct itself. While this shows how far we have moved away from oral communication, without, it should be repeatedly stressed, replacing or eliminating it, the latest invention goes a step further. We are talking about communication mediated by computers. It makes it possible to separate the input of data into the computer and the retrieval of information so strongly that no identity of any sort remains. As far as communication is concerned, 210 This means that the unity of utterance and understanding is abandoned. Whoever feeds something in does not know, and if he did, he would not need the computer, what will be taken out on the other side. The data have meanwhile been processed. The receiver, too, needs just as little to know whether something is intended for his attention and what. This means that the authority of the source with all the required socio-structural safeguards, stratification, reputation, becomes superfluous, is indeed annulled by the technology and replaced by the unknownness of the source. The possibility is also lost of recognizing the intention of an utterance and of nurturing suspicions or drawing other conclusions that could lead to the communication being accepted or rejected. 211 What we have is the absorption of uncertainty subject to limited self-monitoring. What is more, human bodies, at least in the current state of the art, are tied to connection points even where they are portable devices. As with television, this could lead to a reduction in chance contacts between freely roaming bodies. 212 All this has driven the social decoupling of the medial substratum of communication to an extreme. In our conceptual terms, this means that a new medium is emerging whose forms depend on computer programs. Although these programs do not decide how the medium concentrates the communication itself into forms, for this involves the events of information input and retrieval, like the grammatical rules of language. The programs are forms that restrict the possibilities of strict coupling and can thus extend them into the unforeseeable. Whereas writing achieved the spatial, and hence also temporal, decoupling of the communication components utterance and understanding, albeit under the strict condition that the factually same information is concerned, however this might then be hermeneutically modified, the computer can include the factual dimension of the meaning of communication in the decoupling. What this can lead to currently eludes the boldest speculation. Nevertheless, new trends in the cognitive treatment of such matters are already apparent, which are beginning to influence the form of ordering knowledge. The point of departure is a basically operational and then procedural understanding of reality. 213 With or without autopoiesis. This leads to the notion of a no longer comprehensible complexity and subsequently to work on cognitive structures that abstract from time and, for example, in the form of calculi, postulate reusability at other points in time. Such temporally abstract models of fundamentally time-dependent, historical, operational sequences explode the classical concept of movement, which is to be recognized only in the difference to what is fixed, thus the distinction between moving/unmoving, dynamic/static, and so on. What takes its place, if we can indeed understand the conversion of knowledge in terms of such a substitution process, cannot be established with any certainty, despite the progress made in such fields as the cognitive sciences, artificial intelligence, computer linguistics, and the new mathematics of the unexpectable. At any rate, not for a sociologist, who can only respond to societal facts that are already in evidence. From the point of view of a theory of society, we can at best formulate the problem of this new ordering of knowledge as radically as necessary. The new media of this century have considerably expanded the worldwide possibilities for communication. They have therefore intensified the discrepancy between possible and actual communication. Hence they intensify the selection problem to which society reacts by both organizing and individualizing selection. 214 They dissolve the cogent unity of communication in a way that would not have been considered possible only a few decades ago. This increases the importance of the difference between medium and form, i.e. the form of the difference between medium and form. Modern society accordingly appears to have reached a limit beyond which nothing can be communicated anymore with one old exception, sincerity. For if we cannot say that we do not mean what we say because we then cannot know that others cannot know what is meant when we say that we do not mean what we say, we can also not say that we mean what we say because this is either a superfluous and suspicious tautology or the negation of a negation that is incommunicable anyway. This paradox of communication cannot be avoided. But it can be circumvented, dissolved, replaced by an apposite distinction. This is achieved by institutions that we choose to call symbolically generalized communication media. 8. Dissemination media. Summary. If there are sustained trends in the evolution of dissemination media that begin with the invention of writing and culminate in modern electronic media, they can in brief be identified as the trend from hierarchical to heterarchical organization and the waiving of the spatial integration of societal operations. While reliance was placed on hierarchical order in developing societal differentiation, in empire building, urban ascendancy, and stratification, the dissemination media were already working on delegitimizing it, or more precisely, on an alternative project. With hierarchies, it suffices to watch and influence the apex, because, more or less rightly, it can be assumed capable of asserting its will. Heterarchies, in contrast, are based on the interconnection of direct contacts discriminating, observing, on the spot. The invention of the printing press still left uncertainty about this opposition between hierarchy and heterarchy. In China and Korea, the printing press was a dissemination tool in ruling bureaucracies. In Europe, which had from the outset set its sights on the economic exploitation and market distribution of printed material, the authorities sought to resolve the conflict by means of censorship. Their failure, inevitable with the multiplicity of printing centers in various territories and with the rapidly increasing complexity of printed communication, finally obliged all hierarchies, including those of politics and the law, to come to terms with a fundamentally heterarchically communicating society. Since the 18th century, this state of affairs has been celebrated as the primacy of public opinion. As far as differentiation forms are concerned, this corresponds with the transition to functional differentiation. Modern computer technology takes us an important step further. It also attacks the authority of the experts. In principle, everyone will in future be able to check the statements of experts such as physicians and lawyers on his own computer. They may very well claim there is no scientific evidence for the efficacy of certain medications and we find it nonetheless. Or that there are no court rulings on certain legal issues and we find them nonetheless. Although it is difficult to check how knowledge finds its way into the computer, it can at any rate not be turned into authority. Naturally, this does not change the fact that everyone who relies on communication in one way or another has to depend on trust. But in the age of electronic data processing, this trust can no longer be personalized, no longer implemented in social status, it is now only trust in the system. In the decentralized order of a heterarchy, too, there is no lack of far-reaching and above all highly consequential events. A single selection can permit or obstruct many others. An item of news such as the dropping of the atom bomb can change the world. There are also places under observation, like the stock exchange, that are more worth observing than others. Important things can also gain prominence here, but only in the context of simultaneous non-knowledge, only in contexts that cannot be monitored. There are indeed constants, repetitions, intensifications, and, above all, if we may describe the single event as observation, a shift in the functioning of the system to the level of observing observations. 215 If we now have only observers to observe, this is in the first place a drastic reduction, but at the same time a reduction that in any case gives us the option of whether we wish to attribute what is observed to the observer and his distinction, or to what he observes. Is what is transmitted right, or is it selected, stylized, falsified, invented by a special sense of mission? Here, too, the only help is in observing observations, including one's own observations. As a result, this situation has profoundly unsettled the semantics with which society reproduces meaning worth conserving. The confidence in established forms has dissolved, resuscitation efforts have proved vain. Society appears to be trying out new eigenvalues that promise stability under the conditions of heterarchy and second-order observation. And a decisive role in this is likely to fall to the selections of the dissemination media, for they at any rate are compatible with a heterarchical order. A second, just as far-reaching consequence of the evolution of dissemination technologies and the corresponding media lies in the waning need for societal operations to be spatially integrated. By integration, I mean restriction of the degree of freedom of systems. 216 Writing had already made the understanding of and response to communication independent of the physical presence of the utterer. However, in the Middle Ages, semantic evolution still depended on which libraries housed what manuscripts and what chance led readers to the rare texts to gain inspiration from the ideas they conveyed. The bodies of individuals and thus their presence in particular places did indeed play an important role. This changed gradually with the spread of printed writings. When in the 18th century, the integration of society was left to public opinion, this amounted ultimately to waiving spatial integration, if not integration itself. For public means nothing other than giving access to anyone, relinquishing control of access, with consequent structural uncertainty of spatial integration. Spatial integration means that the degree of freedom of systems, that is, the set of possibilities they can realize, depends on the locus in space where each operates and hence on specific local conditions. Every change in these conditions, every movement costs time and draws on scarce resources. One sends messengers, in the sense of the ancient Greek theoroi, to learn what is communicated elsewhere, e.g., at Delphi. Until well into modern times, with its world of states, spatial complexes, and demarcations also served to define experimental fields for structural innovation, and hence to reduce risks should their diffusion become possible. 217 However, with the advent of writing and printing, and then with increasing travel and external studies by members of the upper classes, spatial distance and spatial boundaries lost their restrictive character. Landscape become an object of subjective pleasure, home becomes a topic of nostalgic plaint. As spatial integration dwindled, so did the certainties that built on it. Sojourn in certain places became the contingently experienced result of journeys, changes of residence, migratory movements, and the special spatial conditions that one can find anywhere and everywhere require an adaptation of behavior that the individual can evade through mobility and by substituting other conditions. Where this has become a normal condition in society, sociological theory must also adapt to it. System boundaries can no longer be understood as edges of the system, as skins or membranes by which the system fortifies itself, so to speak. Boundaries are not parts subdivisions, one might almost say of the system, as if there were also inner parts that benefit from having no contact with the environment. Rather, a social system is nothing other than the one side, the inner side, the operating side of the form of the system, and with every operation of the system, the distinctness of the system as opposed to the environment is reproduced. The autopoiesis of a meaning system is nothing other than the reproduction of this difference. 9 Symbolically generalized communication media. 1. Function. Classical social theories have answered the question of what makes social order possible by reference to normative conditions, to natural law, the social contract, or consensual morality. This has also been true for sociology, for Durkheim, and for Talcott Parsons. However, Parsons pointed the way to an alternative, which is not, however, unchecked but assigned to the still normative meaning of codes and shared symbolic values. It lies in the theory of symbolically generalized media. As soon as we reformulate the problem underlying this segment of theory, we can recognize that it is in fact an alternative, a functional equivalent to the usual normative safeguard of social cohesion, which naturally cannot mean that norms can be replaced by media. Symbolically generalized communication media do not, like law, above all, serve primarily to safeguard expectations against disappointment. They are independent media relating directly to the problem of the improbability of communication. However, they presuppose the yes/no coding of language and assume the function of rendering expectable the acceptance of a communication in cases where rejection is probable. They come into being only when there is writing and when the rejection of communicated meaning proposals therefore becomes even more probable. They react to the problem that more information normally means less acceptance. 218. Even if the linguistic code gives a proposed meaning an equal chance of being accepted or rejected, an accepted meaning can be expected to have a better chance of being repeated than a rejected one. Communication registers a success and, if repetition is sufficiently tenable, will remember it. 219. Moreover, an accepted meaning proposal has a better chance of generalization because the accepting communication and all subsequent communications take it over in another context and have to adapt it accordingly. Acceptance and rejection therefore set off different recursions. This explains that either rejection prompts the development of, at best, conflict management institutions, which have to be geared to unpredictable individual differences of opinion and disputes, or a positive semantics of accepted meaning develops that matures, as it were, in a process of reuse, concentration, abstraction. This does not mean that the development path produces reasonable results, for, as always, evolution depends on starting points and bifurcations, but it does seem likely that society itself gives good marks to positive results such as nature, reason, and reality, and can then at best take a critical view of them. Symbolically generalized media are one of the results of this process. In a very abstract sense, they are a functional equivalent of morality, conditioning the likelihood of acceptance or rejection. Whereas, owing to its conflictuality and dangerousness, morality presupposes prepared terrain with a high degree of plausibility. Symbolically generalized media are differentiated in order to motivate against plausibility. This explains why morality tends toward standardization, whereas symbolically generalized media develop from the outset in the plural and for problem-specific constellations. To achieve the probability of highly improbable meaning selection, a multiplicity of specialized codes has to be developed. Borrowing a term from biology, we might also speak of adaptive polymorphism. The formula symbolically generalized, coined by Parsons, is not apposite in every respect. Parsons applies symbolic to the difference between ego and alter, and thus to the social dimension, and generalized to the difference between situations, and thus to the factual dimension of the meaning being processed. The idea, similar to Wittgenstein's concept of rule, is that social agreement can be attained only if the underlying commonalities last for more than a single situation. To this extent, I concur. Incidentally, however, the theory of symbolically generalized communication media presented here does not follow on from Parsons's theory of interaction media, or media of interchange, which is committed to the theoretical architecture of his AGIL paradigm. 220. Instead, I proceed on the assumption that linguistic coding only structures, and does not solve, the general problem of the improbability of successful communication, which is rather exacerbated by the clear opposition between acceptance and rejection. The general concept of communication medium is also applicable to this case. Symbolically generalized media are also media insofar as they require the difference between loose and strict coupling and enable forms to be formed on the basis of a loosely coupled medial substratum. However, we are dealing neither with special languages nor dissemination media, but with a different type of medium, a different form, a different sort of distinction, other sorts of code. Before I go into detail, these differences must therefore be clarified. Especially since the 19th century, symbol and symbolic have been used in a very general and diffuse sense, often almost synonymously with sign. This makes the concept superfluous. In order to restore its precise meaning, I shall limit it to cases where a sign connotes its own function, and hence becomes reflexive. Its own function is to represent the unity of what indicates and what is indicated. Symbolization therefore expresses and hence makes amenable to communication that unity lies in difference, and what is separated belongs together, so that what indicates can stand for, and not only point to, what is indicated, standing in the grand tradition for the sacred. In the context of the symbolically generalized communication media concept, I therefore, like Parsons, mean by symbolic that these media bridge a difference and supply communication with opportunities for acceptance. Unlike language, they are not satisfied with securing sufficient understanding under highly complex conditions and communication selected only ad hoc. They presuppose this. In many cases, understanding makes it extremely improbable that communication will be accepted. For example, in the case of improbable assertions, of requests for handouts, of arbitrary instructions for conduct. If we had to rely only on language in such situations, failure could be expected and the corresponding communication would not take place. In other words, language itself can realize only a small part of what is linguistically possible with its own resources. Everything else would fall victim to discouragement if there were not additional arrangements of a different sort. Symbolically generalized media transform no probabilities into yes probabilities in miraculous ways, for example, by enabling us to offer payment for goods or services we would like to obtain. They are symbolic insofar as they use communication to effect a match that is per se improbable. At the same time, however, they are diabolic, because, in achieving this, they generate new differences. A specific communication problem is solved by rearranging unity and difference. Whoever can pay gets what he wants, whoever cannot pay does not. In other words, symbolically generalized communication media coordinate selections that cannot be linked without difficulty and therefore initially exist as a loosely coupled set of elements, selections of information items, utterances, and understanding content. They achieve strict coupling only through the form specific to the given medium, for example, theories, proofs of love, laws, prices. They must not only function symbolically but, as the above examples show, also be generalized, since in anticipation of further autopoiesis, the corresponding expectations can be formed only if the form covers a range of situations. Even a proof of love does not count only for the immediate present, and certainly not if it is always offered in the same form. What is ultimately at stake is always to encourage, indeed, enable, communication through added opportunities for acceptance, and thus to gain terrain for society that would otherwise remain unworked owing to natural infertility. The achievement of these media and the forms typical of them can therefore be described as the ongoing enablement of a highly improbably combination of selection and motivation. But these terms do not describe psychic states. What the payer feels when handing over money is irrelevant to the success of communication, but social constructions, which manage on the assumption of corresponding states of consciousness. 221 They are realized in communication itself through recursion. That communications are accepted therefore means only that their acceptance is taken as the premise for further communication, whatever might go on in the individual consciousness. The combinatorial problem is solved by resolving the circular relationship between selection and motivation. Each determines the other, by making the conditioning of selection into a motivational factor. We can accept a demand for communication if we know that its selection obeys certain conditions. At the same time, the person who utters this demand can enhance the probability of acceptance by conforming to these conditions and thus encouraging himself to communicate. The double problem of deceit and acceptance is thus resolved at the same time, or at least normalized. We enhance the certainty that these conditions will be respected, although they are themselves highly selective and are far from covering every desired constellation. We signal this self-determination by using symbols that attest to use of the medium, and thus earn the prospect of communication being accepted. For example, we appeal to truth. Or we manipulate symbols of power, now chiefly the subjection of power itself to the law, in a way that demonstrates superior, effectual power. Measured against the vast number of possible linguistic communications, conditions that couple selection and motivation are the exception. Nevertheless, they are unlikely to be too rare, for otherwise there would be no expectations, no socialization, no related system formation. Symbolically generalized communication media can therefore differentiate only in sufficiently large, complex societies. They accordingly require, not only the linguistic code as the structure of their referential problem, but also writing to set off differentiation and, as we shall see, printing to develop to the full. In the classical age of Greece, the alphabetization of writing and the consequent spread of literacy had provoked two responses without addressing the difference between them. The question had become acute of how to motivate the acceptance of communication where its selectivity is manifest and can no longer be disputed. As I have indicated, the sole solution lay in strengthening oral communication's resources for persuading and convincing. In the course of time, mediated for the Middle Ages primarily by Cicero and Quintilian, this led to an alliance between rhetoric, topic, and morality. The viewpoints to be used in speech, topoi, commonplaces, had to be found and amplified, and this had to be taught and learned. 222 Since these terms referred initially to advances of the speaker, an artistic approach had imposed itself. If we take a closer look at their meaning and function, we see that a unity of cognition and motivation was still in mind, hence a solution to the problem of motivation through selection. 223 For implementation, contrary to sophistic teaching, the structure of truth and morality was decisive. It could succeed only in the context of good, since truths, as well as virtues, support each other, whereas errors, like vices, contend with one another. The expertise and personal virtue of the speaker were thus considered more important than any tricks. More important, that is, for amplification. Printing put an end to this syndrome of rhetoric, topic, and morality, and hence to amplification, since it made too much complexity apparent at the same time. 224 But this took another good 200 years. Initially, the printed book revived the old form. 225 As in the past, amplification depended on the general being considered more valuable than the particular. As in the past, topoi steered motivation in the direction of factually, temporally, and socially congruent generalization. As in the past, important communication was morally dichotomized, placed in a scheme easy to deal with orally. As in the past, this admonition and teaching confirmed itself in the endeavor to praise virtues, blame vices, and treat passions as disturbance. The amplification of communication served to amplify morality and vice versa. In the far-reaching debates of the 16th century on the understanding of history and poetry, an epideictic, amplifying function still presupposed both modes of description. The heroes of literature had to function as commonplaces, for their individualization would have disturbed their amplifying function. There was no anticipation at all of the individual confronted by the platitudes of the topoi becoming stubborn and recoiling into their own ego. Gradually, however, opposing trends also made themselves felt, e.g., Montaigne's essays. Amplifications which are in effect nothing else but either exaggerations, or cumulations of reasons. 226 Now appear in an ambiguous light, and printing begins its sabotage by reproducing the once so popular set, copia, of topoi as surplus and surfeit, finally lending the semantics of copia/copy/copy the negative slant it has today. 227 But what if it no longer works? We see the alternative in the development and differentiation of symbolically generalized communication media. This, too, can be traced back to impulses given by alphabetic script. We therefore return to the Greek sources. Obviously, the spread of written culture had both offered the possibility of artificial word formation and accordingly made it advisable to differentiate terminologies in terms of different problems to allow novel means of persuasion to be described. 228 To show how this fits together, let's take a brief look at the most important innovations. As far as knowledge wison is concerned, the Greek language had had an invented word even in Homeric times, altheia, which negated the condition of being covered, concealed, forgotten. LTH equals forgetfulness. 229 It was thus not a state but the result of an effort. In the oral tradition, truth was tied to rhythm and to the memory rhythm facilitated, and this alone allowed it to be saved from oblivion, to be truth. In written culture, this association with feasibility, techn, poiesis, sophia, was retained in the classical period's consciousness of ability canons Bewusstsein. 230 But if truth itself was already a negation, how was it to be negated again to arrive at a coding in terms of true/false? Opposing concepts, especially pseudos falsehood, were initially meant interactionally and dialogistically. It was a matter of truthfulness or mendacity, of the correct or false presentation of knowledge. In other words, there was originally only this behavioral orientation with no notion of a relation between statement and reality independent of behavior. The correct presentation of reality is a duty of conduct, and the opposite behavior violates this duty, is an ill-considered utterance, if not a lie. 231. Only with the aid of writing can topics be so objectivized that controversial discussion about them is possible. It is presumably because of such dialogues that one becomes accustomed to second-order observation, which reserves to itself the right to check whether knowledge held to be true is correctly or wrongly accepted as knowledge. 232. This then differentiates a communication problem that uses distinctions of its own, between strict knowledge, episteme, and opinion, doxa, for example, which occur in no other field of meaning. 233. The semantics that develops around the also newly coined word philia takes us into a quite different problem field. 234. It is generally translated as friendship, but in broader contexts, we might also think of solidarity. Unlike the Romans, the Athenians had early broken with the archaic segmentary structures of nobility. 235. The archaic ethos had required a person to summon up sympathy and engagement for what was close to him, including weapons, animals, women, gods, and philos had originally meant just this, whereas remoter entities could be treated indifferently and arbitrarily. To this must be added the urban polity rule that one had to treat the friends of one's friends as friends and the enemies of one's enemies as enemies, a rule that was still in effect in Rome when Cicero wrote De Amicitia. 236. Friendship was differentiated out of these archaic structures based on birth and descent and at the same time generalized as a general notion of belonging together relating to society. 237. The counter-concept of enmity receded, i.e., a code forms, friend or not, and the problem of the criteria for choosing friends came to the fore. Being close to someone was then no longer a condition for friendship but the consequence of choosing a friend. General societal sociality remained a precondition, but friendship was built into it as an intensive form. The concept could then no longer be extended to animals or gods. From Aristotle onward, a specialized, tradition-setting distinction restricted and structured application, that between friendships of utility, friendships of pleasure, and friendships of virtue. And demands for the ruthless primary orientation of this code arose, for example, in the question of whether friendship was juster than justice, or whether one could expect help from a friend in breaking the law, in desecrating a temple, or in similar misdeeds. Communication specializing in the economy had always been concerned with property and had practiced the transfer of property in the form of barter. A new situation developed with the invention and spread of coinage, initially in Lydia, then in Greece from the 7th century BCE. 238. Minting gave money an easily recognizable, special form and made it independent of the meaning of a relatively generally usable commodity. 239. For the first time, coinage connected long distance with local trade and was temporarily able to combine politics and economics in a commercial loop in the form of tyranny's despotic rule. 240. Backing by precious metal remained indispensable for another 25 centuries, but it became unnecessary for the issuer of the money to guarantee its redemption. Money's acceptance as tender in the marketplace, facilitating transfer of goods and rendering of services that would not otherwise have occurred, developed from its initial use in palace and trading house transactions. It is somewhat more difficult to judge the differentiation of a special medium for political power with a specialized semantics, precisely because of the superabundant terminology. In this field, institutional, role-related, legally constituted differentiation was most advanced, but the attention value gained led to these structures being identified with the city itself. There were offices and assemblies capable of making decisions. The concepts needed only to follow. Elaborate consideration was paid to the guiding aspects of the urban order, namely, isonomia and homonoia, and to their importance for law and democracy. This discussion was marked by the replacement of themis by nomos, which for its part enabled a distinction, not yet understood as being hierarchical, to be drawn between physis and nomos. 241 The differentiation of political legal principles, which then, however, required the establishment of a corresponding order, is apparent above all in the turn against influences stemming from stratification and, as we may well be permitted to add, from networks of friendship. Despite stratification, equality before the law was to apply. 242 All this held only for the exercise of political power and not as a maxim explaining knowledge or the choice of friends. But since it was formulated with reference to urban life, the terminology was much more differentiated than in other cases and also more strongly tied to the self-description of society, to the political identity of the Greeks. 243. If a sufficiently sharp distinction was not made from self-description of the urban, societal system in political semantics, too great a distinction was drawn in the fields of property and making money. The difference between oikos and polis prompted this skewing. It excluded any talk about political economy, which would at best have sounded paradoxical to Greek ears. 244 On the other hand, as typical in aristocratic societies, trade was underrated and, not least, political sources of funding were available, for example, tribute. This was certainly not in keeping with the structural differentiation of the societal system, which in Athens was very advanced. 245 And a terminology relating to the money economy was accordingly in use that still reflected the prevailing understanding of society, not in assessment of the autonomy of the money economy but only in evaluation of the corresponding activities. In retrospect, these differentiations can be understood. It is easy to understand, for example, that truth and love had to be distinguished, for love would disturb truth, just as truth would disturb love. However, before such a semantics evolved, the very opposite had been plausible. Did a person not have to trust what someone close to him said more than what anyone else might say? It therefore remains for evolution theory to say how such a radical change in plausibilities could take place. We can do no more than speculate. The spread of the alphabetic script may have been what led to such far-reaching, issue-focused diversification of semantic forms, but this does not suffice to explain it. What must also be considered is that the powerful alliance between religion and morality that ruled in other advanced civilizations had not developed in Greek cities. 246 Nor was there any organization of the clergy, such as churches, extending beyond the individual city. Whether religion in Greece can be described as a private matter is a moot point. 247 At any rate, no religion focused on scripture had developed. Written culture had simply developed alongside what there was in the way of religion, and only in the Hellenistic empires of late antiquity did new mystic forms of cult arise that sought to be resistant to the written word, and finally Christianity, a new religion of faith that spread with the aid of canonical texts. Nevertheless, it cannot be claimed that symbolically generalized communication media were already fully developed in antiquity. To judge this, however, we must first outline what was required, not least that these media introduce the autocatalysis of functional systems. At any rate, to anticipate a concept from evolution theory, 248 significant pre-developments had been achieved. And I would note that referential problems had been singled out that were later to prove key issues in media development: truth, love, power/law, and property/money. To begin with, however, the forms chosen for this purpose had to accept major restrictions, because they were developed for a specific society in history and had to harmonize with its descriptions of the world and itself. This explains, first, why the political was overrated, remarkable when considering the structural givens, with society being defined as political and the economic being reduced to household and commerce. But in the field of philia, too, forms were similarly adapted. The highest variant of friendship was the friendship of virtue, directed toward satisfying the demands of living together in the urban polity. And what could be accepted as truth was determined by bivalent logic and the corresponding ontology, an arrangement of relatively low structural diversity, allowing account to be taken of the communicative restrictions of observing observations in this society, without the logic permitting this to be known and articulated. 10. Symbolically generalized communication media. 2. Differentiation. I interrupt this historical account to return to my systematic exposition, for we still lack any explanation for the diversity and differentiation of symbolically generalized communication media. If we wish to analyze the forms of differentiation for symbolically generalized communication media, we must remember that we are dealing with the special problem of a connection between selection and motivation that has become improbable. From this point of view, all symbolically generalized communication media are functionally equivalent. However, precisely this viewpoint requires that the problem not merely be described by enumerating the components of each communication, namely, information, utterance, and understanding. Other, connecting forms are needed, and it is these forms that generate the specification and differentiation of symbolically generalized communication media. Forms of self-observation of the communication process are used for this purpose. To begin with, the improbability problem has to be put in the social form of double contingency, which has been described in terms of the positional concepts ego and alter. Why? The normal answer is that ego and alter already exist anyway, that they are different persons who communicate with each other from time to time. Whoever means no more than this should avoid the ego/alter terminology, which conveys precisely that every person is always both when, and only when, he engages in communication. But why, to be more exact, do we have this doubling up? The answer is that the self-reference of social systems requires an immanent duality to allow a circle to form whose interruption can permit structures to develop. Inspired by the thermostat, which can only control because it allows itself to be controlled, Ranulph Glanville postulates this principle for objects per SE 249. We can leave this open. Social systems clearly need self-constituted two-ness if they are to be structurally determined, 250, and this cannot be an essentially predetermined two-ness, qua human being, imported from outside. For the problem at issue, the improbable acceptance of selections, this means that every selection has to take into account that it has to reckon with other, conforming or adverse, selections. Otherwise, a specifically social solution to the problem cannot be reached. It must also be established where responsibility lies for the selection whose conditioning is to motivate. This means that selection has to be attributed. Attributions never involve the inner activity, the autopoiesis, of systems, but only their behavior as seen by an observer and relating to the environment. 251 They are always artificial activity, which, although it finds suggestive conditions in real qualities, is never fully determined by them. The process of attribution itself is hence socially conditioned, and the attribution of attribution is one of those endless questions that are not admitted but hidden and made invisible by reasons. 252. The complicated structure of preconditions for symbolically generalized communication media alone shows that they must be a late development, and that theoretical reconstruction cannot feed into the media semantics themselves. They require immediately convincing symbolization, whereas we are seeking to observe what cannot be observed with the semantics of the media. Differentiation of the media follows from binarization based on the two possibilities of attribution, internal and external. 253 Since communication can observe itself only if a distinction is drawn between information and utterance, the accent of attribution can be placed either on information, experience, or on utterance, action, and this is true for both sides, for those who initiate a communication and for those who have to decide on the communication of its acceptance or rejection. If a selection, by whomsoever, is attributed to the system itself, I speak of action. 254 If it is attributed to the environment, of experience. Symbolically generalized communication media are then categorized according to whether they assume the two social positions ego and alter to be experiencing or acting. The two distinctions present no everyday knowledge. It is not a matter of completely classifying phenomena. Attribution is tied to experience or action and participation marked as ego or alter, with reference to persons who are always both, only when needed. It takes place only in contexts of use, that is, only when necessary for the autopoiesis of the communication system. Bringing communication problems to a point in constellations that come into question for media formation thus activates distinctions of attribution as experience or action and of marking as ego or alter that would otherwise not occur and could also not be explained by the nature of things. The resulting constellation can be compiled in the form of a table. With the aid of attributions, the communication process can be captured and the problem of double contingency asymmetricized and thus detautologized. Communication runs from alter to ego. 255 Alter must first utter something, only then can ego understand and accept or reject. This basal unity is abstracted out, although double contingency is always constructed as a circle 256 and communication as the unity of information, utterance, and understanding is generated in recursive interconnection with other communications. Only where attributions place causality is conditioning possible. In this respect, the attribution scheme directs, not determines, the conditioning of selection and, through selection, the motivation that can be expected. It therefore makes a difference whether alter and ego are conditioned as acting or experiencing, both are naturally always both. As the table shows, we must therefore in principle take 4 constellations into account. 1. Alter sets off corresponding experience in ego through communication of his experience. 2. Alter's experience leads to corresponding action by ego. 3. Alter's action is only experienced by ego. And 4. Alter's action occasions corresponding action by ego. By correspondence, I do not mean similarity, let alone repetition, but only complementarity. For a communication is successful if its meaning is taken over as the premise of further behavior, and in this sense communication is continued by other communications. The attribution theoretical basis of this typology already implies that it is not a matter of classifying all situations that occur in reality. In fact, attribution questions rarely arise and only in recursive contexts in which other decisions depend on them. 257 In the special situation in which an improbable operational coupling of selection and motivation has to be made, this is a precondition for relevance. But it is always a question of specific problems for which conditioning of selection is important for motivational purposes, and it then depends on these problems what attribution constellations are activated in each case. In the long term, the most important consequences of this specification of attribution constellations are likely to lie in the dissolution of old multifunctionalities. Older societies ground the authority to attain unusual aims in role accumulation, in access to other roles. A person is respected, has many friends or such as aspire to be friends, can help with resources or contacts or refuse to do so. Social statuses of this sort are broken up and other roles decoupled when achieving unusual aims depends on the conditioning of selections and in particular on whether alter and ego are conditioned with respect to experience or to action. For the appropriation of other roles is then felt to be out of place, and eventually explicitly discredited as corruption. The differentiation of symbolically generalized communication media thus requires a reference problem and an attribution constellation. 258 Among other things, this explains the historicality of the context in which symbolically generalized communication media develop, and its dependence on society. At the same time, it shows that no media can develop if reference problems and attribution constellations do not converge for whatever reason. We presume that this has hindered the development of a religious communication medium despite all the extravagant demands made of specifically religious communication and in spite of all differentiation, e.g., through asceticism and rejection of the world. 259. In anticipation, I have already named and classified the symbolically generalized communication media identifiable in the above table, p. 201. I now present them in order. Comprehensive treatment with the necessary substantive and historical details is beyond the scope of a theory of society and must be left to specialized monographs. 260. A medium for truth does not only form because every communication presupposes knowledge, utters knowledge, generates knowledge. We can communicate about news when it matches types already known. In such event, problems arise at best of truthfulness, of error, and of interest in deception. The special semantic apparatus of a truth medium has to be developed and deployed only if new, unheard of knowledge is to be asserted, or if we wish to deviate from or criticize extant knowledge. We then shift to a level of second-order observation and sort observers' knowledge into true and untrue. Statements must then be modalized by reference to the medium. For example, we say it is true, can be proved, and so on, that asbestos is harmful to health. The question of what the case is must then be supplemented, not replaced, by a statement on how we can reliably establish what the case is. Reference to the medium points to possibilities of respecification through methods and theories. If we no longer expect doubts, we can again use the short form of statement, asbestos is harmful to health, but we can nevertheless return at any time to the level of second-order observation. Where a truth medium has been differentiated, it is available for all statements and it is only a question of specific occasion whether it is used or not. Truth, like every symbolically generalized medium, is a medium that constructs a world and not a means limited to certain purposes alone. We speak of truth only when the selection of information is attributed to none of the participants. Truth presupposes external selection, and it should be noted that all autopoietic systems that are operationally involved nevertheless function as operationally closed systems. Reduction to external selection shows that the medium of truth tolerates no differing opinions. Point 261 The truth content of a statement can therefore not be derived from the will or interest of one of the participants, for this would mean that it is not binding for others. The return to the level of second-order observation is also determined by waiving the actional deforming of matters, which naturally does not exclude the matizing actions as the object of experience any more than it does actions specialized in research. The immense apparatus of theoretical generalizations and methodological rules is intended to neutralize the influence of action on the result of investigations, for only then can results be presented as truth. In other words, if we allowed surprising, unaccustomed, puzzling knowledge to be introduced by action and made subject to compulsory acceptance, arbitrariness would have free rein. In this case, we would have to do without medium-specific conditioning. Surprising as it may seem at first, reduction to experience therefore considerably limits permitted possibilities and in this manner provides the point of departure for wide-ranging conditioning. In the case of values, it is doubtful in the first place whether a symbolically generalized communication medium exists. 262 or even if such a medium can be seen to be developing. Suitable terminology dates back only 200 years or so. 263 The problem referred to is clear, the operational closure of psychic systems. In this respect, the experience of double contingency in social encounters makes it extremely unlikely that a common basis can be found and contacts continued. Nor can this be achieved through negotiation, as some now believe, but only through recursive consolidation of corresponding assumptions in the communication process itself. The same problem occurs where the medium separates off a value semantics of its own from assumed common values. There must, one feels, be inviolate levels, 264 beyond all contingencies, which shift when contingencies are discovered here, too. This implies that values cannot be conceived of as independent of action, but, vice versa, actions must be conceived of as dependent on values. Among attribution constellations, only reference to experience is therefore to be considered. The pragmatic context of value theory, one might say, leads us astray. Also harmless is the assertion that values have normative meaning, that they are not mere preferences but prescribed preferences. There can be no question of values being in a position to select actions. They are far too abstract and, from the standpoint of action situations, always take the form of a conflict of values. 265 Their function is only to provide orientation that no one calls into question for action in communicative situations. Values are therefore nothing other than a highly mobile set of viewpoints. They do not, as ideas once did, resemble fixed stars, but rather balloons kept on hand to be inflated when called for, especially on festive occasions. We therefore cannot speak of unconditional preferences. 266 Although they do not explain the conditions of application, they are subject to deliberation, so that how they can be realized has to be determined from case to case. Not everything that is needed in the way of congruence to keep communication going can be provided through the medium of truth. But the difference between truths and values was clarified only in the course of the 19th century. Only then was a semantics of validity universalized. 267 Parallel to that of being, and one of the reasons is likely to have been the differentiation of science. The forms for the respecification of science are to be found in theories and methods. There is no use for them in the field of values. This respecification takes place through ideologies and argumentation. 268 In contrast to theories and methods, ideology commits the big crimes and argumentation engages in the petty stratagems. This imposes differentiation of the media and at the same time excludes taking truth itself as a yardstick in the field of values, ideologies, arguments. For this would have to mean placing the value of all values in their truth. Unlike truths, values are introduced into the communication process not by assertions, which can then be questioned and tested, but by supposition. Communication avoids marking values 269 because this would convey the possibility of contradiction. No one asserts that health, peace, or justice are values in order to generate the yes/no bifurcation of acceptance or rejection. One does not provoke, one suggests. Point 270 If health is a value, we may still consider washing regularly to be harmful and discuss the question. In other words, values are actualized by illusion and their indisputability consists in this. If this no longer works, they have to be abandoned. Values therefore convince because objections are lacking in communication, not because we can justify them. They make it possible to waive justification. Where necessary, they rely on gag rules, that is, on tacit agreement that certain conflicts of values are not spoken about and the corresponding values are used only in separate contexts. Point 271 Values are the medium for assuming common ground, which limits what can be said and demanded without determining what should be done. As always with symbolically generalized communication media, what matters is social not psychic ordering. Values are socially stable because they are psychically unstable. Point 272 However, they lack important qualities that characterize other media, for example, a central coding, such as true/untrue, and, associated with this, the ability to form media-specific functional systems, such as science. Their directive value is low because no value can determine an act or even, as we might say with Pascal, excuse an act. Point 273 All this shows that indications of value demonstrate that even an important reference problem in combination with an appropriate attribution constellation does not suffice to generate a fully functioning communication medium. While values bind too weakly, love binds too strongly. In our modern understanding, which differs markedly from the Philia/Amicitia tradition, 274 love requires a loving ego to adapt action to what alter experiences, and, above all, of course, to how alter experiences ego. To adapt our own action to what others experience is a matter of course, especially when we know we are being observed. The schooled eye anticipates the expectations of others. We do not wait until they manifest themselves in action, we anticipate them. This makes fast coordination possible, skipping communication, as it were, for example, when working with others or in road traffic. Lovers, too, can be recognized where such communicationless coordination also works in non-standardized situations. A brief glance suffices. This may be based on familiarity. The specific reference problem of love goes far beyond this. It postulates that one can find agreement and support for a personal worldview over and beyond the anonymous world of truths and values. The problem becomes acute with the growing individualization of personal views and motives for action, and this becomes not only a psychic matter, which it always is, but also a social one. One is then expected to take account of all possible idiosyncrasies in communication and thus to accept them in experience, too. Furthermore, love demands visible commitment through his/her own action from at least one other, ego. In this case, it is not the specific but the special, the particular that is vested with universal relevance. This can happen only in the form of a couple relationship. In its form and the substance of its expectations, this is a highly improbable structure. 275 And for this very reason it requires a strong, extravagant medium. It was introduced into culture under the heading passion and is nowadays called romantic. 276. Appropriate semantics was developed, first for the nobility, then for the upper middle classes. 277 However, as love became a requirement of marriage, this semantics had to be made accessible to all, in other words, trivialized. This has ended with mass-produced illusions more or less at variance with people's experience of life. 278 The improbability of love that every gesture, bodily and verbal, has to serve to observe, even to observe the observation of love becomes pathological in marriage. This brings to light the improbability of this solution to the problem of making personal idiosyncrasies acceptable. In present-day parlance, one might say that it is a matter of concerning oneself with the otherness of the other and, if not enjoying it, at least confirming it with no intention of adaptation, re-education, improvement. But even if this succeeds, it would merely shift the problem to another question: how we are to deal with someone who is dissatisfied with himself, is unhappy and seeks confirmation of this. From this point of view, it is certainly no accident that paradox has become a key problem of therapy, because in trying to solve this problem, love fails. This clarifies the differentiation of the medium. It has nothing to do with Truth 279 and certainly nothing to do with money. Whatever the real motives might be, if they deviate, they cannot be named, otherwise, it is simply not love. This very differentiation makes love a universal medium, a medium for constructing a world seen through the unique eyes of the other. Love, because asymmetrically constructed, is one-sided love and therefore often, should we say normally, unhappy love. But everyone knows the semantics in its more concrete demands, and everyone knows the word. To this extent, declarations of love are binding on communication. And since the sincerity/insincerity of such declarations is incommunicable anyway, a modus vivendi can establish itself, albeit depending on the consensus not being tested too insistently. 280. The opposite case, that the action of alter is experienced by ego, is to begin with trivial and unproblematic. We see that the neighbor is mowing his lawn. So what? Although, in contrast to the media discussed so far, it is not the world of the other that is involved but the arbitrariness of the other. But why should we not be able to observe and accept that others act as they do? It would be unfortunate if every act we witnessed were to cause us consternation. We would have to close our eyes. However, this changes immediately where action consists in appropriating scarce goods that the bystander might be interested in himself. And this problem intensifies to the extent that both take a long-term interest in their future and, in the face of scarcity, wish to secure now what could be possibly be needed later. If one or more take their share, the bystanders are always in the majority. If they have the upper hand, why should they hold back? Whether they can later reach agreement among themselves is a problem for later. 281. For this reference problem, societal evolution has created the medium of property, which it later transformed into the medium of money to make it more available and easier to coordinate. Even property is therefore a communication medium and cannot be adequately understood if seen only as a means to satisfy the needs of the owner. 282. The medium of money then ensures acceptance of others acquiring what they wish with their money, or simply making money without knowing why. Anti-monetary emotions from Luther to Marx, and their social success, teach us how improbable any expectation of such acceptance is. But it works nevertheless. Money probably developed not for its function in mediated exchange, but as a sign for performance imbalances, to begin with, probably in household economies. Public debt was already the primary tool for money creation in the 18th century, and banknotes were initially designed as transferable, promissory notes. But then one increasingly had to know who the debtor was, and whether his solvency was to be trusted. Only in very recent times has this restriction been abandoned. The debtor, if we can still use this term at all, is the economy itself, which owes itself the money it has circulating. Solvency can no longer be ensured other than in the form of a guarantee of the usability of money, hence in the form of the autopoiesis of the economic system. The function of the symbolically generalized communication medium money is so improbable that it could never have served as an enabling factor in evolution, but became manifest only in an already functioning money economy. Whereas property could still be uninteresting. Why do I need an orchard with 20 apple trees? The medium of money universalizes both scarcity and interest. That one can always use more money was known as early as Aristotle. It was only the monetarization of property, which puts a monetary value on all property, even one's own labor, that enables the scarcity medium property/money to expand into the form to which we are accustomed today. Money serves as a medium for observing scarcity, and payments are forms that operationalize the medium. 283 In this sense, much more is scarce in today's affluent society than in the past. 284 And money has assumed the form of a world construction, is a God term, as Kenneth Burke puts it. 285 In contrast to the usual economics perspective, we accordingly do not see the social function of property in the immediacy of access to material goods or services, or the social function of money in the mediation of transactions. There is naturally no disputing this as factual situation and historical genetic motive. But the function of the corresponding generalized symbolic medium lies elsewhere, as always in overcoming an improbability threshold. Everyone must be motivated to accept the experience of extremely specific selections by someone or other, from furnishing the living room and buying a certain screw to an international company being taken over by another. Otherwise, the economy would not have been able to function in the past and would certainly be unable to satisfy today's demands. 286 Whereas property as a medium is still tied to the natural divisibility of things and can therefore not be very widely dispersed, the medial substratum of money is the given smallest monetary unit, which can, moreover, be determined arbitrarily as required. This permits standardization that abstracts from individual preferences. Thus the functioning of the medium is based on a difference between social and psychic valuation, precisely because the social valuation of money is quantitatively standardized and fluctuates in accordance with its own conditions. Money can individually be variously valued, which means it can relate to variously felt requirements. The medium can thereupon be coupled to specific forms according to the prices that are to be paid in transactions. It should be noted that transactions are monetarily calculated by both sides when it comes to the exchange of goods for money. This is shown by the universality of the medium and its clear specification. Finally, it should be noted that the form in which a transaction is set is dissolved immediately afterward, for once in the hands of the recipient, the money is free for other combinations at will. 287 No other medium attains this extension and this speed of dissolution and recombination, of loose and strict coupling. 288 And it is hence understandable that money is often seen, notably by parsons, as a model for an effective symbolically generalized medium. For the constellation in which alter acts and ego correspondingly experiences, there is another medium that, perhaps because of this closeness to the attribution form of money, places great value on not appearing to be useful, namely, art. The constellation is clear: the artist acts, bringing the viewer a certain experience. But what is the problem? The old European answer was that the purpose of the work of art was to arouse astonishment and admiration, and to do so in the sense of passions that allow of no reference to their opposite. However, this presupposes that society is established in a world in which there are astonishing and admirable things, especially in the fields of religion and politics. In the Middle Ages, there was accordingly a special sort of truth provided for residential art officials, in relation to forms in the imagination of the producer/artist, but not a special medium. 289 Since the 17th century, this solution has been criticized, without the aesthetic reflection that then transpired being able to offer a convincing alternative. 290 A figure immanent in aesthetics, for instance, the representation of the general in the particular, cannot yet tell us why art is differentiated for communication, and in this case for the generation of improbable willingness to accept. And it is a fortiori insufficient to follow the thesis current in the art world itself, and above all in literature, that modern art has to do in a specific manner with the individual in modern society. 291. It perhaps helps to take a far more radical approach, going back to the circumstance that every experienced meaning offers an abundance of possibilities for further experience, only a few of which are or can be realized. What we perceive is already the way it is and not otherwise. What we do is directed by purposes, and why not by others, or even by none? What art aspires to could therefore be described as the reactivation of eliminated possibilities. 292 Its function is to allow the world to appear in the world, to portray unity in unity, be it improved or, as now preferred, worsened. Although this happens through everything, every captured meaning, it happens only in such a way that the one points to the other and the world remains invisible to itself. The work of art lays claim to this illuminating and concealing function of meaning, but heightens it so that the invisible also becomes visible and, if it succeeds, that the world is portrayed in the world. For this very reason, the normal references of daily life, the purposes and utilities have to be breached to distract attention from these distractions. The portrayal of the world in the world modifies the world itself in the sense of what is not necessary as such. The work of art supplies its own proof of necessity and thus withholds it from the world. This requires such strict forms that we see more and differently than usual. Art points out that the scope of the possible is not exhausted and it therefore generates a liberating distance from reality. We might call this fictionality, but the term does not convey enough. Art does not remain fiction, it generates a reality with a right to its own objectivity. Once again, it is a matter of constructing a world, of a specific universalism that confronts total reality. In contrast to other symbolically generalized communication media, art uses perceptual media or, in the case of narrative literature, visualization. But in these perceptual media, it generates its own forms through its own dissolution techniques, or more precisely, its own forms of distinguishing between medial substratum and form. 293 As a result, widely differing types of art develop: music, painting, lyric poetry, dance, sculpture, architecture, and so on. But they are all based on a common principle, namely, the incorporation of media in media, and the consequent new possibilities for strict coupling, new possibilities of form. Whether art can motivate people to accept the selections it offers then depends on the individual work of art, making it plausible that it itself, as opposed to the world, has to be the way it is, even though it is made and no model for it exists anywhere. In this sense, originality has been demanded of a work of art since the 17th century. Originality now being decided not in comparison with nature, not in the quality of imitation, but in comparison with other works of art. 294 In the form of a demand made of the individual work, art is differentiated as autonomous and self-referential. And in the form of a demand made of the individual work, because this is the only way to unfold the paradox of the necessity of the only possible. To ask about the truth of the work of art is therefore just as inappropriate as asking about its use. Both questions would direct attention to conditioning completely alien to art. The work of art imitates nothing, accomplishes nothing, proves nothing. It demonstrates that and how the arbitrariness of beginning captures and cancels itself, makes itself necessary. However one begins, with production or examination, once one begins, what follows is no longer unrestricted. It becomes necessitous or cat a willing necessity. 295 For this very reason, a work of art has to be conceived as the self-conditioning of the arbitrary, as action whose communication binds experience. Art must, of course, pay for rendering transparent with intransparencies of its own. Its function, too, unfolds a paradox. It makes something visible by making something else invisible, something else, which is to say, the unity of the distinctions that it uses itself as form. As art articulates what it articulates, distinguishing something from something else in the process, brightness from darkness, fates from trivialities, dissonance from consonance, the world withdraws behind what has been distinguished into the unity of the difference and remains invisible. Art, too, can only observe, can only injure the world through its own cuts. The last attribution constellation, that of the medium power, is also at first trivial, but it, too, holds the seed for unfolding improbable possibilities, which can, however, be realized only if a symbolically generalized communication medium is available. First of all, it is quite normal that actions follow on from actions. For example, when we hand over an object, work or play together, eat what is served, or act in traffic in accordance with how others are driving. It often helps to recognize the immediately subsequent acts of others, and rhythmic coordination typically develops. We extrapolate ongoing movement and place our own act at the suitable moment. This is how the famous turn-taking in oral communication is organized. We might occasionally exceed the demand threshold, but then ad hoc positive or negative adjustments are always possible. The reference problem of power arises only in the special case where the action of alter consists in a decision about the action of ego that is required to be obeyed, in an order, an instruction, perhaps in a suggestion backed by the threat of sanctions. 296 This does not alter the fact that action on both sides is attributable. The instruction should not be only experienced or replace the action of the recipient. It should, although obviously a contingent selection, be adopted as premise for one's own conduct, and on the additional condition that arbitrariness lies not in alter's decision but specifically in the determination of ego's action. Power generates itself as a medium by doubling the possibilities of action. The course of action desired by alter is confronted by another, namely, the imposition of sanctions, which neither alter nor ego can want, but that is less disadvantageous for alter than for ego. But the form of power is nothing other than this difference, the difference between carrying out instructions and the alternative to be avoided. If the sanctions are sufficiently generalized, e.g., the use of physical force or dismissal from employment, the medium consists in a relationship of loose coupling between a multiplicity of power goals and sanctions, and the use of power then determines the form in which the medium is temporarily strictly coupled. The limits of power therefore lie where ego begins to prefer the avoidance alternative and itself asserts power to force alter to renounce or to impose sanctions. Once again, we see, on the one hand, a loose coupling of elements that as threats are not consumed in use but renewed, and, on the other, tight temporary coupling, that is, forms of combining, explicit or guessed, instructions and compliance with them. What is improbable in such an arrangement is that it normally works, even though the parties have completely different interests and although the action of instructing occurs as a decision, hence as contingent, although it pursues no other goal than to specify ego's action, and finally even without the exercise of power requiring investigation in the individual case as to whether, in the light of the type of instruction, compliance can be expected or not. Both truth and money neutralize dangerous, conflictual power communication by demanding only experience of ego. 297 And social utopias therefore favor the notion that society can be steered only by truths or only by the market. However, this would mean waiving important possibilities of ordering, namely, everything that can be organized through conditioned arbitrariness in the way of long chains of action. For neither truth nor money can determine what the recipient does with what is received, and precisely this is the function of power. As in the case of property/money, a secondary coding has proved its worth, namely, the legal coding of power. The central institutions of politically organized coercive power have to be made available to private parties where they are in the right, even if, note the improbability of this construction, the legal content has not been politically monitored at all but has come about in contract form. What is more, political power itself can be subject to the law, so that it can assert its own means of coercion only if it is in the right, and can amend the law itself only if this takes place under conditions that are provided for in the legal system. The prevailing term for these achievements is the rule of law, the Rechtsstaat. Only through this self-referential juridification of power does the political medium of power become a self-inclusive medium of world construction quite independently of the liberal ideology that had initially launched the concept as a condition of freedom, earning snide comments in the process. Although there are highly generalized means of power, threats, that can be used for many purposes, clear limits to their application are apparent. Perhaps the most important is the dependence of the power holder on information. Even if he can do what he wants, it is far from certain what he can want to want. All political systems that set out to control the economy politically through production plans and price fixing face the problem, for example, that they can obtain no information on economic efficiency independent of their own decisions, and therefore develop into a vast network of internal manipulations whose economic failures become political problems. In other words, power at the political level but also at the organizational level has to rely on differentiations and on information sources independent of power, because all information would otherwise change into power. 298 It is not sufficient for power to be informed only self-referentially, only on the basis of the schema success/failure of its own plans or that of compliance/non-compliance with its instructions. The medium of power therefore has imminent reasons for not setting itself up as a universal medium for controlling society, but for insisting on specification of its own universal competence. All symbolically generalized communication media accordingly arise from trivial, everyday situations, initially performing only relatively undemanding special services ad hoc, and are thus not yet really media. This starting position is particularly important for evolution theoretical considerations. It integrates media theory with evolution theory. For it explains that the possibilities for a more improbable combination of selection and motivation lie fallow, as it were, in the general redundancy of meaningful communication, but can be used as soon as the need arises, as soon as the reference problems mentioned become acute, as soon as, for whatever reason, one discovers the combinatorial possibilities that can be realized with medium-specific dissolution and form building. In my view at this juncture no more than a subject for future research, such a development and differentiation of symbolically generalized communication media require both the dissemination media to have achieved the development status of writing and printing and the prevailing form of system differentiation to set them off. Symbolically generalized communication media develop to the full only where the system of society is functionally differentiated, for only then can the media serve as catalysts for the differentiation of the functional systems of society. Only then does what is condensed as semantics in the use of media occupy the place that had previously been taken by morality for the description of society. And only then do we find moral critique of this very state of affairs. 11. Symbolically generalized communication media. 3. Structures. For modern society, for a society with fully developed symbolically generalized media, there is no supermedium that could relate all communication to an underlying unity. Morality, some say ethics, might come to mind. But any attempt to cure all the moral weaknesses of society with ethics, thus with reflection on morality, borders on the ridiculous. At any rate, proof of suitability has yet to be established and, what is more, we do not typically think about morally coded behavior, that is, good and bad, but only about good conduct, which is naturally welcome but unfortunately does not come alone. As far as communication media are concerned, the unity of society manifests itself, not in morality, not in concrete morals, but in the non-arbitrariness of the structural arrangements that translate the function of symbolically generalized communication media into possibilities for autopoietic systems. From a methodological point of view, this means that we find viewpoints for comparing the various media and with the aid of these viewpoints have to test the forms in which modern society realizes itself as a communication enterprise. We do not assume that, owing to logical or theoretical constraints, all characteristics have to be realized equally in all media. The theory remains open for evolutionary distinctions. But for this very reason, it offers a framework for inquiry if one notes that, and asks why, certain media have not realized certain structural characteristics or have done so less successfully. We have already seen that only extravagant cases of extremely improbable communication can be involved. But at the given level of evolution, society as a whole depends on the problems of transforming improbabilities into probabilities being solved in one way or another. The following points may be made here. 1. Symbolically generalized communication media require a uniform code, central code, for the entire media field. 299 A code consists of two opposing values, and at this level, naturally not in life, excludes third and further values. This converts the possibility indefinite but tending to increase of the communicated meaning proposal being rejected into a hard either/or, that is, transforms an analog situation into a digital one. What is gained is a clear choice to be made, the same for both alter and ego. It is not their opinions that are coded but the communication itself, and this is done in a fashion that has to rely on learning ability, namely, on the specification of criteria for the correct attribution of positive and negative values, whereas the uncoded starting situation could bring only increasing disappointment, resentment, and conflict. Unlike many other codings, this is a preference code. In contrast to the general yes/no code of language, the positive value is expressed as a preference for this value, and not for the opposing value. This expresses the fact that communication is directed against probability. The initial improbability of communication being accepted is not also communicated and therefore remains latent. Like other distinctions, codes function as two-sided forms, which an observer can use or not use. They also have the character of a distinction, in that they can be indicated on only one side and not at the same time on the other, and only thus can they serve as connecting and starting point for a further operation. By equating what is distinguished, the observer would generate a paradox, namely, the paradox of the sameness of the different, and point out to himself that this cannot be. The particularity of codes as compared with other distinctions is that the transition from one side to the other, the crossing of boundaries, is facilitated. If a positive value such as true is accepted, there is no difficulty in determining by another operation what is consequently untrue, namely, the opposing statement. In other words, we need no additional conditioning to move from the value to the opposing value and back. Logic can consequently treat this to and fro as not having taken place. 300. What mainly facilitates crossing the inner boundary of the codes is that no moral consequences ensue. The result is not that one passes from good to bad, let alone that one becomes wicked. 301. However, learning this is a protracted evolutionary process. As long as society is still stratification ally differentiated, thus presupposing integration at the apex to which moral qualities are attributed, the moral neutralization of media codes cannot be achieved. 302. And the facility of crossing to the opposing value will be lacking, which imposes insistence on systemic control criteria. In this facilitation of crossing from one side to the other, we see a variable of decisive importance for the semantic evolution of media codes. The facilitation of crossing from a value to an opposing value and back, without the base value changing in the meantime, makes the code itself an invariant structure. At the same time, gluing together positive values or negative values of different codes becomes more difficult, i.e., more contingent. Whether someone who is beautiful also tells the truth, whether someone who is rich is also powerful, also good, also healthy is a question that depends on further conditions that are not systemically guaranteed and that observers have to treat as an accident, which they cannot assume to be stable. To this extent, the evolution of media codes toward schematized crossing, I shall also be referring to this as technicization with regard to the context independence of the operation, also explodes a premise important for all hierarchically stratified societies, namely, the assumption that all positive values come together at the apex, in the nobility, the ruler, God. Facilitation of crossing to the other value makes the operation context-free, giving it too much leeway, which then has to be restricted. In the course of evolution, codings therefore develop a supplementary semantics of criteria determining the conditions under which positive and negative values are correctly attributed. I shall be calling this conditioning programs. 303. They attach themselves as a vast semantic apparatus to the respective codes, and while codes achieve simplicity and invariance, their program area, in supplementation, so to speak, becomes charged with complexity and changeability. In this sense, the semantic stocks of law or science, for example, consist of programs. Codes indicate the medium responsible for their functional areas and thus a limited but loose coupling of possibilities. They take part in every operation, which could otherwise not be attributed to the medium and possibly not to the relevant functional system. They can hence not be forgotten, whereas on the program level both remembering and forgetting are possible, depending on how often the programs are called up or, if not, deleted from memory. Only codes are necessarily regenerated. Only they define the unity of the medium and perhaps that of the functional system through a specific difference, whereas programs can change. Fixing the preference or DISP reference dispreference that distinguishes the code can disregard psychic realities. However, it must proceed on the assumption, for example, in the case of the money code, that there is interest in utility, or in the case of love, that there is interest in self-realization. But as long as such motivational assumptions do not become improbable in communication, medium-oriented communication functions. Precisely because of this preference orientation, symbolically generalized media are suitable guidance media. They perform their guidance function by fixing preferences and by exposing them to variable conditioning. By varying conditioning, we can ascertain whether a communication makes a difference in relation to a specific preference or not, and can readjust if need be, show more commitment to demonstrate love, offer more arguments to prove a truth or more money to obtain a desired object, or vary the content of an instruction or threat to assert power in achieving our ends. Structurally decisive for all this is the difference between fixed preference code and variable conditioning programs. The more abstractly the code is formulated, the more weakly the preference is likely to be developed. Consider, for example, the falsification principle in science, which admits as truth only what remains when enough has been falsified. But the positive value always symbolizes the connectivity of medium-specific operations, whereas the negative value symbolizes only the contingency of conditions for connectivity. With Gotthard-Gunter 304 we can therefore also say that media preference codes consist in a designation value and a reflection value to the exclusion of third possibilities. Something can be done with truths, love, property, power. The corresponding negative values are available only for control purposes and provide the context through which the connection practice of the positive side can become rational selection. What would be the use of money if we had to pay at any price and could not pay? 305. As with all codes, this is a duplication rule that doubles what is or happens in a positive and a negative version. However, that it is mere duplication cannot be taken into consideration, for the user of the code has to use it as a two-ness and not as a unity. 306 This duplication, also a reflection that has to be deleted, provides the basis for developing a medial substratum with loosely coupled elements, e.g., sums of money that can be paid or not paid, which tolerates only certain forms of strict coupling, and not others, in the case of money, for example, transactions at certain prices. The unity of the code consists here, too, in its form. The other side is always connoted when the first is indicated, and this requires binarity, for even three-way constellations are confusing. Binarity enables the opposing value to be included in the value, and the value to be included in the opposing value. The value is then both identity and difference, namely, itself and not the opposing value, as is also the case on the other side. This leads to a self-iterative, self-referential relation, and thus to a form that dissolves the difference between identity and difference in difference, in a certain distinction between positive and negative value that can be distinguished from other distinctions of the same sort, from other codes. This in turn differs radically from all attempts to reduce difference to unity, be it to a religious formula, be it Mindgeist as a formula for what is differentiated in itself. As a result, the media, distinguished from one another, lead to a semantics that can no longer be controlled by religion. Despite this formal symmetry of positive and negative values, there is an important, but difficult to discover, distinction from the general yes/no coding of language. It manifests itself in the first place as preference for the positive value. Important, but hidden by this, is a confusion of two levels that a logical thinker should keep separate. The positive value functions as a preference, and hence as a symbol for connectivity, and at the same time, it functions as legitimation for the use of the code itself. It symbolizes what is distinguished from the opposing value and also legitimizes the distinction itself. Preference codes, and this makes their strictly logical treatment difficult, frustrate a logically necessary differentiation of types. 307 But this is still too superficial a description. In radical terms, codes unfold a fundamental paradox, that of the unity of a distinction, by prescribing the form of a binary schematism, from which third values are excluded, in which the value and the opposing value can be identified and their simultaneous application to the same object is forbidden as contradictory. 308 But this presupposes that the unity of the distinction itself is not questioned, but its use legitimized, along with the preference value. In effect, the observer who uses the distinction remains unobservable to himself, he must only commit himself to the positive value. The underlying paradox is both unfolded, binarized, digitized, and concealed. But then it constitutes one of the main incentives for reflection theories such as become necessary when correspondingly differentiated functional systems have to show how they understand and solve their communication problems. And this becomes necessary in modern societies, which can no longer rely on macro-societal givens, stratification, morality, but find themselves confronted in their functional systems by problems of self-legitimation, of autonomy, of applying the code to itself. 309. The more strictly codes are formed, the more strongly they differ from normal evaluation in society. Consider the code of the medium property/money. What counts economically is only who is owner and who not. And since for every item of property everyone else is a non-owner, the code offers immense redundancy in possibilities for change. In the societal and political view of the economy, in contrast, the distinction between rich and poor, a quite different form, appears to be important, and the economy has been observed since the 18th century primarily with regard to a growing gap between rich and poor, which now, unlike in a stratified society, has lost its function. The Marxian critique of the political economy can therefore also be read as a critique of the out-differentiated economy from a macro-societal point of view. The final stage of this differentiation, in which only few media are involved, is reached when a negation suffices to cross the boundary, to convert the value into the opposing value. 310 Within the code, crossing to the opposing value is facilitated but subject to renouncing any implication for the values of other codes. The values of codes are not interconvertible. Monetary wealth cannot be converted into love, nor power into truth, or vice versa. 311 I call facilitation of crossing from value to opposing value and back as technicization of the medium in the sense of easing information processing in accepting and taking account of all the concrete meaning relations that are implicated. 312 We might think of logic primarily as a form for scientific calculus. But this is a special case of technicity. Other methods attain a substantial level of technicization through a structure that I call secondary coding. The foremost cases are the secondary coding of property through money and the secondary coding of power through law. In both cases, the positive value is again duplicated, in that we can use property in money to pay or not to pay, and can exercise power lawfully or unlawfully, but not, of course, if we have no property at all or no power at all. Secondary coding goes along with abstraction. Since the monetarization of property, the economy has been interested only in the abstract difference between property and non-property in relation to specific things or rights. This difference keeps the economy running, because even the wealthiest person is a non-owner in relation to most things. The difference between rich and poor, where it does not serve to motivate work, is a problem left to politics to resolve. Instead, the critique of political economy addresses the monetary technology of capitalism, which allows it to offset material and labor costs in operational accounts, disregarding the fact that the contributions made by material and labor to the production process differ in significant ways. It is important to keep an eye on these secondary codings as extensions of technicization, for while they cannot be understood as applications of logic, they are nevertheless indispensable for the modern rationality and distinctness of the corresponding media codes. Other media take pride in being not technicizable, and they see this not as a deficit but as a particular quality. This is the case with love and with art. It is not by chance that in these two cases, the general is stressed in the particular, in love in the special subject, in art in the special object. From a historical point of view, this contrast intensified from the 18th century on in response to the development of technicized media. One of the consequences is that the counterstructurally formed media of love and art have to do without some of the characteristics of the other media, above all, the assured capacity to form systems. With all these particularities, codes also realize the general properties of every form, drawing a boundary, the crossing of which is possible but requires time. Coded media are therefore always temporalized media. We must start from a value or from the opposing value. We must, for example, know whether we own a thing or not, but then we can cross over with a further operation to the opposing value, can sell or buy to find ourselves in a later situation, which in turn offers time for further operations. The diversification of media therefore always generates a diversification of time, and hence eigentimes in the various media fields that do not have to be coordinated among themselves, even though everything that happens in fact happens at the same time. 2. I treat another characteristic of preference codes separately, for they not only serve to compare symbolically generalized communication media among themselves but also provide insight into the effects of their differentiation. I mention the self-placing of the code in one of its values, which for the sake of this function is described as the positive value. The unity of the code, as of every distinction, consists in a form that separates two sides. It can therefore, to be exact, not be represented on only one side. Preferences do this nonetheless, and by doing so block the question of the unity of the code and the problem of applying coded operations to the code itself. 313 Instead, they postulate that the communication of a truth is a true communication. Whoever loves cannot and may not avoid declaring his love. To assert what is lawfully right is legitimate. Exchangeability, availability, is a quality of property, so that even giving property away is still covered by property. The same trick is played for opposing values, proof of an untruth is itself a true operation, and so on. The code, so to speak, gives itself permission to operate without having to take recourse to higher values. Self-placement is not thematized, it remains latent. It eludes the risk of provoking a yes or a no as utterance. In this very sense, the positive and negative sides of the code are values. Self-placement uses and intensifies the asymmetry of the code, the difference between positive and negative values. 314 A little cheating and the code can assert its autonomy, can avoid looking back on its paradox, and with all this can count on a high degree of plausibility. Where would it get us if we were to deny that we do not have the right to distinguish between right and wrong? But we are not interested in this form because of its ingenuity. Its main achievement, from a symbolic point of view, is that it uncouples the code from strict dependence on social structural asymmetries. The differences between town and country, nobility and commons, patron and client, man and woman, parents and children cannot be preference coded in this fashion. Although, in dependence on given societal structures, they assert asymmetry and the superiority of the one side, they have to rely directly on societal structures or, as 17th-century nobility theories would have put it, on imagination. We could hardly say that a communication by a gentlewoman to her coachman, and vice versa, is a noble communication. Instead of this simple self-placement, elaborate verbal forms, ceremonial, and so on, repeatedly reintroduce the difference of status into communication. It works, many examples demonstrate it. But this solution depends on concrete face-to-face interaction. It cannot be translated into writing, and printing relegates it fully to the periphery of societally important communication. The preference-coded communication media now prove to be clearly superior evolutionary advances, and it is understandable that after the introduction of printing, they contributed more and more to converting the differentiation form of society to preference-coded functional systems. Not only symbolically generalized communication media but also morality developed a preference code. Communication that indicates that something is good or bad is a good communication. This is an important element in the engagement technique of morality, for the person who describes something as good or bad has difficulty, if the communication is good, in correcting himself. Since Aristotle, this problem has been resolved via a cognitive detour. One always wants what is good, but one may err. This, too, is an elegant solution, and we soon recognize that it lends independence from asymmetries in societal structures. Nobility and commons, townsfolk and peasants, rich and poor, men and women, however the expectations they have to meet might differ, are all subject to moral judgment. This similarity between morality and symbolically generalized communication media explains a competitive situation that persisted until well into the 18th century or, if we take laggards seriously, has continued to this day. The differentiation of media that had begun in classical Greek urban culture was, at least in the Aristotelian texts, but also in the presuppositions of rhetoric, held together by an ethic of the urban way of life. Since it was a matter of societal criticism, critiques of the estates in the 18th century still primarily cite morality. Nevertheless, the functional differentiation of the societal system clearly uses the codes of the media, not the code of morality, and obviously does so because not unity but difference is concerned. In other words, the media have to rely on the neutralization of moral propositions because fusioning would otherwise occur and the onus of motivation would pass, in this regard rather unreliable, to morality. 315 If communication nonetheless takes place that opts morally for or against the values of the communication media, we learn nothing about these values but something about the moral convictions of the person communicating in this fashion. A not unpernicious syndrome appears to establish itself, in which society uses the codes of symbolically generalized communication media at a demanding level for its reproduction and activates morality for criticizing precisely this state of affairs, e.g., criticism of the orientation on money. 316. 3. Through coding alone, symbolically generalized communication media are self-referentially structured and differentiated as closed operational contexts. This is to be distinguished from processual reflexivity, which is in evidence in all fully developed media. Normal communication is already reflexive, in that it can apply to itself and its own outcomes at any time. 317 In other words, it orients itself in the self-produced network of its own reproduction. In the domain of symbolically generalized communication media, special conditions apply that lend this possibility greater scope by limitation to single media. Processes in the communication field of a medium can also be applied to themselves, they can be their own object. In the medium of truth, there are research on research and true, or untrue, statements about the truth, or untruth, of statements. Value relations can themselves be evaluated, for example, from the point of view of their ideological function. From the ideal, we deduce who needs it. 318 That one loves love for the sake of love, loves oneself and one's lover as lovers, and even only as such, is a well-known postulate of the love semantic. That we can procure money for money is just as current as the application of power to power, for example, in the form of political choice or the internal organizational phenomenon of the power of pressure exercised by subordinates. The examples also show that such forms of reflexivity amount to indirectness. They therefore found little acceptance in the course of history, becoming fully established only in modern society. This is understandable when we consider that this reflexivity is not one case of application among others but the form in which the medium acquires distinctness and autonomy and asserts itself against the demands of family and class systems. We cannot engage in serious research without methods and theories at our disposition that are themselves the outcome of research. Real love requires loving to be loved, and so forth. The medium must first be applied to itself before it is ready for operational deployment. To put it in another way, media generate a self-substitutive order. Results in a media field can be changed only through operations of the same medium. We cannot invalidate truths against payment but only through research. To this extent, too, the medium is responsible for itself, for its own results. Media can only be handled reflexively, that is, applied only to their own processes and results, if the necessary apparatus of distinctions and indications is available. Confusion with the objects of other media must be obviated. We must be able to love loving and not only to think loving. But if media are differentiated by their own coding, they generate the special semantics they require in the process. 319. In such cases, the observer sees an unfolded paradox, and thus an ultimate undecidability. All power comes about by submitting to power, and supreme power comes about through submission to the lowest power. We call this democracy. The truth code itself, by reason of the fact that we are considering it, is the object of true or perhaps untrue statements. In order to generate goods in abundance, money must be kept scarce, whereas in reality the opposite is the case. Value relations demonstrate their untenability if we attempt to act in accordance with them only to realize that this cannot be done unless we violate other values. But the paradox on which media are based does not lead to their operations being blocked. On the contrary, it is the condition for creative unfolding, for media-specific distinctions, or for temporal sequencing that transfers what cannot be at the same time into a succession. First a law applies, then no longer, and no one objects that what is right is wrong and what is wrong is right. It is only a matter of lost opportunities. 4. One of the most important resolutions of paradox lies in the differentiation of first and second order observation. 321 of the most notable characteristics of symbolically generalized media is that they make such a differentiation possible. One researcher observes what other researchers observe. Whoever loves has a prime interest in finding out whether his/her lover still loves. Prices offer the possibility of observing how others observe the market and whether they buy or do not buy at a certain price. 321 Modern art can be understood only if we recognize how artists use their means, that is, how they observe what they do. 322 And power relations are fully dependent on the mutual observation of observations, otherwise, one would have to threaten or provoke threats in order to find out which communications are covered by power. What is at issue in all these cases is not that participants in media-mediated communications are observed like objects with regard to their own characteristics in order to foresee how they will act. Interest focuses only on observing what they observe, and in many instances, this includes observing what they do not observe. As soon as there is second-order observation, all observation in the given media field relates to this level. The first-order observer, too, knows that he is observed by a second-order observer, who may be himself. 323 For the truth medium, this requirement is subsumed under the heading empirical knowledge. All conditioning of the medium must therefore come to bear at the second-order level. This unblocks first-order observation and gears it to surprise, with immense consequences. Under all these conditions of self-referential circularity, the medium remains a distinctive unity determined by coding. Elementary operation, structure formation, structural change, crossing in the code and change of level are carried out in the same medium. 324 In this sense, media lay claim to universal competence for all communications that fall within their field of application. They do so in the sense of provided that abstractions, where problems and attribution constellations of the truth medium are concerned, this medium alone is competent. Put in terms of Talcott-Parsons's pattern variables 325 The media therefore combine universalism and specificity, and Parsons rightly considers this a typically modern constellation, which older societies could not attain. 326 Universalism is concerned with worldwide application, not limited by external circumstances. Specificity is concerned with the distinction, in this instance, the code, underlying observation. 5. Media codes are open to all information and utterances that fall within their particular domain. They rely on and are geared to random stimulus. Moreover, they must be able to guarantee that both values in the system are usable, both right and wrong, and that in the process of specifying acceptance demands, there is repeated crossing between code values. The untruth of certain statements is thus among the most important arguments in the search for truth. Their rejection alone cannot fulfill the function of the medium. This also means that a positive value cannot in itself have the function of a criterion, in the classical sense of criterion, kin, regula, that guides the selection of this same value. It will generally be acknowledged today that truth is therefore not a criterion of truth. 327 But having property is also no sufficient reason for economic activity. More typical today is for whoever seeks to keep his property to lose assets and whoever wishes to keep or increase his assets to have continually to change his plans in property matters. The medium is considered a transaction medium. Property is not a blanket term for various types of goods. Nor is power superiority itself, or the mere lawfulness of exercising power, a criterion for the use of power. In analogy to money, Parsons speaks of the need to spend power, and the reason for doing so cannot lie only in the positive value of the code. There must accordingly be further conditions that determine the circumstances under which assignment of the positive value is right or wrong and the circumstances under which assignment of the negative value is right or wrong. I shall call such conditions programs and correspondingly distinguish between coding and programming for all symbolically generalized communication media. This distinction solves many problems that would be insoluble from a more simple teleological, goal-directed, value pragmatic perspective. It is also the condition for media to generate complexity. It is easy to see that it is a distinction of distinctions, thus a form for forms. Coding ensures the differentiation and specification of a medium in distinction to others, and programming can therefore only be code-specific. For the truth medium, for example, programs take the form of theories and methods; for legally coded power, the form of laws, court rulings establishing precedents, and contracts. The medium of money is respecified in the form of investment programs and consumption programs, monitored by means of balance sheets and budgets. For the medium love, memories of a common history appear to assume the function of limiting possibilities. All this requires further research. What is important to note at this point is only that such programs have to be assigned to one and only one code and cannot shift from medium to medium. A theory is not yet a law, and whoever invests in a love affair does not act entrepreneurially. Coding and programming, as we have seen, also differ from the point of view of invariance and variability. We cannot change a code. Any attempt to do so would only mean that we are basing communication on another symbolically generalized medium, or on none at all. At the program level, in contrast, variability can be organized. The examples mentioned above will have sufficiently demonstrated this. Finally, it should be noted that all the values that are excluded by the binarity of the code at this level can be reintroduced as aspects of program selection. A work of art must satisfy its own code as coherent/incoherent or, in traditional terms, as beautiful/ugly. But in choosing the subject, one can politicize or keep an eye on marketing potential. 6. Symbolically generalized media, like all communication, operate in structural coupling with the consciousness of the psychic systems that participate in communication. This structural coupling also involves the living bodies of participants. In interaction systems, for example, they must be physically present in order to contribute to communication. 328 Communication therefore continually refers to persons and presupposes that this reference is covered by the reality of highly complex but opaque autopoietic systems. Since this also applies vice versa for psychic systems, we can, to borrow a term from Parsons's theory of the general action system, speak of interpenetration. We can call the need to take account of corporeality in communication symbiosis, and the corresponding means of expression, symbiotic symbols. Symbiotic symbols organize how communication allows itself to be irritated by corporeality, hence, how the effects of structural coupling are processed in the communication system without this breaching the closure of the system and requiring a non-communicative mode of operation. Differentiation of symbolically generalized media suggests corresponding differentiation of the symbiotic symbols used in the media field, for reference to corporeality is required in the given highly specified sense, whereas the physical involvement of people can be disregarded. 329. As far as truth is concerned, the symbiotic symbol refers to perception that is physically possible, or, more precisely, to the possibility of perceiving perceptions. This is, of course, no ultimate decision-making authority, as was assumed by older empiricist theories, for even if it is established that perception has taken place, there can always be controversy over what was perceived. 330 Nor does what research achieves correlate with the set and unambiguity of scientifically established perceptions. 331 But the perception of others is a source of irritation and cannot simply be ignored. In the field of the love medium, we find an exact analogy in the symbiotic use of sexual references. In the case of love, as in the case of truth, we find symbiotic symbols not securing communication on a deeper motivational basis but acting as a source of irritation that has to be built into the semantics. In perception as in sexuality, the modern differentiation of these media therefore enhances the value of their symbiotic symbols. 332 They are no longer assigned in the context of a hierarchical world architecture to the lower, because shared with animals, domain of sensuality, but included in the conditioning of the media. For sexuality, the lead distinction is then, with or without love. In the first case, this can end up in marriage, in the second, in a counterculture of obscenity. 333. As far as symbiosis is concerned, Property and money relate to needs. Even in earlier times, it was recognized that no property system can simply ignore the acute physical needs of others. Life at the subsistence level gave certain rights, and where necessity demanded, there was the doctrine that theft and need not diebstahl should not be punished. 334 The transition to the money economy changed this line of reasoning. It was now assumed, first, that everyone could satisfy his needs by working for wages if he chose, and, second, that a generalized concept of need had been established covering everything that could be produced for whatever purpose. Symbiosis with people dying of hunger is not taken into account in the conditioning of the economy medium and thus becomes a political problem. In the case of power, the symbiotic symbol is physical force. In every society, there are many other sources of power, for example, the regular advantages that one can threaten to withdraw, but there is nothing that can be done against superior physical force. The political system, which power uses as a medium, must therefore concentrate decision-making on the deployment of physical force. Today, this is done with the aid of law. With Parsons, one may regard control over physical force to be the basis of security, real assets, for the power medium. 335 At the same time, however, it is a source of irritation, for whoever wishes to use physical force as a symbiotic symbol and not as a personal form of conduct cannot ignore the occurrence of violence whose conditioning he does not control. The demonstrations of recent times, with their propensity for violence, or merely the mass presentation of physical presence, illustrate this problem. The various symbiotic symbols of the different media have much in common. In all cases there is a close link between usability and disturbability that follows from the systemic activation of structural couplings. In all cases, the symbol, because it is a symbol, is an object of cultural interpretation. Thus a cheeky look can be interpreted as the onset of physical force, or a day without beer and tobacco as a state of emergency. Much depends on trained sensitivity. Whoever wishes to see inscriptions or murals in the gloom of Egyptian tombs needs some experience, and this means that the medium depends more strongly on the specific nature of structural couplings. Above all, however, symbiotic symbols require a ban on self-gratification. They have to rely on the body being used in accordance with social conditionings and not directly for what the consciousness suggests. This explains why the positive sexology of the 18th century also provoked an almost neurotic attitude toward masturbation, that only few decades previously, science, which depends on controlled perception, had to reject all reference to intuition in the sense of a self-gratifying approach as a variant of fanaticism. 336 And, of course, that the political power of the sovereign state could tolerate no unauthorized use of force in its own territory and allow only international wars. It is striking that bans on self-gratification relate to the coding of media. For Pascal, this meant that, because science lacks intuitive direct access to truth such as claimed by religion, it has to take the arduous path of refuting opposing assumptions. 337 And it is also clear in the case of power that a generally stabilized difference between superiority and inferiority can be maintained only if not everyone has the means of physical force at their disposal, and the power question always first has to be settled in combat. Finally, we note something surprising: through symbiotic symbols, media become dependent on organization. This is obvious where control over physical force requires decisions to be made, as well as military or police organization. But the preparation of perceptions relevant to truth also now requires organization if we do not want to be at the mercy of chance. The same applies for the market-mediated satisfaction of needs. And very recently even sexuality has made itself dependent on organization, namely, on the services of the pharmaceutical industry. Behind the external reference and irritation given by structural coupling to consciousness and body, society itself once again emerges. Ultimate security lies not in controlling the body, as the old theory of the passions and reason teaches, but in the functioning of organizations. 7. The function of symbolically generalized communication is to condition selections in such a way that communications are accepted, even though this is improbable as an exigency. With respect to actual motivational success, however, a symbolic medium can be used too much or too little. In the first case, we speak of inflation, in the second, of deflation. Parsons proposed generalizing this distinction, originally usual only with reference to money but conceptually not very well developed. 338 in the context of the general theory of the action system, embodiment in the realia, the things that make action possible. 339 suffices, and, incidentally, the analogy with monetary inflation and deflation. However, we find ourselves in a theoretically more difficult situation. What does too much or too little successful motivation mean? We see the problem not in the extent of backing for the medium by things, this would not suffice even for money theory, but in trust in relation to the further use of the meaning reduced by communication, circulation. 340 This may, but need not, depend on such backing. Above all, the various media differ considerably on what can provide such backing. Inflation occurs when communication overdraws its line of trust, when it assumes it has more trust at its disposal than it can generate. Deflation occurs in the reverse case, when the possibilities of gaining trust are not exploited. In the case of inflation, the medium reacts by devaluing symbols, in the economy, measured against price increases. In the case of deflation, the medium reacts with too strongly restrictive conditioning, which means reducing circulation. Calculating with the reusability, equals liquidity, of media symbols requires that others' calculations be calculated. Inflation and deflation can therefore be expected if the medium is geared to second-order observation. Borderline cases of inflation are reached where inflationary correction, devaluation, can no longer be expected to suffice and the acceptance of the symbols is refused. Borderline cases of deflation are reached where conditioning intervenes so strictly that no more communication is permitted. Then, too, we refuse acceptance, because under such conditions, we know that the results will be no use to us. In cases of hyperinflation or hyperdeflation, the original improbability of communications with particularly substantial demands re-emerges, but now in developed societies, which can no longer bear with it. Only these borderline cases of correction failure can be described as mistrust, whereas in other cases it is a matter of maintaining trust with increasing effort. Truth is inflated where it proposes more possibilities for use than can be realized. 341 For value relations, we find an impressive example even before their differentiation, namely, in the devotional movements of the 17th century 342 and another in the contemporary invention of the fashion concept. For present-day conditions, values can be considered inflation-proof, since they suffer no harm and we cannot devalue them if we see they are no use to us. We follow the advice of fashion and move on to other values. Love is inflated where it proposes more regard for the world of the other than can be put into practice in real life. This is where the novel, and today pulp fiction and films of that ilk ensure permanent inflation without provoking any deflationary counter-trends in literature. We have inflation of the money medium where money cannot be reused at the value at which it had been accepted. 343 Inflation in art occurs especially where the artist renounces difficulty in producing works and the scarcity this entails, where art is accordingly abstracted from skill. Inflation might then be accompanied by deflation where fashion, reputation, and the gallery business overestimate some artists and underestimate others. In the case of power, finally, inflation consists in promising political action that cannot be taken. 344 The modern technique in political communication of only radiating good intentions in itself reflects permanent inflation, and symbols are devalued by what politicians say being discounted from the outset. From time to time, it is then good to remind politicians that only gods can change things through words. This overview shows that the media's function of offering a prospect of improbable motivation tends to inflate. Established media impose trust and trust in the trust of others, and for this very reason, they have high inflation tolerance. This is why it is not much use to look for states of equilibrium in which there is neither inflation nor deflation and to consider such states optimal. Inflation and deflation can also occur at the same time, and only highly centralized media such as money render this improbable. Stagflation has, however, been discussed in this connection. Deflation tends rather to take the form of corrective movements, for instance, insistence on empiricism over grand theory in American sociology, regionalization movements in politics, fundamentalism in religion. At any rate, inflation/deflation is also a form with two sides and a dividing line that is to be understood only as a boundary to be crossed and not as a perfect state of affairs. 8. If symbolically generalized media claim to be universally applicable and in this sense to be operationally closed, they must offer the possibility of symbolizing the inclusion of exclusion, just as arithmetic has the zero symbol at its disposal, so that the non-number can be symbolized as a number. This zero method is applied particularly strikingly in the case of money. If money serves to observe scarcity, that is, to transform scarcity into operations, there must also be non-scarce money in a money system. Today, this is no longer realized through external references, with scarce commodities such as gold restricting the amount of money available. Instead of such commodity money, the credit of the central bank serves to regulate the money supply within the system based on nothing, as it were, by either expanding the money supply or reducing it, making it more expensive. What is decisive is that this zero method is not understood as a license for arbitrariness or as admitting external, in this instance, political, influence, but is tied to the self-reflection of the system in its concrete, historical situation. 345 This does not work automatically, but only when it is communicated. If we recognize the principle, we find the same state of affairs in the case of power. Power depends decisively on the possibility of imposing negative sanctions, especially physical coercion. In the actual use of these sanctions, however, power fails because one cannot achieve what one really wants to achieve with them. The practice of power therefore requires constant reflection on the non-use of the means of power, a continuous balancing act between showing strength and avoiding the imposition of sanctions. And this, too, is a communication problem. One has to threaten without threatening, one has to attempt to manage with a reference to structures and conditions without being definite about what one would do if instructions are not followed. In the case of truth, we have a similar problem, that we have to be able to forget in order to be able to remember. The truth medium stylizes this necessity as a selection problem and advances reasons for the preferred selection. But there can be no grounds for forgetting that would not prevent forgetting itself. For the medium love, historical semantics have found paradoxical formulas that indicate the improbability of the medium, while making it clear that the improbability of love assumes pathological forms in marriage. Love demands that every, verbal and bodily, gesture serve the observation of love, indeed the observation of love. But no long-term relationship can sustain such an endurance test. Modes of dealing with one another must therefore be found that make the non-proof of love possible, with the communicated understanding for this conduct counting as proof of love. 9. Universalization and closure through a zero method is at the same time a semantic and communicative precondition for the differentiation of medium-specific, operationally closed functional systems. A final aspect in comparing media is therefore whether and to what extent they can serve as catalysts in system formation. There are obvious links between the differentiation of media and that of the functional systems of modern society. It is obvious that the modern economy requires the secondary coding of property by money and modern politics the secondary coding of power by law. On the other hand, these two examples alone show differences that suggest system formation obeys its own laws. The political system and the legal system are thus differentiated as different autopoietic systems with differing codes. 346 Not so property and money. There is therefore no automatic congruence between medium formation and system formation, but instances in which a system is characterized by the use of a medium are much to the fore. Probably the most important condition for such a link is that the code of a medium be suitable for defining the unity of a system in distinction to other systems of its environment. Media without central coding, especially value relations, have no prospect of forming distinguishable systems. For whether an operation assigns itself to politics or the economy, to law or to an intimate relationship is decided in accordance with the code on which it orients itself. However, this alone does not suffice. The operations that the medium makes possible, despite the improbability of combining selection and motivation, must be suitable for initiating and closing an autopoietic reproduction context. They must be able to organize recursive anticipation and recursion, and thus occur not only now and again and in isolation. In other words, media must be able to concatenate communications. They must do so independently of the sameness of the communication partners and their memory. Moreover, it is useful if the concatenation is not strictly linear in a one-to-one sequence but open to ramification and unpredictable constellations. The engagement that is generated in communication must be relevant for others, and in such a way that the decision on what it is for has to be taken only later. Art has difficulty satisfying this requirement, and its potential for system formation is therefore meager. Money, in contrast, satisfies the condition optimally. It retains its value even though each payment deletes memory of the structures, prices, transaction conditions, that had motivated it 347, and it nevertheless remains ready for use and in quite different denominations without the slightest doubt that a payment is always an operation of the economic system. Also important in this context is the technicity of the code we have dealt with above, that is, the independence of the crossing between positive and negative values in innumerable concrete meaning constellations, its psychological and moral deconditioning, all without loss of definiteness of the option between positive and negative value, without evasion in vague generalizations that need interpreting. In this regard, too, money is an optimal case, for when we pay there can be no doubt about the fact and amount of payment. True knowledge and law are given in qualitative units, but they, too, guarantee bifurcation capacity and reusability. But they require authorities, publications, organizations, to which they can refer when the distribution of code values is unclear. Whoever regularly takes aspirin to guard against heart attacks can justify his action to his astonished fellows by citing medical research. And if we are denied parking space on the lot of an office building even though we are stockholders, in other words, so we thought, owners, of the company in question, this is a matter to be settled before the courts and not on the stock exchange. When it comes to highly technicized codes and corresponding programs of this sort, laymen typically find that what matters is not what they had first thought. This means not least that moral evaluation, too, has to step back because the assignment of positive and negative code values cannot be coordinated with the distinction between respect and disrespect. 348 But it depends on this technical efficiency whether and to what extent media can form highly complex, operationally closed, self-defining and self-reproducing systems. The reuse of a selection once made has also been called circulation of the medium. The expression is understandable only in a historical context, for there is no question of a circle. 349 Ultimately it is a matter of the dynamic aspect of the medium/form difference. Although each coupling of the medial substratum to forms releases the medium itself for new forms, more than mere pulsation must be achieved in autopoietic systems, and precisely the symbolically generalized media are geared to do something with what has been previously achieved. They serve as already reduced complexity, as absorption of uncertainty, as premises for further operations. Every sum of money received is available for further payments. If truths are established, we can rely on them without have to test them again, and in the case of effectual power everyone can expect not to be the only fool to do what he is told. On the other hand, and to this extent the concept of circulation is deceptive, this does not mean that connective operations are foreseeable. Circulation is not a concept that offers prospects of calculation and planning. Whoever pays cannot foresee what the recipient will do with the money, and if under certain circumstances, this is nonetheless factually or legally under control, what at the latest the following recipient does cannot be predicted. Even the conditional programs of law hardly extend our field of vision. 350 Consider only the difficulty of estimating how a change in divorce law will affect power relations in marriages. Although the circulation of media symbols serves system formation, for symbols can circulate only in systems, it would be wrong to conclude that the system can be controlled. The technical efficiency of the medium in the structure of its codes and in the dispersal of binding effects speaks against rather than for controllability. These differences in the capability of various symbolically generalized communication media to form systems shape modern society. Together with other factors, they lead to uneven growth among functional systems and hence to the uneven operation of functions as regards communication effort and visibility without any covered rationality or hierarchy of functions being responsible. Society does not rise like dough, it does not grow evenly, become evenly more differentiated, more complex, as 19th-century theoreticians of progress believed, and were able to believe because they saw society only as the economic system. Rather, it complexifies certain functional areas and allows others to wither. This imbalance has repeatedly given rise to critiques of civilization, whether in terms of religion, like post-Napoleonic Hegelian restoration's philosophy, or in terms of reason, like Jürgen Habermas. Recent cybernetic and systems theoretical research has, however, shown that this is a quite normal phenomenon, which can be corrected only by evolution. 351. From an evolution theoretical standpoint, too, it is important to distinguish between symbolically generalized communication media and the system formed through them. Media can come into being and be differentiated before there are any corresponding functional systems. The programming and specialized terminology of the coding needed to build systems can be provisionally prepared. We can trace the beginnings of this back to antiquity. Such pre-developments are particularly evident in the extent of the money economy in antiquity and again since the High Middle Ages, but also in the beginnings of conceptual systematization in juristically elaborated Roman and English case law. Without such preliminary work, the transition from a stratified society to a functionally differentiated society would scarcely have been possible, and as always with such pre-adaptive advances. 352 It is essential that a provisional context be available to stabilize achievements without systems already having been formed, which will then finally lead to the operational closure and autopoietic autonomy of the corresponding functional cycles. For if system formation takes place, we can assume that there have always been operations of the type necessary for this to occur, and we can set out gradually to dismantle the restrictions that an older order has imposed, for example, the fragmentation of the manorial and clerical systems of jurisdiction, or the dual currency systems of the Middle Ages or serfdom and the aristocratic prerogative of land ownership. 12. Symbolically generalized communication media. 4. Self-validation. Since the beginning of their development, symbolically generalized communication media have reacted differently to different problems. In this they are not only unlike religion but also differ from one another. As society has evolved, the corresponding demarcations have emerged more clearly, especially as media have tended to form focal points for the differentiation of functional systems. This put an end to the religious, or cosmological or nature-related, grounding of the media and their semantics. Their codes could also no longer be aggregated into a single societal code of morality. This ultimately raises the question of the basis for willingness to accept media symbols and to assume the corresponding restrictions as premises for further communication. The issue of generalized acceptance has been discussed particularly with regard to the medium of money. 353 But it concerns all other media as well. All communication is an operation that takes place concretely under the direction of specific meaning intentions. It is concerned with the truth of certain statements, compliance with certain instructions, the purchase of certain objects, certain signs of love or indifference. Individual communications of this type are, however, never self-motivating, they draw on a recursive network of reusability of the same medium. In each and every case, the medium therefore has to be both condensed and confirmed in a paradoxical because contrary operation of generalization through specification. Media symbols thus generate, we could say, the eigenvalues of their own recursivity. When they are reused, such medium-specific eigenvalues develop, for example, as the value of per se valueless money symbols. Eigenvalue formation is the result of reuse, the application of operations to the result of previous operations of the same medium. But are eigenvalues also the condition for the possibility of such reuse? It is difficult to accept such a circular argument. If we consult the theories developed for individual media, we learn that external references are typically used. A power holder must actually be in a position to send troops. A lover must actually be in a position to mobilize the appropriate feelings. For truth theories, despite all skirmishing with constructivism, some sort of backing by external reality appears to be indispensable. Only in the case of money have theories of this type become increasingly questionable once backing by precious metal had been recognized as superfluous and the backing of certain currencies by foreign exchange had proved to amount almost to self-validation owing to the volatility of international money. An additional argument appeals to necessary trust. What goes by this name is expected to build bridges between external reference and internal usability and between generalization and specification. Trust in external safeguards makes it possible to rely on the medium for not yet specified situations. This is a complicated argument concealed by psychological plausibility. It is still a question of dissolving the difference between specification and generalization by means of externalization, be it by trusting in the trust of others and consequently operating under the protection of pluralistic ignorance. 354. These considerations can be considerably simplified if we concede that a medium can use the future of its own operations as a focus for externalizations. Future is and remains external in that it can never become reality but is always only held in abeyance. 355. As far as realized reality is concerned, every system always finds itself at the end of its history. 356. At the same time we can test at every moment, in every present, whether the future still holds what it promised. Whether others are still willing to accept money can, however, be tried out only in the present, but in every present. Lovers swear to be eternally faithful at the moment for the moment. But here, too, one situation follows another, and we can, however self-destructive this might be, check over and again whether the oath is still valid. Truths can already be revised tomorrow, but if new truths are to be convincing, they must be able to offer an explanation for what, as one now knows, the old truths had wrongly explained, for otherwise there would be not competition for substitutes. We can accordingly very well assume that media validate themselves and even derive certain form requirements from this self-validation. We need only a sufficiently subtle theory of time that determines the present as the boundary between past and future. Whenever discontinuities between past and future become relevant, and only thus can future acceptability become a problem, the present is the breaking point and the locus for examining and renewing expectations, and also the only locus in time where real action can occur simultaneously with the world. Symbolically generalized communication media, like all communication, use only the present to bridge the difference between specification and generalization, condensation and confirmation. And this can happen only under the guidance of expectations that the medium produces and reproduces itself. We can accordingly speak of self-validation.